Synopsis. Snowball Kanade's dreams come true when his beloved anime waifus appear in real life. Unable to resist, he eagerly approaches them only to face constant failure. No strategy works. No effort pays off. As reality shatters his fantasies, he realizes that the perfect versions of them never existed. Perhaps it's time to stop chasing illusions and embrace his true self in this surreal new world. Chapter 1. Sorry, I'm not ready to be in a relationship yet. Sorry, Kanade, I'm not currently thinking about dating. Kanade, you're a good person. Kanade Snowball opened his eyes, staring at the familiar ceiling without saying a word. He had this kind of dream countless times. At first, the faces of every girl who rejected his confession were very clear and distinct, but gradually they began to blur. Did he forget and let go? Of course not, it's just that he became numb from repeating the same experience every day. It's like habitually eating a piece of bread every morning, but if asked why he eats bread, he can't answer at all. Because it has become a bodily instinct. Today should be the last day, time really flies. Slightly awake, Kanade Snowball turned off the alarm that had been ringing non-stop since just now, and then began to dress and wash up. The sky outside was just beginning to dawn, and a ray of light shone into the room through the curtains, imprinted on the sheets as if sprinkling a layer of frost. This couldn't help but remind Kanade Snowball of a poem by a famous Tang Dynasty poet. The artistic conception was the same, except that his was morning instead of night. I really do want to go back a bit, Kanade Snowball muttered to himself. Unfortunately, just like he didn't know why he fell asleep in class and transmigrated here, he also didn't know how to return to his original world. No golden finger, no guidance, no goal, and no mission. It was as if a certain god was playing a small joke on him, sending him to this unfamiliar place without explanation. Kanade Snowball certainly liked to read novels, so he once fantasized that he had come to this world with a certain mission, but as time passed, he soon discovered. The world he was in was almost no different from the world he originally lived in. There were no villains trying to destroy the world. And no tragedies that he needed to save. The only thing that could be considered a characteristic was that the two-dimensional girls who originally only existed in anime truly appeared before his eyes. Yukino Shida, Kagaya Shinomiya, Yutaha Kasumigakaka, one by one, waifus, emerged from the books and began to have conversations with him from a real-person perspective. He was of course overjoyed. No one would not want to see their favorite girl appear in front of them, especially when you know that she was originally impossible to exist. Naturally, Kanade Snowball regarded them as his goal and motivation in this world. Recalling plots, formulating plans, approaching targets, and launching strategies. To this end, Kanade Snowball abandoned his habits and personality that he had cultivated for many years, and forcibly approached the heroines in a way that he was very unfamiliar with. His abilities were certainly not bad, but it was naturally not enough to reach the point where the heroines were infatuated, so he had to constantly imitate until he became the ideal protagonist. This process was not easy. Cooking, musical instruments, tea ceremony, the same hobbies, almost every day he had to spend 1/3 of his time learning these things so that he could do something when interacting with the heroines. The initial situation was very optimistic. As planned, the heroine's relationship with him gradually deepened, and he became their friend, confidant, and even best friend. More than friends, but less than lovers. It seemed that with just a gentle final push, Kanade Snowball could fulfill his dream and reap a long-awaited love. He believed so, but the reality was completely the opposite. When Kanade Snowball created a perfect date, eager for a happy harvest at the end, he was ruthlessly rejected by the heroine. Light words, unconvincing reasons, Kanade Snowball certainly didn't want to accept reality, but no matter how close he got, all he got in return was constant alienation. What's going on? What exactly is going on? Clearly, he felt like he was about to succeed. Did something go wrong? In which link? Could it be that his timing for confession was wrong? Maybe he should cultivate his feelings a little more. However, no matter what the truth was, his first love ended just like that. But he was unwilling. How could it end like this? Of course, he was unwilling to give up. Fortunately, there were many heroines here. Although the first love ended without success, he could have a second, or even. So, turning all the regret into motivation, Kanade Snowball quickly devoted himself to the second love. The same steps, but the strategy method was different. The initial situation was also optimistic, but the final result was also rejected. Why? Why exactly? Unwilling to believe it, Kanade Snowball started his third love, fourth, fifth. However, no matter which time, the result he got was no. It wasn't that they said no from the beginning, but after the relationship between the two deepened and the feelings gradually warmed up, when Kanade Snowball decided to charge. Ah, so that's how it is, he, sure enough, is not their protagonist. No matter how much he imitates, no matter how sincere his feelings are, a fake will never replace the real thing. The funny thing is that he has been unwilling to recognize this reality, until the emptiness called truth gradually expanded, and finally covered his entire sky, dyeing his world with a thick haze. Fortunately, all of this will end. From today onwards, he will be himself again, and he will no longer need to use all kinds of personalities to decorate himself. President, good morning. Morning. Looking at the students who kept greeting him on the corridor, Kanade Snowball felt a little emotional. Student Council President, and still the Student Council President of Shiina Academy. Becoming the Student Council President in this consistent aristocratic school based in Minato Ward, Tokyo, from kindergarten to university, his future is naturally bright. Whether it is making friends with famous noble children or getting admission applications to world-renowned universities, it is easy for him. It's like opening his mouth to be fed, as long as he wants, he can get it. However, he has no interest in all of this. The reason why he chose to run for Student Council President was just to pursue a certain girl, Hikigaya Shinomiya. The daughter of the Shinomiya group with total assets of 200 trillion yen, an all-rounder genius who can perform excellently in anything she does. She was also the heroine that Kanade Snowball once thought he might spend his life with. Unfortunately, the other party didn't think so. Completely different from the image in his impression, the Hikigaya Shinomiya here has never shown him even a trace of goodwill. Whether it was feeling unwilling after being defeated in the grades bet, or joining the student council and working with him after keeping the agreement, Hikigaya Shinomiya always looked businesslike and never showed Kanade Snowball any emotions other than competitive hostility. Even if he chose to back down and confess everything, it would not make that indifferent girl cast even a trace of affection on him, only endless struggles. He was tired, so today he would end all of this. There was no emotion on Kanade Snowball's face, but his heart was extremely firm. He pushed open the door of the student council room, looked at the people who cast their eyes on him, and uttered a sentence clearly, Shinomiya, you win, I lose. Shinomiya, you win, I admit defeat. Facing the girl he once loved so much, Kanade Snowball showed apathetic emotions for the first time. It's not that he's heartless, but if he softens now, he's afraid that he will be the one who gets hurt in the future. So let go, not as their protagonist surrounding them, but as an ordinary passerby, witnessing them usher in a romantic ending. Admit defeat? President, what do you mean? The girl who responded to Kanade Snowball first had an extremely gorgeous appearance. Her hands were folded in front of her abdomen, she stood upright, her posture was dignified. Her silky smooth black hair was scattered behind her head, her skin was as white as snow, her facial features were exquisite and flawless, and a pair of beautiful deep red eyes firmly contained Kanade Snowball's figure. Hikigaya Shinomiya, a girl with great personal charm, and also the girl Kanade Snowball used every means to invite to become his vice president. Just like Hikigaya Shinomiya's eyes only have Kanade Snowball at this moment, Kanade Snowball is also only staring at her, as if he wants to imprint all the final beautiful scenes in his mind. Sorry, Shinomiya, and everyone, because of my personal reasons, I will resign from the position of Student Council President. Scanning the colleagues in the Student Council room, Kanade Snowball said with a slightly apologetic tone. He didn't directly answer the girl's question, but thinking about her intelligence, she should be able to understand his thoughts. The Student Council of Shiina Academy has great autonomy, and the Student Council President is elected by the students, and after becoming the president, he can designate anyone to become a member of the Student Council. Hikigaya Shinomiya, Miyuki Shirogane, Yu Ishigami, and Chika Fujiwara. Except for the last one who cried and insisted on joining the student council with Hikigaya Shinomiya, all the others were invited by Kanade Snowball one by one. Perhaps because of a trace of guilt in his heart, or out of appreciation and love for certain characters, Kanade Snowball almost collected the original members of the student council like collecting cards. But perhaps the problem lies here. It is because of the existence of Miyuki Shirogane, so even if he becomes more like him, it is impossible to win first place in the Miyuki Shirogane imitation competition. After all, most people like the real thing rather than the fake thing, just like Yukino Shida, who is calm and always right. I have submitted my resignation to the headmaster. And the result should be available today without any accidents. I have also made notes on the specific handover matters. The newly elected student council president can adapt to the work as long as he follows the steps. But that's only for other people. For you, honestly, I hope the next student council president is you, Shirogane. Kanade Snowball did not hide his inner thoughts. From becoming the student council president to now, the few of them have worked together for a long time. Even if they don't know each other well, they have a clear understanding of each other's workability. Although Kanade Snowball is preparing to step down due to personal reasons, it doesn't mean that he will resign irresponsibly and leave. Deciding on a suitable successor, imparting relevant experience, handing over work, and arranging follow-up matters. No matter what kind of person the next student council president is, and whether he is willing to listen to some suggestions from him, the predecessor, he always has to make some arrangements. In terms of love, Miyuki Shirogane is naturally his rival in love, his opponent, but in terms of real life, he is a very capable subordinate, a friend who can entrust his true heart. Of course, in addition to this, there are some selfish motives in Kanade Snowball's heart, just as compensation for Miyuki Shirogane, some compensation for taking his position as protagonist. Sorry, Shinomiya, although you won, you only won against me, you didn't win completely, at least Shirogane hasn't lost yet. Hikigaya Shinomiya's fighting spirit is very strong. Except for the initial bet with him using the aggressive method, the subsequent struggles between the two, both overt and covert, were almost all initiated by Hikigaya Shinomiya. Although Kanade Snowball doesn't like to be competitive, his heroine wants it, so he can only accompany her. Once, twice, 3 times, Kanade Snowball can't remember how many similar things have happened between him and Hikigaya Shinomiya. At first, he accompanied her with great interest, but the more he went on, the more numb he became. He can't see the future, he can't see the end. Even the most cumbersome task still has a progress bar as a reminder, but love is like a maze without reminders. You can decide the starting point, but once you enter it, you don't know whether you are heading towards a dead end or an exit. But perhaps, the so-called dead end is also an exit? Even if you say it's an excuse for cowards, so what? If you can really get rid of the pain, then escape. Shinomiya, I know you have always been unconvinced by me, ever since the grades competition, but you probably won't have a chance in the future. Of course, I have also found a good opponent for you. After taking a deep look at his former heroine, Kanade Snowball turned his gaze to Miyuki Shirogane. Chapter 2. Shirogane, for the next election, I will write you a letter of recommendation, but you'll have to handle the campaigning and promotional speeches yourself after that. As a fellow student of the mixed dormitory, Kanade Snowball had put in his all to reach the apex of Shuchiin Academy. Naturally, he had no shortage of connections and resources, but using them just to help Miyuki Shirogane ascend to the position of president seemed like a bit of an overkill. Although, according to the original storyline, Miyuki Shirogane was capable of fulfilling the duties of that role, the problem didn't lie there. Even the most magnanimous person wouldn't pour everything into helping a rival for love just because they admired their character and abilities, unless that person had some peculiar fetish. Kanade Snowball certainly didn't have that kind of fetish. In fact, it could be said that he was deliberately making things difficult for Miyuki Shirogane. He wanted Miyuki Shirogane to experience the amount of effort he had put in to reach the president's seat, especially since this time there was also his personally appointed, extremely troublesome opponent Hikigaya Shinomiya. Sorry, Shinomiya, although your abilities are also strong enough to be more than capable of handling the president's position, I personally favor Shirogane a bit more. Of course, if you feel unconvinced, you just have to defeat him. When that happens, I will admit that my judgment was wrong, and I will admit that you are the most suitable person. Because of Kanade Snowball's intervention, the relationship between Hikigaya Shinomiya and Miyuki Shirogane didn't develop as it had in the original story. However, Kanade Snowball could sense something. Hikigaya Shinomiya would often unconsciously look at Miyuki Shirogane, and then gaze at him with a very strange look. Perhaps that was attraction. Kanade Snowball couldn't quite describe what kind of look it was, but he imagined it was as he thought. Perhaps he himself had more opportunities to interact with Hikigaya Shinomiya, but he had never seen her give him any special look, always gazing at him with a calm expression. Just like looking at a completely unrelated stranger. However, daily life presented a completely different scene of constant confrontation. His sincere efforts were met with cold hostility, and Kanade's snowball was, of course, heartbroken once again. Fortunately, he was somewhat used to it, and he chose to let go after not being sad for too long. Presumably, the two of them wouldn't have any further involvement in the future, just like his other pasts. In order to smoothly hand over his work, Kanade Snowball had already arranged and dealt with all the remaining student council affairs a few days ago. The part that was his responsibility was basically completed. The main purpose of coming to the student council room today was to inform everyone of his decision and to enjoy one last time with the heroine. Of course, he didn't forget the friendship between friends. Shirogane and Ishigami had both indirectly inquired about the reason for his resignation, but he had brushed them off. His heroine was silent as always, but Kagaya Shinomiya was usually like that, and Kanade Snowball found it difficult to read her thoughts. The only one who wasn't too affected was that pink octopus head. Although she was shocked at first, she immediately put on an optimistic face and took out a board game to invite everyone to play together. It was also a custom of the student council room, and Kanade Snowball didn't refuse, happily joining in. However, unlike before, this time he didn't have to scheme and consider his heroine's thoughts, he could just happily enjoy the game. Looks like I won again, Kanade Snowball snatched Chika Fujiwara's last chip, a look of relief on his face. Wow! How did the president win again? Are you cheating? Referee, I demand a rematch. Chika Fujiwara, who had finally managed to hang on until the end, thought she could win the game by cheating, but she lost to Kanade Snowball once again. Shut up, you idiot senior, if you keep talking, I'll expose your cheating methods. Yu Ishigami unceremoniously stopped the pink octopus head's tantrum, not moved by her pitiful appearance at all. Let's stop here for today, it's getting late, everyone go back to your classes. Seeing that everyone still wanted to say something, Kanade Snowball waved his hand to stop them. Seeing that Kanade Snowball wasn't in the mood to talk, the others opened the door one by one and prepared to leave, only Kagaya Shinomiya remained in place without moving. Kagaya-chan, let's go too. Well done, Ishigami. Kanade Snowball silently gave Yu Ishigami, who had pulled Fujiwara Chika away, a thumbs up, then turned to look at his former heroine. Is something the matter? Shinomiya. None of the expected questions or outbursts occurred, all that was present was silent mutual gazing. However, Kanade Snowball didn't care, he was already used to such high-pressure scenes. If there's nothing important, then I'll. Is there a reason? What? A reason, the reason for resigning from the president's position. You're asking that right away, Kanade Snowball's heart skipped a beat, he thought the other party would exchange a few pleasantries with him first. But that was just how it was, after all, with the aloof and elegant Ice Kagaya, getting straight to the heart of the matter was her instinctive action. What does Shinomiya think it is? Kanade Snowball first asked back, but after seeing that Kagaya Shinomiya didn't react, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Classmate Shinomiya shouldn't be too concerned about the so-called reasons. Perhaps he could just make up a reason to coax her, but facing the girl he once loved so much, he couldn't bring himself to tell a lie that didn't come from the heart. Did he really have to say the fact he didn't want to face because you don't like him? Why bother killing and condemning someone's heart? Therefore, escape, avoiding the topic was the most suitable method for him, and only escape could give his fragmented love a chance to breathe. Then goodbye, Kagaya. This was the first time Kanade Snowball had called her name, and it would also be the last. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school, and a light drizzle had begun to fall outside. The light rain in early summer was sticky and damp, and it didn't bring a refreshing coolness, only a lingering stickiness. Luckily I brought an umbrella today, Kanade Snowball muttered to himself. It could be said that it had become a habit. In the past. In order to create special encounter scenes with the heroines, Kanade Snowball would almost always pay attention to the weather forecast and prepare a not-too-big umbrella on rainy days to lie in wait on time. In the past, he would have thought the strategy was very successful, but from today's perspective, it seemed that only a hint of foolishness remained. But if there was anything worth remembering, then it would only be that the crying angel in the rain. Smooth and glossy flaxen long straight hair, smooth and delicate milky white skin, a straight and well-defined nose, a pair of captivating eyes, and full, bright, beautifully shaped cherry-colored lips. A delicate beauty like the creation of the gods. Even today, Kanade Snowball found it hard to forget that lovable girl. Just like a limited edition CG that had been painstakingly conquered after consulting countless materials, that unachievable artistic scene had long been firmly imprinted in the depths of Kanade Snowball's mind. That was naturally a wonderful encounter, not intentionally sought out, but just a casual glance, and it was impossible to tear his gaze away. Snowball classmate. A clear and graceful voice suddenly rang out, and Kanade Snowball's attention was drawn to it. Turning his head to look, a pretty girl was standing at the door, with red lips and white teeth, and a hint of doubt in her almond eyes under her long eyelashes. Another unexpected encounter, Kanade Snowball thought, and it happened right when he was recalling the past. He not only knew the girl next to him, but was also very familiar with her. Mahiru Shiina, a girl who was recognized as a beautiful girl with both literary and martial arts skills, and was known as Angel-sama. Gentle, obedient, virtuous. With a perfect Yamato Nadeshiko personality, small in stature but with beautiful curves, and the most important point, she was once the heroine that Kanade Snowball thought of, and was the first heroine that Kanade Snowball took action with. First love, like unripe flowers and fruits, immature, difficult to swallow, but the aftertaste it brings is endless. Good afternoon, classmate Shiina. Good afternoon. Kanade Snowball could see a hint of embarrassment in her, but honestly, he thought he should be more embarrassed at the moment. After all, it wasn't her who had rejected the confession, but him. Is something the matter? Kanade Snowball asked. She didn't look like she was waiting for someone, and a closer look revealed that she wasn't holding anything in her hands either. As expected, was it because she didn't bring an umbrella? Kanade Snowball thought to himself. If you don't mind, then use this umbrella. Kanade Snowball handed his umbrella over. Although the romance had long ended, it was difficult to remain indifferent when he saw the girl he once liked trapped in front of him. And most importantly, he was currently in an excellent single state, and didn't have to worry about causing misunderstandings with the girl he cared about. No, that's not it, I didn't call you for this. A beautiful blush appeared on the Angel-sama's face, and her unplaced plain hands waved gently, looking uneasy. Of course I know, Kanade Snowball chuckled. After all, you used to rather sit in the park and be rained on all night than accept my umbrella. Don't worry about anything, just treat it as a little help from a stranger who doesn't know each other, or are you unwilling to give me even this little bit of right? Of course not. It's just because I feel you're tired, so I'm worried and want to ask. Right. I just think that if I take your umbrella, you won't be able to go home. Don't worry about me, I can still go to the student council room to get a spare umbrella. Kanade Snowball handed over the umbrella in his hand, speaking with a gentle attitude. Without giving Mahiru Shiina a reason to refuse, Kanade Snowball turned and left the next moment. And the Angel-sama, who was left in place, pursed her lips and remained silent. After a long time, she sighed softly, still as strong as before, and we could have gone home together. If it was before that incident, Kanade Snowball would have definitely taken the opportunity to propose sharing an umbrella, and she wouldn't have disagreed. It's just that now. The relationship between the two of them could no longer go back to the way it was before, and Kanade Snowball had already become the student council president. The top of the academy, no longer a useless person without any presence, and no longer needed to rely on her care. After estimating the time in his heart and confirming that Mahiru Shiina was almost gone, Kanade Snowball slowly walked out from the corner of the corridor. He naturally wasn't holding an umbrella in his hand. But it wasn't a literary and artistic self-pity. Wanting to vent the sadness brought about by the unfulfilled romance in the rain, but simply because he couldn't open that rest room anymore after handing the student council room key over to Miyuki Shirogane for safekeeping. Suddenly a little regretful. He should have sent the key over tomorrow, Kanade Snowball thought. The rain kept falling. But it wasn't a big deal, just getting a little wet. He had done similar things before. Just as Kanade Snowball was about to step into the rain, an ethereal voice accompanied by the fragrance of pagoda flowers floated into his ears. Snowball-kun, good afternoon. A familiar voice, but with a somewhat similar and non-similar feeling. Kanade Snowball immediately reacted. Good afternoon, classmate Katou. Megumi Katou, the well-deserved heroine in the Sikano project, with a friendly personality, seemingly unguarded and somewhat natural. But in fact gentle, elegant, and understanding. Although she is a beautiful girl, she is always unconsciously ignored because of her shallow presence. She has strange nicknames such as Saint Megumi and Juga Megumi. However, after a simple interaction, one can understand that she also has all kinds of small emotions, and is indeed a cute ordinary female high school student. Chapter 3. Oh. It's been so long, I'm surprised, Xia Chuan-kun, that you still recognize me. I wouldn't be so forgetful as to not recognize you, Xia Chuanzu subconsciously retorted, then chuckled softly. Similar conversations had happened before, which brought back some happy memories for Xia Chuanzu. Maybe, ever since Xia Chuan-kun became the student council president, you haven't seen us anymore. And no way, it's because the student council president is busy with official duties. Xia Chuanzu's eyes darted around, not daring to look into Jia Tinghui's eyes. He couldn't bring himself to say that he had neglected his old friends because he was busy pursuing girls. Wouldn't that make him seem like he valued women over his friends? Fortunately, Jia Ting was an understanding girl and didn't expose his bubble-like, illusory lie. Speaking of which, why is Jia Ting here? Don't you have club activities to attend? Because I encountered a very lonely and pitiful-looking little puppy, so I was delayed for a while. Xia Chuanzu's face turned red, and he became a little flustered. This was the first time he had been addressed like this. Did he really look that miserable right now? It'll be fine after I feed him something. I see. Xia Chuanzu seemed even more embarrassed. He never expected that Jia Ting was talking about a real puppy, and not using that term to describe him. Fortunately, he didn't react in any way, or it would have been too awkward. In that case, Jia Ting, you should hurry up and go to your club activities, don't keep everyone waiting too long. That matter isn't important. Not important. What does this mean? Does she think that chatting with him is more important? Or is it that she really thinks he's like a pitiful puppy and can't help but worry about him? Because the club has already been disbanded. Xia Chuanzu. So he was overthinking it after all. Cough cough. Jia Ting, what happened to the club disbanding? Is it convenient to talk about it? After coughing a few times to cover up the guilt in his voice, Xia Chuanzu asked with a hint of curiosity. Speaking of which, he used to be a member of that club too, but unlike Jia Tinghui, Xia Jiqiu, and Ning Lily, he wasn't actively invited into the club by an Iluan, but joined them through the club's recruitment. At the beginning, Xia Chuanzu was worried that his half-baked programming skills would make it difficult for him to catch an Iluan's eye and gain more opportunities to get close to the heroines. But he found that the other party's recruitment conditions were extremely harsh: no salary, no remuneration, all based on the love of generating electricity. In this way, which fool would be willing to accompany him? Only someone with ulterior motives like Xia Chuanzu was left. It could even be said that after confirming that Xia Chuanzu had the ability to complete the programming work independently, an Iluan almost begged him to join the club, with a combination of coaxing and deception. The final remuneration was a cup of afternoon tea and snacks, as well as the right to play any game owned by an Iluan. Honestly, Xia Chuanzu was not interested in these, but in order to hide his true thoughts, he superficially agreed to this remuneration. After that, things developed naturally. Xia Chuanzu actively launched his strategy while completing his work, but the process was beautiful, but the result was cruel. His love was crushed one by one. This led to Xia Chuanzu's unwillingness to recall the past too much, but now that he suddenly heard Jia Tinghui mention it again, he couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart. Could it be that the club activities couldn't continue after I left? Xia Chuanzu's face changed slightly. A trace of complex emotions brewed in his heart. Guilt? Or rejoicing? Honestly, he himself didn't know what kind of feeling it was. Although he had already quit the club, the part of the work that belonged to him had already been completed, so he didn't need to be responsible for the disbandment of the club. But he was, after all, one of the former members, and the bond was not completely severed. Even taking a step back, if the beautiful girl text adventure game that he worked on could be released and become a big hit, he would be able to share in the glory. No, Xia Chuankun's work has already been completed, Jia Tinghui shook her head and said slowly. And the suggestions left behind were also very useful. After Ing Lily and the others read it, the progress of their work has been much faster. Then why did it disband? Because the game is already finished, Jia Ting had a matter-of-fact expression. Not only Xia Jiqiu senpai and the others, but even an Ikuan praised the finished product of the game. they all said that Xia Chuankuan was indispensable. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Xia Chuanzu always felt that Jia Ting-san seemed to be whetting his appetite. Not only did she often answer irrelevantly, but she would also occasionally say things that easily attracted people's attention. So the disbandment. It seems that Xia Jicho-senpai brought it up. She said, now that the game is finished, this childish club activity should also be disbanded. After saying these words, she left, and so the club disbanded. He really wanted to complain that Jia Ting's words made it sound as if Xia Jicho Shiryu was the culprit for the disbandment of the club. However, Xia Chuanzu, who was familiar with the original work, knew very well that Xia Jicho Shiryu was indeed the first person who wanted to leave the club, and it was not particularly strange for her to do such a thing. But in any case, after learning that he was not the culprit for the disbandment of the club, Xia Chuanzu felt much better in his heart. Sometimes people are like this, whether he is aware that he has a responsibility for something, as long as there are other insiders willing to deny his guilt, then he will feel better in his heart. Xia Chuanzu had to admit that Jia Tinghui had a special magic about her. However, it wasn't the superficial presence that was enough to make her a top assassin, but that she could always control the rhythm of the conversation inadvertently, but she wouldn't make you feel offended. And when Xia Chuanzu really realized this, the two were already in a shared umbrella state, that is, sharing an umbrella. Honestly, Xia Chuanzu didn't like the rainy season. Especially this kind of rainy day that was so suitable for the atmosphere. Every drop of water seemed to fall directly into his heart, constantly reminding him of the fact that his love had failed once again. Fortunately, there was a cute girl accompanying him for a walk in the rain, which gave this once silent heart a little warmth. How has Jia Ting been doing lately? Just like old acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for a long time and were lucky enough to reunite, Xia Chuanzu tried to find a topic for the two of them to meet in the rain. Should I say good? Or bad? Jia Tinghui tilted her head, and her gaze towards Xia Chuanzu was still so calm and indifferent. It's better to say that I don't know what to say. For example, studying, interpersonal relationships, or something. Xia Chuanzu was also a little unsure for a while, but he thought that the things that ordinary high school students usually worry about were nothing more than this. I feel like Xia Chuankuan is like a mother. Does your aunt often ask you such questions? Yes, and sometimes she asks about love topics, Jia Tinghui replied softly, circling her hair with one finger, quietly waiting for Xia Chuanzu's response. Love topics? Xia Chuanzu was stunned, but after reacting randomly, he chuckled softly. So Jia Ting also worries about such things. This was a bit of a commonality with him. In his impression, Jia Tinghui always looked indifferent, and he had never seen her have any major emotional fluctuations because of anything. Maybe it was because his emotional intelligence was not high enough, he couldn't even see that Jia Tinghui had any signs of falling in love with an Iluan. It's not me who's worried, Jia Ting said so, and then turned her attention to Xia Chuanzu. So aunt is so concerned about your love life, but isn't it a bit too hasty? Xia Chuanzu pretended not to understand Jia Ting's meaning, turned his face to the front, and dared not look at her. I was seen through. Was I too obvious? Or did I expose this in my daily life? Xia Chuanzu thought. He had never publicly promoted his love for a certain girl, but every love was an exclusive one that he devoted all his efforts to, so he never thought of covering it up. Special treatment, undisguised preference, Xia Chuanzu would almost do his best to make his heroine feel his heart in his daily life. Then choose a great time to confess. But did he not do well enough? Why do some people even think that he is a fickle cheating man who is keen on changing girlfriends? Obviously, he was the one who was constantly being rejected and hurt, right? Is it too much to change a pursuit object because he was rejected? Is it necessary to pester him to the end and wear out the last trace of goodwill in the other party's heart to be considered affectionate? Xia Chuanzu's self-esteem did not allow him to do so, even if he was facing the girls he once loved so much. Therefore, if he missed it, he missed it. He would not disturb them again, and would not use the burden of love to bind their personal lives. Why is Jia Ting looking at me like this? Did I accidentally say something wrong? Xia Chuanzu became more and more uneasy, his heart became frightened, afraid of being seen through his pretense of strength, afraid of being exposed as a shield of self-esteem, which was actually a bubble. Please, Jia Ting, don't do this, don't explore any further. There's nothing wrong. What? Xia Chuanzu couldn't believe what he heard, but he didn't want to give up the only glimmer of light in the darkness. What does it mean? Xia Chuankun didn't do anything wrong. I don't know when. Jia Tinghui's slender hand had already climbed onto Xia Chuanzu's forehead. She gently stroked Xia Chuanzu's fine short hair, and said some lies like comforting a child. Xia Chuankun can be more willful, don't care about other people's feelings, just do it if you want to. Even if it's misunderstood. If it's misunderstood, then clarify it with action. What if it's not a misunderstanding? Then isn't it in line with Xia Chuankun's wishes? You should feel happier. Xia Chuanzu was finally able to laugh. I feel that Jiateng is not suitable for teaching children. And I don't remember that Jiateng, you have such a side, how should I say, like a doting mother. But I'm obviously just a high school girl. The corner of Jiateng Hui's mouth seemed to rise a little. But it wasn't very clear, just take it as an illusion. The point is not there, Xia Chuanzu complained. Let's forget about this time, Jiateng can't treat me as a child again in the future. Even though there was already a slight cold wind, the coolness it brought could not blow away the warmth on Xia Chuanzu's forehead, until this warmth extended to the heart, and could no longer be driven away. In the face of Xia Chuanzu's coquettish words, Jia Tinghui didn't say anything, but her eyes and movements all revealed such information. Isn't Xia Chuankun just a child at this time? Normal children don't worry about love. Xia Chuanzu thought. The hand holding the umbrella was no longer shaking, but the raindrops had already fallen on his defenseless body, so he simply handed the umbrella to Jia Tinghui, and took a step to stand in the wind and rain. You might catch a cold if you get rained on like this. Jia Tinghui took the umbrella, and after seeing Xia Chuanzu's movements, her eyebrows frowned imperceptibly. Didn't Jia Ting just say that I can be as willful as I want? Xia Chuanzu immediately replied. He opened his arms, as if to embrace the new world, letting the raindrops pour on him. The body that had been wet by the rain began to become heavy and sticky, but Xia Chuanzu's heart was a piece of comfort. So it can be so happy to rain. This was an experience he had never had before. But he wasn't a fool either, he just appropriately expressed the depression in his heart and then stopped doing so. Since the food that fell on the ground can be taken back to eat within 3 seconds, don't learn, it's just a gag, then the rain that has only been rained on for 3 seconds doesn't count as rain, right? Chapter 4. Kanako So took another step and entered further under Katou Megumi's umbrella, then suddenly smiled maliciously. Katou, want to try the feeling of getting rained on? Having said that, he quickly reached out towards the umbrella handle. Katou Megumi subconsciously closed her eyes, but waited and waited, yet never felt the cold raindrops falling on her face. So, she opened her eyes again, only to see Kanako So looking at her embarrassingly with a mischievous smile. Her cheeks visibly puffed up, and then she silently held the umbrella and walked away. Kanako So was dumbfounded. He thought he had angered Katou Megumi, so he quickly chased after her. But when he rushed under the umbrella, he found that her ears had turned very red. She seemed angry, but her pace was slow. As soon as he entered the umbrella, it began to gather towards the center of the two. So, she wasn't angry after all. Kanako So felt like he had unlocked a unique Katou Megumi usage, so he quietly approached her, then carefully swayed his body, sending the rainwater from his side onto Katou Megumi's clothes and school pants. He imagined what kind of expression she would have when she found out. Kanako-kun. Yes, I'm here. Kanako So quickly responded, thinking that his little trick had been discovered, and immediately felt guilty. I'm home, see you tomorrow. Ah. Yeah. See you tomorrow. And Katou Megumi, left standing quietly at her doorstep, silently watched Kanako So's embarrassed figure, feeling the warmth he had brought to her side with her hand. Wake up on time, wash up, get dressed, live earnestly, treat every day as a brand new day, and don't be afraid of encountering any difficult problems. The beauty of the world is endless. Even if you can't enjoy the nourishment of love, don't forget to respect daily life. That's the main theme of cooking, and romance is just a seasoning that makes the dish more delicious. Kanako So certainly understood this, so he never gave up on his serious attitude towards life. Good morning, Kanako-kun. Good morning. Facing the kind greetings of his classmates, Kanako So also returned the kindness. I feel like Kanako-kun is in a good mood today. Did something happy happen? Why do you say that? How should I say it? I feel like Kanakawa-kun's smile is more genuine and better looking. And he doesn't have that serious, unapproachable feeling like before, could it be? Speaking of which, there was a lot of math homework yesterday, it took me a long time to finish it all, Kanakawa said meaningfully. Oh, right. Math homework. I haven't finished it yet. Maki-chan. Quickly lend me your math homework. Class is starting soon, and I'm going to be late. Again. You should do it yourself sometimes, honestly. I can't. I just can't do math. It's really simple, you just need to pay a little more attention in class. The girls were chatting lively, but Kanakawa was already deep in thought. Genuine, better looking, can those words be used to describe him? Perhaps he could say that before he met the heroines, but after that, he rarely acted as himself. A loveless loser, a close friend, an enthusiastic fan. He didn't know how many different personas he had played, and he was about to lose his true self. When was the last time he played a role? Serious, unapproachable. He remembered. It was the persona of a hard-working, striving man who climbed to the top for the girl he liked, and didn't give other girls the time of day. After all, the corresponding heroine was Hikigaya Shinomiya, who had a standard rich girl template. He was playing that role until yesterday, but today he dropped it all. So he actually has a little bit of a philandering tendency. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter, because he can already forgive himself for it. There weren't many classes in the morning, and the time passed quickly. Kanakawa sat in his seat and stretched several times, finally dispelling the fatigue brought on by his full concentration. It was already lunchtime, and only a few small groups with their own bento boxes were huddled together in the classroom, chattering noisily, which made Kanakawa feel a bit emotional. In the past, he would go to the student council room at this time to share his bento and enjoy lunch with everyone, naturally hoping to deepen his relationship with Hikigaya Shinomiya. However, most of the time, his bento would end up in the stomach of that idiot, Fujiwara Chika. Besides that, she had done many similar silly things to hinder him. He didn't know if it was intentional or if she was just plain stupid. It could be said that the pink octopus head was at least half responsible for the ultimate failure of that relationship. Kanakawa-kun, someone is looking for you. Okay, I'll be right there, thank you. Kanakawa nodded and thanked the girl who relayed the message at the classroom door. Who would want to see him at this time? Kanakawa was a little curious. He didn't have to wait long. He soon saw the person himself. Eriri. Full name Eriri Spencer Sawamura, a British-Japanese mix with smooth, silky blonde hair, fair, translucent skin, and a cute little snaggletooth that would sparkle under the light. Although she was a very sloppy, childish, and terrible doujinshi artist in private, she always maintained the elegant identity of a perfect young lady on the surface. She was petite and cute, and her appearance could be described as top-notch. She was a very cute and popular character. Although her small fry-like tsundere personality prevented her from winning in the original extra chapters, Kanakawa liked her very much because she was really, really cute. But of course, that was all in the past. The current Kanakawa would no longer harass her daily life in the name of liking her. Is there something wrong? Sawamura-kun. But what he was thinking was, that was close. I almost blurted out, Eriri. There were still quite a few people in the class and in the hallway, and they kept looking at them. If he called her that intimately, he would definitely be misunderstood. Ha! Eriri seemed startled. Her head, which was originally lowered like an ostrich, immediately lifted up after hearing Kanakawa-so's voice, but her voice was still trembling, unable to calm her emotions. Kana Kanakawa, hello. You reversed the names, Kanakawa-so reminded her helplessly. Looking at Eriri's nervous appearance, Kanakawa-so couldn't help but want to laugh. It's been so long, and Eriri still hasn't gotten over the incident of rejecting his confession. He felt that it was completely unnecessary to feel so guilty. After all, he himself had long since let it go. Is there something wrong? Could it be that? Come to think of it, the only thing he could help Eriri with was helping her meet deadlines, but he couldn't think of anything else he could do. If it was Kasumigakaka Yutaha, there might be possibilities like providing material for her novels or running errands, but he really couldn't think of anything for Eriri. That? Eriri was stunned at first, then realized what Kanakawa was talking about, and a blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. No, it's not that. It's After hesitating for a long time, Eriri still didn't dare to say the invitation, "I want to have lunch with you," in public. After learning from Katou yesterday that Kanako had returned to a single state, she had been so excited that she couldn't sleep. She was thinking of inviting Kanako to lunch the next day and taking the opportunity to repair their relationship, but when she met him today, she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Ah, this is so annoying. It's all that black-stockinged fat woman's fault. If she hadn't said something like, "This kind of thing definitely needs to be invited in person to be sincere," she could have sent Kanako a message by a line. But in reality, she couldn't say anything in this situation. Unlike Eriri, who was preoccupied and ignored her surroundings, Kanako was always paying attention to his surroundings. Seeing more and more people gathering around and gossiping about their ambiguous scene, Kanako had no choice but to speak first. "If there's nothing else, you're as useless as ever, blondie loser." Quiet, elegant, intellectual, and literary Kasumigakaka. Her appearance is naturally top-notch, and her amazing figure is an added bonus. On the surface, she is a well-read literary girl, but in private, she likes to make explosive and venomous remarks to people she is familiar with, and also likes to add innuendos, making otherwise normal conversations abnormally erotic and suggestive. To some extent, she is a foul-mouthed, very good at hitting people's sore spots, but because she is really, really beautiful, people often ignore that insignificant flaw. Does personality matter? As long as she is cute and beautiful, even a pervert can be accepted. Kanako used to think the same way, until he pursued Kasumigakaka and was ultimately rejected. "You're as useless as ever, Sawamura-san." The owner of the voice was Kasumigakaka, who had come to the second-year floor for some reason. "Kasumigakaka, what are you doing here?" Her shiny little snaggletooth was exposed, glaring at Kasumigakaka. "There's no rule that says upperclassmen can't come to the floors of their juniors, right?" Kasumigakaka brushed aside the hair that was blocking part of her view and walked over with an elegant gait. Although she was strongly hostile towards Eriri, Kasumigakaka had no desire to pay attention to her. Since she appeared, her gaze had been focused on Kanako. "Good afternoon, Junior." "Good afternoon, Kasumigakaka-senpai." Kanako responded politely, but he felt a little subtle in his heart. This scene seemed a little familiar. "Hey, Kasumigakaka, what are you doing here?" Eriri asked with a puzzled face, vaguely feeling something, but she wasn't sure. "You should be more polite to your seniors, Sawamura-kun. As for what I'm doing here, what do you think, Sawamura-kun?" Eriri finally understood that Kasumigakaka was here to interfere with her. No wonder that fat woman gave her such kind advice yesterday. She just wanted to use her to find out So's current state. Damn it, that's too despicable. If So was still in the stage of pursuing someone, wouldn't she be severely disliked and rejected? "Dan cow monster, I will never rest until you are dead." Eriri, who was overwhelmed by the appearance of her nemesis, completely forgot that the person who reminded her was Katou. "Junior, if you're free now," Kasumigakaka crossed her arms, pretending to be calm. She never shies away from expressing her feelings. But she prefers to do it in a subtle way, and this kind of behavior of running to a floor that doesn't belong to her grade to find a boy is something she would never have dared to think about before. She can only forcibly abandon her sense of shame. Otherwise, she will explode if she thinks about it any longer. "I won't let you say it." Eriri, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly gained courage and interrupted Kasumigakaka. "Even she will bite if she is provoked." Eek. Feeling the sudden impact on her waist, Kasumigakaka's face changed immediately. Attacking a lady's weak point is the worst competitive tactic. "You blondie loser. Who told you to break the rules first? You despicable cat." Chapter 5. Heh, who told someone to be such a scaredy cat, daring to think but not to do? "I'm just kindly demonstrating for her." You anything is better than you thick-skinned cow monster." "Cow monster." Kasumigakaka frowned slightly, just preparing to retort when she suddenly thought of a better way. "Oh my, so Sawamura-san cares so much about that aspect? If you say some nice things to me, I might tell you how to make them bigger, okay? I don't care about you, they'll sag sooner or later anyway." Eriri Spencer Sawamura said sourly. She wouldn't submit to this fat woman Kasumigakaka, just a couple of useless lumps of fat, she wasn't jealous at all. Sagging. This time, Yutaha Kasumigakaka completely lost it. Did she know that this was a major taboo for big-breasted girls? Something they absolutely couldn't bear to hear. You pathetic blonde loser. Cow monster. President, is it okay to leave those two alone? Huh. Oh, those two are friends, it's fine. President was calling him. Although he had resigned, it hadn't been announced publicly among the students yet, so it was normal that not many people knew. But this side, it's a scene he never tires of, Kanade Snowball thought. Two girls arguing, and two very cute and beautiful girls at that, probably anyone would stop and watch, right? The familiar scene reappearing reminded Kanade Snowball of the happy times he had in the club activities, but sadly, they would never return. After both of them had exhausted almost all of their energy, they finally chose to cease hostilities at the same time. This time I'll let you off for now. Why, you're the one who can't go on anymore, right? You can try again if you want. Alright, you two, if you keep bickering, lunchtime will be over. You don't want to continue with your afternoon classes on an empty stomach, do you? Seeing that the battle between the two was about to start again, Kanade Snowball quickly stepped forward to dissuade them. Honestly, you're both high school students, you should at least think about your stomachs, right? And his stomach, Kanade Snowball thought. He was forced to stay here and watch the two of them argue back and forth. Although it was quite interesting, it was also true that he was getting hungry. Sorry, Junior, you had to see that. Compared to the homebody Eriri, Yutaha Kasumigakaka's stamina was obviously better, and she had almost recovered by now. If you don't mind. Don't you dare steal. Shut up, you idiot loser who can't even win an argument. Guh. Junior, if you're free, have lunch with me. Yutaha's pretty face was flushed, and her forehead was covered with a trace of sweat from the fierce battle just now. In her heart, she had already begun to imagine the wonderful scene of the two of them having lunch together, preferably taking the opportunity to repair their relationship, and then doing this and that together. Sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. As expected, Junior is so gentle, huh? Wait. Junior, what does that mean? Yutaha suddenly froze. What was going on? Why was he rejecting her? Wasn't he supposed to be in a single state after being rejected by someone else? Then he shouldn't reject her request, right? Could it be that Katou had lied to them? Then, would you mind telling me why? Why? I should say I want to be alone for a while. Playing someone else was too tiring, from now on he wanted to be himself. The first step was to learn to eat alone. Kanade Snowball inexplicably felt a little ashamed. This way of saying it made it seem like he was a child who had just learned to eat by himself. Alone, not going to be with some girl? Kanade Snowball frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. Did his life have nothing else to do other than being with girls? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had always been like this before. Anyway, people change. And he was now in the period of changing. That's all in the past. Kanade Snowball touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing that Yutaha Kasumigakaka still hadn't responded, he opened his mouth again. If there's nothing else, senior, I'll leave first. Kasumigakaka still didn't respond, so Kanade Snowball stopped waiting, decisively stepped forward, and left straight away. Hey, Kasumigakaka, what's going on? Why did Kanade suddenly leave by himself? Eriri, who had recovered her strength on the side, saw that the conversation between the two had ended, and came over to ask. Just now, because she was afraid of hearing Kanade Snowball agree to Kasumigakaka with her own ears. She had been hiding on the side, thinking that she must follow the two of them together regardless of face, and she couldn't let the fat woman be alone with Kanade. Anyway, Kanade would definitely forgive her. As for Kasumigakaka, the shameless cat who steals food, wasn't qualified to comment on her. Eriri, I think something big has happened. Eriri, huh? When a person rejects your confession but is still willing to be close to you, it is certainly not because they regret rejecting you, but because they have felt enough benefits from you and are happy to continue enjoying such preferential treatment. This is the case in most cases, with few exceptions. And for people like Kasumigakaka and Eriri, perhaps because they lack the love of true friends, they will cherish the hard-won friendship even more. That is, they regard Kanade Snowball as a very good friend and do not want to lose this friend. But no matter what they think, Kanade Snowball has the right to refuse. he doesn't need to feel guilty or uneasy about it. Just like Katou said that day, he should also learn to pay attention to his emotions and learn to be willful, instead of living carefully every day, living in other people's worlds. There were not many people in the cafeteria. The students of Shuchian Academy seemed to prefer to bring lunch to school, and then gather in groups of 3 or 5 somewhere, talking about topics of mutual interest. Some sharp-eyed people saw Kanade snowball, and couldn't help but wonder why this student council president was suddenly interested in strolling around the cafeteria alone. And speculated whether there were any new policies to be implemented, so he came to scout the place. However, although they were curious, no one came up to say hello. The image of majesty that he had created on weekdays had worked. So what should I eat today? Looking at the menu on the vending machine, Kanade Snowball fell into deep thought. From the beginning of human birth, they have been plagued by the 3 ultimate problems: what to eat today, and what to eat tomorrow, and what to eat the day after tomorrow. The chefs of Shuchian Academy are all specially hired top chefs, and they know too many kinds of dishes. In the past, when preparing lunch, he always considered what his heroines liked to eat, and he always ignored his own feelings. Now, letting him choose according to his own wishes was difficult for him for a while. If you really don't know what to eat, choose a simple grilled meat set meal. The suggestion that suddenly appeared in his ear attracted Kanade Snowball's attention. He turned his head to look, but found a completely unexpected person. Hikigaya Hachiman. The decadent boy, known as Sensei, with dead fish eyes and a useless appearance, but a handsome man as long as his eyes are covered, suddenly appeared. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? It will make me feel like I have meddled in other people's business. No, how could that be? I should say you helped a lot, Kanade Snowball smiled. Since quitting the service club, the two of them had basically never seen each other again. Perhaps they had bumped into each other inadvertently, but most of the time he walked in a hurry and didn't pay much attention to his surroundings, so there was almost no such close contact. Good afternoon, Hachiman. What? Why are you suddenly smiling so maliciously? I'm just saying hello, don't be so vigilant about your former club friend, right? Facing Hachiman Hikigaya's dislike, Kanade Snowball was not annoyed. He knew without thinking that the other party was shy because he was called by his name. After all, he knew Hikigaya too well. Hikigaya did not refute, but the look in Kanade Snowball's eyes was more or less resentful. Since this guy quit the club, that. Absolutely correct. Yukino Shida had obviously become wrong, not to mention the frequency of her poisonous tongue had exploded, and her way of doing things had become more extreme, and he and Uehama had suffered a lot because of it. However, Kanade Snowball could just leave, but he couldn't, so he lived in fear under the power of President Yukino Shida every day, and he didn't even dare to speak loudly now. I think you should compensate me. At least buy me a cup of coffee. Compensate? Kanade Snowball was stunned, although he didn't know what Hikigaya was talking about, but he had no problem treating him to something. Coffee. I remember you like Max, right? What do you want for lunch? Lunch? I was planning to eat a grilled meat set meal. No wonder he recommended him a grilled meat set meal as soon as he came up, Kanade Snowball thought. Okay, then 2 grilled meat set meals. Without giving Hikigaya a chance to refuse, Kanade Snowball quickly ordered on the vending machine, and then took out 2 meal tickets and handed them to Hikigaya. Go get the food first, I'll go buy coffee. I didn't say I wanted lunch too. If you refuse again, there won't be time for lunch. You don't want to be late for class in the afternoon, do you? How about you take it as my compensation? He always had a set of ways to deal with Hikigaya. This time Hikigaya didn't say anything. But he was muttering in his heart, damn Ryaja man, after not seeing him for a while, this human-shaped self-propelled charm machine's personality hasn't changed at all, it's even strengthened a lot. This made it impossible for him to complain with peace of mind. A despicable man. However, Kanade Snowball had already gone far away and could no longer feel Hikigaya's resentful emotions. Before long, the two of them gathered together with their meals and drinks, found a relatively remote empty seat and sat down, and began to chat. Is the club developing smoothly? Kanade Snowball considered again and again, really not knowing what to say, thinking that the two of them had been in the same club after all, so it would be better to start a topic from this aspect. Hikigaya was speechless for a moment, thinking that he shouldn't directly ask Yukino Shida about this. He was just a small member, what could he know? It should be going smoothly, right? The school has even approved activity funds. Saying that, Hikigaya glanced at Kanade's snowball. Without thinking, he knew that this must be the other party's masterpiece. After all, their club was actually not formal, including the original Kanade snowball. There were only 4 people, which did not meet the standard for establishing a club. Being able to continue to exist and get club activity funds, Kanade snowball must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. As an introvert, Hikigaya actually hated the interactions with Ryaju, but he was not repulsed by Kanade snowball, and could even say that he admired him a little. Easy to talk to, hardworking, high EQ, and a little handsome, enthusiastic without disturbing others too much. Ugh. Damn human-shaped self-propelled charm-emitting machine. I feel like you're saying bad things about me in your heart. Kanade snowball sighed. The full of resentful emotions were about to overflow the screen. He didn't remember doing anything that would make Hikigaya become like this. Your illusion. Of course Hikigaya wouldn't admit it, could he say. Because after you quit the club, I was forced to become the bullying target for Yukino Shida to vent her emotions. Just like maliciously matching the two of them and giving them assists, he never participated in this kind of thing, it should be said by the person concerned. Chapter 6. Besides, he knew that Summer River Melody seemed to be pursuing that Ice Kagaya recently. For this reason, he even worked hard to become the student council president. Recently, he had personally seen them acting together several times. So, letting him matchmake is worse than letting him drink unsweetened black coffee. At least the latter can make him feel that he is still alive. Speaking of which, I just saw a lot of people gathered at the door of your classroom, just standing there and chatting with those 2 girls. Aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings? Hachiman, you haven't been in a relationship, have you? Summer River Melody looked serious. I'm going back to the classroom. Huh, just kidding, just kidding. Summer River Melody quickly retracted his smile and chose to beg for mercy. Seriously, there is no such thing as a harem-style love comedy in the real world. Nonsense, of course I know that. Hachiman Hikigaya rolled his eyes. What does this have to do with their chat content? Of course it does, because think about it, when you are alone with a very beautiful girl, no matter whether you have any special thoughts about her, from other people's perspective, they will think that your relationship is extraordinary. But if it is with 2 or more girls, it won't be. Others will think that you are talking about official business. Not only will it not cause misunderstandings, but even you yourself will not be ignorant and think about something. This is the so-called reality. Hachiman Hikigaya was speechless for a moment. That's true, but that's for ordinary passers-by, right? Like him, he wouldn't think that they were talking about official business at all. It was clearly a love comedy Shura field being staged, right? And not to mention anything else, if that scene was seen by Yukino Shida, my stomach will start to hurt again. Wait. Since he would think that it was a Shura field, there's no reason why that Ice Kagaya wouldn't be indifferent, right? Unless she doesn't care. Thinking of this, Hachiman finally understood that Summer River Melody's love had ended once again. No wonder he didn't accompany his pursuit object at this time, but came to the cafeteria to eat alone. At the moment, Hachiman felt that the current Summer River Melody looked a little pitiful, but after seeing his optimistic mood, he felt that his worries seemed a little unnecessary. But it's really amazing, being rejected so many times and still being able to muster the courage to live seriously. Like him, he just can't do it at all, being rejected once and already thinking that the world should be destroyed. But since he was rejected, that is to say, Yukino Shida, that guy has a chance. I have to find an opportunity to tell her. A residence under the name of the Shinomiya group. In Kagaya Shinomiya's personal bedroom, a master and a servant are engaged in a fierce argument over a medical examination report on the table. I don't believe it. It's impossible for me to have nothing wrong with my body. This medical examination report must be fake. Yes, fake. It may have been mixed up with someone else's by mistake. Face reality, Miss Kagaya, this is the latest report personally diagnosed by your family doctor. It shows that your body is very healthy and there are no abnormalities. Hayasaka, although modern human medicine has improved a lot compared to the past, it is not omnipotent. Being superstitious about this kind of thing will only bring harm to yourself. Kagaya Shinomiya shook her head, then picked up the medical examination report on the table and threw it directly into the trash can next to her without even looking at it. My body is clearest to me, I am clearly sick. So the doctor said it's lovesickness lovesickness. AI Hayasaka glanced at the moon outside the window and the clock on the wall that had already passed 11 o'clock, and sighed deeply. Since you insist that you are sick, then Miss Kagaya, can you specifically describe your condition? For example, I have been restless all day today, and I also like to wander around meaninglessly. That's because I haven't seen young Master Summer River all day, so I'm restless. How is that possible? I just think that today's life is very boring. At most, I just feel that I haven't seen the president, and there is no motivation for competition. AI Hayasaka was even more speechless. She felt that she was not facing the resourceful, all-rounder genius girl, but an ultimate stubborn, dead-end child who would not admit the facts. Then, besides that, do you have any other uncomfortable places? There are more. For example, when I'm in the student council room, I feel short of breath, and I can only calm down when I sit on the chair. May I ask, is the chair you are talking about the main seat that young Master Summer River often sits on? Yes, because the president wants to resign, so these days I will first act as the president's agent to deal with official business. Of course I have to sit on the chair. AI Hayasaka was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that Miss Kagaya had already developed to the stage of fetishism. But this is only the second day that young Master Summer River has resigned. In AI Hayasaka's heart, Summer River Melody's resignation behavior was clearly a deliberate attempt to indulge Kagaya Shinomiya, after all. His feelings of admiration for Kagaya Shinomiya were very obvious, only the eldest lady, a love idiot, had not felt it. At this moment, after directly feeling the changes in Kagaya Shinomiya, AI Hayasaka was impressed by Summer River Melody's love skills. Young Master Summer River, so terrifying. That's because the chair has the scent of young Master Summer River, so you feel very at ease when you sit on that chair. God knows how much psychological pressure AI Hayasaka endured to say this. She is really about to have no face to see her mother who entrusted the young lady to her. How is that possible? Hayasaka, your statement is like I am a pervert who is greedy for the president's scent. She stood up and strongly accused AI Hayasaka of her inappropriate remarks. Her mouth was full of words, and her hands kept gesticulating and waving. So I just think the president's scent is better. Should I use some new type of shampoo? Hayasaka, you quickly investigate. AI Hayasaka suppressed the anger of being assigned an inexplicable task by Kagaya Shinomiya again, and took out her mobile phone with a blank expression. Moshi Moshi, is it young Master Summer River? I am Miss Kagaya's maid. Humph, Hayasaka, don't even think about deceiving me, the president must have already gone to bed at this time, and will not answer. Hello, is there anything I can do for you? Summer River Melody's unique voice came from the phone. President. The first time after adding line. Dialed the president's phone. Now she is calling the president. No, I must not lose the etiquette of the Shinomiya family. So Kagaya Shinomiya immediately stood up straight, calmed down and listened to the voice coming from the phone. AI Hayasaka thought carefully, then handed the phone to Kagaya Shinomiya. Young Master Summer River, Miss Kagaya has something to say to you, I will give her the phone. Kagaya Shinomiya was startled, but it was too late to gesture to refuse, so she had to tremble and take the phone, straightening her body and suppressing the unease in her heart. Good evening, President. Good evening, Shinomiya. However, after just saying hello, Kagaya Shinomiya seemed to be frozen in place, unable to say another word. Miss, say something quickly. AI Hayasaka gave Kagaya Shinomiya a hint with her mouth, but the latter's brain had already crashed, and she couldn't see AI Hayasaka's movements at all. What is the president doing now? Sitting at the table reading a book? Or just lying down on the bed preparing to sleep? Or is he taking a shower? Speaking of which. She is still wearing pajamas while talking to the president. Under the rounding, they are chatting on the bed together in pajamas. Looking at Kagaya Shinomiya who had already fallen into her own fantasy and couldn't extricate herself. AI Hayasaka was numb. Didn't she usually perform very well? How did she become like this after only a few days? Give me back my elegant and intelligent eldest lady. However, as a qualified maid, she cannot stand by and watch her master make a fool of herself in front of outsiders, so she forcibly snatched the phone tightly held in Kagaya Shinomiya's hand and said loudly. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me, young Master Summer River? The signal here is not very good, I can't hear you. In that case we will hang up first, and Miss Hikigaya will discuss the specific matters with you in person tomorrow. Then, without waiting for the other side to react, she quickly pressed the hang-up button. On the other side, Summer River Melody, who put down his phone and looked at the full signal on it, fell into deep thought. Hayasaka. Why did you hang up the phone? I still want to chat with the president for a while, and listen to his voice more. Hayasaka paused in her breathing, and almost didn't hold back. Are you chatting? You are clearly so nervous that you can't speak. To be honest, with your current situation, miss, it is impossible to communicate with young Master Summer River. I suggest that you, miss, go to sleep now, immediately, and quickly. The hour hand on the clock is almost pointing to 12 o'clock. If you don't go to rest, Hayasaka will only be able to sleep for less than 5 hours. If you don't get enough sleep like this, you will die. You will really die. She hasn't been in love yet, and doesn't want to die young so soon. Really, it doesn't matter if you sleep a little later. Kagaya Shinomiya still wanted to complain, but looking at Hayasaka's expression of "Please, stop talking," she had to choose to give up. Then go to bed early, and then meet the president in an elegant posture tomorrow. Although I haven't seen Summer River Melody all day today, after hearing him say, "Good evening, Shinomiya," Kagaya Shinomiya's heart has once again burst into vitality. Accompanied by the warm words still floating in her mind, Kagaya Shinomiya entered dreamland. And Hayasaka on the side silently packed up the medical examination report, thinking that she must find a way to make Miss Hikigaya truly realize her true feelings, otherwise she will lose her favorite maid. Good morning, President. Yes, you are also very handsome today. Would you mind having lunch together? Looking at the note in her hand that read, "Flirting skills that even monkeys can learn," Kagaya Shinomiya fell into deep thought. This was what Hayasaka gave her in the morning, saying that if she seriously followed the steps above, she would be able to make the president notice her charm and fall under her pomegranate skirt. It's just that the two capitalized and bolded words, "monkey," look so conspicuous. Hayasaka, what's going on with this note? It's just because the ink in the pen is about to dry, so the words behind are lighter, Hayasaka replied in a humble manner. Kagaya Shinomiya was stunned. Wasn't that what she wanted to say? I just wanted to ask where this thing came from. But forget it, these are not important, the key is whether this thing is easy to use. Are you sure I have to say these words to be able to invite the president? I am very sure, miss, and these are social words that are easier for you to master. Hayasaka nodded heavily. This action can help her dispel some of the drowsiness caused by lack of sleep, and can also increase some persuasiveness. Words like, "President, I want to have lunch with you. I hope the president can always be by my side. I want to be done this and that by the president." With Miss Kagaya's level, I'm afraid I won't be able to say it in this lifetime. Well, okay, then I'll try. After all, it was her most trusted subordinate, and Kagaya Shinomiya didn't doubt him. In order to be able to see the president's heroic appearance as soon as possible, she specially got up early today to rush to school. And after processing the student council affairs at the speed of light, she followed the disciplinary committee members to stand guard at the school gate. However, after waiting left and right, she never saw Summer River Melody's figure. It wasn't until the moment before the class bell rang that Kagaya Shinomiya was sure of one thing: the president didn't come to school today. Mahiru Shiina is a girl with great personal charm. She is strong, gentle, and considerate. Although she is a popular beautiful girl, she is never arrogant or disrespectful because of her gentle personality. She can treat everyone with equal kindness, except for Summer River Melody. The two met in a hazy rain. It was not a welcome romantic mutual aid, but full of suspicion, targeting and vigilance. After being evaluated by her mother as a child that no one wants, she vented her anger and ran to an empty park to give up on herself in the rain, and it was then that Summer River Melody appeared. He held an umbrella that was not big, and slowly walked up to her and said, "Does the angel need a broad shoulder? A self-righteous frivolous man." At that moment, Mahiru Shiina made such a judgment on the other party. She doesn't want to be an angel, she is just an ordinary girl who longs to be noticed by her parents. Is there anything I can do for you? The other party was wearing the same school uniform as her, which made her relax her vigilance a little. I saw you here in the rain alone, I'm a little worried. Thank you for your concern, but I'm willing to stay here, please don't bother me. But if you rain like this, you'll catch a cold. Even if that's the case, it's none of your business. Negative emotions almost overwhelmed her entirely, but even so, she wouldn't vent her dissatisfaction on a stranger, even if their purpose might be to flirt with her. I see. The boy was silent for a moment, but then he sat on the swing next to her, almost shoulder to shoulder with Shiina Mahiru. The umbrella was casually placed aside, and he didn't bother to wipe the water stains from the swing seat. The boy just sat there quietly, looking at the sky without saying a word. Shiina Mahiru ignored him, letting him do as he pleased. She simply continued to wallow in her depression. What do you want? I don't need your sympathy. Chapter 7. The boy seemed startled by her reaction. He stood up and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous, thinking that being by your side might make you feel better. I just hope you understand that you should never hurt yourself. There will always be someone in this world who will be saddened by your sorrow. Shiina Mahiru remained silent. What do you even know about her? Even her own mother barely gives her a second glance. How can you expect her to believe you? I'm sorry, I'm meddling too much as an apology. Please take this umbrella. I live nearby, so I'll be home soon. Seeing Shiina Mahiru's impatience, the boy forcefully handed her the umbrella and ran into the rain. Liar, Shiina Mahiru muttered as she took the umbrella. Saying his home is nearby when he's her next-door neighbor. She had seen the boy use a key to open the door to the apartment next to hers more than once, but they had never met face to face and spoken. Awful, frivolous, self-righteous guy. The cold raindrops no longer relentlessly assaulted her, and the warmth from the umbrella handle gradually warmed her heart. Thank you. The next day, as expected, he caught a cold. But his stubborn personality compelled him to come to class despite his exhaustion, ultimately collapsing in front of his door and falling unconscious. Of course, she wouldn't stand idly by. She wouldn't abandon a stray cat or dog in need, let alone this meddlesome, frivolous guy. So she took him into his home, boiled water, lowered his temperature, cooked porridge, and fed him, using all the skills she had learned from her family's nanny to nurse the boy back to health. The debt I owed you is now cleared, that's what she thought. But through a twist of fate, they became involved in various incidents, and their relationship eventually grew closer. Supporting each other, helping each other, and giving each other emotional support, she always thought they would be good friends for life, until that day arrived. Shiina, I love you. This. Wasn't he supposed to be approaching her without any ulterior motives? Why would he say something like that? You might not be able to accept it right away, but I still want to express my feelings. I don't want you to continue misunderstanding me. Don't say any more. If you keep talking, we'll. Please believe me, I sincerely love you, I will never. Stop talking. Shiina Mahiru shouted for the first time, her heart filled with panic. Fear, self-blame, guilt, all sorts of negative emotions flooded her brain. She was about to break down. The only thing left was to run. Yes. She could run away. Sorry, I want to be alone. So she fled back to her own territory, as if that would make her feel safer. If she just gave him some time, yes, if she gave him some time to think, he would realize that she wasn't the best choice, and she could continue to enjoy his concern. After dealing with the students who came to greet her, Shiina Mahiru habitually looked at Kanesada Nariaki's seat. Since entering the second year, they had been in the same class, but apart from that rainy evening the day before yesterday, she had never dared to approach him. Usually, she could only stare blankly at his empty seat from afar. Kanesada, he didn't come to class today. Could it be because he lent her his umbrella again? Shiina Mahiru thought back to their first encounter, and a hint of worry surfaced in her heart, but so did a small, unnoticed joy. Like a precious treasure that had been lost for a long time reappearing before her eyes, within reach. Excuse me. Using her key to open the door to Kanesada Nariaki's apartment, Shiina Mahiru carefully closed the door, trying not to make any loud noises. As soon as school ended today, she went straight home, thinking of visiting Kanesada Nariaki next door to ask him why he hadn't come to class today. He would never skip school, so something must have happened to him. Out of concern for a classmate, she came to check on him, thinking that perhaps she could help in some way. However, after ringing the doorbell for a long time, there was no response from inside, and she began to panic. Could it really be another cold and fever? He must be feeling terrible all alone right now. Kanasada Nariaki lived alone, just like her, and she knew it well. When they were close, they always helped and supported each other. Kanasada thought it was troublesome to keep opening the door, so he gave her a spare key, which was why she was able to enter his home like this. The usually messy living room was very tidy, and the whole apartment was quiet, as if no one was home. Was he resting in the bedroom? That was probably the only option. If he had gone out, Kanasada would never go a whole day without replying to messages. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Shiina Mahiru tiptoed inside. She immediately saw Kanasada Nariaki lying asleep in bed. His broad chest rose and fell rhythmically with his breathing, a few strands of sweat trickled through his short hair, his chiseled, perfect face. His slightly furrowed eyebrows, and his eyes, which always held a hint of sadness, were now tightly closed. He seemed to live a very tiring life, even in his sleep his brow would furrow from time to time, making it hard for him to relax. It made Shiina Mahiru feel a little sorry for him. If she hadn't chosen to run away, perhaps she could have been by his side as a matter of course. But there was no turning back time, and everyone had to bear the consequences of their actions, even the angel. Grumble. An inappropriate noise suddenly echoed in the quiet room, and Shiina Mahiru's face flushed red. She quickly covered her stomach, afraid to move. Thank goodness it wasn't heard. She hadn't had much of an appetite at noon because she was worried about Kanasada Nariaki's condition, and hadn't eaten much, so her stomach was now staging a small protest. Right. I need to hurry up and cook something, Kanasada definitely needs to eat something now. Her own hunger reminded her that Kanasada, who was sick in bed, needed to eat even more than she did. Maybe he hadn't eaten anything all day. Be a good boy and wait for me here, Kanasada, I'm going to make something to eat. As she spoke, she gently hooked her finger around Kanasada Nariaki's exposed finger, then quickly pulled her hand back. Like a child who had secretly done something mischievous behind her mother's back, Shiina Mahiru's face was red, and she didn't dare to look at Kanasada Nariaki, even though he was completely unconscious. Perhaps only in this situation could she dare to make such intimate gestures and call him so intimately again. Don't go. Shiina Mahiru was startled, almost crying out. When she turned her head stiffly, she found that Kanasada Nariaki showed no signs of waking up and remained fast asleep. So he's talking in his sleep. Shiina Mahiru was relieved. She thought her little action had accidentally woken Kanasada Nariaki, and she was wondering how to explain it, but it wasn't necessary at all. I won't go, I'm just going to cook something, I'll be right back. Perhaps her gentle comforting voice had worked, Kanasada Nariaki's brow gradually relaxed and his complexion seemed to have improved. Now Shiina Mahiru could leave with peace of mind. Kanasada Nariaki slowly woke up, and the first thing he saw was the familiar ceiling. He had dreamed again. In his dream, he had once again spent some pleasant days with the heroines, followed by the ending where he confessed to them and was rejected. But this time seemed different. The other party seemed to have agreed. I won't go, let's date. She actually agreed. Just as Kanasada Nariaki was wondering if he was dreaming, he woke up. It was just a dream after all. It was only natural. Only in dreams could he realize his dreams, while reality would only strike his head hard and warn him not to daydream all day long. Kanasada Nariaki shook his head, trying to get rid of the heavy feeling of oppression in his mind, but with little success. Pat pat. Faint footsteps suddenly came from outside the room. Although the sound was soft, it didn't escape his ears. Was he being robbed? At a time like this? This was bad, he had no fighting strength right now. Just as Kanasada Nariaki was considering whether to confess the hiding place of his valuables to ensure his personal safety, the bedroom door opened. Of course, it was Shiina Mahiru who came in, carrying a casserole dish, a small bowl, and a spoon. Kanasada-kun, you're awake. A hint of joy appeared on Shiina Mahiru's face, but it was quickly replaced by a touch of worry. Would Kanasada blame her for breaking into his home? Perhaps she could have stayed here with peace of mind before, but after that incident, she was no longer qualified. I made some porridge. After a long silence, Kanasada slowly uttered 2 words. Thank you. Thank you for your trouble. He had imagined all sorts of situations, his house being robbed, or his parents coming to visit, but the only thing he didn't expect was that Shiina Mahiru would appear here. So she hadn't thrown away his house key. Kanasada thought. As for why Shiina Mahiru appeared here, he didn't think much about it. Angel was a kind girl, and even when facing someone who had once rejected her, she wouldn't just leave that person alone. As for how she knew he was sick, it must have been the teacher who told her. After all, they lived in the same apartment, and they were neighbors, so it was possible that the teacher had asked her to deliver handouts. The angel shook her head, not saying anything. These little things were not a problem for her at all. Rather, she was happy to do these things for him. Are you feeling better now? Have you recovered your strength? Do you need me to feed you? Shiina Mahiru was now sitting on the edge of Kanasada Nariaki's bed, like a young wife worrying about her sick husband, nervously wringing her hands. Heaven knows how she managed to say the words, "feed you porridge." She was completely frozen and didn't dare to look at Kanasada Nariaki's face. Woo-woo, what am I doing? How could I say such shameless things? What if he rejects me? I definitely won't be able to sleep all night. Unlike Shiina Mahiru, whose heart was brewing a storm, Kanasada Nariaki didn't think so much at the moment. If he were in a normal state, he would definitely lament that even when they were at their best, he hadn't been able to enjoy such feeding treatment, but now that they had broken up, he could still enjoy this benefit. However, he was currently in a weakened state due to his illness, which made him lose his usual keen awareness and only left him with the desire to follow his instincts. His body was so heavy, he didn't want to move. Since someone was willing to feed him, that was great. Okay, thank you. Ah. Eh. Shiina Mahiru exclaimed softly. He actually agreed. He used to reject such intimate contact. What's wrong? Is it too much trouble? No, not at all. I'll come right away. She felt like today was her lucky day. Chapter 8. The joy of recovering a lost treasure instantly filled his entire heart. Shinomiya residence. Still Kagaya Shinomiya's bedroom. Master and servant once again engage in a heated discussion. Hayasaka, do you think I'll be bothering President if I call him now? At this moment, Kagaya Shinomiya is holding her phone with both hands, looking at Hayasaka with a nervous expression. Miss, you've said the same thing 5 times already, and my answer is still the same. You won't be bothering him. But, what if President is sleeping because he's sick? Wouldn't my call definitely wake him up? What if President thinks I'm being inconsiderate? Hayasaka AI didn't say anything this time. Theoretically, the possibility that Miss mentioned does exist. But according to her investigation of Kanade Snowball, President Snowball's sudden absence this time might also be a deliberate ploy to attract Miss's attention and take the opportunity to win her over. But no matter which possibility it is acceptable to her. After all, what does President Snowball disliking Kagaya Miss have to do with Hayasaka AI, the maid? Wouldn't it be even better if it wasn't sickness but a part of President Snowball's strategy to win her over? Anyway, that Kanade Snowball likes you so much, he won't get angry because you called him no matter what. So you two awkward people hurry up and complete the established fact and go live in your own world. Don't bother her, this lady, with her precious sleep time when you have nothing to do. However, no matter how much she thinks in her heart, Hayasaka AI must fulfill her due responsibilities as a maid on the surface. Don't worry, miss, as far as I know. President Snowball has an extremely regular biological clock. At this time, he is usually preparing a meal or enjoying a meal. Your call will not disturb his enjoyment, and may even make the meal itself more delicious. Are you saying that because of my beauty, I am pleasing to the eye, so it will greatly increase President's appetite? You are so good with words, AI. Hayasaka AI said with a blank expression. You, as long as you're happy. Although her purpose was to make Kagaya think so, she couldn't help but want to complain when she saw her miss looking smug. This woman is too narcissistic, isn't she? President. Ding. After the ringtone rang twice, the call was connected. Shinomiya. Kanade Snowball's unique voice entered Kagaya Shinomiya's ears through the phone. The voice sounded a little hoarse, but because of this, the lethality to Kagaya Shinomiya was even greater. Limited edition sick president's voice get. Woo-woo, it's a pity that I couldn't see the current president with my own eyes. Good evening, President. Good evening, what's the matter? Even in a weak state, the voice that came was still so majestic and powerful, worthy of being the man who can defeat her, Kagaya Shinomiya, so many times. It's nothing, just as a colleague in the student council, I'm a little worried about President's physical condition. Is that so? Thank you for your concern, I'm fine, I'll probably be able to return to school tomorrow. Kagaya Shinomiya was relieved now, and even felt a little joyful in her heart. She can see President again tomorrow. Maybe even in a special state that is sick. That kind of president will definitely be especially cute. Thinking about it, Kagaya Shinomiya fell into her own delusions, completely forgetting that she was still on the phone with Kanade Snowball. Shinomiya? Are you still there? Shinomiya? Ah. Yes. I'm here. Ugh, Hayasaka AI felt like her heart was suddenly struck by an arrow. I really want to take a picture of Mrs. Cute appearance and keep it as a souvenir. However, the situation is critical and time does not allow her to do so. Tell him, President, are you free tomorrow at noon? Hayasaka AI used lip language to help Kagaya Shinomiya, and the latter understood. President, are you free tomorrow at noon? Before she could finish speaking, Kagaya Shinomiya blushed and clenched the phone tightly, not daring to breathe. She said it. This is the first time she has taken the initiative to ask President out. It's really a memorable moment, Kagaya Shinomiya thought. Tomorrow at noon. Huh. What's that sound? Cough cough, it's nothing, I'm just eating something. Kanade Snowball coughed a few times, as if he was choked by something. Tomorrow at noon, is it? Is there anything you want from me? No, nothing, mainly there are some official matters I want to discuss with President. I remember I resigned. That's not important. In my heart, President is the most suitable person for this position. Ever since the day Kanade Snowball resigned, Kagaya Shinomiya has been brooding over it. What was the reason that made President choose to resign? Although resigning is nothing special, anyway, such an excellent person as President can shine anywhere. But the most important thing is President actually appointed the next student council president. But it's not her. It's that Miyuki Shirogane. Outrageous. What's so good about Miyuki Shirogane? Why does President think she is inferior to that Miyuki Shirogane? Moreover, not only that, but she felt that Kanade Snowball had always valued Miyuki Shirogane. Not only personally inviting him to become the general affairs of the student council, but also taking special care of him in many aspects, she was simply envious to death. In the end, why did President choose to resign? Is it because he was disappointed in everyone in the student council? Of course not. Everyone's abilities are very strong, I'm just. After hesitating for a long time, Kanade Snowball couldn't say why. Because a certain girl in the student council doesn't like him, so in order to avoid seeing the scene and feeling sad, he chose to resign from the position of student council president. Can this reason be considered glorious? Not to mention glory, it is simply too childish to say it out loud. Confusing public and private matters, choosing to escape because of personal emotions, how can he be worthy of continuing to get along harmoniously with everyone in the student council in this situation? Perhaps after Katou's enlightenment, he can no longer over-obsess over these things. But it is unlikely that he will take back his decision and embrace the past because of this. I, who once chose to escape, am no longer qualified to be the student council president trusted by everyone. It's okay, President doesn't have to say it, it's just that everyone, of course, including me, thinks that President is the most suitable candidate and hopes that President can return to the student council. Even if she couldn't see what President was doing now, she could tell from his tone that the current President must be lonely and very helpless, right? A stern and mighty president is certainly handsome, but a president who can act spoiled and ask for hugs is even more super cute. Kagaya Shinomiya had a feeling that if she could see President at this moment, she would smile and pat his head, and then gently hug him into her arms to comfort him. Ugh, I really want to fly to President's side like this. As if seeing through Kagaya Shinomiya's delusions, Hayasaka AI replied to her with a righteous and stern look. That's impossible, Kagaya miss. Please don't assign me any more impossible tasks. Thank you, Shinomiya. Kanade Snowball's voice seemed a little low, but then became firm again. I understand, I will seriously consider this matter. As for your invitation tomorrow, I'll wait and see. Is that so? That's great. Cough cough, I mean, it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. Is there anything else? No, that's all. I wish you a good dream, President. I also wish you a good night's sleep, Shinomiya. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, they hung up the phone. Did you see that? Hayasaka. As soon as I called, President said he would take back his decision. This way President can continue to lead us. Yes, 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 miss, you are amazing, Hayasaka AI said flatly. But in her heart, she was slandering her miss. President Snowball only said he would consider it, right? How did it become that he was going to take back his order in Miss's words? This is not even rounding up, it is simply tampering with the imperial decree. But it doesn't matter, as long as Miss is happy, and this way she can go back to enjoy a happy bubble bath, and then watch some stress-relieving videos. Hayasaka. Hurry up, make an urgent strategy plan now. Tomorrow I will take President down in one fell swoop. Let him recognize my ability. I am definitely stronger than that Miyuki. Hayasaka AI. Can't you have a little ambition? Why are you so stubborn? And can't you be more loving to her? You will really lose her if you are like this. Absolutely. Speaking of which, I remember yesterday young Master Snowball seemed to be pulling and tugging with two girls at the entrance of his class. What? Is there such a thing? President didn't see anyone all day, so he went to have a secret meeting with other girls. This kind of thing is not allowed. Miss doesn't need to be anxious, maybe I saw it wrong, you have to trust young Master Snowball's character, there is definitely only you in his heart. Although there is a suspicion of adding fuel to the fire, Hayasaka AI did not lie to her miss on this point. Of course, the premise is that Kanade Snowball is still in the state of pursuing Hikigaya Shinomiya. You are right, but just in case, Hayasaka, you should still investigate those two shameless guys, at least I have to know who is coveting President. Okay, Hayasaka AI agreed very readily this time. After all, this matter can be done tomorrow, and it will not disturb her rest time at all, but in contrast. Hayasaka AI looked at Hikigaya Shinomiya with an angry expression, and thought to herself, I don't know who will not be able to sleep tonight. Is it a colleague from the student council? Shiina Mahiru looked indifferent, but the hand that clenched the spoon slightly exposed the inner restlessness. It wasn't that she was eavesdropping intentionally, it's just that this room is really small, no matter how far she sits, she can't help but hear the conversation between the two. And the most important thing is that Kanade doesn't seem to have any intention of avoiding her. Yes, Hikigaya Shinomiya, the vice president of the student council, Kanade Snowball nodded, confirming the other party's statement. She's probably looking for me because there are some important student council matters that are difficult to decide. Shiina Mahiru breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately remembered that Kanade seemed to have mentioned just now that he had resigned. Did you really resign? What was it for? Seeing Kanade Snowball looking up at her, Shiina Mahiru quickly explained. No, don't misunderstand, I'm just a little curious. Even if she is not well informed, she has heard of some of Kanade Snowball's deeds, and immediately suspects that he is. There's no special reason, maybe, I just feel a little tired. Kanade Snowball shook his head lightly, and didn't say anything else. After a few days, he has almost walked out of the shadow of failed love. But every time he still feels depressed, why does everyone who knows him ask him to clarify the matter like they are digging to the root when they know he has resigned? It's just a small matter of resignation, is it necessary? Shiina Mahiru nodded in agreement. For her, whether it is President Snowball who shines in front of people, or the useless Kanade who hides behind the scenes and feels sorry for himself, is a person who will make her care, and is also her most important person. Would you like to drink some more? Shiina Mahiru raised the bowl in her hand and gestured towards Kanade Snowball. Her cheeks were a little red, and she thought of the bold move just now attacking Kanade Snowball suddenly when he was on the phone, and forcefully stuffing her full of complex emotions into his mouth. And now that she has calmed down, she feels very ashamed. Why did she do such a misleading thing? Doesn't this make her seem like she is madly jealous because Kanade is on the phone with other girls? Although it doesn't matter if she is misunderstood, it would be terrible if Kanade thinks she is a frivolous girl. Chapter 9. You've been hungry all day, you must eat more. Goo woo woo. The strange sound drew attention once more. The aroma of the warm porridge caused the angel's stomach to issue a small protest. How could you want a man and not your tummy? Bad owner. And no, it's not that, it's just, wah. Facing the now very awake and aware Kanade Snowball, Mahiru Shiina couldn't fool him this time. She thought to herself that she should have drunk some of the porridge to fill her stomach when she first came over, but she was afraid of missing Kanade waking up. Don't look at me. Mahiru Shiina squatted on the ground, covering her face with her hands, her pretty face covered with a lovely blush. Kanade Snowball turned his head, slightly embarrassed. He didn't know how to comfort the angel. Her adorable appearance caused a flutter in his heart that had just calmed down, but thankfully his reason was still intact. If you don't mind, together. Mahiru Shiina raised her head, her eyes misty, and gently hummed with her delicate nose. Kanade Snowball's constitution was pretty good. After a day and a night of rest, he was mostly fine. Good morning, President. Morning, President. Good morning. Along the way, people kept greeting Kanade Snowball, and he naturally responded to each of them. Walking into the classroom, he immediately saw the angel with an extremely elegant smile. Perhaps it was Kanade Snowball's imagination, but after he entered, the angel's smile seemed more genuine and beautiful. A blessing in disguise, this illness had warmed up his relationship with Mahiru Shiina, gradually becoming closer, but still not to the point where they could go to school together. After all, this was something he hadn't been able to achieve in the past. Snowball, are you feeling better? The one who came to greet him was Miyuki Shirogane. They were in the same class, and he currently had dark circles under his eyes, looking like he was severely sleep-deprived. Yeah, I'm mostly fine. Kanade Snowball shook his head, wondering why Shirogane looked weaker than him. He felt like he might collapse at any moment. That's good, then I'll go catch up on some sleep. Miyuki Shirogane nodded and then walked straight to his seat. Having achieved his purpose of concern, he naturally had to go back and get some sleep. These past few days, in order to make up for Kanade Snowball's absence and also to live up to his expectations, he had almost taken over all the duties that originally belonged to the student council president. Except for when he needed to discuss some particularly important matters with Hikigaya Shinomiya, he basically had to make all the decisions for the other trivial matters himself. Although they were all small matters that were easy to deal with, because there were so many, it was difficult not to invest time in them. In addition, in order to stabilize his academic performance, he had to keep studying, so he could only squeeze his sleep time. Miyuki Shirogane's tone wasn't too bad, but judging from his shaky figure, he was indeed exhausted. Has something happened in the student council recently? Or is it just that he hasn't slept well? Kanade Snowball was naturally a little puzzled. This was the first time he had seen Miyuki Shirogane looking so sleep-deprived in reality. Could it be that he had been pulling all-nighters these past few days? Kanade Snowball's mood was a little subtle. He had forgotten that when he first became the student council president, he also looked like this, weak and sleep-deprived. But later he gradually got used to it, and plus, he could save a lot of time after he became proficient in his work, so he was no longer like this. The entire morning was spent in constant classes, and Kanade Snowball quickly welcomed lunch break. As promised, Kanade Snowball took his bento to find Hikigaya Shinomiya. The bento was naturally made by himself. Ever since he was rejected by the angel, he had spent some time learning how to cook. There was no way. His taste buds had been spoiled, and he could no longer adapt to those meal replacements that only supplemented nutrition. In order to avoid starving to death, he could only learn to do it himself. Last night, after hearing about this, Mahiru Shiina had stared at him for a long time with a very resentful gaze, making Kanade Snowball feel inexplicably guilty. Even if you like others to eat your cooking, you can't force me like this, right? Human favors are the hardest to repay, and unless it was necessary for the sake of conquest, Kanade Snowball would never easily owe others a favor. Good afternoon, President. Yeah, good afternoon, Shinomiya, Kanade Snowball nodded. He was too lazy to overthink Hikigaya Shinomiya's president address. Anyway, these girls were like this, with their own various little thoughts, doing their own thing. The place they agreed to meet was the student council room, which made Kanade Snowball even more convinced of Hikigaya Shinomiya's handling official business excuse. President, try this. Ah, okay. And this too. It's hard to describe such a scene. How should I put it? Constantly exchanging luxurious dishes for ordinary homemade dishes from someone else's bento box. Is she complaining that she's eating too well? But if it's placed on a young lady like Hikigaya Shinomiya, it can indeed be understood because she hasn't eaten ordinary homemade dishes, she's a little curious about their taste, so she wants to try them. But isn't it a bit too much to keep staring at the side dishes in someone else's bento box? Are they really that delicious? Kanade Snowball always felt that Kagaya Shinomiya's saliva was about to drip down. Just now, Kagaya Shinomiya suggested that they finish their bento before discussing official business, and Kanade Snowball naturally didn't object. But when he opened his bento box, he very keenly noticed that Kagaya Shinomiya was attracted. She completely ignored the luxurious bento in her hand, which was made with the painstaking efforts of famous chefs, and concentrated all her attention on this low-profile homemade bento in his hand. Kanade Snowball naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye. Thinking that perhaps Kagaya Shinomiya hadn't eaten things like cuttlefish sausage and hamburger steak. So she thought they were some high-end side dishes. He generously offered to exchange some ingredients with her. His original intention was not to make the other party feel guilty for thinking that he was taking advantage of her, but it was because of such a kind act that he ate this meal very uncomfortably. Foie gras, Tanya blue lobster, Caspian sea sturgeon caviar, all kinds of high-end ingredients that he could name or didn't even recognize were sent into his small, cheap bento box. It's just a child that costs no more than 1,500 yen, how can it bear these? He thought it was just an exchange of ingredients between friends, but as they exchanged, it became him coaxing an ignorant young lady. Since the other party likes it so much, it's not impossible to give the entire bento to Kagaya Shinomiya. After all, she really seems to like eating the food he makes, but the result of that would be that he would get the luxurious bento in her hand. Not to mention being worth 10,000, at least it's definitely worth 1,000, right? Although Kagaya Shinomiya definitely doesn't feel anything, he simply can't feel at ease. Cough cough, let's talk about business first. The chef's skills are indeed very good. The exquisite ingredients obediently lie in the bento box, constantly emitting an alluring fragrance, frantically attracting Kanade Snowball's attention. In order to no longer be tempted, he had to find a way to divert his attention. Shinomiya, I believe in your ability, is there anything that can stump you? Intellectual, elegant, all-rounder, Kagaya Shinomiya is naturally a well-deserved talented woman. Kanade Snowball naturally doesn't know how much effort she has put in to become such a person, but his recognition of her efforts will never be reduced because of her strong talent. What's more, she is the female lead he once liked. Having 100 trust in the people he likes is the quality that a qualified partner should have. Ugh! Kagaya Shinomiya was stunned. Because she regretted not being able to eat the dishes he made by hand after seeing the president close the bento, when she suddenly felt lost, she was suddenly praised by the president. Hee, the president recognized me. Kagaya Shinomiya's mood improved all of a sudden. She now seemed to be lying in soft clouds, and the warmth around her kept pressing against her, almost melting her. Shinomiya. Ah. Yes. Of course. For example? Kanade Snowball asked curiously. Kagaya Shinomiya was obviously distracted just now, but Kanade Snowball couldn't guess what she was thinking and was too lazy to guess. Girls' thoughts are really too complicated. Instead of trying to guess their thoughts, it's better to buy a lottery ticket and try your luck. At least the latter has a real chance of winning. For example, being a good student council president. That's what I can't do. This was a conversation that she had discussed with Hayasaka early on. For Kagaya Shinomiya, she certainly hoped that Kanade Snowball would continue to serve as the student council president, otherwise she would have no chance to be with Kanade Snowball at school, let alone any further alone time. It was difficult to achieve such alone time like today. Let Hayasaka make a plan, let Hayasaka teach her how to invite the president. Let Hayasaka guard the door of the student council room to prevent other irrelevant people from coming in, let Hayasaka keep in touch with her at all times to support her. Therefore, it's difficult to achieve such a solo opportunity. Being a good student council president? Kanade Snowball's expression was a little surprised. Honestly, he really thought it was some ultimate problem at first, which would stump the geniuses of the student council, but that's it. Just being a student council president, anyone can do it, right? Not to mention, in the few days that he was absent, the student council didn't have any problems, which has already proved that his student council president is not that important. The work he can do, others can also do, such as Miyuki Shirogane. What's more, Miyuki Shirogane was originally the male lead in the original work and the president of the student council. It was he who shamelessly stole the seat that belonged to Miyuki Shirogane, and now he is just returning it to him after a discovery of conscience. Isn't there still Shirogane? I think he can do it. No. Kagaya Shinomiya looked serious. Shirogane may be very capable, but he can never be more suitable than the president. The president is the president, there will never be a second one. Woo-woo, so shameful to say such a thing. Does the president think I like him? It's all Hayasaka's fault, that idiot. Completely following Hayasaka's instructions, Kagaya Shinomiya read it down almost word for word. But perhaps it was too in line with her mood, so the words she said were very emotional and enough to move people. At least Kanade's snowball has been shaken. Thank you for your recognition. Nice. The president said thank you to me again. As expected of little AI is great. Immersed in her own emotions, Kagaya Shinomiya didn't notice the complex emotion in Kanade's snowball besides being moved. There will never be a second one. Is she recognizing his ability? Or is she affirming his uniqueness? So that's how Shinomiya sees him. Kanade's snowball felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of whether Kagaya Shinomiya's words were sincere, they had undoubtedly moved Kanade's snowball. This even made him suddenly remember a fact that had been ignored had not confessed to Kagaya Shinomiya. Whether it was the angel who was very close to him at the beginning, or Yukino Shida, who always seemed to dislike him later, he had firmly confessed to them and expressed his feelings. But he had never had it with Kagaya Shinomiya, just cautiously probing constantly. Perhaps the experience of getting along with Yukino was too similar, he subconsciously thought that Kagaya also didn't like him, so he chose to give up on his own, but what if? What if Kagaya actually likes him? Shinomiya, I have something to say to you. What's wrong, President? Sorry, I think this might be a little sudden, but I still want to say it properly. Kanade Snowball took a deep breath, his hands clenched tightly, his tall body trembling constantly because he was afraid of hearing that result. Yahalo. The door of the student council room was suddenly pushed open, attracting the attention of the two. A pink octopus head appeared at the door, with a silly smile on his face. So you guys are here? President, Kagaya-chan. Do you know what I just saw? The piglets in the breeding garden were chased up the tree, Aoha. And, look what this is. Chika Fujiwara stretched out her hands from behind as if offering a treasure, her palms spread out, and a hamster gnawing on melon seeds was squatting on it. Chapter 10. It's Hamster Taro. Summer River Melody. Secretary Fujiwara, secretly keeping animals from the breeding garden violates school regulations. My suggestion is that you quickly return it. Kagaya Shinomiya looked at the hamster in Chika Fujiwara's hand with a gaze as if examining livestock, her voice cold. That damned big-breasted cow, daring to interrupt her private time with the president, is unforgivable. I don't want to, I just picked up hamster Taro, let me play with it for a while. Of course, Chika Fujiwara was unwilling to return the hamster just like that, so she ran forward and hugged Kagaya Shinomiya's arm, acting coquettishly. Kagaya-chan, you changed your hairstyle. It looks so good. You noticed, Kagaya Shinomiya said perfunctorily, then glanced at Summer River Melody without leaving a trace. She felt a little regret in her heart. Although it was happy to be noticed, why wasn't it the president who noticed first? Summer River Melody's breathing paused, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Except for individual cases, people usually only choose to change their hairstyle when their mood changes drastically. This theory naturally also applies to Kagaya Shinomiya. But why? Why suddenly change her hairstyle? Has something happened in the past few days that changed Kagaya Shinomiya's mood? Apart from his resignation, there is nothing. No. There is still something. Not because of his resignation, but because of the impact of his resignation. After the position of student council president was vacant, Miyuki Shirogane turned the tide and resolved the crisis of the student council's disintegration, coupled with the fierce eyes caused by lack of sleep. Yes, if there was no interference from him, an outsider, Kagaya Shinomiya would naturally fall in love with Miyuki Shirogane, and even if he tried to stop it, it would only delay the process. So he really can't win after all. A fake can never replace the real thing, or should he put it another way? He didn't even notice that the girl he liked had changed her hairstyle at the first moment. He had already lost the qualification to like Kagaya Shinomiya. Summer River Melody was now extremely grateful that he didn't confess to Kagaya Shinomiya at the beginning. Otherwise it would have been another self-inflicted humiliation, and he wouldn't even have had the chance to be friends with everyone in the student council. Unprecedentedly, Summer River Melody began to find Chika Fujiwara pleasing to the eye. If she hadn't suddenly appeared and interrupted, he would have made another unforgivable mistake. Why did you suddenly want to change your hairstyle? Kagaya-chan, your previous hairstyle was very beautiful. Sniff, it's the smell of a special event. It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to change my mood. Kagaya Shinomiya pushed away Chika Fujiwara's bear hug, then secretly glanced at Summer River Melody. Seeing that he had no reaction, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She had listened to Hayasaka's advice and changed her hairstyle, thinking that she could attract the president's attention, but the president didn't notice at all. How insensitive. But it doesn't matter. It's impossible for her to give up just like that. If there is no topic, then forcibly create a topic. If there is no good impression, then constantly create common events. If the heart rate value is not enough, then rely on the suspension bridge effect. Nothing can stop her from moving forward. Love is war, and she will never admit defeat. Speaking of which, there's someone I've been paying attention to recently. Kagaya Shinomiya supported her cheek with one hand, with a smile on her face, her eyes full of tenderness. Someone you're paying attention to? Could it be? I want to hear it, I want to hear it. Well, how should I put it? He's a very cute boy, hardworking, strong, never defeated by difficulties, and very good at pleasing me. Ugh! Isn't that love? Who is it, who is it? Kagaya-chan, tell me quickly. Do you want to say it here? Kagaya Shinomiya looked shy, looking very embarrassed. Who is it? President, who do you think it could be? Kagaya Shinomiya looked at Summer River Melody, but the latter just shook his head and didn't take up the topic. I personally think this is your private matter, Shinomiya, there's no need to tell it just to satisfy Fujiwara's curiosity, it's better to let it happen naturally. This was naturally his sincere words, but it also contained a hint of selfishness. Didn't want to hear Kagaya say she liked someone in person. Really, old man president, so rigid. Chika Fujiwara stretched out a finger and shook it at Summer River Melody, indicating that she didn't agree with his point of view. Love is the fertilizer for a girl's growth. Love topics never go out of style. Love detective Chika Fujiwara is here. If the president doesn't guess, then let me, the love detective, do it. Chika Fujiwara suddenly took out a detective hat from somewhere and put it on her head, then took out a magnifying glass and posed pretentiously. The truth is always one, and that is Ishigami. Before Chika Fujiwara's voice could fade, Yu Ishigami, who was frantically snapping up fried noodle bread at a small convenience store, suddenly shivered. Why do I feel like someone wants me to take the blame? Ishigami Yu's heart palpitated, but just as he was stunned, he was squeezed out of the battlefield by others. Damn it! My fried noodle bread! At the same time, in the student council room, Kagaya Shinomiya looked at Chika Fujiwara with a dumbfounded expression. In her prediction, the president should ask her with a look of anticipation. Is the person you care about me? And of course she wouldn't answer directly. But she wouldn't deny it directly either. She would only talk about other things to leave the president in suspense, and finally wait for the opportunity to ferment and then hint to the president to confess to her. Take it down in one fell swoop. But what about the result? The president didn't seem interested in this matter at all. It looked like he didn't care who she liked at all. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but the key point is that this stupid big-breasted cow is guessing people randomly. What if the president misunderstands? She even said she was the best sister. She doesn't understand her at all. Secretary Fujiwara, I really want to know what basis you used to infer that the person I care about is Ishigami. Don't you think this is incredible? Isn't it? But I think it's quite similar. Hardworking, strong Ishigami is very hardworking and strong. It's not easy for him to live to this day and grow so big. Not defeated by difficulties. Even if no girl likes him, he has never given up on liking girls. Very good at pleasing Kagaya-chan. Doesn't Kagaya-chan often look at Ishigami with a smile on her face? Kagaya Shinomiya. To be honest, Summer River Melody was originally a little uneasy and uncomfortable, thinking about whether to find an excuse to go out for a walk to avoid this topic, but Chika Fujiwara suddenly made him unable to hold back. As expected of you, Fujiwara-san. Cough cough. I think Ishigami-kun is quite good, not as, unbearable as you said, Fujiwara. Summer River Melody coughed lightly and said some good words for Ishigami. Unfortunately, everyone present except him was a girl, and they were all particularly individualistic, so his defense ultimately didn't have any effect. I have to admit, Secretary Fujiwara, what you said makes sense, but it's not what you think. Kagaya Shinomiya shook her head. If you want to say I care, I do care a little. But it's like a mother worrying about her unsuccessful son, not any other feelings. Isn't it? So Kagaya-chan treats Ishigami like a child, what a strange way to play. Chika Fujiwara's expression seemed a little excited, without any frustration from being denied her inference. Then I guess it's Shirogane, right? Chika Fujiwara started operating again. Studying hard, living strong, facing difficulties, the only thing I'm not sure about is pleasing you. Has Shirogane done anything that made Kagaya feel happy? Of course it's impossible. Kagaya Shinomiya immediately retorted loudly. Care. Like. He's just a rival in love. She even wished she could send someone to send Miyuki Shirogane to Siberia to dig potatoes, so as not to seduce attention in front of the president all day long. It could be anyone, but it can't be that guy Shirogane. Really, even if you want to guess, Fujiwara, you have to follow the basic law, right? The fabricated statement is simply untenable. It's not Shirogane. Chika Fujiwara now felt a little frustrated. However, Summer River Melody on the side knew very well Kagaya was lying. In order to cover up the shyness of being told the truth by Chika Fujiwara, she deliberately retorted loudly. Not only that, but her demeanor and actions also betrayed her. When they were talking about, is it you Ishigami? Kagaya could still face the two of them with a calm posture, but when they talked about, is it Miyuki Shirogane? She became visibly emotional, obviously being told about something she cared about. Doesn't this prove that she has fallen in love with Miyuki Shirogane? Summer River Melody couldn't learn to deceive himself, otherwise when he was rejected by others, he would definitely use various excuses to explain it for them instead of choosing to let go with self-awareness. What? I can't guess at all. I won't guess. Kagaya Shinomiya opened her mouth, unable to speak. In her heart, she felt that this big-breasted cow was too much. She took up the topic on her own and chose to end it on her own. Isn't there 3 boys in this student council room? Then you should guess the most important president once. She had clearly prepared 10,000 sets of arguments to hint to the president to confess to her, but they all fell through, all because of this cow monster. Damn it, now that things have come to this, she can only forcibly continue the topic. Actually, the person I care about. I suddenly feel so hungry. What smells so good? Chika Fujiwara's brain circuit has always been peculiar. One second she was playing a detective game, and the next second she transformed into a top food-seeking foodie. She ran to Summer River Melody following the fragrance, then looked at the bento box on the table with shining eyes. Big harvest. Did the president make it himself? I haven't eaten it in so long. Yes, Summer River Melody nodded. After he didn't have to be busy with student council affairs these days, he became idle, so he simply started DIY again, purely to pass the time. But it's a little cold. If you want to eat it, I'll do it again tomorrow. It's okay, as long as it's made by the president, it's delicious even if it's cold. Chika Fujiwara waved her hand, not caring at all. She was even so anxious that she directly opened the bento box and took out a piece of cuttlefish sausage from it. Ugh! Delicious! My brain is alive. Summer River Melody opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't stop her. He really wanted to remind Chika Fujiwara that he had already eaten this bento. Didn't she mind it at all? But seeing her eating so happily, he was embarrassed to interrupt her interest. Forget it, since she doesn't care, then why is he still entangled? Out of line, self-willed, whimsical, things that she is interested in, she will definitely grab and never let go, and once she loses interest, she will immediately discard it. Chika Fujiwara is a very free person. She is naturally free and easy, keen on change, like an unconstrained lark, singing her own happy life every day, but never feeling tired. She and Kagaya Shinomiya are completely opposite people. When did the two of them meet? It seems it was in the 4th grade of elementary school. when she found Chika Fujiwara sitting in front of the piano with a tired look, she casually said, "If you don't want to play the piano, don't play it." What was she thinking at the time? Did she think the other party insulted art? Or was she using the opportunity to evaluate her to persuade herself? Or was it because she envied her freedom? She couldn't remember clearly. What she didn't expect was that after she said that sentence, Chika Fujiwara really didn't play anymore, but instead came to bother her every day. "Kagaya-chan, let's go eat together. Kagaya-chan, let's go home together. Kagaya-chan, let's be friends." Every day, every day. She couldn't remember how many times she had been bothered by her. She only remembered that she finally made an agreement with her under unbearable circumstances compete in playing games, and if she lost, she would become Chika Fujiwara's friend. So she lost. Impossible, right? She actually lost. Lost to someone with a half-baked awareness. Did the other party cheat? Or did she actually let the water go? She doesn't remember any of those things, she only remembers that she seemed quite happy at the time, because she had her first friend. And now she has entered the high school department, but she still only has one friend, Chika Fujiwara. She thought she could be friends with Chika Fujiwara for a lifetime if she hadn't seen Chika Fujiwara looking like livestock, frantically arching and eating the delicacies in the president's bento box. Where is your reserve? Where is your elegance? Are you a hungry ghost reincarnated? Put down my president's bento box, you humanoid livestock. Ah, now that things have come to this, even if you suddenly die tomorrow, I won't save you. Chapter 11. Kagaya Shinomiya watched Chika Fujiwara, who was picking and choosing from her bento box, with a smile, seemingly finding her behavior very cute. However, for some reason, there was no warmth in her eyes. "Kagaya-chan, try this quickly, it's super delicious." Chika Fujiwara naturally didn't forget her good friend, so she quickly picked up half a hamburger steak and brought it to Kagaya Shinomiya's mouth. "Ah. Even if you say, ah, it's delicious." Kagaya Shinomiya's eyes lit up, instantly transforming into a foodie. Right? Although the hamburger steak with warm gravy is delicious, the feeling of all the flavors being concentrated in the meat when it's at room temperature is also great. Chika Fujiwara spoke eloquently, looking like a food critic tasting delicacies. So, Kanade Snowball once again sized up Kagaya Shinomiya's luxurious bento, which had exhausted the chef's efforts, thinking that they were really pitiful, actually being outshone by ordinary ingredients. However, he could now confirm that Kagaya and Fujiwara had indeed gotten used to delicacies, so they had a special liking for this kind of home-cooked dish. Kanade Snowball himself didn't eat much, basically just eating a few bites of rice and side dishes exchanged from Kagaya Shinomiya, while his efforts all went into the stomachs of the two girls. "Ugh, I'm full." Chika Fujiwara patted her small belly, looking very happy. Ugh, Kagaya Shinomiya was also very happy. Although she didn't want to admit it, Chika Fujiwara was actually acting like a person this time, so she would generously forgive her, Kagaya Shinomiya thought. But although they were happy eating, the president hadn't eaten much yet, so it was her turn to take action. "President, I'm sorry for eating all your side dishes, if you don't mind, please have some of mine." Along with that, Kagaya Shinomiya handed over her chopsticks as well. Of course, they were the ones she had used, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately handed them over, for the sake of an Rect. Kiss. Come on. "President, this time you should be shaken." "I'm okay, I don't have much appetite." Kanade Snowball shook his head, choosing to refuse. The piercing truths struck his heart one after another, and it would be a lie to say that he could still eat. It was already a testament to his high psychological quality that he didn't break down on the spot. "Why is that?" Kagaya Shinomiya immediately looked disappointed. Chika Fujiwara looked at her, then looked at Kanade Snowball who was flipping through the office documents, and immediately said with a serious face. "President, being picky is not good. Even if the things made by Kagaya's family's chefs are unappetizing, you can't waste food." Kagaya Shinomiya, exclamation point. Kanade Snowball, question mark. What was she saying? Picky? Unappetizing? Was she serious? Was she talking to him or Kagaya? "Fujiwara, are you talking about me?" Kanade Snowball asked uncertainly. Even though he knew from the beginning that Chika Fujiwara was a very eccentric person, he didn't expect her to be so eccentric. Was it because of Kagaya? Kanade Snowball looked at Kagaya Shinomiya and noticed that her mood seemed a little low, so he understood. Indeed, being picky is a bad habit, Shinomiya, if you don't mind. Of course not. President, please eat. Kanade Snowball nodded, silently took her bento, and started eating. In his opinion, he had lost his appetite because he knew the truth that Kagaya didn't like him but liked Shirogane, but in Kagaya's opinion, she probably felt guilty for causing him to have no food to eat after eating his bento. After all, Kagaya was different from Fujiwara, her self-esteem was very high, and she wouldn't accept help for no reason, but an exchange of benefits would make her feel at ease. That's good, a world where no one gets hurt is complete. By the way, Kagaya-chan, quickly tell me about your matter, who is the person you care about? Chika Fujiwara was as energetic as ever. That kind of thing is not important, Kagaya Shinomiya said without turning her head. She was busy admiring the president's elegant eating posture, she didn't have the time to chat with this octopus head. How can it not be important? That's the first boy Kagaya-chan has ever cared about. It's the first time I've heard of it. It's just that, my nephew, Kagaya Shinomiya still stared at Kanade Snowball, unwilling to look away, looking so serious that she wanted to analyze and record every movement of his frame by frame. Very cute, tries hard to learn to walk, doesn't cry when he falls, very strong, will continue to stand up and walk, often stares at me with a smile. Ugh. That's too much, that kind of thing doesn't count at all. Why not? I really care about him. Ugh, anyway, it doesn't count. You're really troublesome. The two girls continued their intimate conversation, and Kanade Snowball found it difficult to interject, and he was eating with great suffering. Listening to Kagaya's obviously perfunctory explanation, he felt his stomach hurt. Shuchian Academy, in a vacant classroom. Now, let's start the first briefing. Shiyu Kasumigakaka said loudly with her arms crossed. Eriri, please record the important content of the meeting. Why me? You do it yourself. Just some Kasumigakaka, did she not have any face? Because I borrowed the classroom, and I also have news about your interesting junior, are you sure you don't want it? Ugh. Let me say this in advance. I just think you worked hard to borrow the classroom, it's not for any other reason, don't get me wrong. Kasumigakaka didn't refute, just nodded lightly. For her, Eriri or anything was not important at all, this guy was too weak as a love rival, she didn't even need to defend against her. The key was that Eriri and Katou were good friends, and she really needed Katou's help, so she used information about Kanade Snowball to seduce this idiot. Katou, you have the closest contact with the junior, if possible, I hope you can provide some information about the junior. Actually, I only recently contacted Snowball-kun, Megumi. Katou raised her small hand, indicating that she couldn't help. It's okay, you just need to talk about your understanding of the junior, Kasumigakaka said nonchalantly. Like habits, ways of doing things, the more detailed the better. Kasumigakaka had 100 trust in Megumi Katou. Eriri was an ultimate small fry, but after all, she had been pursued by the junior like that, and she might make the junior rekindle his love. But Katou was okay, no matter how much she knew about the junior, no matter whether she liked the junior, it wouldn't have much impact on her, Kasumigakaka's strategy. Because the junior, he would never be unfaithful when he had a girl he liked. Eating together, spending time alone, helping with research, no matter what the reason. It couldn't make him waver, even if he was invited for official business, if he was in a situation where he was alone with another girl, he would report it to the girl he liked in advance. His perfect defense hardly gave outsiders any room to intervene. How could such a junior not be likable? Shiyu Kasumigakaka was naturally no exception, after all, she wasn't some demon who liked to play with other people's feelings. Perhaps before she realized her wrong feelings for Nariaki, she might have used the junior, but since he enlightened her, she could no longer ignore his efforts. The brave knight who saved the princess from the mud, Kanade Snowball's spirit of self-sacrifice deeply moved him. However, he seemed to be very tired. Almost always available, preparing lunch for her on time every day, taking the initiative to care for her when she was angered by that Nariaki. And not even getting angry when she used him as a tool for venting, and remembering her preferences, maintaining everything about her. She almost couldn't help but take the initiative to confess to Kanade Snowball. However, she couldn't do it. It wasn't because of some girl's restraint, but because she felt that if she liked someone, she must show her most authentic self. The junior's feelings for her were naturally real, and she could of course feel it, but the junior like that was definitely not what she wanted to see. He should be himself. If he felt sleepy, he should sleep more. He didn't need to rush over immediately. She wanted to enjoy lunchtime with him, but it really didn't matter what they ate. There was no need to spend time preparing a nutritious bento every day. Being used as a punching bag? Then he should refute her loudly. That was clearly her mistake. Why choose to bear it silently? Kasumigakaka couldn't understand why Kanade Snowball seemed so humble when he was pursuing her, like he had lost himself. So, on that day, she rejected Kanade Snowball's confession. I'm sorry, Junior, I don't like you like this, please cherish yourself more. Although she didn't explicitly state the reason, she felt that the junior understood her meaning. After all, look, she often only needed a look, and the junior could understand what she wanted, so how could he not understand her so obvious hint? She happily looked forward to the junior's change, looking forward to him meeting her with his original face, but she discovered a fact that she didn't want to face. The junior seemed to have given up on pursuing her. As for the reason, after rejecting Kanade Snowball at that time, she hadn't been able to spend time alone with him for many days. He would no longer send her messages and invitations. And when she looked over, she wouldn't find his warm gaze. She knew he was sad enough, but she thought he probably understood her thoughts, and just needed a process of self-change. Then she would give him this time. Fortunately, although she still couldn't talk to him, she could always watch him, and she was also arbitrarily looking forward to his change. However, a long time had passed since then, and even the sports festival had ended. She thought he would come back after he shone. But she waited for a long time and still couldn't wait for his good news, and finally, once, she accidentally discovered him and Eriri walking in the corridor. Talking and laughing. Was he unfaithful? No, unforgivable. Being unfaithful is the worst. He clearly said he only liked her, but he left the girl he liked alone and got close to that blonde loser. It was like pointing at her nose and mocking her, saying, look, you don't like me, naturally someone will be willing to like me. She naturally couldn't tolerate such a scene, so she took the initiative to find Kanade Snowball, wanting to get an explanation from him. At that time, the naive her was still thinking that if the junior could have a better attitude and sincerely apologize to her, she might not be able to forgive her. The result was she was rejected. I'm sorry, senpai, you have the right to reject, and I also have the right to give up. We're over, please don't contact me alone anymore. I'm afraid Eriri will misunderstand. She was immediately stunned. What was the junior saying? The right to reject? She didn't reject, she just wanted to see a more authentic you. No, you misunderstood, I didn't. Ah, Eriri. So you're here, I've been looking for you for a long time. Ugh. I told you not to call my name like that outside. What if someone hears it? Idiot. What does it matter, doesn't this show that we have a good relationship? Who has a good relationship with you? Humph, I'm ignoring you, I'm leaving. Wait for me. Just like that, Kasumigakaka stared blankly as the two walked further and further away, until their backs were swallowed by the twilight and disappeared from sight. Unforgivable. I will never forgive you. Eriri. It must be that you said something to the junior, which caused him to misunderstand her. Since you, the thief, made the first move, then don't blame her for being impolite. So, from then on, Kasumigakaka kept trying to obstruct the love between the two. Either secretly guiding Eriri back to the childhood friend line, or openly destroying the two's time alone. As long as there was an opportunity, she would intervene. Despicable. Mean. A bitter woman. No matter how she was thought of. She just couldn't let that Eriri steal happiness from her. Under her unremitting efforts, the two finally ushered in the tragic ending she had been expecting. Eriri rejected Kanade Snowball's confession. Perhaps it was because she told Eriri, before pursuing you, the junior pursued me first, but didn't succeed, making the other party misunderstand that Kanade Snowball was trying to find a substitute for her. It was also possible that Eriri herself couldn't let go of her expectations for Nariaki. After all, she was a firm, childhood friend party. But in any case, she achieved the goal she wanted. The next thing to do was to comfort the very depressed junior at the moment, and then take back his heart in one fell swoop. However, she simply couldn't do it. It wasn't that she didn't want to do it, but that she couldn't do it. Chapter 12. The day after the confession incident, Kanade Snowball submitted her resignation from the club and also left the line group used for contacting everyone. As for more private contact information, it was gone as soon as he changed his mind. But it doesn't matter, if online contact fails, then let's meet in reality. Speaking of which, it's embarrassing that even though my junior knows so much about her, she doesn't even know which class he's in. This also led to the waste of the entire vacation. She couldn't manage to meet him at all, not even for a short while. She finally made it to the start of the school year, and with her social skills, heaven knows how much effort she put in to find out his class. But it doesn't matter, this is a frustration that must be tasted in order to achieve victory. It's like an adventure. If a hero levels up too easily while fighting monsters, they'll suspect it's a trap set by the Demon King, right? After finding his class and asking someone to arrange a meeting, she received the news that her junior had gone to participate in club activities. So she followed his trail again. She arrived at a place called the Service Club. What a strange name, and it also has a strange feeling. Yutaha Kasumigakaka immediately felt impatient, as if opening the door would lead her to a scene that she was very concerned about. But the arrow was already on the string, and she wasn't one to hesitate. "Hello, sorry to bother you." The moment she opened the door, she saw the boy she had been longing for day and night. He wore his handsome smile as always, but that smile wasn't for her. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" It was a very beautiful girl. Even Yutaha Kasumigakaka had to admit that she had a beauty almost comparable to her own, but her chest was very regrettable, probably not even able to beat Eriri. She didn't answer her, just stared blankly at her junior, but Kanade Snowball didn't intend to greet her. I might have come to the wrong place," she tried to appear calm, but the moisture in her eyes couldn't be concealed. "Sorry, I'm bothering you." She fled, because she understood that she had lost him again, as simply as if she had never possessed him. Originally, I wanted to write this in the author's afterword so it wouldn't take up space in the main text, but because I wrote more and more, there wasn't enough space, so I simply wrote a separate chapter to explain it. The following is the main text. How should I put it? I had very complicated feelings when writing the previous chapter, but not because of the plot, but because of everyone's comments. Honestly, I didn't expect everyone to think that way, but I still want to explain it. I don't mean to attack or argue, I'm seriously explaining the plot to the readers. I respect every reader. Respect their ideas, and hope that every reader can have their own ideas when reading books and articles, instead of being inexplicably influenced by others, because it's hard to change after the initial impression. First of all, there's the longest one, where a reader thinks that the Yutaha I wrote is strange and doesn't fit her character. But I want to ask, what is Yutaha's character? A one-track-minded love brain? I don't think it's like what you said, otherwise the senior wouldn't have chosen to let go and quit after knowing that Aki Tomoya cared about her talent rather than her as a person. So what if you like my talent? I'll make you like me as a person. I absolutely won't give up just because you don't like me. Like Nino Nakano from the quintuplets, even though she knew that Futaro's feelings for her weren't the best and he wouldn't like her, she still actively pursued him, and gracefully accepted her loss in the end. The senior I envision is a very charming person. She's literary, thoughtful, pursues romance, loves change, and likes romantic love written like a book. Which is why she was initially attracted to Aki Tomoya, her #1 fan, and didn't think about giving up even after being rejected, because at the time she didn't understand Aki Tomoya's true feelings, and only felt that she had to grasp this fateful encounter. Do you think that someone like that would choose to accept an inauthentic him when she realizes that the protagonist isn't being his true self? Maybe, after all. She's a love brain laughs, but speaking for myself, I definitely wouldn't. I'd be scared of her motives every day if I was with someone who wasn't being real with me. I can't accept it no matter how much she likes me. If I could tell. And what you said about two women fighting over one man, from your God's eye view, isn't that just a pure love triangle? Isn't the male protagonist a big idiot? Why can't he see it? Then imagine yourself. One day, you're in class and just about to eat when suddenly two girls who you used to pursue but rejected come to you and ask you to help them with something. Would you agree or not? Would you think that they regret it and want to pursue you again, or would you think that they've always liked you but were too embarrassed to say it? I don't think you can think that way, right? Wouldn't you be attacked by little fairies as a disgusting man? The most likely thought is that you're going to be used as a tool again. Secondly, there's Kagaya, what you said about giving a hair tie and seeing a change. Please, I don't even understand what you're talking about. Did I write any plot related to hair ties or changes in the whole text? What I wrote was clearly, Kagaya changed her hairstyle on Hayasaka's advice. And then used this to get the male protagonist to bring up the topic, so that she could conveniently implement her charm on the male protagonist and complete the love war, make him confess first. You didn't even understand this and you're talking about hair ties, and I didn't say that the male protagonist never gave Kagaya gifts. Is it possible that I haven't written that yet? Then there's Yukino Shida, what you said about her being literary and speaking in riddles and saying, I'll consider it. I admit that what you said has a bit of truth to it. But I didn't write that Yukino Shida directly rejected him in the whole text, so how did you make up the plot? I haven't even started writing about Yukino Shida. She's still living in other people's memories. As for Eriri and the angel, etc., I'm too lazy to say anything. Anyway, you didn't mention them. If you think it's possible, then go with your idea. Then, besides this brother who reads very carefully, there's also a brother who put forward his own opinion. Kagaya isn't such a stupid person, she wouldn't exchange food with the male protagonist just because she's curious about commoner food. The male protagonist's own idea is too stupid. I won't explain much, I just want to say, please go back and watch the first episode of the anime. There's a complete interaction between Kagaya and Shirogane about lunchboxes, and Kagaya's own personal thoughts. I basically took it from there. In fact, not only this reader, but I myself also want to say that Kagaya, such a young lady, is very outrageous, because she's too standard conservative, easily deceived, and most importantly likes a poor boy from a commoner background. The reason why I set it up like this is because literary works are aimed at the masses, everyone likes to see it this way, so the author wrote it this way. And I'm very realistically restoring the characters' personalities from the original work. I hope you can believe this, but if you really think I didn't restore it correctly, then it's my problem. To be honest, before I write a book every time, I go to read the summarized character settings, not necessarily in line with your ideas, but definitely the official character settings, carefully before writing because I'm afraid of getting the character settings wrong. And then think about what kind of plot is logical, so that you can read happily and not think, this author is a big idiot, didn't understand the character settings and just wrote the plot blindly, and then thinks he's right. That is to say, what I wanted to write from the beginning was a light and happy comedy. Maybe the plot at the beginning was a bit too tragic, I don't know if it aroused something that readers care about in their hearts. If it did, I apologize, but the plot requires it, so I have to do it this way. Also, everyone should have seen that the articles I post are uploaded on a schedule, which means they're all my drafts. And the time here is 3 o'clock in the morning, which shows that I really care. Recently, after seeing that reader's comment, I've been constantly affected. Yesterday, I even spent a whole day doing nothing, just sitting in front of the computer deleting and revising the outline. Revising the plot, and rethinking how I should start writing. Posting these isn't to gain sympathy or anything, just a feeling that came from the heart, which has led to all my recent drafts being used up because I'm busy with my graduation thesis recently, so I really don't have much time. The time I usually spend writing books is limited, and I'm the kind of person who writes very slowly and likes to think about the wording, so it's even more difficult. I don't know about other authors, but I'm actually a very emotional person. The key is that I also like to read everyone's posts and book reviews. When I see something interesting, I can even smile knowingly, and when I see readers add oil messages. I'm also very happy, so it's not surprising that I'm affected, so I've been very conflicted these days, but fortunately I've gotten through it and haven't affected the normal updates. Finally, I also hope that all readers can treat it rationally, not only the way they feel about this book, but also anything else. Before seeing the whole picture of the truth, remember to be cautious in your views and words. Last but not least, I declare again that I'm not attacking anyone, I'm just talking about the matter. If any reader feels offended, please bring it up and I'll post a separate chapter to apologize one by one. The very last thing. I hope everyone can forgive me for these rambling personal thoughts. This time I was really overwhelmed and couldn't control my hands. In the future, I'll try to reduce the number of words and try to put them in the PS and tell everyone all at once. That's all, yours sincerely. The past experiences were too heavy for Yutaha. Every time she recalled them, her mood would become quite low. Senior, should I start talking now? Katou's tone was neither light nor heavy, like a floating cloud in the afternoon, giving people a hazy feeling. It was enough to awaken Yutaha. Yes, Yutaha nodded. The memories are over. Perhaps she was a loser in the past, made the wrong decision, but that's definitely not always the case. In the future, she will never make the same mistake again. Snowball-kun's habits, Megumi Kato tilted her head, looking thoughtful. If it's Snowball-kun, he's very casual about what he eats, but he seems to be fond of coffee, and when he drinks coffee, he seems to like holding the cup with his left hand and doesn't like adding sugar. Wait a minute, Kato, what I want to know isn't that kind of, Yutaha quickly interrupted her. The information provided by Kato was indeed very rare, something that even she didn't know, but it didn't quite fit the theme of today's meeting, and most importantly. Yutaha glanced at Eriri without leaving a trace, and found that she also looked interested, so she became even more determined in her heart. If possible, I hope you can reveal some of your junior's habits when facing girls, such as subconscious small movements, facial expressions, etc. Megumi Kato is a very observant person, which is recognized by everyone in the club, so even if she is very familiar with her junior's habits, Yutaha wouldn't think that she likes her junior and observes her so carefully. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if Kato likes him, she hasn't been pursued by her junior like Eriri and her Yutaha, which shows that her junior doesn't like Kato, and her junior has always been unceremonious to girls he doesn't like. That is to say, Kato is okay. The only ones who need to be guarded against are the woman in the service club and someone who may be liked by her junior in the future. But this is easy to handle, she just needs to keep launching attacks and make her junior's vision only contain her. Perhaps she has failed before, but since her junior can like her once, then there can naturally be a second and third time, and she will complete the instant kill in the second time and never let go of the junior who only belongs to her. Therefore, information is very important. Love is war, and useful information is essential to win the victory. However, she thinks very beautifully, but reality will not always be as she wishes. Small movements. Facial expressions. I can't see that kind of thing. Yutaha frowned, thinking that even Kato couldn't see through the real self hidden behind her junior. But it may be another reason. It's okay, Kato, just say something. I said, Yutaha, why are you making things so difficult for Megumi? She's not some kind of psychic, how could she know these things? In the end, what you said about Kanade, Snowball-kun's news, it's hard to say if it's true. Yutaha didn't respond, just glanced at Eriri lightly, thinking that she deserves to be called the blonde loser, revealing her true thoughts in a conversation. Didn't you just say that you were helping to record because you saw her working hard? Now it has become that you are helping because you are interested in the news, you. In that case, let me start first and set an example. As far as I know, her junior, when pursuing a girl, he is completely indifferent to other people he doesn't like. It's not the kind of deliberate rejection because he's afraid of being misunderstood by the person he likes, but simply ignoring them, as if saying, I know what you're thinking, but what does that have to do with me? Please don't disturb my life. She had a very deep experience of the indifference and ruthlessness in it. At first, I thought her junior was worried about being misunderstood by others, but later I found that no matter whether the girl he liked was present at the time, his attitude would not change. To be honest, I was really upset back then, and even doubted whether my junior's feelings for me were fake, otherwise how could he be so heartless? It wasn't until a chance encounter later that I saw my junior after he had just broken up, unable to bear it, I went to comfort him, only to find that he had already recovered. Rational, decisive, gentle, humorous, and most importantly, not so ruthless to me, the junior I knew was back. At that time, I thought, maybe this is the regret medicine that God gave me, I took it for granted. However, the good times didn't last long. One day, my junior was once again attracted to a vixen. You know what happened after that, I was rejected again, but after that, I naturally didn't go looking for trouble again. Kasumigakaka Yutaha spoke word by word, sometimes in a low voice, sometimes with ups and downs, full of emotion, but her expression was as calm as if she were telling someone else's story. That's all the information I know. I like my junior, the kind of like where it has to be him. Kasumigakaka Yutaha's expression was indifferent, but her words were shocking. Sawamura Spencer Eriri, I know you like my junior too, if possible, I am willing to compete fairly with you, but only if you no longer obstruct my love. Kasumigakaka had failed once. No, she should say that she had failed many times, but only the first time was caused by her own reasons. She will cherish the opportunities she gets in the future, so she must be honest with herself. Eriri is an insider, and Katou should also be aware of it, so it doesn't matter if they both know. Anyway, her feelings have long been exposed, so it's better to exchange their vigilance with honest thoughts. Eriri was almost stunned in place. Kasumigakaka's words were like a thunderclap, shocking her young heart. Who is she? Why is she here today? What is she going to do later? Like the three soul-searching philosophical questions, Eriri felt like she was in a state of sage time after finishing her doujinshi, with no thoughts in her mind other than thinking about life. Does she like Snowball? It should be. Perhaps she was unwilling to face her heart because she still had an obsession with childhood friend, but now, facing Kasumigakaka, a love rival who confided her feelings to her, she couldn't say anything against her will. The same thing is what I wanted to say to you. Oh. Not bad, Eriri, I didn't know you had a frank side. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Want me to bite you? Heh, in the end, you're still a small fry. Ugh. You nasty black silk fat woman. Tisk, blonde loser. Cow monster. Chapter 13. Watching the escalating argument between the two, Megumi Katou didn't step in to stop them, but instead took out her phone and started playing with it. She felt like she shouldn't have come today. Besides being shown off by Kasumigakaka-senpai, it seemed like she hadn't done anything else, and there was nothing fun, or maybe there was? Well, whatever, I'll just play on my phone for a while. Conger eel or sea eel? Which one should I choose? In front of the frozen section, Kanade Snowball pondered the main dish for tonight. It was early summer, and various kinds of fish were gradually coming onto the market. Seafood sushi and sashimi are perhaps the two most famous delicacies and essential choices for summer in Japan, but Kanade Snowball preferred the everyday meal with rice. So eel rice became his first choice. Large, plump grains were sent into his mouth, accompanied by thick, mellow eel meat. If he could drink a freshly made fish soup at this moment, it would be absolutely perfect. As expected, I should choose conger eel. Kanade Snowball nodded, deciding on his choice for tonight's satisfying meal. Lunch wasn't very enjoyable. Perhaps it was indeed a rare delicacy, but if one's mood was bad, even the food eaten would become like chicken ribs, tasteless. To soothe his restless stomach, he wanted to enjoy himself tonight. Instant noodles, bread, toilet paper, oh right, and the most important sauce. The former was for emergency use. Living alone meant preparing for everything in advance, and the final sauce was, of course, to accompany tonight's main course. Soy sauce, mirin, honey with the right amounts. He could mix a delicious dressing that would taste great with eel rice or anything else. Although there were ready-made bottled sauces sold in the supermarket, Kanade Snowball still preferred to mix his own. You should know that a secret homemade sauce that can't be replicated or bought is the soul of many eel rice restaurants. Although Kanade Snowball didn't have the ability to do that, he could still freely adjust the amounts according to his own preferences. After all, he didn't like things that were too sweet. What else am I missing? Snowball-kun, good afternoon. A soft, soothing voice floated into Kanade Snowball's ears, stealing his attention from shopping. Although he hadn't seen her completely, there was only one person in his memory who would greet him like that. Good afternoon, Katou. Turning his head, the background classmate was standing next to him, leaning forward slightly, with a shopping basket on her arm. The scene was frozen at the moment when she gently tucked the hair beside her ear behind her ear. Although her expression was still calm, her gestures were full of girlish tenderness. Buying snacks? Kanade Snowball teased. Running errands for my mom. Megumi Katou lifted the shopping basket in her hand, which contained several seasonings for cooking, as well as a bottle of green tea and some pocky sticks. There really are snacks. Kanade Snowball was a little surprised. He casually said it and was guessed correctly. It seemed his luck today was not too bad. Although Katou didn't refute, the look in her eyes conveyed the message. I'm a girl too, you know. Eating too many snacks will make you fat. Kanade Snowball turned his head, pretending not to understand Katou's little look. It's okay, someone will take care of helping me get rid of them, Katou said softly, not caring about Kanade Snowball's little curse. I thought you would say something like, be careful of being hated for talking about a girl's weight. Does Snowball-kun want me to say that? Not really, I just think it would feel more mainstream. But I'm not that kind of mainstream character. It's okay, Katou is already very charming, you don't need to deliberately play someone else. Kanade Snowball shook his head, then continued to pick out what he wanted. It's not good for your health to eat instant noodles all the time, Snowball-kun knows that, right? Megumi Kato's gaze at Kanade Snowball seemed a little angry. Boys living alone can indeed be particularly worrying in some ways. You misunderstood, these instant noodles are just emergency food, bought to prevent a day when I have nothing to eat. I have been eating properly every day, Kanade Snowball said a little guiltily. It wasn't exactly a lie, at least he had been eating properly these past few days after resigning from the student council president position. Really? Snowball-kun needs to be responsible for himself. But looking at the fresh ingredients in Kanade Snowball's shopping basket, she didn't say anything more. Is tonight's dinner eel rice? Yes, what about Kato? Tonight, my family is having curry, but I'd rather eat something else. For example, eel rice or something? It's definitely a summer choice, Kanade Snowball nodded, this was also his idea. Has Kato ever made eel rice herself? Kanade Snowball asked curiously. Japanese schools attach great importance to students' personal abilities, and subjects like cooking classes will never give way to other exam subjects, but what they actually teach is very limited, and not as mysterious as the outside world says. Of course, special schools that specialize in training chefs are an exception. I haven't tried it, Megumi Kato shook her head, a little curious. Is Snowball-kun very good at it? I guess, Kanade Snowball didn't deny it, but he didn't brag either. Should I say barely edible? Excessive modesty is arrogance, Snowball-kun. In Japanese culture, it is generally assumed that the chef in a family is female, and the male almost never assumes responsibility for housework. Although this has changed in recent years with the changes in trends, the general trend remains the same, and it is rare to find a man who is good at cooking but whose ambition is not to be a chef. I'm really not lying to you, Kanade Snowball didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His cooking skills were basically stolen from that angel. Compared to her cooking skills, he was definitely inferior. He originally thought of giving her a surprise one day, but it ended up being a failure. And ironically, the cooking skills he practiced diligently afterwards ended up serving another girl. It's hard to believe, Megumi Kato tilted her head, looking meaningful. Kanade Snowball immediately understood, he had seen this calculating look many times on the equally gluttonous Fujiwara Chika. If Kato doesn't believe me, how about trying it yourself? Wouldn't that bother Snowball-kun? No trouble, it's just making an extra portion, Kanade Snowball shook his head. A solo food trip is indeed enjoyable, but sharing the joy of food with good friends is also a real pleasure. How about tomorrow? Is Kato free during lunch break? I'm free, seeing that the matter of tasting his cooking skills was settled, Megumi Kato didn't say anything more. I'll be looking forward to it. Of course, as long as you don't mind it being bad then. If it's too bad, I'll leave it all to Snowball-kun and have you help me finish it. Wow, you're going to use that move? Then I have to use all my strength to cook. No matter what kind of food it is, it tastes best when it's freshly made, so since he was going to invite Kato to taste his cooking tomorrow, he might as well change tonight's menu. He also got inspiration while chatting with Kato, so he might as well have curry rice tonight. After the two finished paying and walked to the door, they naturally walked together. As friends, there was no need to be so restrained in the process of getting along, no need to ask this and that, since they happened to meet, and they were both free, then they would walk together. I'll take it, Kanade Snowball reached out to Megumi Kato. The latter nodded, but didn't immediately hand the shopping bag to the other party. Wait a moment. Megumi Kato took out a box of Pocky from the shopping bag, and then handed the bag to Kanade Snowball. Are you going to eat it now? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to eat dinner later? It's okay, Mom won't be angry. The premise is that you've already made her angry? Kanade Snowball smiled. Treasure your mom's hard work a little more. Every time he spent time with Kato, Kanade Snowball felt very relaxed. To him, Kato was like a childhood sweetheart, a girl next door, so he always couldn't help but want to give her a little lecture. Snowball-kun, ah. What? Kanade Snowball was puzzled for a moment, but as soon as he turned his head, a long stick was stuffed into his mouth. Ugh, Kanade Snowball frowned. It wasn't that he was a little unhappy with Megumi Kato's sudden attack, but he was simply shocked by the special taste of this Pocky. Bitter? Yeah, I heard it's some kind of new product, Megumi Kato nodded, then took one herself and put it in her mouth. Ugh. The same reaction as Kanade Snowball. If you don't like it, don't eat it anymore, Kanade Snowball advised. He could still adapt to this bitterness, but there was no need for Katou, it wasn't something she had to eat. It's okay, I always have to adapt, Katou shook her head, not listening to his advice. Kanade Snowball was helpless, the thoughts of teenage girls were too complicated, he was afraid he would never understand them in his life. Katou, here, this is for you. Kanade Snowball suddenly remembered that he had some good things in his pocket, so he put down the shopping bag and reached into his pocket to take them out. Fruit candy, random flavors, Kanade Snowball explained. There's no bitter flavor, but there is a spicy flavor, but I ate the spicy one before. If you can't stand the bitterness, eat one, at least it can neutralize it a little. That's how he was, every time after drinking an Americano, he would eat one to adjust his tongue, although sometimes he would encounter a worse situation, but most of the time it was relieved. Various flavors are like life, full of adventure. Megumi Katou nodded, silently took it, but didn't peel the candy and put it in her mouth. Kanade Snowball didn't care, thinking that she might want to challenge herself. Mom, hurry up, we're going to miss the cartoon. Slow down, don't fall. Accidents always come so suddenly, and by the time Kanade Snowball wanted to remind her, it was too late. Ugh, the little girl, who was only focused on turning around to greet her mother, bumped into Kanade Snowball at the corner. Of course, the little girl was fine, at most a little dizzy, but Kanade Snowball's stomach suffered, and a rocket headbutt almost broke his defense. You can't run like this on the road, what if you hit a car? Kanade Snowball squatted down, looking serious. I'm sorry, big brother, I know I was wrong. The little girl also realized the problem, and couldn't help but lower her head, vaguely looking like she was about to cry. I'm fine, Kanade Snowball rubbed her head, and seeing that she was very well behaved, he took out a candy from his pocket and gave it to her. You can't be like this in the future, understand? Chapter 14. Okay, I understand, the little girl nodded, finally feeling a bit better, though her hesitant look piqued Xia Chuanzu's curiosity. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Big brother, are you a masochist? Why would you give me candy after I bumped into you? I appreciate it, but I won't bump into you again. Xia Chuanzu was speechless, thinking, are kids these days all so precocious? She even knows the word masochist. I'm sorry for the trouble. At this moment, the young wife who was behind the little girl caught up, grabbing the little girl's hand and apologizing to them repeatedly. Xia Chuanzu waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. After the wife left with the little girl, Ji Tenghui spoke. Xia Chuanjun, do you like children very much? I guess. Why do you ask? I just feel like you're very tolerant towards children. Well, they're just kids, as long as they're not those super annoying brats, it doesn't hurt to be a little tolerant. I see, Ji Tenghui said thoughtfully. Xia Chuanjun, can you hold out your hand? What is it? Xia Chuanzu asked, though he did as she asked. The next moment, he felt something in his palm. Looking down, it was the candy he had just given to Ji Tenghui. Why? Xia Chuanzu was about to ask why, but he saw Ji Tenghui looking at him seriously. Xia Chuanjun, sometimes, you shouldn't ask girls so many questions. Okay, Xia Chuanzu was helpless. Just now, Ji Teng was still a friendly girl next door, but now she suddenly turned into a rebellious younger sister who disliked her older brother. So, he really couldn't understand the minds of girls at this age. Wash all the prepared ingredients, peel the potatoes and cut them into small pieces, and store them in cold water to prevent discoloration. After processing the carrots, put them in water together with the potatoes and simmer until they boil. Then, add the curry cubes to the pot, and add water in appropriate proportions to adjust to the appropriate consistency. Finally, add the already processed beef, so that the flavor of the curry and beef mix together, and simmer slowly over medium heat. Thicken the sauce, take it out of the pot, and plate it with rice. In less than an hour, a beef curry rice that can make the children next door cry with greed is ready. If you feel that the sense of ritual is not enough, you can also add some small decorations to the plate, sprinkle some pepper cumin. Or put 2 plums on top of the rice, which is not only beautiful but also can be used to stimulate the appetite before meals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell rang, and Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but complain in his heart, Could it be that it really attracted the greedy child next door? Opening the door, the angel was standing outside, holding a steaming pot of miso soup in both hands. The aroma was intoxicating, and the taste was naturally needless to say. With the angel's cooking skills, even without tasting it, he knew it would be very delicious. This is. You must not have made soup again, right? It's not good for your health to always drink that coffee, so I just. As always, the same lecturing tone, but gradually, Shinomiya's voice became smaller. Anyway, let me in quickly, it's tiring to hold it all the time. Ah, sorry, please come in. Xia Chuanzu finally realized that he had been keeping the angel outside all along. Why so suddenly? What made you think of dropping by today? After the love affair with Hikigaya ended, he would no longer refuse to contact other girls in every possible way in order to show his sincerity. Especially with girls like the angel, who he originally liked very much, he was willing to maintain closeness with them, even if only as friends. It was just difficult for him to take the initiative to approach them again, not only because he was afraid of being misunderstood as having ulterior motives, but also because he was afraid of having extra thoughts due to similar situations. Shinomiya opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. This afternoon, she actually saw Xia Chuanzu, but at that time, he was chatting and laughing with a girl, and he didn't notice that she was hiding somewhere behind them. She was jealous. Why could that girl chat with Zhou so intimately? She wanted to do that too. She wanted Zhou to accompany her to the supermarket, she wanted to go home from school with him, she wanted to hear him say happy things, she wanted to see him smile at her. Clearly, these were things that were readily available in the past, but now she could never reach them. Even if she didn't act, she would lose the person she wanted to cherish forever. The days of losing Zhou were so agonizing, so she understood, she had to face her heart honestly, she liked Zhou. She liked the fool who would smile at her foolishly, beg her, and act cool in front of her. But just saying, I like you, wasn't enough, she had to take action, she had to let Zhou feel her love, feel her feelings, just like he did to her back then. I want to be with you, is that not okay? The angel's face was flushed, her eyes were erratic, and her heart was full of anxiety. She said it. This was the first time she had expressed her inner thoughts to Zhou so honestly, she didn't know what he would think. Shinomiya looked at Xia Chuanzu and found that he was stunned, but he quickly reacted and smiled at her gently. Then let's be together. Yeah, Shinomiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou seemed to be in a good mood today, and he was willing to agree to her excessive request. If she was rejected so ruthlessly like before, she would be sad for a long time and find it difficult to recover. What kind of food did you make today? Beef curry, want to try my cooking? See, since you say so, the angel looked calm on the surface, but her heart was already blooming. One of the purposes of her coming to deliver miso soup was to have dinner with Zhou, and she had deliberately emptied her stomach for this. Although she would be embarrassed if she heard the grumbling sound, she could accept the small sacrifice if it could make Zhou feel pity for her. She knew that Zhou was a disciplined person now, and he would definitely cook well and eat well, and she also wanted to taste Zhou's cooking. It would be best if it was delicious, but it didn't matter if it was not, she would eat it without wasting a bit. To take a step back, even if Zhou lied to her for some reason, and he didn't actually eat well, it didn't matter, because she would scold him while making food for him. She didn't mind the trouble at all, and she was even willing to do this for him for the rest of her life. If it's not delicious, I'll scold you harshly. No problem, I welcome the master's appraisal. Master? Yeah, because I stole the secret from you. But I don't remember teaching you how to do it. I said I stole the secret, because I've been secretly observing you. Unbelievable, you learned it just by observing? The angel exclaimed, covering her mouth. Of course not, I've also tried to do it many times myself, naturally, I made a lot of mistakes at the beginning, but I gradually got the hang of it. Xia Chuanzu shook his head, telling the truth. He was not a genius, not like Si Gong Hui, who was all talented and could learn everything quickly. He was just constantly working hard with a heart that wanted to make the girl he liked feel his passionate love. The tedious learning process was naturally very difficult, but the thought of the possible rewards would make him very motivated. Then I must appraise it carefully. If it doesn't pass, I won't let you graduate. The sudden discovery made her feel that her connection with Zhou had deepened a little, and her heart was even more excited. Okay, master, Xia Chuanzu nodded with a smile. The angel was happy to roleplay, and he was of course willing to accompany her. If it could alleviate her lonely mood, it would be great. In Xia Chuanzu's view, Shiina Mashiro came to visit today because she felt lonely and wanted to get a trace of comfort from him, her only friend. She was a person who lacked love, and Xia Chuanzu deeply understood this. Shiina lacked love, so she yearned to be loved, but she was also afraid of being loved, and even more afraid of losing love after being loved. She was a contradictory person, and that contradiction made Xia Chuanzu feel very distressed. Therefore, even if he knew that she regarded him as a remedy to soothe her soul, the kind that would be discarded after use, he didn't mind, as long as it could really help her. After all, he existed for this purpose. Sorry, did you wait long? Xia Chuanzu jogged all the way to Tgthegood. To fulfill yesterday's lunch appointment, Xia Chuanzu ran to the dean of teaching as soon as class was over at noon to borrow the key to the rooftop of the teaching building. As a good student and student council president, he had too many privileges, he only needed to use the reason. I want to check the school's rooftop, eliminate safety hazards, and prevent students from gathering privately to easily get the key from the teacher. Yesterday, he proposed to Tgthegood to have lunch together in the heat of the moment. Only after arriving at school today did he realize that the specific operation was not so easy. Refusing the enthusiastic invitations of his classmates was one aspect, but the most critical thing was finding a suitable place. Now, unlike in the past, his daily words and deeds were quite closely watched since he became the student council president. If he casually found a place to have lunch with Tgthegood, the nosy onlookers would definitely start spreading rumors about him and Tgthegood. Tgthegood was a girl who liked peace and quiet. It would be bad if this matter caused her trouble. Faced with Xia Chuanzu's apology, Tgthegood naturally shook her head understandingly. No, I just arrived too. Xia Chuanzu nodded, then carefully observed the surroundings. After finding that no one was around, he took out the key and opened the rooftop door. The azure sky suddenly appeared in front of him, as blue as a wash, and the clean and transparent painting made people feel suddenly comfortable. Although the rooftop had been closed and not allowed to enter, it was actually cleaned regularly. The two found a relatively clean bench and sat side by side. I always feel that Xia Chuanzu looks guilty. Are you afraid of being seen sneaking onto the rooftop? Tgthegood asked, noticing that Xia Chuanzu had been looking around. Or am I causing trouble for Xia Chuanzu? No, of course not. Xia Chuanzu naturally shook his head. He himself had issued the invitation, and he would feel very relaxed when getting along with Tgthegood. He was too happy to feel troubled. Although there is a suspicion of boasting, I am actually quite eye-catching. If others see me having lunch with Tgthegood, they will definitely be misunderstood. Misunderstanding, Tgthegood nodded, indicating that she could understand. It doesn't matter to me, anyway, there are already many rumors about me, but what about you, Tgthegood? You would definitely mind being misunderstood, right? I don't mind either. After all, not many people know me, even if they see me, they will forget about it the next second, right? Xia Chuanzu was speechless and could not refute. Indeed, Tgthegood's presence was too shallow. She could be standing in front of you and be ignored unconsciously, let alone remember who she was. Then let's change places next time. The sneaky appearance did give people a feeling of disrespect. He had considered too little. It's okay, Tgthegood shook her head, her shoulder-length hair fluttering in the wind, highlighting a strong sense of girlhood with the gentle words of the owner. The scenery here is also very good. Chapter 15. Right? I occasionally come here alone to relax, doing nothing, just sitting quietly on the bench watching everyone below. This is oolong tea. A friend of my dad sent it over, and we have too much at home, so I'm giving some to Snowball-kun. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Snowball Kanade nodded. He took a light sip, and a rich aroma filled his mouth. Unlike the bottled drinks on sale at the supermarket, oolong tea, which needs to be brewed to bring out its flavor, is initially slightly bitter upon entering the mouth. However, it becomes sweeter and sweeter, eventually filling the entire oral cavity with sweetness, leaving a fragrant aftertaste on the lips and teeth. Actually, this is because oolong tea leaves contain a large amount of polyphenol. These substances react with proteins to form a waterproof film on the surface of the tongue, temporarily causing the tongue to lose its sense of taste. Once the film breaks, sweetness will continuously surge, leaving people with endless aftertaste. So, careful tasting is very important, whether it's drinking tea or anything else. It's very delicious, thank you, Katou. I'm glad Snowball-kun likes it. Katou Megumi's lips curved upward almost imperceptibly, and then she took out a can of tea leaves from her bag. If it's not enough, there's more here, but Snowball-kun will have to take it home to drink it. No, that's a bit. Snowball-kun, don't worry about it, anyway, my dad doesn't like it, and it will spoil if we leave it there without drinking it. Okay, Snowball Kanade nodded with difficulty. However, he still felt very ashamed in his heart. Just for a mere eel rice bowl, he had received such a great gift from Katou. Although oolong tea leaves are not very expensive, the sentiment is genuine. If Snowball-kun still feels bad, please treat me to dessert next time. Katou Megumi turned her head to look at him, her gentle voice immediately soothing Snowball Kanade's heart. There's a new dessert that just came out recently, and it looks delicious, but I don't have much allowance left. Snowball Kanade blinked at her, then smiled knowingly. So Katou is such a bad girl, using her dad's gift to exchange for her own allowance. Katou didn't say anything, but her slightly puffed up cheeks and slightly red ears betrayed her feelings. Snowball Kanade stopped while he was ahead and didn't continue teasing her. It would be difficult to deal with if he really made Katou angry. After chatting, it was time for a pleasant meal. The two enjoyed the delicious food while admiring the unique scenery of the rooftop. No one disturbed them during this time, so the happiness doubled. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school. Snowball Kanade went to the principal's office at his invitation. By the time he came out, the sky outside the school was basically dark. Student Council President, huh? Snowball Kanade gently exhaled a breath of stale air, his mind filled with thoughts. During his conversation with the principal just now, he learned countless pieces of information. Among them, the thing that concerned him the most was the school's attitude toward his resignation as student council president. They advised him to reconsider and did not agree. The reason was also very simple. During Snowball Kanade's tenure, the students and faculty members in the school unanimously gave the student council positive reviews. Its business ability far exceeded the standards of previous sessions, and there were even hints of surpassing its peak state. Naturally, the school would not easily let go of such achievements. Perhaps the school didn't know how strong Snowball Kanade's ability was, but they knew very well how strong this year's student council was. And Snowball Kanade, as the core figure of the student council, was the one who connected the people of the student council together. If he were suddenly removed and someone else took over as president, could it still produce the same effect? Perhaps it would be better, but the school was unwilling to gamble. Perhaps you might think this is an exaggeration, believing that a mere student council president would not affect the school's operation at all. However, in reality, this is not the case. The student council of Shiina Academy has special rights and status that other schools cannot match. It controls almost all student-related affairs in the school. From checking attendance and regulations to leading students in holding school festivals and school trips. Almost all policies originating from within the school are inseparable from the student council. And the student council president is the person who leads those talented people, based on the entire student council, and is responsible for ensuring that all students in the school live a correct high school life. This responsibility cannot be said to be small. Given Shiina Academy's special status as a noble school, it was theoretically impossible for him, a mixed-class student referring to someone who did not come up from the elementary school but transferred in midway, to serve as student council president. Most likely, he would be like that mixed-class senior in the past. Even if he became president, he would quickly be driven off the stage by the students. All of this turning point was because of the existence of Shinomiya Hikigaya, because what she represented behind her was the Shinomiya group, and she herself was his vice president. At first, because he liked Shinomiya Hikigaya, he kept launching attacks on her. Faced with this young lady, the only method he adopted was challenge, constant challenge. From grades to business ability, from interpersonal relationships to personal hobbies, whether he was good at it or not, he would not show timidity. No matter what field it was, he would challenge Shinomiya Hikigaya. Only by defeating her and constantly defeating her, by making this genius young lady feel frustrated, could she take him seriously, could she notice his existence. At first, he naturally only had defeats and no victories. But it didn't matter, he had plenty of drive. If his grades weren't as good as hers, Then he would study to death if his skills weren't as strong as hers. Then he would find a way to practice and surpass her. He almost forgot what those days were like, only remembering that his daily sleep time was almost less than 5 hours. Fortunately, he got through it all, and the result was that he defeated Shinomiya Hikigaya head-on. First, he defeated her with a perfect score in an academic exam, and then he launched challenges with her strengths, constantly attacking her self-esteem, and finally severely subdued her. After that, she became his vice president and helped him, Snowball Kanade, secure the position of student council president, until the day he chose to let go. Shinomiya Hikigaya recognized his ability, which Snowball Kanade knew very well, but as a lover, he was not the first choice, which Snowball Kanade had also clearly understood. However, if he were to abandon everyone as a friend just because he wanted to escape from unrequited love, he would undoubtedly be a coward. He had done countless cowardly things like this in the past, and whenever the night was quiet, he would fall into deep self-blame when he thought of those things, wanting to go back to the past. Until that rainy day, Katou's gentle words gave him strength. Escape. Take responsibility. Whatever. As long as he was willing, then do it. No longer living according to other people's ideas, but following his own heart. I want to become everyone's eternal friend. Laugh with them, play with them, live every day with them, no matter what. I don't want to give up such a possibility. Therefore, he must abandon the past and face a brand new self. The cool moon hung like an eyebrow over Willow Bay, the scenery of you was reflected in the mirror. The moonlight on Friday was exceptionally bright, and the cool breeze brushed away a trace of sorrow in Snowball Kanade's heart. Since whenever people look up at the starry sky and see the rising crescent moon, infinite thoughts will flood into their hearts. Whether it is to force a rhyme for the sake of expressing sorrow, or if there are indeed feelings in the heart, the rendered atmosphere cannot avoid the word sorrow, but Snowball Kanade does not think so. Clear and elegant yet embracing all things, hanging high in the night sky yet able to shine into people's hearts. The moon's tolerance is self-evident. From ancient times to the present, it has carried the emotions of countless literati and poets, but what is most commendable about it is that it can soothe people's hearts. Homesickness, longing for relatives, resentment, no matter how strong the emotions are, as long as you see it, it can be soothed and healed in an instant. Thus, only respect and love for it remain. At this moment, Snowball Kanade was wandering alone on the streets of Tokyo, aimlessly wandering around, admiring the scenery along the way with the bright white frost. Noisy izakayas, constantly flowing snack shops, and office workers who have just returned from working overtime, each culture is quite characteristic. If you really want to list them one by one, I'm afraid you'll have to write a research paper. Just as Snowball Kanade was thinking about what he wanted to eat, a cheerful girl's voice rang in his ear. President? What are you doing here? Looking in the direction of the voice, he soon saw a pink-haired girl leading a dog greeting him, the black bow on her head particularly conspicuous. It was Fujiwara Chika. At this moment, she was not wearing her usual school uniform, but a green dress, with a white butterfly tied at the neckline, which looked very lively. Good evening, Fujiwara, Snowball Kanade nodded to her as a response. He originally wanted to enjoy the night in Tokyo alone, but he could only give up when he was suddenly called out. The most important thing is that he met the idiot Fujiwara, and it would be difficult to get away without a while. It's so late, are you still playing outside and not going back? Snowball Kanade asked curiously. If I remember correctly, the Fujiwara family's family rules are still quite strict and there is a curfew. It's really a coincidence to meet her. Pace wants to go out and play. Fujiwara Chika shook the dog leash in her hand with a cheerful smile. Snowball Kanade looked at the golden retriever lying on the side and found that its legs were crossed, its eyes were dazed, and it was yawning. Are you sure it's not you who wants to go out and play? Ahem, anyway, it's getting late, if there's nothing else. President, wait a moment, I'll talk to Pace first. Fujiwara Chika waved her hand, signaling Snowball Kanade not to be anxious. Then she squatted down and said something in the golden retriever's ear. The dog stood up, then looked at Snowball Kanade and Fujiwara Chika one after another, and walked away on its own, biting the dog leash. Snowball Kanade opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Just now, was that golden retriever observing him? It seemed like Fujiwara was talking to it. This is too strange. Are dogs so smart these days? Or are animals in neon allowed to become spirits? The amount of information shocked Snowball Kanade for a whole year. Fujiwara, what did you say to it just now? Seeing Fujiwara Chika trot all the way to him, Snowball Kanade couldn't help but wonder. I didn't say anything, I just told Pace to go home by itself, and then I'll stroll around outside for a while. Fujiwara Chika looked like it was a matter of course. It can really understand, Snowball Kanade curled his lips, looking incredulous. But when he thought that there were girls like Fujiwara in this world, it was not surprising that dogs could be so humane. He could even accept the appearance of magical girl Snowball Kanade in the next second. President, have you had dinner yet? Fujiwara Chika smiled. She is always so happy every day, and she rarely doesn't smile. Compared to her, Snowball Kanade feels that his life is much more bitter. Not yet, what about you? Me neither. Fujiwara Chika's tone rose slightly, and then she reached out to Snowball Kanade. It just so happens that I met the president today, let me take you to a great shop. Without waiting for Snowball Kanade to refuse, she grabbed his hand and ran. Handsome men and beautiful women, one in front and one behind, plus the conspicuous Shuchian Academy uniform, the breath of youth rushed to their faces. The office worker uncles next to them burst into tears at once. Woo-woo, I used to have a girl holding my hand like this. Don't brag, at most I pulled you and said, Ibwa, ramen accuse. So it wasn't? Ah. Damn. No, don't scare me. What's wrong? Actually, in my heart, I've always put you. You, don't come over. Snowball Kanade could no longer hear the tragic love story that happened on the roadside. He was dragged by Fujiwara Chika into a ramen shop. Quiet, remote, located in the deepest part of the alley, the shop name is also the most common name with the owner's name. The interior decoration is quite old, but the hygiene is very clean. There are not many people in the shop, scattered around in twos and threes. Almost no one came in pairs like Snowball Kanade and the others. It can even be said that apart from the two of them, there were only some office worker uncles who had just gotten off work. Ramen, Snowball Kanade murmured. Chapter 16. Fujiwara Chika thought he didn't like it and felt a little nervous when she heard this. Does the president dislike ramen? Not really, I just haven't tried it before, compared to noodles, I prefer rice. Whether in his past life or now, he didn't remember eating noodles much. Although he had always been curious about ramen, a cultural staple there, he had never actually tried it. So, this is your first time? Yay! President's first time is being taken by Fujiwara Chika. Xia Chuanzu almost spat out his water. Saying such dirty jokes in public, it's a wonder Fujiwara isn't ashamed at all. Turning his head to look, he found Fujiwara looking excited, not at all affected by the subtle gazes of the people around them and him. As expected of you, Fujiwara Chika. Since the president hasn't eaten it before, let me recommend it to you. Okay, Xia Chuanzu nodded. He knew that Fujiwara Chika loved to find delicious food, especially ramen, so he didn't ask her why she brought him to a ramen shop. Although it's not common in Japanese culture for girls to go into such greasy ramen shops, there are always exceptions, so there's no need to give it too much strange attention. The two found a place to sit down, and then Fujiwara Chika started negotiating with the boss. Soy sauce pork bone, light, noodles super hard. And a portion of Arctic ramen, slightly harder. Xia Chuanzu nodded. Fujiwara was indeed an expert in this, these terms showed she knew her stuff. Soy sauce pork bone is for me, right? He heard it was the most famous type, and the methods varied from place to place, so it should be friendly to a newbie like him, right? No, that's mine. What? Perhaps the night was dazzling and blurred his vision, leading to auditory hallucinations, so Xia Chuanzu asked again. Yes. He got such an answer from the other side. Okay, Arctic ramen it is. Although he hadn't heard of its name, it probably wasn't some kind of dark cuisine, right? Xia Chuanzu believed in Fujiwara Chika. She shouldn't harm him anyway, right? But it seemed a little too late to ask the store manager to change the menu. Xia Chuanzu had already seen him preparing the ingredients, so he simply chose not to cause trouble. After knowing that the future he faced might not be peaceful, Xia Chuanzu became somewhat expectant. Of course, not expecting to be victimized, but seeking that possibly insignificant other possibility maybe Arctic ramen is also delicious? The waiting process wasn't too torturous. Fujiwara Chika was at least seriously keeping him company, but when the store manager brought 2 bowls of noodles, she suddenly stood up and left. What's wrong? Xia Chuanzu asked curiously. Getting ice water, President, eat first. Fujiwara Chika didn't even turn her head. Japanese people generally don't have the habit of drinking hot water. Whether in summer or winter, they drink cold water, and such restaurants basically provide free cold water, and you can take as much as you want. Xia Chuanzu put away his phone and nodded silently. Taking the 2 bowls of noodles from the store manager, Xia Chuanzu lowered his head to observe. First, Fujiwara Chika's soy sauce pork bone, char siu, shredded seaweed, green onion, red ginger, soft-boiled egg. The amount of side dishes was just right and a rich aroma wafted over. It was clear at a glance that it was a delicious dish. Looking at his Arctic ramen, although it had all the necessary side dishes, why did the color feel wrong? It was just too brightly colored, right? Compared to Fujiwara's light pork bone noodles, his Arctic ramen looked like it had just been salvaged from a sea of fire. It was particularly scary and pungent. I'm back. Fujiwara Chika appeared by his side at the right time. Xia Chuanzu took the ice water she handed over and then pushed the pork bone noodles to her. President, you're not really going to eat Arctic ramen, are you? This confused Xia Chuanzu. Then, otherwise? Didn't you recommend it to me? Oh, I just wanted to tease the president. Fujiwara Chika stuck out her tongue and acted cute. Actually, I wanted to eat it myself. I've always wanted to try it, but I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to finish it and it would be a waste, but it doesn't matter today with the president here. If I can't finish it, I'll give it to the president. Xia Chuanzu thought for a while and felt that there was no need to make things difficult for himself, so he readily agreed. I'm going to eat. Breaking open the bamboo chopsticks, putting his hands together, and then starting to eat. Gently picking up a small amount of noodles and putting them in his mouth, tasting its delicacy and deliciousness with the side dishes, the rich soup exploded in his mouth, and the mellow aroma instantly filled his entire nasal cavity. It can indeed be called delicious. Woo-woo. The movement next to him was really loud, and Xia Chuanzu couldn't concentrate on enjoying the food. What's wrong again? Looking at Fujiwara Chika with her eyes wide, raising her hand to cover her mouth, and flailing her arms in a flustered manner, Xia Chuanzu was speechless. Looking at how lightly she said it just now, he thought she could at least finish half of it, but she was already overwhelmed by the spiciness after just the first bite. Have some water. Xia Chuanzu silently handed over the water. Fujiwara Chika couldn't wait to take the water glass and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls before letting out a long breath. I'm alive. With the cooling and pain relief of the ice water, the fiery pain on the tip of her tongue was suppressed to a barely acceptable level. However, Xia Chuanzu knew that this was just the beginning. After the effect of the ice water passed, Fujiwara would be able to feel what true pain was. Sure enough, after a while, Fujiwara began to wail in a low voice. Goo, my throat hurts. This was natural. Even her tongue couldn't withstand that level of spiciness, so how could her delicate throat endure it? Why don't you just give up? There's no need to force yourself to eat it. No. How can I waste food? Today, I will fight the Red Devil 300 rounds. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Xia Chuanzu had no choice but to let her go. However, looking at her miserable appearance of taking a bite of ramen and a mouthful of ice water, and sometimes looking up and shedding tears, he finally frowned. So, without regard for Fujiwara Chika's reaction, Xia Chuanzu pushed his untouched portion of ramen to her, then grabbed and snatched the Red Devil from her hand. You eat this. But. No buts, just eat it. Seeing Fujiwara Chika lowering her head and remaining silent, Xia Chuanzu realized that his tone might have been a bit rough just now. However, Fujiwara Chika on the opposite side looked twisted and shy, and the blush on her face, whether from the spiciness or from the shame of failing the challenge, was particularly conspicuous under the warm light. Okay. Xia Chuanzu nodded hesitantly. Although Fujiwara Chika's current situation was a bit strange, she at least listened to his advice and no longer wanted to challenge death. It was good that she calmed down, but Xia Chuanzu himself was in trouble. He really couldn't bring himself to eat the ramen in front of him, which was covered in red chili oil. It wasn't that he couldn't eat spicy food. In fact, he liked to eat spicy food in his previous life, especially with some barbecue, which he enjoyed very much. However, after coming here, because of the Japanese people's light eating habits, he also followed the local customs and hadn't eaten such food again. Now, it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable when suddenly asked to challenge it again. After brewing his emotions, he picked up a small amount of noodles and put them in his mouth in front of Fujiwara Chika. How is it? Fujiwara Chika next to him couldn't even care about her protesting taste buds and focused all her attention on Xia Chuanzu's actions. It's okay, Xia Chuanzu raised an eyebrow. It wasn't as explosively spicy as he had imagined, but within an acceptable range. You're lying, right? President, you're not afraid at all. Could it be that the president is the legendary chili Superman? What kind of weird character is that? Xia Chuanzu retorted. Japanese people have special hobbies in this regard. No matter what they do, they like to put strange names on others. Like Hikigaya, Cancer of the Earth, etc. Highlighting a sense of chinibu. Then why isn't the president afraid of spiciness? It's so spicy. Maybe it's because my physique is special. Xia Chuanzu shrugged. He himself didn't know what was going on. If he had to say why, it might be because this body was used to exercising, so it was resistant to abnormal states. After all, spiciness is pain, and if you're subjectively not afraid, you might really not be afraid. But there was another possibility. It was just that the chili here wasn't spicy enough, and Fujiwara Chika herself was very weak. However, Xia Chuanzu wouldn't say this, otherwise the Fujiwara Chika who was embarrassed and angry might retaliate against him. After confirming that he could eat it, the next thing became much simpler. Xia Chuanzu ate Arctic ramen, and the weak Fujiwara Chika ate soy sauce pork bone noodles. Both of them enjoyed the delicious food. During this period, Fujiwara Chika didn't believe in evil and felt that she had eaten the spiciest part before. So she tried a few more mouthfuls to her death, but she was still so spicy that she was dying. Only then did she affirm Xia Chuanzu's super strength. Thank you for the meal. Fujiwara Chika's face bloomed with a bright smile after enjoying the delicious food, and Xia Chuanzu's mood also became a lot more pleasant. President, how was it? It was delicious, right? Praise me. Praise me. Xia Chuanzu naturally followed her wish. Yeah, it was delicious. As a first attempt, the experience was not bad. Although this idiot Fujiwara had the suspicion of wanting to see him make a fool of himself, the fact that she finally chose to eat the Arctic ramen herself made him feel somewhat warm. Not all bad intentions, right? Xia Chuanzu thought. Hearing Xia Chuanzu's affirmation, Fujiwara Chika smiled, and the smile on her face became silly. The two paid the bill and left together, chatting along the way. When it was about to separate, Xia Chuanzu finally couldn't help the thoughts in his heart and called to stop Fujiwara Chika. Fujiwara, Nani. Fujiwara Chika turned around and looked at Xia Chuanzu with her head tilted. Seeing him looking shy and twisted, her tone suddenly became nervous. Chapter 17. What's wrong? Xia Chuanzu took a deep breath, and after a long time of brewing, he slowly uttered a few words. Maybe, I'm not suitable to be the president. Xia Chuanzu, who finally spoke his heart, hadn't had time to relieve his nervousness when he saw Fujiwara Qianhua with a blank expression. Xia Chuanzu, ? Could it be that Fujiwara doesn't approve of him at all? His eyes gradually dimmed, thinking that he was indeed humiliating himself, but the next second, he felt a small hand gently stroking his head. That's the bad thing about the president, he's always lacking confidence in strange places. At this moment, Fujiwara Qianhua's maternal radiance was almost bursting, and Xia Chuanzu almost blurted out, Mom. The president needs to be more confident. Don't always be afraid of this and that. It's best to be stronger and more forceful. This way, you can be a good student council president. Fujiwara. Also, don't speak intermittently. Say everything in one breath. Otherwise, people will misunderstand. Xia Chuanzu was stunned, thinking that he never spoke intermittently, at most he was just a little embarrassed just now. However, Fujiwara didn't give him a chance to refute. Did you hear me? Yes, sir. Xia Chuanzu immediately gave a salute. The funny look made Fujiwara Qianhua laugh, so Xia Chuanzu returned the smile. The shadows of the two were stretched very long in the moonlight. The night was also very long, but he would no longer feel lonely. Saying goodbye to Fujiwara Qianhua, he returned home to change clothes and wash up, and then soaked his whole body in the bathtub, and the fatigue of the day disappeared without a trace. Bathing in the bathtub is a great invention of mankind. Since coming to this world, after trying bathing for the first time, he fell in love with the feeling of being wrapped in warmth and smoothness, and it can be said that he has been out of control ever since. He feels uncomfortable all over if he doesn't take a bath for a day. If he cooperates with some interesting videos to decompress, he can overcome any difficulties. He turned on his phone and prepared to look for fun, but was attracted by the messages in the notification bar. Eriri. Is she looking for me for something? Excuse me, sorry, are you there? Sawamura, I have something I want to ask. The words on the screen were obscured by the mist in the bathroom, and it was inconvenient to reply with hands full of water stains. Why not just make a phone call back? It's easier to communicate by chatting. Can I call? The screen seemed to have some poor contact, and it took a long time to enter this paragraph in the chat box. He thought he would have to wait a while to receive Eriri's reply, but the next second he saw the prompt that the other party had read it, and then a message was sent. Yes. Of course. But please wait a moment. Okay, Xia Chuanzu nodded. Seeing her reply so quickly, he had a general guess about what Eriri was looking for him for. Then there was a long wait. On the other side, in a villa decorated with a mix of classical Japanese and British styles, a blonde girl stood up from her chair in a panic. She put down the paintbrush in her hand, raised her hands high holding the phone, and her eyes revealed a brilliant look of excitement. Chuan replied to my message. Gihi, the girl's face showed a cheerful smile, but the next moment her face changed. No. Now is not the time to laugh silly, Eriri. I have to hurry up and change clothes. I can't let Chuan see me looking so sloppy. That's not right. Chuan just wants to talk to me on the phone, it's not a video chat, how could I need to change clothes? But what if? What if Chuan actually wants to video chat with me? Never mind. Anyway, I'll change clothes first. However, the next second, her face turned into a bitter gourd color. Wah! I bumped into it. Because she was at home, she was wearing slippers barefoot, and at this moment, hitting the table leg can almost be said to have suffered a full 100 real damage. The amazing pain went straight to the top of her head. Woo. Looking down, she found that her crystal-clear and snow-white jade feet were having close contact with the table legs, especially the smallest child of the thumb family, sticking closely to the foreign object and being squeezed out of shape. A few jade toes curled up subconsciously, Eriri squatted down and rubbed them hard, constantly whispering in her mouth, as if this could reduce the pain. The pain at this moment is naturally a once-in-a-lifetime experience for Eriri, but equally rare is Chuan's initiative to send a chat invitation. She can't delay any longer, no matter what, she won't be defeated. Just bumping into a toe. Watch her overcome it. So she suddenly stood up. As long as she moves fast enough, the mere fatal pain can be ignored. However, immediately after that, there was a loud duang. Eriri squatted down again, with tears flickering in her eyes. She got up too fast and didn't pay attention, and bumped her head again. This time she really suffered a heavy blow, with her toes protesting non-stop in front and her brain issuing warnings behind. Does she just not want Chuan to talk to her on the phone? Then she must do it. Table legs are fine, the bottom of the table is fine, even the little Kasumigakaka, she will break through the siege and pick them off one by one. That's what she said, but this time Eriri learned her lesson, first paying attention to not bumping into things under her feet. And then using her hands to hold the corner of the table to stand up, and after confirming that it was completely safe, she rushed towards the closet. What should I wear? She definitely can't see Chuan in this green work clothes, but it's too slow to pick clothes now. What if Chuan regrets waiting too long? In that case, she can only let you appear. Eriri looked at the red dress hidden in the corner of the closet, covered by layers of clothes, also the clothes she wore when she went out with Chuan for the first time, to gather materials. If you want to say what things can best reflect your heart, the symbol of their first emotional connection is fine. Once she decided, she no longer hesitated. Eriri changed into the dress in a few strokes, and then threw the work clothes she took off aside. But then she thought about it, what if she accidentally got photographed, so she pushed the clothes a little further under the bed. Now there's no problem. However, after scanning around again, she found that the whole room was messy. Chuan's big doll was lying horizontally on the bed, and discarded drafts were scattered everywhere on the ground. Isn't this just impossible to meet people? Ah! When are you going to stop hindering me? Eriri was about to go crazy. But she had to do it, so she started to clean up again, and it took a long time to clean up everything. Now it's finally done. Eriri sat on the bed, panting heavily, her hands trembling uncontrollably. I'm ready. After sending such a message, Eriri suddenly became nervous again. The room is cleaned up, what about herself? She didn't notice at all. She doesn't know if her hairstyle is messed up, and she hasn't put on makeup on her face. What if Chuan dislikes her for being ugly? If that's the case, she might as well find a piece of tofu and smash her head to death. However, it was too late to regret it. After seeing the red prompt, she received a video invitation from Chuan the next moment. Sure, it really is a video invitation. Eriri was startled, but she also felt very fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she cleaned up and tidied up just now, otherwise Chuan would definitely dislike her for being a sloppy girl. Good evening, Sawamura-san. Along with the appearance of the picture, Xia Chuanzu's voice entered Eriri's ears through the phone. Eriri's eyes were dull, but a shocking wave was rising in her heart. Chuan, he's not wearing clothes. Eriri wanted to loudly reprimand him for being shameless, but the words came to her lips but she couldn't say them. Instead she became more and more immersed in it, and even the original covering action of her eyes gradually slipped down. A strong figure with charming abdominal muscles, she couldn't hold it at all. Hello? Can you hear me? Ca can. Eriri raised her voice, as if this would make her emotions more stable. Sorry, I'm using this way to talk to you, because I'm taking a bath. The screen is a bit blurry, and it's not very convenient to type. Chuan is taking a bath. Eriri reacted all of a sudden. No wonder he's not wearing clothes, it turns out he's taking a bath. That's not right at all. Who would make a video call to the opposite sex just because they're taking a bath? It's not some kind of book world with strange developments. No, on second thought, could it be that Chuan made the wrong call? Maybe he just wanted to make a voice call, but he accidentally clicked on a video call because he was too close. The more Eriri thought about it, the more likely she felt it was. So her little face was flushed, her eyes were erratic, she wanted to carefully admire Chuan's perfect figure, but she was also afraid of being discovered by Chuan that she was peeking. As for reminding Chuan about this, why bother? Anyway, she's going to gather materials too. She's sketched the human body before, and Chuan has been her model before. Although this is the first time, in short, forget about the reminder. What if Chuan originally wanted to send a video over? Wouldn't it seem like she cares if she refuses? She doesn't care at all, not at all. Is there anything you want from me? Xia Chuanzu asked curiously. Holding the phone with one hand all the time is too tiring, so he put it aside and fixed it with a stand, while Xia Chuanzu lay back, with his hands resting on the edge of the bathtub. This posture is the most comfortable. If he wasn't afraid of dehydration and dizziness from soaking for too long, he could lie down like this for the rest of his life. Chapter 18. Yes, it's that. Eriri's voice was weak on the other end, and her speech was fragmented. Xia Chuanzu couldn't help but feel a little curious. When did Eriri become so socially anxious? It was just a voice chat, yet she was so embarrassed. Could it really be about that? Let me guess, is the deadline approaching, but you haven't finished your manuscript yet? How did Zhou know? She hadn't said anything yet, but Xia Chuanzu seemed to see through her thoughts and brought it up himself. In her shock, she didn't even notice that she had accidentally reverted to her old way of addressing him. Well, you made it pretty obvious, you were hesitant and unwilling to say it directly, so it must be something embarrassing, Xia Chuanzu said casually, shrugging his shoulders. He had seen Eriri like this before. Back then, Eriri had sought his help to finish her manuscript before the deadline. Of course, not to help her draw, as Xia Chuanzu didn't have that ability. He just helped her color each finished draft. The task itself wasn't difficult. The reason it was hard to ask was that Eriri was actually a terrible doujinshi artist, and she loved drawing the kind of humiliation-themed doujinshi. Her taste was simply too unconventional. Although her true identity as a doujinshi artist had long been exposed, Eriri had always been secretive about it and unwilling to mention it much to him. He didn't expect that one day she would suddenly ask him for help. He naturally agreed. What followed was simple: Eriri drew, and he colored. With this division of labor, they finally submitted the manuscript 1 hour before the deadline. That experience was joyful because he was still pursuing Eriri at the time and longed to be close to her, but that experience was also torturous because he was, after all, a normal high school boy and couldn't suppress his instincts. Therefore, by chance, he almost did something that would have hurt Eriri. Thinking about it now, he was lucky that he hadn't completely lost his mind at the time, otherwise, no matter the outcome, he would have found it hard to forgive himself. Sorry, Eriri, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, it's just that the situation last time, Xia Chuanzu shook his head, unwilling to recall too much. Because he was simultaneously recalling their past, his tone couldn't help but become a little more intimate. Why don't you go find Katou? She's a very meticulous person, I think she's more competent than me. And the key thing is that they're both girls, so there's nothing to worry about if they're together. Absolutely not. Eriri became firm this time. How could she let Hui help her? Not to mention that she had already finished the manuscript, she couldn't let Hui see those terrible contents. And most importantly, if it wasn't Zhou helping her, wouldn't all her plans be ruined? Why not? I really think she's more suitable than me. Because, that's right. If Hui helps, wouldn't she know my identity as a doujinshi artist? That's absolutely not allowed. Katou doesn't know about this identity of yours. Xia Chuanzu was a little surprised this time. Should? Eriri herself wasn't too sure. After all, Hui's observational skills were a bit too amazing. Although they had been concealing this, it was possible that she had already figured it out herself. It's all that fat woman Kasumigakaka's fault. She always likes to mention Kashiwagi Eri. Teacher Kashiwagi Eri, in the club, and she never thinks about hiding my identity from me. In short, I can't let Hui know about this. Drag it out as long as possible. She finally met a girl of the same age and gender who could chat about anime, and she couldn't let Hui be scared away by her identity as a doujinshi artist. Zhou, please help me, I trust your character, I won't do that kind of thing. Although he couldn't see what kind of expression Eriri was making now, hearing her tone, which was obviously coquettish, Xia Chuanzu really felt his heartstrings being plucked hard. Why does it feel like Eriri is so cute today? She doesn't have that silly, tsundere kid feeling like before, she's become more like a budding maiden. Of course, it's not that Eriri wasn't a maiden before, but a maiden who can be coquettish is more lovable than one who is just tsundere, right? It would be even better if the two could be combined. Okay, since you trust me so much, Xia Chuanzu nodded, agreeing. It's just coloring a doujinshi, can he really become lewd because of that? He, Xia Chuanzu, will never do anything beastly. He swears on his personality. That's great. Cough cough, then I'll leave it to you. Yeah, no problem, Xia Chuanzu nodded, then stood up. He had been soaking long enough, it was time to end it. Eek. A strange sound came from the other side of the phone. So Xia Chuanzu squatted down and picked up the phone. Did she hang up? The screen of the phone showed that the call had been disconnected, which made Xia Chuanzu feel puzzled. Wasn't it Eriri's call? Then where did that sound just come from? But it wasn't important. Xia Chuanzu didn't dwell on it and chose to clean up. On the other side, Eriri, dressed in full makeup, was covering her face with her hands, her face flushed, and she was constantly making woo-woo cries. Big snake. Just now, because Xia Chuanzu stood up, she could see his whole body at a glance, and then Eriri happened to shift her gaze down, and then she saw something strange. Although she is a doujinshi artist, and the doujinshi she draws are all humiliation-themed, in real life, she has never actually seen a boy's body, at most she has only observed the kind of sculptures used for drawing. But that size is just wrong. There's no such thing. It'll break, it'll definitely break. Completely unaware that Eriri on the other end of the phone had fallen into a strange emotional fantasy, Xia Chuanzu was still in a leisurely and carefree posture. He dried his body, put on brand new underwear, and then drank a cup of warm milk that had been heated up long ago. As a freeballer, he didn't need to do anything extra, and the day's journey came to an end. Good night, me of today. Getting up early the next day, Xia Chuanzu first went to a specialty store to prepare some gifts, and then set off to Eriri's house. During this time, while using the phone to navigate, he saw a message sent by Kasumigakaka-senpai at 3 a.m. last night. Is Kohai-kun free this weekend? He was naturally not free. After all, he had promised Eriri to help her meet the deadline. Although he didn't know if it would last 1 day or 2. Since he wasn't sure, he simply declined. If he was lucky enough to have a day and a half free, he would use it to do what he liked. After all, he is not a time management master. He doesn't need to sacrifice all his personal time to be with girls, at least not now. Senpai should pay more attention to rest even on weekends. Don't always stay up late, it's not good for your health. After editing this message and sending it, Xia Chuanzu then focused on choosing gifts. Eriri likes to eat sweets, but when visiting someone's home, you can't only consider her preferences, you also have to consider what the elders like, so with a comprehensive selection. Sakura Machi is still the best. Although cherry blossoms are not the national flower of Japan, they also represent the flower of the samurai. Using Sakura Machi as a visiting gift can also express his respect to a certain extent. After choosing the gift, he can go directly to Eriri's house. It's not like it's his first time going to her house, but it's been a long time since his last visit. To avoid leaving a bad impression, he should prepare a greeting gift. Eriri's house is very easy to find. It's located at the top of a large residential area on a high slope. This is a group of villas, each equipped with a large garden. One look and you know that the residents here are rich and powerful. Just turn one more corner. Ah, I see it. Xia Chuanzu stopped in front of a house with a cherry tree planted in the yard. It is now early summer, which is when the cherry blossoms are at their most lush. The one in this yard is the same, with falling petals and a riot of colors. It's 8:50 now, 10 minutes before the agreed time, but Xia Chuanzu is used to arriving early, so as not to give the host the impression of being unpunctual because of arriving at the last second. I hope Auntie isn't home right now, Xia Chuanzu muttered. It's not that he's afraid of meeting Eriri's elders, it's just that facing that Sayuri auntie who can't wait for Eriri to marry a good man, he's really a little overwhelmed. If it was when he was still pursuing Eriri, it would be fine, but if he was brought up by auntie again at this time, he was afraid that he could carve a magic castle on the spot in embarrassment. But I'm afraid it's useless, what should come will still come. Xia Chuanzu rang the doorbell. Coming. A crisp female voice came from far to near, and an ominous feeling surged into Xia Chuanzu's heart. The door was opened, and a woman with a face and figure very similar to Eriri appeared in front of the door, wearing a generous and decent kimono that did not lose its feminine charm, also tied with pigtails, but her hair color was dark brown. Sure enough, I still can't avoid it, Xia Chuanzu thought. However, he still showed a polite smile on the surface. Good morning, Sawamura auntie. Oh, it's Zokoen, long time no see, are you here to find Eriri? Yes, Xia Chuanzu nodded. This is Sakura Machi, a little something, please accept it. From the other party's words, it can be seen that Sayuri auntie does not know that he is coming to visit today. Did Eriri not say it? But he couldn't think too much about it, and was actively welcomed into the house by Sayuri. No need to be so polite, come into the living room, Zokoen. Sawamura Sayuri smiled and accepted the gift. Gifts are naturally not important, the smile is because the boy Eriri has been thinking about has finally appeared at her door again. In the past, Eriri was always crying and complaining, which made her mother feel very distressed, but she couldn't help, and could only pray silently every day. Now it's good, the boy has taken the initiative to come to the door. Grasp the opportunity, Eriri. Zokoen, please wait in the living room for a while, I'll go call Eriri. After welcoming Xia Chuanzu to the living room and inviting him to sit down, Sawamura Sayuri went to Eriri's room. Xia Chuanzu nodded and obediently sat in place to wait. Soon, a slight conversation came from upstairs. Xia Chuanzu couldn't hear it very clearly, but he barely caught a few keywords such as, get up. Go out. Won't. Stupid mom, and so on. This is, not up yet. Xia Chuanzu was a little puzzled. Didn't they agree to meet at this time? Why hasn't she gotten up yet? Could it be that she forgot to set the alarm? But it's not a big problem, anyway. He's sitting in someone else's living room waiting. It's not like he's basking in the sun on some street station. There's no need to care too much. Before long, Sawamura Sayuri came down, but Eriri was not following behind. Zokuin, I still have something to deal with, so I won't entertain you anymore. Sawamura Sayuri held a paper fan and smiled. Eriri is already up, but she seems a little shy. Zokuin doesn't need to care too much, just go up directly. However, please be gentle and more considerate to Eriri. That child always looks like she's saying something against her will, which makes me very worried, Sawamura Sayuri said meaningfully. She doesn't know exactly what happened between Xia Chuanzu and Eriri, but seeing Eriri's self-blaming appearance, she thinks that her daughter has done something stupid again, but no matter how the process is, she is relieved that the two have made up now. It would be best if the relationship could heat up in one breath after the reunion. It's not impossible to cook rice into cooked rice, but Eriri hasn't graduated from high school yet. So it's not very good, so she left some treasures for the two, which can be regarded as solving another trace of worries. In short, I'll leave Eriri to you, Zokuin. With that, Sawamura Sayuri bowed slightly to Xia Chuanzu. Xia Chuanzu was so frightened that he stood up and bowed back. Auntie is serious, I will take care of Eriri. This appearance of entrusting her daughter's life to him really made Xia Chuanzu feel a little palpitation. To be honest, he really wanted to take the initiative to confess that Eriri has rejected his confession. But the words came to his lips and he couldn't say it. What if Sayuri auntie doesn't have that intention at all? Maybe she just hopes that he can treat Eriri better, let her daughter a little more, and be good friends with her. Then wouldn't his self-indulgent explanation be superfluous? I'm afraid he can carve Avalon on the spot in embarrassment again. After Sawamura Sayuri left, Xia Chuanzu sat in place and waited for a while before slowly coming to the door of Eriri's room. He is determined not to listen to what Auntie Sawamura said about, you can go up directly. After all, the other party is a fun-seeker who can't wait for Xia Chuanzu to encounter some lucky pervert-like event, but this would be too rude to Eriri. Being taken advantage of by a boy you don't like, no normal girl would be happy, right? In short, let's knock on the door and ask first. Eriri, are you ready yet? Chapter 19. Ugh. A strange noise came from inside the door, followed by a clattering sound, before returning to silence. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Xia Chuanzu had to give up asking. I'm coming in. Excuse me. Opening the door, Xia Chuanzu immediately saw Eriri Spencer Sawamura with disheveled hair, slumped on the ground. A large number of clothes were scattered on the floor, and she was clutching a red dress tightly in her hand. The bare pajamas she was wearing were quite cute, but the unbuttoned buttons on her chest made Xia Chuanzu unable to look closely. Buttons. Xia Chuanzu turned his head, pointed with his finger, and reminded her. Ahem, your buttons are undone. After seeing this, Xia Chuanzu deeply understood a truth. Eriri Spencer Sawamura was not completely flat, but a valley with a groove. She could even handle 5 Hikigayas. So there was no need to worry about future children going hungry. Huh. Eriri Spencer Sawamura looked blank. Just a second ago, she was thinking about how to explain her current state to Xia Chuanzu, but the next second, she was attracted by his sudden turn and words. So she looked in the direction Xia Chuanzu was pointing, saw the 2 unbuttoned buttons on her chest, and the eagerness that was trying to break free. In an instant, her fair and delicate face flushed red, wisps of steam vaguely rose from the top of her head, and her pupils lost their luster as her brain crashed. Eriri Spencer Sawamura unit, unable to restart. Seeing that Eriri Spencer Sawamura was showing signs of losing consciousness, Xia Chuanzu quickly stepped forward to support her. Calm down, Eriri Spencer Sawamura. I didn't see anything. Really. My attention was all on the clothes. I didn't see anything else. But as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Chuanzu wanted to slap himself twice. What kind of explanation was that? It was a pure self-reveal. However, to his surprise, Eriri Spencer Sawamura regained some consciousness after hearing this. Didn't, right. Right. Anyway, I'm small and ugly. Xia Chuanzu couldn't bear to look at her at all, thinking that Eriri Spencer Sawamura was completely escaping reality now, but he really couldn't bring himself to agree, so he kept nodding. As long as you can calm down, even if you're deceiving yourself, I'll believe you even if you say you're a magical girl. After helping Eriri Spencer Sawamura stabilize her emotions, Xia Chuanzu didn't lean on her anymore. To avoid stimulating her emotions, he pretended to be very interested in the drawing next to him and began to examine it. This is the content I'm going to color today, right? Xia Chuanzu reached out to the drawing on the table, but when he reached halfway, he suddenly noticed a corner of drawing paper peeking out from under the notebook next to it. A neat and clean desk suddenly had an unruly fellow, and even without obsessive-compulsive disorder, he couldn't let it go, so he pulled it out and glanced at it. This is... Eriri Spencer Sawamura, who had come back to her senses, suddenly became very flustered when she saw Xia Chuanzu's unexpected behavior. Don't. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. So Eriri Spencer Sawamura watched as Xia Chuanzu read the contents of the paper, and then immediately pulled out the second and third sheets. After a long silence, Xia Chuanzu finally spoke. It really is a classic subject. Right? It was difficult to describe what he had just seen, a complete doujinshi. Or a manifestation of inner fantasies. In short, the story tells of a blonde heroine who likes to wear pigtails, who suddenly encounters a tall, handsome male presence who completely overwhelms her childhood sweetheart while living a relaxed daily life with him. That guy is a tough and shameless person, who threatens her childhood sweetheart if he can't force the heroine to date him. You don't want your childhood sweetheart to be blocked in the alley after school every day, do you? So, in order to protect her childhood sweetheart, the heroine is forced to agree to this guy's dating request, and eventually keeps falling and can never go back to the past. As everyone knows, Eriri Spencer Sawamura is a doujinshi artist, so there's no need to even think about the following plot, it's all in his mind. Xia Chuanzu's expression was a little awkward. Of course, he knew that the heroine inside was modeled after Eriri Spencer Sawamura, but he couldn't imagine it at all. Do doujinshi artists all use themselves as material? What about those teachers who like to draw big breasts? Could it be that each of them is secretly well endowed? In short, Xia Chuanzu was very shocked, feeling like he had discovered some secrets of the industry. But what was even more shocking was the other aspect. When did Eriri Spencer Sawamura leave the childhood sweetheart party? No, if you think about it carefully, the doujinshi world is different from the real world. And in the doujinshi world, Eriri Spencer Sawamura is a humiliation-based doujinshi artist, while she herself is a firm pure love childhood sweetheart in reality. Being stolen from her childhood sweetheart humiliation is inevitable. And it's based on her self-humiliation within humiliation. It's simply treating her, a firm pure love childhood sweetheart, as a rag doll to be bullied. This is simply a master of humiliation-based doujinshi, a genius illustrator in the world of humiliation doujinshi. He had misunderstood Eriri Spencer Sawamura. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Eriri Spencer Sawamura, Xia Chuanzu apologized seriously. This was the respect for a talent who had achieved outstanding achievements in their field. Because he himself had studied many things, Xia Chuanzu understood the difficulty of achieving excellence, and he knew exactly how much effort it took. Eriri Spencer Sawamura was worthy of respect, and he had to affirm her achievements. Misunderstood? She almost heard it with a head full of question marks. Sorry. Misunderstood? Was he talking to her? Shouldn't he be severely criticizing her at this time, criticizing her for drawing him into the doujinshi, and still as a villain? Just last night, after accidentally seeing the big snake, Eriri Spencer Sawamura couldn't fall asleep anymore. She lay in bed tossing and turning, thinking about the moment before she closed the video call. A strange thing seemed to be jumping out of the screen and poking her in the face. Inspiration exploded, didn't it? Although she was ashamed, her hands and feet didn't listen to her after the inspiration came. So she put on her pajamas on her own, sat at the table, and drew the story that Xia Chuanzu had just seen overnight. The heroine of the story was naturally her, Eriri Spencer Sawamura, and the blonde guy who would treat the heroine roughly. Who else could it be but Zoe? Because she had almost worked hard all night, she slept very deeply and missed the alarm clock. By the time her mother woke her up, Zoe had already entered her house. The flustered Eriri Spencer Sawamura wanted to quickly hide all the finished manuscripts, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a place to hide them. In the end, she decided that the most dangerous place is the safest place. So she hid them under the notebook, but she didn't hide them well and was discovered. Then there was the scene just now. Fortunately, judging from Zoe's tone, he didn't seem to have discovered anything, so Eriri Spencer Sawamura quickly changed the subject. Ah. It's not early, let's start drawing quickly. Ah. Right, it's not early. Although the two had their own thoughts, they both tacitly chose to skip this topic. So, under Eriri Spencer Sawamura's guidance, Xia Chuanzu found his position, but just as he was about to start, he suddenly discovered a square little box. If there is something worth caring about, it must be explored clearly. This is the perfect truth that can promote human development. Xia Chuanzu did just that, and when he got it in his hand, he saw the clear black letters Okamoto written on the box. Xia Chuanzu was startled and almost threw the little box in his hand out. Eriri Spencer Sawamura next to him saw this and quickly came over to check the situation. What's wrong? Xia Chuanzu naturally couldn't let Eriri Spencer Sawamura see the thing in his hand, so he hid it behind him and frantically concealed it. Ah. Nothing. There's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to move my body. Eriri Spencer Sawamura naturally didn't believe it. Zoe's movements were so exaggerated that she could see what he was trying to hide. Could it be that thing she secretly hid? She immediately panicked, but she couldn't directly expose Zoe. Otherwise it would be even more difficult to deal with if he became suspicious. So she pretended to agree, and then secretly took the thing in his hand when Xia Chuanzu wasn't paying attention. Taking a closer look, it wasn't what she was worried about at all. What, it's nothing much. The next second, she almost shouted out loud. Zoe, don't misunderstand. This isn't mine. I don't know. It must be Mom. It must be Mom who left it here. First the big snake, then the doujinshi, and finally the umbrella. Was she a doujinshi heroine? She didn't want this kind of lewd misunderstanding. The pupils gradually lost their highlights, and she muttered, destroy it. I know. I didn't misunderstand. Calm down. What a joke, let alone whether this was true or not, he wouldn't dare to say it was true even if it was true. If Eriri Spencer Sawamura lost her mind and went berserk, who knows who would be harmed by then. Everything is hard at the beginning. Although the process was very tortuous, he managed to help Eriri Spencer Sawamura finish coloring the original manuscript. Nothing strange happened during the period, but Eriri Spencer Sawamura would occasionally turn her head to look at him, and when Xia Chuanzu looked over, she would turn back, not daring to look at each other. Xia Chuanzu expressed his understanding of this. After all, Eriri Spencer Sawamura was the original artist. And even when drawing doujinshi, she had to ensure the quality of the manuscript, so it was understandable that she was worried about him as an assistant. Finally finished drawing, Xia Chuanzu breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his back, and tried to dispel the fatigue in his body. How about you? Before he could finish speaking, his expression went dull. In Xia Chuanzu's view, Eriri Spencer Sawamura was already lying on the table, fast asleep. Her profile was facing his direction, her delicate nose twitched with regular breathing, her mouth was slightly open, and faint, small noises came from her mouth, slower. Or faster. Should it be slower or faster? Xia Chuanzu smiled, thinking that Eriri Spencer Sawamura was really dedicated, not forgetting to work on the manuscript even in her dreams. No wonder she could become a well-known doujinshi artist in the industry. The sky outside was already getting dark, and the two had unknowingly spent most of the day. He didn't feel anything during work, but now that he had relaxed, he suddenly felt a little hungry and his head was dizzy, as if he was a little hypoxic. Seeing that Eriri Spencer Sawamura was sleeping so soundly, Xia Chuanzu didn't wake her up, but gently helped her up and carried her to the bed. Sleeping in a chair for a long time would definitely catch a cold, and Eriri Spencer Sawamura was wearing pajamas, saving the trouble of changing clothes. Good night, little blonde. Xia Chuanzu's expression was gentle. Although his confession was rejected, he didn't actually have any hatred, but more regret and disappointment. Especially since a girl like Eriri Spencer Sawamura was so cute, she wouldn't hate and stay away from you because of this, nor would she publicize it everywhere, avoiding the possibility of him being pointed at and socially dead. Perhaps he could have persisted for a longer period of time, but it was too late to say this now, so let's look forward. After covering Eriri Spencer Sawamura with a quilt, Xia Chuanzu gently closed the door and left her house. It wasn't too late, and he could still buy food now, but the fatigue in his body was too strong, and had already defeated his hunger, and he didn't even want to move a finger. So he hailed a taxi outside, told the driver an address, and then closed his eyes to rest. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window was completely dark, and the car had stopped at the entrance of their apartment building. "Thank you, Mr. Driver." After paying the bill, he returned to his home, couldn't bear the fatigue anymore, and lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long had passed, but when the fatigue in his body had completely dissipated in his dream, Xia Chuanzu finally regained control of his body. Opening his eyes, he saw not the familiar ceiling, but a delicate and cute sleeping face of a girl. Chapter 20. Just one sleep, and I've traveled back to Eriri Spencer Sawamura's house. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that besides both having blonde hair, there were no other similarities. It turns out it's the angel Sama. For some reason, she appeared in my house again without a word, and even offered me an amazing lap pillow and a rare CG image. Snowball Kanade felt like he had a sweet dream, then gently got up, leaving the warmth provided by the angel Sama. Turning his head to look at the dining table in the living room, there was indeed the dinner brought by the angel Sama. Ever since one day when he was too lazy to cook and happened to be caught by the angel Sama eating substitutes, she had been persistently bringing him dinner every day, with an attitude so firm that he couldn't even refuse. Snowball Kanade really wanted to ask her if she knew that her gentle appearance would cause misunderstandings. However, he also knew clearly that the angel Sama was just worried about his health and didn't have any extra thoughts, while he often had thoughts that he shouldn't have. The dinner that was sent was still warm. Snowball Kanade quickly ate it up. Seeing that Shiina Mahiru was still dozing off, he didn't wake her up and went into the bathroom with a change of clothes. He felt a little sticky and wanted to take a good bath to clear his head. However, halfway through the bath, he suddenly heard a click, and then the bathroom door was opened. The angel Sama rubbed her sleepy eyes, muttering his name, Kanade. Snowball Kanade turned his head and silently looked at her. The two stared at each other for a long time, and the angel Sama finally woke up. With a bam, the stuffed toy in her arms fell to the ground, but Shiina Mahiru didn't have time to pay attention to it, her eyes completely drawn to Snowball Kanade. Whether it was his strong and powerful abdominal muscles, or his sharp and handsome face under the rain, or anything else, it was all too shocking for the pure angel Sama. Disturbed. With a cry of despair, the angel Sama fled in panic. Snowball Kanade sighed and slowly went over to close the door again. Clearly, in other people's isekai stories, the girls are providing fan service, but here, he's constantly showing off his masculine charms. Is that really reasonable? No one would want to see that, right? Snowball Kanade felt a little helpless. He originally wanted to take a bath or something, but now, he's completely lost the mood. Hurriedly wiping himself dry, Snowball Kanade put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. The living room was empty. The angel Sama must have fled back to her territory, but she seemed to have retained some reason, and even took her lunch box with her. Embarrassing as it wasn't too bad. With something like that happening, Shiina Mahiru would definitely not appear in front of him for a short time, which could be considered good news. Silently tidying up the mess in the living room, he played with his phone for a while before going to bed. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Snowball Kanade set off on his journey with his schoolbag was going to Saitama. As one of the prefectural areas under the jurisdiction of Tokyo, Saitama itself doesn't have much to offer. There are only some parks and shrines suitable for sightseeing and dining, so few people choose this place for weekend outings. After all, most young people now yearn for the more famous Akihabara, or the Tokyo Tower and Ginza Business District, which are more suitable for sightseeing, and even the amusement projects are not as good as going to Disneyland. Compared to those, Saitama is a place suitable for slow-paced relaxation. Besides that, another biggest reason is if you come to Saitama, you don't have to worry about running into any acquaintances on the road, which can save a lot of social time. That's what Snowball Kanade thought at first, until a familiar voice sounded in his ear. Junior, Koen. Japan is indeed not big, but is it a bit much that two people with the same outing plans coincidentally take a train to the suburbs on the weekend and run into each other? At least that's what Snowball Kanade thought, and he even began to suspect that Kasumigakaka had installed some tracking device on his phone. Kasumigakaka-senpai. Good afternoon, Junior-kun. Kasumigakaka had a smiling look. She clearly replied to his message saying that she was not free, but she appeared here, wearing a sun hat and holding a travel guide in her hand. Was she taking her for a fool? But it doesn't matter. Now that she's caught him, there's no way he can run away. Yes, good afternoon, senpai. Goodbye, senpai. Snowball Kanade nodded, then turned around and left. It's true that they met, so he greeted her and left quickly. This is a textbook example of how to deal with being run into by someone. Just a mere Kasumigakaka, mutinideo. Kasumigakaka was stunned, then quickly trotted after him. Junior-kun, why are you running? Is there some flood or wild beast behind me? Snowball Kanade didn't reply, thinking, does she even need to ask? She is one. I trust Junior-kun very much. When I heard that you were not free, I went out alone, lonely and helpless. I didn't expect Junior-kun to be secretly. Snowball Kanade couldn't sit still any longer, feeling that his personality had been slandered. I'm just passing by, I didn't follow you, senpai. Please rest assured, I'll leave now. Why is Junior-kun in such a hurry to explain? Of course, I didn't suspect you, I just wanted to say, secretly giving me a surprise. But it's more like a fright to me. A fright, which means Junior-kun's heart started pounding because of my appearance. It's not to that extent, I'd say it would be a problem if it didn't beat. It's okay if it doesn't beat, I'll be responsible for giving Junior-kun CPR then. Shouldn't you say heart resuscitation at this time? I thought that as long as a girl offered a kiss, Junior-kun could replenish his energy and come back to life all at once. Where did I come from, a kiss-begging pervert? Besides, if there really was such a girl, my suggestion would be to hand her over to the state. If you hand her over to the state, Junior-kun will never see her again for the rest of his life. In the future, you can only spend your days crying, fantasizing about the terrible image in your brain, and repeating up and down, left and right movements with your hands. Senpai, there are people looking over here. So Junior-kun is the type who likes to be watched to do it. If you think it's okay, then say it out loud, I don't care anyway. Say what? Say that you cry and rub your eyes every day, missing girls. Junior-kun has such a strange fetish. Sigh, Snowball Kanade sighed, then stopped and turned to look at Kasumigakaka Shiwa beside him. His original intention was to relax, so he wanted to leave when he saw Kasumigakaka, but she still chased after him, falling into her rhythm. Senpai, you're not on my schedule for today, can't he have a perfect ending to his outing plan, which is only halfway through? But Junior-kun has always been on my schedule. Kasumigakaka stretched, revealing her impressive figure. She didn't care about Snowball Kanade's disgust. After all, what she had experienced in the past was much more hopeless than today. At least the current Junior-kun can still talk to her properly. Snowball Kanade didn't respond to her, just stared at her silently for a while, then took out his travel guide again. Since he can't drive her away, then let her go, it doesn't matter what she does, he'll just pretend Kasumigakaka doesn't exist. The next stop is the shrine. Shrine? A good place. You can also ask for a good match with Junior-kun. It's decided, let's go to Ichiban Street first. Snowball Kanade nodded, quite satisfied with his decision. The two were located in the northern part of Saitama Prefecture, while Ichiban Shopping Street was in the southern part, and the distance between them was perfect for exercising his legs. Kasumigakaka's expression stiffened, revealing a resentful look. I still suggest that Junior-kun start with the nearby shrine. Without further ado, let's set off now. Snowball Kanade didn't answer her, and started navigating on his own. If he says he's ignoring her, then he'll naturally ignore her. It would be even better if he could make Kasumigakaka give up. Thinking so, he quickened his pace. Seeing this, Kasumigakaka frowned, bit her lip, and sped up to follow. This journey is actually not very far. Even if you admire the scenery along the way, it won't take long to walk, but, TSK, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have worn high heels today. She had already been active outside for long enough today, and suddenly encountered this situation, and couldn't even take a break. If there weren't any shops nearby, she would even want to quickly change into a pair of slippers, which would be easier than trekking in high heels no matter what. Damn Junior Kun, you're trying to force me to submit with this method, then I won't let you have your way. Kasumigakaka Shiwa naturally has a lot of ambition, she never fears difficulties, and anything that tries to defeat her is just a stumbling block on her way forward. It's just that today's stumbling block is particularly annoying, ugh. Snowball Kanade ignored the little tail that was always hanging behind him, sometimes stopping to admire the rural scenery along the road, and sometimes going to the small shops next to him to buy things. Kasumigakaka also had a chance to catch her breath because of this, but every time she was forced to keep up with Snowball Kanade's pace before she could rest for a while. It was a state of wanting to be satisfied but not being able to be satisfied, which was very uncomfortable. Stupid Junior Kun, I will definitely repay you for today's revenge one day. Kasumigakaka thought hatefully in her heart. Fortunately, the destination finally arrived, and Kasumigakaka didn't need to walk so fast anymore. It's just that she thought very well, but Snowball Kanade didn't do as she thought. He was still walking fast in his own way, sometimes scanning the surrounding buildings, as if looking for something. Kasumigakaka bit her lip and wanted to follow, but this time her wish was not granted. A body that had not been exercised for a long time finally made her taste the bitter fruit. She sprained her foot. Hiss. Kasumigakaka wasn't that afraid of pain, but the sudden piercing pain still made her cry out. Junior Kun. The future of a knight coming to greet the princess in her imagination did not appear. Snowball Kanade just paused slightly and turned his head to look at her twice, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. Is that so? She was abandoned again, as expected. A greedy and despicable woman like her can't get the happiness she wants. Maybe, should she learn from that blonde loser? At this moment, Kasumigakaka was squatting on the ground alone, hugging her knees with both hands, and burying her head deeply between her arms. The surrounding noisy sounds continued, as if pointing and pointing at her, but the impact was not as great as Junior Kun's indifferent glance at her. If she had acted more foolishly at the beginning, if she had agreed at the beginning. No, she is Kasumigakaka, the proud Kasumigakaka Shiwa. She will never accept that vague future. Not Junior Kun, not the real Junior Kun will do. Similarly, a fake her will also make herself commit evil. Since Junior Kun is unwilling to open up his true self to her, then she will keep breaking in. Until she breaks into his heart and can never leave. It's just a sprained foot, as long as she has the willpower. I said, what are you trying to do? Are you going to force yourself and then give up on yourself? Are you writing books until you're possessed, Kasumigakaka-senpai? The familiar voice returned to Kasumigakaka's side again, and the ruthless criticism was even more intense than when he was ruthless. However, for Kasumigakaka, this was the happiest thing she had heard since she rejected Junior Kun's confession. Is this, your true self? Junior Kun. Not refusing to communicate with her for anyone, but simply rejecting her existence, is she that unattractive? I think you're hallucinating because your foot hurts too much. What true self and fake self? Your foot is like this. Do you still have time to think wildly? Snowball Kanade shook his head, feeling a little helpless. His rare solo time was interrupted like this, and he couldn't be gentle with the other party, let alone the other party was Kasumigakaka Shiwa. He really didn't expect that this woman Kasumigakaka actually followed him for so far in one breath, and still in high heels. Is this woman made of iron? Is she completely fearless of pain? Hey, it's okay to mess up his love, after all, that's messing with others. He really didn't expect this guy to be so willing to mess with herself. Could she be a hidden M? She usually looks more like that something. Chapter 21. In short, it was extremely difficult to understand. Xia Chuan felt that he had provoked a very bad woman in the past, and that woman had begun to evolve in strange directions. I say, senior, what exactly do you want from me? I'll change, okay? Xia Chuan felt helpless and had to speak frankly. I want you to be closer to me. I would have believed you if you hadn't rejected my confession back then. Why don't you believe me? Junior, you can believe me now. Not unless I lose my memory and forget the memory of that day. So, you're saying it's okay as long as I forget that day? Hey, what's with that look? You wouldn't want to do anything to me, would you? Oh, my, Junior, don't be so scared, I can't do something like that, I'm just asking. You better just be asking. Xia Chuan had a headache. He felt he shouldn't have come back, but he couldn't help but worry if he didn't. He really shouldn't have gone out today. It would have been better to stay at home and play games honestly. Junior, are you not pretending anymore? Are you going to face me with your true face from now on? It was as refreshing as putting on new underwear on the first morning of the new year. I've always been like this, I've never pretended, Xia Chuan curled his lips and denied. He really couldn't put on that business-like smile anymore. You used to be a gentle and amiable junior, but now you're a decadent man who finds me troublesome. Are you still saying you're not pretending? If I'm more gentle with you, can you stay away from me? No. That's what I'm saying. Xia Chuan felt more and more helpless. He really shouldn't have laid his hands on Xia Jiqiu in the first place. She was quite cute in the anime, wasn't she? But she's so difficult in reality. Can you still walk? I sprained my foot and can't move. Junior, carry me. You're dreaming, senior. Xia Chuan rolled his eyes, but looking at the slight swelling on Xia Jiqiu's foot, he sighed. Just this once. Providing such a service to a girl who once rejected him, he would have been called a simp in the past. But he was the one who caused Xia Jiqiu to be like this. He had to take some responsibility. Hey, Junior, who has seen you like this before? Xia Chuan didn't say a word. He understood that Xia Jiqiu was very good at stirring up other people's emotions. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into her conversational rhythm. The best way to deal with her was to shut up. Then I'll put it another way, Junior, who has rejected you? Hiss, Xia Chuan gasped, almost dropping Xia Jiqiu. She was really good at rubbing salt into his wounds. Junior, don't get excited, I'm just asking casually. Xia Jiqiu was also a little scared. If it was still the gentle and amiable Junior, he definitely wouldn't leave her alone, but this one in front of her, she should restrain herself. After a long silence, Xia Chuan slowly said. Shiina Mahiru, you, Sawamura Eriri, Yukino Shida Yukino, and Shinomiya Hikigaya. It wasn't some intelligence that couldn't be revealed. He hadn't planned to hide it in the first place. Anyone could find out by asking someone in the know. Moreover, Xia Jiqiu knew him well enough, so it didn't matter if he told her. Xia Jiqiu nodded, thinking that it wasn't too bad. Do you like them a lot? I like those four, not you, Xia Chuan said decisively. At least the other four girls wouldn't cause him trouble or hinder his new love. Only you, Xia Jiqiu, sure you, are always destroying things for him. You're very bad. In short, Xia Chuan was very angry that he had chosen Xia Jiqiu in the first place, instead of someone else. If he had chosen Katou first, why did he feel that the difficulty would be higher? So, in Junior's heart, my position is the most special. Xia Jiqiu was a little excited. She felt that she had found the key to Xia Chuan's heart. I can only say that you are good at self-hypnosis. Xia Chuan curled his lips. She was even better at it than him. Who gave her the courage to say such a thing? Is your foot better? Let's find a place to take care of it. I can't carry you on the train all the time, can I? If Junior doesn't mind. I mind. TSK, then let's go back to the place where we met before. Just carry you back like this? What kind of devil are you, senior? I'm just kidding, it's just ahead, there, that hotel over there. Senior, let me remind you, I'm not 18 yet. What are you thinking, Junior? I'm not 18 yet either. My editor, Machida Sonoko, helped me book the room. I'm not like you, wandering around outside all day. I'm here for research. Okay, Xia Chuan nodded with difficulty. Fortunately, they were almost there, or he would have been exhausted. God knows how heavy Xia Jiqiu was. It was really hard to carry her all the way. I feel like you're thinking about something very bad, Junior. Do you need me to relax your brain? Please don't do that, I'm afraid I'll accidentally drop you. Tisk, Xia Jiqiu clicked her tongue, then poked Xia Chuan's face with a dissatisfied expression. You better not be saying bad things about me in your heart, otherwise, I'll tell others about your annoying appearance. Of course, she was just lying. She wanted to enjoy this appearance of her junior as a secret for the rest of her life and wouldn't tell other vixens. Xia Jiqiu felt that she had a great advantage because her junior had admitted that she was the most special one in his heart. Next, she just needed to gradually uncover all of her junior's masks, and train him into the appearance she liked. The boyfriend training manual that she treasured in her bedside table was already thirsty. Whatever, Xia Chuan curled his lips. He would have cared a lot if it was in the past, but now it didn't matter. He was already giving up. What could she do to him? He could just be single for the rest of his life. Moreover, in reality, everyone would definitely believe him more because he was still the student council president. Following Xia Zhiqiu's guidance, Xia Chuan carried her to room 205. After swiping the card and entering the door, Xia Chuan put Xia Zhiqiu on the bed, then fetched a basin of cold water from the bathroom and placed it by the bed. "Senior, wash your feet first, and then I'll apply medicine for you." Apply medicine? Run away, to buy medicine. She really felt surprised and very warm-hearted. She was thinking about her junior, and her junior was also thinking about her. They were a match made in heaven. "Junior, help me." Xia Zhiqiu was full of energy and didn't look tired from walking so much. She originally wanted to tease Xia Chuan and say something like, "I heard that boys care a lot about taking off girls' stockings with their own hands," but now she only had one thought: she wanted to act spoiled with her junior. "I refuse." Xia Chuan shook his head and fanned himself, pretending to be unable to bear it. Xia Zhiqiu glared at him, but didn't say anything else. After all, she was also a girl and cared a lot about these things. After taking off her stockings and washing her feet with difficulty, Xia Zhiqiu lay down on her back, looking like she was ready to be taken. Xia Chuan was not moved at all. Instead, he took out a pair of medical gloves, put them on, and began to treat Xia Zhiqiu. First, he dealt with the blisters caused by walking for too long, sterilized the needle with a lighter, then punctured the blisters, disinfected them with iodine, and put on elastic tape. After doing this several times, the negative effects of walking for a long time were eliminated. Finally, there was the sprain. First, he sprayed on pain relief spray, and then applied a cold compress with a towel soaked in cold water for a while. The specific degree of the sprain had not fully manifested, so Xia Chuan did not completely bandage Xia Zhiqiu's foot, but asked her to lie flat on the bed and not move around. "Is that all?" Looking at Xia Chuan's series of skilled operations, Xia Zhiqiu's eyes sparkled. He even knows this. As expected of her junior. "That's all, remember to take care of yourself for a while and don't use your feet indiscriminately," Xia Chuan nodded. He looked at Xia Zhiqiu's expression, then said meaningfully. "It's just common sense for going out, senior, you don't know, do you? You wouldn't, would you?" "It's fine as long as I have junior, I don't need to remember it." Xia Zhiqiu didn't care about Xia Chuan's sarcasm. Compared to this, she was more concerned about what Junior said earlier. "My feet are like this, would Junior be willing to carry me to school every day? Even if I really wanted to, can I stay by Senior's side every day and do this and that? I have to avoid suspicion even when going to the toilet, right?" Xia Zhiqiu curled her lips, thinking that it was true, but she wouldn't be able to see her junior for a long time. But then again, she felt that it was quite a gain to see his cold and arrogant side today. "Junior, since my feet are like this, why don't we stay here today? Maybe my feet will heal themselves by tomorrow." Xia Chuan glanced at her and did not refute. "It depends on the specific situation, if you're lucky, you can move tomorrow. As for where to stay, even if you asked me to carry you to take the train today, I can't do it, I'm already exhausted." "Junior, a man can't say he can't do it. Whose fault do you think it is?" Xia Chuan rolled his eyes at Xia Zhiqiu. "You sleep here today, and I'll sleep in the lobby." "No. How can I let Junior sleep alone in the wilderness while I enjoy luxury? I will never accept it. Then I'll take the bus." Xia Chuan spread his hands. Where would he sleep if he didn't sleep in the lobby? He couldn't sleep with her, could he? We can," Xia Zhiqiu said with a red face, her shy appearance like she was hinting at something. Just sleeping in the same room. Don't overthink it, Junior, who is easily horny." Of course, she liked Xia Chuan, but she didn't want to give him all of her until she saw all of him. Xia Chuan did not speak, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Okay, then I'll go find someone to get another set of blankets, I'll sleep on the floor." A shy and awkward appearance would make people feel guilty. Accepting it openly would not make people think too much. At least Xia Chuan really didn't have any thoughts about Xia Zhiqiu at the moment. He just thought she was troublesome. When Xia Chuan came back with a bed and a blanket, Xia Zhiqiu had already changed into her pajamas and lay down in the quilt, looking shy and wary. She's really careful, Xia Chuan thought. But that's good, proving that Xia Zhiqiu really didn't have any thoughts about him. After laying the carpet and covering it with a quilt, Xia Chuan went straight into it. It was impossible to take a shower. He didn't bring a change of clothes, and there was Xia Zhiqiu watching him intently. Junior, good night. Good night, go to sleep quickly. Why are you so sullen, kid? Well, then, Zither, will go first. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in you. Sullen, empty, heavy, endless pressure surged to his chest, and he could no longer suppress it. Chapter 22. So heavy. Natsuki Kanade stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. Going out for fun, a chance encounter with Kasumigakaka, teasing each other, living in the same room, and now this. He lay honestly on the floor, while Kasumigakaka had somehow slipped into his futon, even stealing most of the blanket for fear he'd overheat. How thoughtful, senpai. Kasumigakaka-senpai, do you have anything you'd like to explain? Natsuki Kanade tried to remain calm and avoid disturbing the crime scene. Kohai-kun, let me sleep a little longer. Then senpai, please sleep a little longer, I'll go to school myself first. After all, your foot is fine now, right? She even had the energy to night raid him. Kasumigakaka's foot injury couldn't possibly be that serious. Kasumigakaka reluctantly opened her eyes, then wore a surprised expression. Oh my, it's only been a while, but Kohai-kun has become a carnivorous man. Finally can't help but make a move on the senpai he's admired for so long. Natsuki Kanade rubbed his eyes, not wanting to reply. The warmth beside him was certainly comforting, but the consequences were to be expected. Thanks to Kasumigakaka, he was now wide awake. One side of his body was numb and difficult to move, his chest felt like it was weighed down by a stone, making it difficult to breathe, but a certain part of him was very energetic. In summary, it was painful and pleasurable. I won't hold it against senpai for stealing my blanket, but could you please get up first? It's really heavy. Kohai-kun. Talking about a girl's weight is taboo. If senpai really had the self-awareness of a girl, she shouldn't have so easily gone to a boy's bed, Natsuki Kanade sighed. So he really didn't understand this Kasumigakaka. She rejected his confession, yet she kept hindering his love life and doing ambiguous things from time to time. Unwilling to be bound by the identity of a boyfriend and girlfriend, simply enjoying the process of ambiguous entanglement with others. Her character is breaking down, senpai. But it didn't matter. He had never seen these heroines act according to a set logic. Each of them had their own ideas and could always surprise him. It was as if they were given souls and appeared before him in a real posture. Natsuki Kanade was stunned, then smiled in relief. How did he only realize this now? He had been interacting with them so closely for so long. That's a terrible smile, Kohai-kun. Could it be that you think you become that lucky boy you talk about? Last night, when she got up in the middle of the night, she saw Kohai-kun's sleeping face was too cute, so she couldn't help but go over and observe him wantonly, and ended up falling asleep. Thinking back now, she felt inexplicably ashamed. Kohai-kun shouldn't have noticed her embarrassment, right? Senpai, you should get up quickly, or you'll miss the first train. He moved his hands and feet slightly and found that the remaining numbness had dissipated a lot, so he got up straight away. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. Senpai, please hurry up too. Unlike Kasumigakaka, who had changed into her pajamas, Natsuki Kanade slept in his clothes last night. He was indeed a freeballer, but he liked to put on clothes when he stayed overnight outside. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, he was not willing to change into the pajamas provided by the hotel, so he simply didn't change his clothes. After the two of them had finished washing up, they finally caught the first train just in time. Ha, I'm exhausted. Your stamina is too poor, you're already saying you're exhausted after running such a short distance, Natsuki Kanade complained. Isn't it because I accompanied Kohai-kun for so long yesterday, and you were so forceful this morning, not giving me more rest time? Kasumigakaka looked at him with a resentful expression. Her lazy and charming voice attracted frequent attention from the surrounding office worker uncles. Don't make excuses for wanting to sleep in, senpai, Natsuki Kanade sighed helplessly. The jealous expressions of the office workers next to him were palpable, and their gazes were as scorching as if they wanted to eat him alive. The youthful love between high school students still hurt the hearts of these office worker uncles who got up early to go to work. There's a pervert. A shrill voice suddenly sounded. Natsuki Kanade's eyes narrowed, and he immediately protected Kasumigakaka. The voice appeared around him, and it was possible that the pervert was aiming at Senpai, so he had to be careful. However, before long, he felt his hand being grabbed. Natsuki Kanade frowned. Just as he was about to move, he was interrupted. "It's you. Don't even think about hiding." Following the sound, a girl dressed as a gyru was holding his hand, pointing at him. A misunderstanding? Natsuki Kanade thought. He would naturally not do anything perverted. Not to mention that Kasumigakaka was standing in front of him, even if she wasn't there, he wouldn't extend his salty pig hand in public. "You've misunderstood, I'm not. It's you. Don't try to deny it." The gyru who grabbed Natsuki Kanade looked indignant, but her eyes were erratic, her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't even have the courage to look Natsuki Kanade in the eye. Something's wrong. If she had misunderstood someone, she wouldn't have made such inconsistent actions. She was clearly acting righteously, but her words were certain, yet she didn't dare to glare at others, clearly acting. Natsuki Kanade immediately understood that he was being targeted. He had heard before that many bad women often framed men as perverts on the train to extort money. Because in Neon's laws, women in such cases are regarded as vulnerable, following the rule of, if there is evidence, then there is no crime, so as long as you can't produce evidence to prove that you are not a pervert, you will be identified as a pervert. And in this society, if you are identified as a pervert, you basically say goodbye to social survival, lightly your family will be broken up, and heavily you will lose your job and the basis of your survival. Therefore, most people will choose to swallow their anger and settle privately to pay the other party a compensation fee to ask for forgiveness. Just as Natsuki Kanade was thinking about whether he should invite the other party to a samurai showdown, Kasumigakaka Shiwa next to him suddenly spoke. "Pervert? Him? Do you know what you're talking about? Ignoring the delicate and cute female companion next to you and choosing to attack a horny fox that only runs around and barks on the road, any normal person knows how to choose, right? I'm curious as to what kind of mentality you're doing this with. Is it because you forgot to bring your brain when you went out in a hurry, or did you not have that advanced thing from the beginning? Could it be that humans forgot to bring you along when they evolved?" In the past, Natsuki Kanade had only seen Kasumigakaka and Eriri's quarrels. Although they were quarrels, they were no different from flirting, and the two of them were evenly matched. However, this time Kasumigakaka had the complete upper hand. Not to mention that she was firing on all cylinders, but her wording and sentences were several times more vicious, so that the gyru couldn't lift her head. I'm sorry, maybe I made a mistake." Being devalued by the other party's female companion in front of so many people, this gyru didn't have the ability to retort at all. Coincidentally, the train arrived at a stop, and she ran away dejectedly. "This person won't be able to sleep for a while. What's wrong? Kohai-kun is feeling sorry for her." "Then you can run up and comfort her now, maybe it really is just a misunderstanding." Not praising her, the hero who saved the beauty, but running to care about the victim. That's too much. She's just reaping what she sowed. Since she wanted to extort money, she should bear the consequences of failure. Natsuki Kanade was a little speechless. When did he care about her? He was clearly gloating. Kasumigakaka didn't say anything more. She also felt that her tone just now was a little wrong. Although she believed in Natsuki Kanade's character and believed that he would definitely not sympathize with that kind of person, she inexplicably felt annoyed when she thought about the other party coveting Kohai-kun. Perhaps it was out of her intuition. She saw at a glance that the gyru was greedy for Kohai-kun's body and didn't want to extort any money at all. Otherwise, who would grab the pervert's wrist with so little force? She also looked shy and didn't dare to look at him, not knowing if she was playing some kind of shameful play. She hasn't played such an advanced game. Lewd. After sending Senpai home first, he went back to change into his school uniform. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, otherwise he could have taken a shower and washed his hair. "Morning, Hachiman." On the winding cobblestone road, he ran into the great teacher, and Uehama-san next to him, smiling sweetly. "Didn't I bother you?" "You've already bothered me, so leave quickly," Hikigaya pouted. The sunny Ryaju and the dull Inkyo are naturally incompatible. If you really want to be good for him, don't come over in public. But it's useless to say it, this guy won't listen. "Really, Koigaya, you can't talk to Natsuki Kanade-san like that," Uehama-san helped out. Good morning, Natsuki Kanade-kun. Morning, Uehama-san, Natsuki Kanade replied. How was your weekend? Did you do anything meaningful? Are you referring to spending your enviable youth somewhere like you or staging a turbulent love comedy? I spent the whole weekend with my sister. If Kamachi was here, she would definitely say something like, brother's remarks are really disgusting, but he's considering Kamachi, so he gets a high score in Kamachi's heart. Like that, Natsuki Kanade smiled, feeling very happy. The first acquaintance he met in the morning was Hachiman. What good luck. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Kamachi for a long time. I really want to replenish my sister power. What do you want to do to other people's sister? I curse you. I really will. I won't lose anything if that really happens. Taking advantage of Hikigaya Hachiman's unpreparedness, Natsuki Kanade snatched the coffee he was holding in his hand, and then ran away. Thanks. I didn't eat breakfast anyway. Hey, that's sweet. I know, bye. Hikigaya wanted to take it back, but he didn't want to start a speed and passion race in the campus early in the morning, so he could only complain bitterly in his heart. Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell him. Hikigaya picked up his phone and sent a text message to Natsuki Kanade. Although this action has the suspicion of colluding with the enemy, but who made him have a better relationship with that guy? What is it, Koigaya? It's none of your business, and you wouldn't understand even if I told you. What, stupid Koigaya? You're the stupid one. Wow, what's wrong all of a sudden? Hikigaya is of course also enjoying his youth, he just doesn't want to admit it. Changing into indoor shoes, putting down his school bag, he went straight to the student council. As early as yesterday, Natsuki Kanade had sent a message to all the members of the student council, asking them to gather in the student council room. He had something he had to say. After taking a deep breath, Natsuki Kanade slowly pushed open the door of the student council room. Then, under everyone's gaze, he bowed his head. Everyone, I want to solemnly apologize to you, I'm very sorry. In the past, because of my personal selfish desires, I chose to evade my duties as student council president. Chapter 23. I thought this would allow me to exist with peace of mind, but it didn't turn out that way. Instead, I became even more anxious. Panic, unease, all sorts of negative emotions overwhelmed me, so I went back on my word. I wanted to come back to the student council, and work with everyone again. I know I'm not a qualified student council president, and it's only natural that everyone would resent me, but even so I still hope this student council can continue as it always has. Please. Choosing to escape isn't a responsible attitude. Facing things honestly is true relief. Abandoning personal desires for someone, and wanting to always be with everyone in the student council, is his true desire now. Anxiety, unease, relief after speaking his heart, the fear of being ridiculed, various complex emotions mixed in Xia Chuanzu's heart, brewing in silent silence, and finally intensifying, almost swallowing him whole. President. A respectful address suddenly pulled Xia Chuanzu back to reality. He suddenly raised his head, looking at everyone in the student council. Shi Shangyo and Baiyin Yuxing were discussing the progress of their work, and Fujiwara Qianhua was pretending to organize notes, seemingly not paying attention to his heartfelt words. Only Si Gong Hui stood beside him, offering him a kind hand. Welcome back, President. Yes, I'm back. His eyes were astringent, and he felt like he wanted to vent. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the student council burst into cheers. Then, ribbons fluttered and colorful balls shook, and the silent student council room burst out with amazing vitality again. This is, Xia Chuanzu was a little surprised. Let me tell you. Fujiwara Qianhua quickly raised her hand. This idea was mine. Ever since we received the president's message, everyone has been discussing giving the president a surprise. I blew up the balloons, Baiyin Yuxing nodded. I arranged the ribbons, Shi Shangyo scratched his head. And I was responsible for welcoming the president. Si Gong Hui's cheeks were a little red, as if she was infected by the atmosphere. She looked at her right hand connected to Xia Chuanzu's, thinking that she might not wash her hands all day today. As I said, President, everyone is looking forward to you regaining your spirits and continuing to lead us. No one hoped that Xia Chuanzu could resume his position as student council president more than Si Gong Hui. Even if she was too shy to express her thoughts in front of others, Si Gong Hui had to admit that she wanted to be close to Xia Chuanzu. Due to her identity as a child of the Si Gong group, she simply couldn't independently choose the people she wanted to interact with. Even her longtime friend Fujiwara Qianhua was only allowed to associate with her after obtaining family permission. Love? That kind of emotion was too extravagant for her. If it was for that kind of purpose, then she would definitely part ways with the president. Only by defeating and absorbing him, and making the president her person, could the road for the two of them in the future be extended. For this reason, the student council must exist. Only here can she ignore the restrictions of class, have equal dialogue and interaction with the people she cares about, and even look up to him. Ah, President, it's so great to have met you. If possible, I really want to be with you forever. To celebrate the president's return, let's play games together. I happen to have brought a new board game today. President, come over here. The cheerful Fujiwara Qianhua trotted to Xia Chuanzu's side, then wrapped her arms around his and pulled him towards the sofa. Shi Shang and Baiyin looked at each other, and then silently began to clean up the table. Only Si Gong Hui stood there blankly, feeling the gradually dissipating warmth in her palm, and watching Fujiwara Qianhua, who was using her lewd fat to seduce the president, with a calm expression. Fujiwara Qianhua, it's better to castrate her after all. Monopoly, a game of managing virtual wealth. The basic gameplay is to rely on dice to move to a specific grid, then buy and sell land, make money or bankrupt opponents, and finally the person with the most money wins. The rules of the game are very simple, but its randomness and openness have made it a globally popular entertainment project, and it has gradually evolved into various and varied expansion types such as board games and online games. For example, what Fujiwara Qianhua is taking out now: Monopoly, The Sims 3 21 Final Edition. The basic rule is the game ends after someone passes the finish line 3 times, at which point the person with the most funds wins the game. Each person's starting funds are 1,000 yen. Actions are determined by dice. The number rolled on the dice represents the number of steps to take. Each grid on the map corresponds to special events and opportunities. People who step on them draw corresponding cards and obtain the described effects. It is said to be the latest work of the school's board game club. A proud product completed with all their efforts. It hasn't been released to the public yet, so Fujiwara Qianhua brought it out for the student council members to experience and test it first. Everyone naturally chose to refuse, but couldn't resist Fujiwara Qianhua's insistence, and Xia Chuanzu was indeed a little interested, so the game finally started smoothly. Then I'll go first. With the idea of testing the game's performance, Shi Shangyo took the lead in trying the poison. 3. Let me see what it is, an event grid? Oh, you triggered an event right away. Then, Shi Shang, please draw an event card. Fujiwara Qianhua handed over a pile of cards. Shi Shangyo randomly selected one and opened it. Hero saves beauty but is misunderstood, shut down for 3 rounds, Shi Shangyo said in surprise. Unexpectedly, it's still normal. It's just that the wording is a bit concerning. It should mean stop acting, right? Baiyin Yuxing nodded. Next is me event grid. It corresponds to meeting your true love. Wow, good luck, Senior Baiyin, Shi Shangyo clapped. It's okay, it's okay. What are you happy about? Take a closer look at the effect on the next line. In order to support your partner, pay half of your funds each round. These are all permanent effect cards. The effect can only be lifted by drawing a breakup card or the character dying. Baiyin Yuxing U0026 Shi Shangyo. It doesn't matter. If it's for the other half, a mere half of my assets. Wow, Senior Baiyin is so handsome. Xia Chuanzu. As expected, this game is still poisonous. In the first round, it made the 2 boys in the student council lose their minds. Xia Chuanzu glanced at the 2 boys cheering each other on, thinking that this was not something to be happy about at all, right? They clearly lost half of their assets. It's my turn. 5 event grid, another event grid. Xia Chuanzu raised an eyebrow. 3 people in a row landed on event grids, but the event grids and opportunity grids on the map were clearly half and half. Did Fujiwara do it? Xia Chuanzu suspected that she had tampered with it. But after shaking each dice, he didn't find anything unusual. It was probably a coincidence. President, what's wrong? Si Gong Hui said. It's nothing, I just want to change the dice. Let me see the card effect. Confessed to someone and was rejected, lost soul for 1 round. Xia Chuanzu's eyebrows twitched. So he looked at Fujiwara Qianhua, but found her looking like a curious baby. President, is there anything wrong? Nothing, it's your turn, Xia Chuanzu handed over the dice. I'm not in a hurry, let Hui-chan go first. Fujiwara Qianhua shook her head and turned to hand the dice to Si Gong Hui. The latter took it and threw it out smoothly. For opportunity grid, effect met someone I like, decided to work hard to support the family gain 10,000 yen, Si Gong Hui's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't even expect that she would take on such a role, but making money to support the president is also pretty good. This is not fair. Baiyin Yuxing immediately couldn't sit still. We both met partners, why is she making money and I'm spending money? Opportunities and events are different, Senior Baiyin, don't be anxious, Fujiwara Qianhua tried to appease the victim's emotions. I have a feeling the person who wrote these event contents wouldn't be Senior Fujiwara, would it? Shi Shangyo raised his hand. Bingo. Correct answer. But there's no reward. Okay, I take back what I said earlier, everyone be careful, because this game might be a piece of garbage. Xia Chuanzu nodded almost imperceptibly, he had already noticed this point just now. Okay, it's my turn, Fujiwara Qianhua picked up the dice and threw a beautiful parabola. Event grid. The effect is shotgun wedding. Ignoring all basic conditions and marrying the person closest to you, it's the president. You're having great luck right away. The characters share assets and the effects of the grids they step on after marriage, so our assets will be doubled now, president. But it's only 2 million, right? Xia Chuanzu shrugged. Compared to Si Gong Hui, who earned 10,000 yen right away. Their little money was nothing, but the good news was that the two of them would share assets and card effects later, so the probability of earning money would be higher, and this guy Fujiwara always has good luck, so it's not a big problem. But there are also bad things, that is, if the two of them form an alliance. They will easily be targeted as the first to be expelled. Although Si Gong Hui currently has more assets, the money comes and goes quickly, and they have a real advantage in numbers. Xia Chuanzu glanced at everyone without showing any traces, and found that only Si Gong Hui was staring at him and Fujiwara with a solemn expression, so he was a little relieved. The only opponent is Si Gong, he confirmed this fact. Shi Shang skipped his turn earlier, so it was directly Baiyin Yuxing's turn. Event learned the truth about his partner's family background, and the pressure increased, and the counting of assets gained or lost afterwards doubled. The effect of a fixed percentage is not affected by this. Senior Baiyin, keep going. For the person you love. Of course. I will work hard. Can you please not show affection in front of me? It's annoying. Xia Chuanzu now just wants to give these two stupid boys a hit each, especially this guy Shi Shang. What are you cheering for? Play the game properly. Hiss, I always feel like someone is watching me. It's my turn again, it was Si Gong Hui's turn. Opportunity, the number of family members has increased, and you have to work harder to make money. Gain 10,000 yen. Si Gong Hui. So the president is married to someone else. How can she expand her family members? Rely on Xiao AI. She doesn't want Xiao AI to have children, and she becomes a godmother but is still lonely. It's my turn event. Let me see, gave birth to quintuplets, so a lot of nutrition expenses were spent, lost half of the assets. Yay! It's quintuplets. It's not a good thing at all, half of our money has been cut off, Xia Chuanzu complained. Fortunately, he thought that Fujiwara Qianhua could bring good luck, but it was clear that she was here to hold him back. There was no way, he still had to rely on himself to win the game. Then in the third round, Baiyin Yuxing's turn. Event eloped with his partner, and the cost of each payment doubled again. The effect of a fixed percentage is not affected by this. Eloping is indeed an option, but it will be quite hard. Senior Baiyin, don't give up. Eloping is a man's romance. You're right, Shi Shang, the difficulties of life can't beat me. So I told you to play the game properly. Isn't this a full debuff? It's already reserved for the bottom. But it's okay, after all, Si Gong Hui's assets have reached 25 million. No, Baiyin and Si Gong didn't form an alliance at all, really, how did he bring himself into reality? Rubbing his temples, Xia Chuanzu felt a headache. This game was indeed poisonous, and he almost got caught up in it while playing. It's my turn. The relationship failed again, lost soul for one round. Wow, president is a playboy. He cheated during the marriage and cannot be forgiven. So I said, it's just a game, Xia Chuanzu sighed. He understood that this board game was a complete piece of garbage, and an incurable one. How could he have been so blind to think it was interesting? But the game continued. Among the 5 players, only Si Gong Hui was constantly making money, so she naturally became the ultimate winner. However, she herself looked very haggard, and did not have a sense of joy as a winner at all. Although Baiyin Yuxing was constantly deducting assets, he himself remained highly motivated and fought to the last moment. Chapter 24. After saving the beauty, Yu Ishigami was greeted with a delightful romantic comedy. Meanwhile, Kanade Snowball could only watch as she rolled 5 consecutive unrequited love events, finally staring with numb eyes at Chika Fujiwara, who had almost produced a football team's worth of children but earned no money. As expected of you, Pink Octopus Head. Playing games is just a way to enhance everyone's feelings. Ultimately, the student council must return to its original path and focus on serious matters. The student council's re-election is coming up soon. I heard there's a hotshot first year who's been making waves lately. Should we gather some intel, President? No need, we'll face them head on. We'll meet soldiers with generals, and water with earth. If I can be defeated by her, it just proves my abilities are lacking. Kanade Snowball shook his head, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had wanted to resign before, partly for this reason, holding the idea of stepping down to make way for the capable, refusing to run in the next student council election, but he didn't expect to regret it. It was during the time of new student enrollment, and things were busy. Although Kagaya and Shirogane helped, it only relieved some of the pressure. There were still many things to deal with at the moment. Instead of worrying about someone stealing the student council president's position and scheming, it's better to do things steadily and practically. After all, in the democratic Shuchian Academy, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Do, a rhythmic knock sounded. Please come in. Excuse me, I'm Yukino Shida from class 3 of the second year. Announcing oneself before visiting the student council is indeed a good habit, but this alone is not enough for Kanade Snowball to pay attention. It's just that the person who came was that Yukino Shida. Yukino Shida, this is the student council, please state your purpose. Kanade Snowball put down the report in his hand and replied with a serious face. In the morning, he had received a message from Hachiman, saying that Yukino Shida might come to find trouble with him in the next few days, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It can be said that her action is quite amazing. Regarding this, I would like to ask why our club's application for activity funds was not approved. Cold, calm, even when facing Kanade Snowball, a former rejected club member and now the esteemed student council president, Yukino Shida had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Her words were all about official business. I clearly stated the destination and purpose of the funds on the application form. In any case, my department's application should not have been rejected without a single reply. Kanade Snowball didn't reply but looked at Kagaya Shinomiya. He had no memory of this matter, so it must have happened during his time out of office. Shinomiya. I have some impression, it seems. Is your club called Service Club? Yes. Is the file still there? Show it to me. Yes, President. Kagaya Shinomiya handed over a stack of paper. Kanade Snowball quickly found the application form from the Service Club. In order to promote the spirit of assistance, our department decided. The redundant words in the middle are not important. The key is that the final comment says the 2 big red characters of rejected, with the student council president's seal next to it. Confirmed, it wasn't a document that went through his hands, but since it was stamped with the student council president's seal, he had to come forward to explain. Fortunately, he understood Kagaya Shinomiya well enough to know some of her thoughts. Before explaining the reason, I would like to ask Minister Yukino Shida if you are aware of the mandatory regulations for the establishment of clubs at our school. Yukino Shida frowned, but still replied truthfully. Although the number of people in the club is indeed less than 5, the achievements made by our department are real. Regarding the insufficient number of people, this is already enough to reject your club's funding application. Kanade Snowball immediately interrupted. But previous funding has been approved. That's because your club has made certain contributions to the students of our school, so a certain amount of funding subsidies will be given, but that is not the so-called club activity funding. I hope you can understand this. Kanade Snowball shook his head. The previous activity funds were actually approved by Kanade Snowball. After all, he was once a member of this club, knew enough about it, and was willing to open the back door for it. As for now, he can't be said to be wrong in handling affairs according to the rules, right? Kagaya Shinomiya nodded, very agreeing with Kanade Snowball's judgment. Although she felt that the president's kindness was a bit superfluous. And that clubs that came to cheat funding should be sent away directly, she also liked the characteristic of willing to be close to people. Of course, if you can gather the minimum number of people to establish a club before the next distribution of club funds. I will recognize the existence of the service club and am willing to approve some extra activity funds outside of your application plan. President, wouldn't this be a bit, Kagaya Shinomiya reminded. Shinomiya, I used to be in that club for a while, Kanade Snowball shook his head and explained. So I know very well that the club's activities have not deviated from its original purpose when it was established. Kagaya Shinomiya widened her eyes as if she had discovered a new world. She suddenly turned her head to look at Yukino Shida, with a strong sense of vigilance in her eyes. This woman is very dangerous. No wonder she felt that the other party was unkind when they first met. It turned out that she was here to show her presence in front of the president. Kanade Snowball didn't think so much and continued to say to himself. Solving confusion, providing support, its help to the students of our school is real. I personally think that such a club is much more valuable than clubs like Table Game Club and Nap Club. If so, why can't you be more tolerant of such clubs? Kanade Snowball still had a trace of resentment towards the Table Game Club. If Chika Fujiwara hadn't been obstructing him, he would have found various reasons to deduct their slightly redundant funds. If you have money to develop that kind of strange game, you might as well learn from the afternoon tea club next door, and play music and hold concerts when you have nothing to do. I understand, Yukino Shida nodded slightly, then took a deep look at Kanade Snowball, closed the door and left this place. The initial goal was not achieved, but it was not without gains. At least, she saw through some of Kanade Snowball's thoughts and his attitude. This made Yukino Shida a little strange, thinking to herself whether she had misunderstood him at the time. Otherwise, why would she be so calm and composed when she saw her, the woman who had rejected his confession? There was no behavior that conformed to his scumbag image. Was he pretending in front of her? No, it felt more like the consistent style that conformed to his nature. But she was not particularly sure. After all, the other party had never appeared in front of her since the day the confession failed, and she had no way to judge based on the previous fabricated impression. It seemed that she needed to check with that woman again. Maybe she did misunderstand the other party at the beginning. For some reason, when she thought of this, Yukino Shida felt inexplicably irritable, feeling as if she had missed something very important, and a void seemed to appear in her heart, and a sense of loss arose spontaneously. Finally finished processing everything, Kanade Snowball breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his waist. All day long, he spent almost all of his spare time in the student council, and finally finished all the affairs before the end of club activities. There are so many things to do on Monday, it was really hard for you before. It's okay, all the things we can handle have been filtered out, and the rest are all affairs that need to be decided by the president. Kagaya Shinomiya took away the teacup and refilled a cup for Kanade Snowball. Things for a whole week. Kanade Snowball had nothing to say now. No wonder he felt that there were so many things to do. It turned out that they were basically left over from last week. To be honest, with your abilities, Shinomiya, you can make your own judgments, right? Why haven't you been in charge all the time? In the few days after his resignation, when handing over work to Shirogane, he asked Shirogane to make his own judgments, but the other party still often sent messages asking him what to do, looking like he was just a worker. This made his mood very subtle, feeling like he was just finding an excuse to give himself a vacation and then throwing all the work to his subordinates like a black-hearted boss. At that time, he was just thinking about it casually, but now that he has returned to work, he found that the fact is just like this. Because we have always believed that President, you will come back to lead us, so we have never overstepped our authority to handle it. Kanade Snowball. Oops, there is a feeling of conscience stabbing. If there was only Chika Fujiwara, he might still suspect that it was a saying to be lazy, but from Kagaya Shinomiya's mouth, it was indeed everyone's idea. The funny thing is that the affairs left behind are ultimately piled up and still need to be handled by him, which can be said to be asking for trouble. However, if he can return to the student council to continue to get along with everyone, this little thing is really nothing. Shinomiya, do you have anything else to do later? Kanade Snowball took the teacup that Hikigaya Shinomiya handed over and took a sip gently. Hikigaya Shinomiya's delicate body trembled, and an incredible feeling surged in her heart. President, is this, inviting her to go out to play? What a lucky thing. This is the first time the president has issued such an invitation to her. Take a walk together. Or go home together. Or have dinner together. Hayasaka. Little AI. Come and save me. At least hold back the people from the main family. Her emotions fluctuated so much that she couldn't even complete the plan she had originally prepared to pretend to hand tea, but actually to create a chance to touch her hand. Yes. Of course I'm free. Okay, then I'll trouble you to stay in the student council for a while. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave the key with you for safekeeping. Kanade Snowball nodded, then picked up his things and turned to leave. Until he closed the door of the student council room, he didn't look back at Hikigaya Shinomiya. Hikigaya Shinomiya. This is completely different from what she thought, woo-woo. However, Kanade Snowball, who had already moved far away, naturally couldn't hear the miserable wailing from the student council room. He was heading to the school's breeding garden alone. It should be said that it was because he met Yukino Shida today that reminded him of an existence that he had almost forgotten. Good, little Yuki. Squatting down, then extending his fingers, rubbing the little guy's chin back and forth, causing it to make cute, meow meow sounds. Little Yuki, the kitten that Yukino Shida once jointly raised and cared for. It's not right to say that it was raised jointly, but Kanade Snowball thought so at the time, which made him feel a sense of connection with Yukino Shida. When he first saw little Yuki, it was lying in the grass shivering, with blood still flowing from its legs and scars all over its body. As a heavy cat lover, Yukino Shida would naturally not let it go, so the two rescued it, took care of it carefully, and sent it to the school's breeding garden at Kanade Snowball's suggestion. Not only was there a dedicated person to take care of it, but it was also convenient for the two to visit often. It happened that the old woman who managed the breeding garden was a very kind person and gladly accepted it. So since then, Kanade Snowball often used the excuse of seeing little Yuki to invite Yukino Shida together, until later his confession was rejected. Sorry, I've been a little busy lately and haven't come to see you much. Meow. You've gotten fat after not seeing you for a while. It seems that the food here is good. Meow. Not bad, very energetic. Kanade Snowball smiled knowingly, then lifted the cat with both hands, just wanting to be intimate, but was interrupted by someone next to him. Kanade. A cold voice came into his ears. Turning his head to look, he found that it was the second miss. It's really unlucky, Kanade Snowball sighed, then put down the cat in his hand and gently stroked its head instead. I come here at this time every day. Okay, I'll avoid it in the future. Yukino Shida shook her head, but didn't say anything else. She did not want to meet Kanade Snowball, she was just explaining that sentence unlucky. Slowly walking to Kanade Snowball's side, the second miss covered her skirt and squatted down. Are you eating well? Don't cause trouble for grandma. Yukino's smile is indeed beautiful, but it has never bloomed for him. Chapter 25. Meow. The kitten tilted its head, looked at Kawaso, then at Yukino Shida, who was keeping some distance from him, with a puzzled expression. Don't worry, we're not fighting, Yukino Shida said softly. She really wanted to pick up the kitten she usually would, but Kawa was next to her, so she was hesitant. Meow. Yes, good girl, good girl. What are you going to do about the club? Kawa asked, watching the cute interaction between the girl and the cat. Recruit members. That doesn't sound like you. But isn't it the most direct method? Kawa was silent. For a long time, neither of them spoke. I'll take my leave then, Kawa stood up, ready to leave. He would get bored if he stayed in the same place all the time. Yukino Shida paused, as if responding to him, her lips slightly parted, wanting to say something. However, Kawa had already walked some distance away, so she had to call out. Kawa, what are you thinking about? Thinking about? Kawa was taken aback, not expecting Yukino Shida to ask that suddenly. Is little Snow cute? If you're not asking that, then probably just how to live each day well. Whether you believe it or not, after all, goodbye, Yukino Shida, Kawa waved behind him, not lingering any longer. And Yukino Shida Yukino hugged the kitten in her arms, gently stroking it. Little Snow, do you believe him? Meow. I see, as expected, he's a liar. Interpersonal relationships are just the seasoning of life. Daily necessities are the essence of it. He could go an entire day without talking to anyone, but he couldn't go an entire day without eating, so the necessary needs had to be met. Fried pork cutlet, potato cakes, tempura, and a bowl of hot miso soup. All the necessary ingredients were prepared, so even the angel couldn't criticize him now, right? At most, she'd nitpick, complaining that he didn't eat vegetables, but there was no helping that, because he was a carnivore. Should I stock up on some more snacks? But if Shiina finds out, then should I buy some cake to take back? Just as a bribe for her. I guess I still have to buy them, whether it's chips or soda. Now that he'd decided to enjoy life, the things he'd discarded in the past had to be picked up again, and the same went for games. Buying them and not playing them was just being a sucker, wasn't it? What a fragrant smell, Kawa wrinkled his nose and muttered. Then he turned his head and saw a cherry blossom-like girl appear beside him, her pretty face very close, as if it would touch his nose in the next second. Kawa took a small step back before greeting her. Good afternoon, Katou. Good afternoon, Kawa-kun. Katou, when did you get here? I think it was when Kawa-kun was thinking about whether or not to buy snacks. A delicate finger lightly touched her cheek, and the girl tilted her head, looking thoughtful. Kawa. So she was there from the beginning. Because Kawa-kun looked like he was thinking, I didn't want to disturb you. She put her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly, looking curious. Did I scare you? Not really, Kawa shook his head. Although he hadn't seen her yet, the girl's youthful aura had completely wafted over, and he stepped back simply because he felt she was too close. Did Katou come to buy things too? Running errands for your mother? It was certainly embarrassing to have his mutterings overheard, but as long as he didn't care, the understanding Miss Katou wouldn't bring it up on her own. I just happened to be passing by here while taking a walk. Katou pointed to the window on the side. Through the display window, you could see inside from the outside. Kawa followed the direction of her finger and nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while, paid the bill, and walked out of the supermarket side by side. How was your weekend? He always had to find something to talk about as a boy. He couldn't always let the girl take the initiative. I went back to my hometown with my family, Kawa-kun. How about you? I participated in artistic creation. And went to Saitama for fun. So he put down the bag and took out a bag of chocolate-filled biscuits from his bag. This is a souvenir. It wasn't a Saitama specialty, but it was still his good intention. He had more than one of these, but he was so busy today that he accidentally forgot about it until now, when he was chatting with Katou. He'd give the rest away when he ran into other people. Thank you, Kawa-kun. Katou received it, holding it in her hand, her slender fingers gently twirling her hair, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. But I don't have anything to give you in return right now. I didn't prepare it for that kind of thing. Kawa shook his head and chuckled. Every time he chatted with Katou, he felt very relaxed. The image of the girl next door was etched in his heart and couldn't be erased. I feel like Kawa-kun is in a good mood today. Did something happy happen? Why do you say that? Am I showing it that much? Katou nodded. If you want me to say something happy, it's that I can continue to get along with everyone in the student council, right? Kawa thought for a moment and said frankly. Katou should know that I'm the student council president, right? Yes. Probably around last Monday, I resigned for a while due to some personal reasons. Kawa tried to keep his tone as calm as possible, as if he were describing something that had nothing to do with him. I won't go into the details of the process. The main thing is that today, I successfully returned to my position, and as for the reason, naturally, it's because I can't bear to leave everyone in the student council. People's joys and sorrows are not the same indeed. Katou was a very understanding girl, but precisely because of this, some things couldn't be told to her. If it were someone like Hachiman, he would be able to vent everything. Katou nodded, not responding any further. Although Kawa said it very lightly, she could completely see the complex emotions he was hiding behind it, and more importantly, she remembered the scene of meeting Kawa-kun again that day. Just as she said, he was like a pitiful little dog that had been abandoned, licking his wounds alone in the rain. If she left him alone, she didn't know what would happen, and most importantly, she would feel sorry for him. Kawa-kun, do you remember what I said that day? Are you referring to wanting me to be more selfish? Are you unwilling? Katou really likes to spoil others. Kawa shook his head, then changed the subject with a slightly teasing tone. But, maybe I'm being selfish right now. Katou was stunned, then her cheeks puffed up slightly. What she wanted wasn't this kind of selfishness from you. Speaking of which, there are some things I've always wanted to know. Is Katou willing to listen? I don't want to talk to Kawa-kun right now. Are you really unwilling to listen? I'll decide whether or not to listen after Kawa-kun finishes speaking. Wouldn't that be the same as already having listened? Kawa complained, then slowly opened his mouth. Did Katou ever do anything as a child that made her parents angry? Katou glanced at Kawa with a somewhat puzzled look, but still answered seriously. Yes, once, when I went out with my parents, I got lost because I was engrossed in the TV show next door. A blush appeared on Katou's cheeks. No matter who it was, they would subconsciously feel ashamed when talking about embarrassing things from their childhood. Even the usually calm Megumi was no exception. If Kawa didn't want to listen, she would never have brought it up. My dad got really angry at the time. Did Katou apologize to them properly? Yes, not only that, but I also helped with the housework for several days in a row. Help with the housework? Is that all that was enough? I was just an elementary school student at the time, Kawa-kun, and I couldn't do anything else. I see, Kawa nodded, looking thoughtful. What you do isn't the key, the important thing is whether you do it or not. Is that all that's enough? An apology and compensation? If anyone's life experience is the most useful, it's undoubtedly Katou Megumi, who grew up in a normal environment and best fits the common people's views. The fact was also true, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Katou had helped him solve too many doubts, and he had 100% trust in Katou's experience in interpersonal communication. It shouldn't be called compensation, Kawa-kun, it should be called a measure to make yourself feel at ease. It's not entirely about taking care of other people's feelings, it's more about making yourself feel more at ease. If you don't understand this point, it may bring great misunderstandings to others. The former is more like compassionate charity, the latter can be said to be comforting yourself. Although it has the same effect, misunderstanding its essence gives people a more arrogant feeling. I understand, thank you, Katou. Katou looked at him and shook her head slightly. Although Kawa didn't want to share everything with her, being able to seek help from her in this way also showed some attitude. Sure enough, she had to work harder. The cool evening breeze gently brushed her hair, but couldn't take away the determination in her heart. The graceful girl stared at the male companion beside her, her eyes unmoving. No matter how beautiful the evening glow was, it couldn't compare to the small him in the girl's eyes. Back home, put away the ingredients, and just tied on his apron to start cooking when the doorbell rang. No way. Chapter 26. Opening the door, a girl with simple casual clothes, golden hair reaching her waist, and a gentle temperament immediately came into view. No way, is the meal already prepared? Looking at the apron on Snowball Kanade, Shiina Mahiru covered her mouth with one hand, her voice slightly disappointed. As a member of the Going Home Club, she had already done her best to prepare the meal as quickly as possible, even visiting as soon as she finished, but she still didn't make it in time. On the contrary, I haven't started yet. Snowball Kanade spread out his hands, the cooking utensils in his hand gleaming in the reflection of the sunset. Have you eaten? Glancing at the bento box in the angel Sama's hand, Snowball Kanade understood that his DIY plan was going to fail again. And not yet. Shiina Mahiru shook her head, her eyes darting around, not daring to look directly at Snowball Kanade. It wasn't that she was lying about not having eaten after already eating, but simply that she felt her actions might make Kanade look at her with strange eyes. Disgust? Or would he complain about her? At least you should have eaten before bringing it over, right? Even if she was told something like that, please don't reject her. I feel like the cooking skills I finally regained are going to waste again. He squatted down and took out the bare slippers for Angel Sama, placing them in front of her. The food has just been prepared, right? Can we eat together? Of course. Shiina Mahiru nodded quickly, or rather, she had been wanting to hear Kanade say that for a long time. Then I'll go get a plate. Wait. About that I'll do it myself. She handed the bento box in her hand to Snowball Kanade, then closed the door and went out. And no peeking. Snowball Kanade shrugged, thinking that, as expected of Angel-sama, she took her territory very seriously. He didn't really have any thoughts about a girl's boudoir, he just wanted to help, otherwise he would look like someone who just ate without working. He returned to the dining table and sat down, quietly waiting for Angel-sama to feed him. Before long, Shiina Mahiru came over with various dishes, including a pot of soup, walking unsteadily, which made Snowball Kanade's heart jump, and he quickly went up to help. Isn't this too much? Even with me, we can't finish it. Fried tempura, hamburger steak, cucumber and lettuce, cherry tomatoes, and a big pot of soup. Are you sure this is just for the two of them? It feels like there's enough for another pair of chopsticks, right? Because they're all ingredients from last week, if we don't use them up quickly in the summer, they'll spoil. Her voice gradually became smaller, and a blush appeared on the Angel-sama's pretty face. She really wasn't good at lying, it was too difficult for her to explain it like this. Snowball Kanade looked at the rich and fresh dishes on the table, unable to say anything. If they were really ingredients from last week, these dishes couldn't possibly look so fresh, right? And it's not like he didn't know, Angel-sama sent him dinner every day, he knew exactly what she ate every day. So, after a long silence, he looked at Shiina Mahiru. Shiina, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Shiina was a little nervous at Snowball's serious face. If possible, can you make my meals every day? The answer was naturally yes, after all, she was doing it every day, so he simply made it clear, and he could take the initiative. Of course, it's just dinner, and I won't let you do it for nothing, I'm willing to bear all the cost of the ingredients. Whether in the past or now, he had received too much favor from Angel-sama, taking everything for granted, and he even wanted to seek more. Fortunately, he woke up in time. He's going to be a conscientious person from now on. No, at least let me pay for half of it. Then I will never accept the food you send again. Snowball Kanade's attitude was unusually firm. Shiina's money didn't come from thin air, right? I feel bad always making you pay for the ingredients. Not to mention that you do all the cooking, I've completely become a good-for-nothing who takes advantage of you. No. Going further, it would be better if you could reject me, instead of spending all your time taking care of a social outcast like me, you should spend your time on yourself. That's not true. The voice that was transmitted was a little small. What? I said Kanade is not a social outcast. Angel-sama suddenly stood up, staring at him quite seriously. Outcast, good for nothing, why do you say such things? Do you think it's something to be proud of? Always like this, talking to yourself, never considering other people's feelings. You're clearly more conceited than anyone else, but you still say those self-deprecating, self-denying words. You've already worked hard to become the student council president, why do you still deny your abilities like that? The Kanade I know was indeed clumsy at first, but he would seriously and diligently make himself better, definitely not like you are now. I hate you like this. I'm going back. Angel-sama was expressionless and turned to leave. Didn't you think I was a social outcast back then? Snowball Kanade sighed, not knowing why the other party suddenly became so angry. He was clearly just evaluating himself, right? No, that's not the same, Shiina Mahiru retorted. Back then, I just wanted to use words to warn you not to get any funny ideas about approaching her. She did say such things, that was when they had just met not long ago, so she used those words to protect herself. Anyway, he didn't say anything back then, right? He still approached her in his own way. He couldn't possibly remember until now, right? Could it be really, because of her? Shiina Mahiru's face suddenly turned pale, her delicate body trembled slightly, her mouth was wide open, but she couldn't say a word. Snowball Kanade frowned slightly, he felt that Shiina Mahiru's condition was very wrong. What's wrong? Shiina. The concerned words did not receive a response. Shiina Mahiru's condition became more and more abnormal. Snowball Kanade quickly leaned over and held her shoulders. Are you okay? What's wrong? No, wait for me, I'll call 119. Snowball Kanade turned to leave, but was grabbed tightly by a slender hand. No. I'm sorry. Why? Snowball Kanade was stunned. He stared blankly at the Angel-sama whose eyes were moist, watching her lower her proud head, constantly apologizing to him. I'm sorry, Kanade, I'm sorry. He didn't know why Shiina suddenly wanted to apologize to him, and he couldn't ask what was going on. Looking at Shiina's weak appearance, the only thing he could do was to give the other party warmth through close skin contact. He also wanted to reach out his hand, wanting to hug the crying angel into his arms and gently comfort her, but he never had the courage to make such a move. In the end, he could only stand there blankly, listening to her increasingly unrestrained sobs. This night, besides Snowball Kanade, there was another person who had trouble falling asleep because of worries. Shinomiya Kagaya. It's too much, right? Right. President is too much. At a residence under the Shinomiya banner, the Tianjin young lady belonging to the main family, Shinomiya Kagaya, was hugging a pillow, completely disregarding her image, rolling back and forth on the bed. The maid beside her looked calmly at her young lady's antics, responding throughout the entire process. Yes, right, you are right. President, how could he play with my feelings like that? Hayasaka, do you think President is being too much? Yes, I completely agree with your statement. I was so looking forward to President's invitation, but he left me alone in the student council. It's too much. Yes, Snowball-sama is too much, he's just bullying the young lady. No. Hayasaka, don't talk nonsense, President is just embarrassed. He's definitely not bullying me on purpose. Hayasaka Ai's eyebrows twitched, and resentment arose in her heart. Didn't you say yourself that Snowball-sama was being too much? Why are you changing your mind the next second? And this conversation has been going back and forth 3 times already. Let her go take a bath. Young lady, as far as I know, this should be Snowball-sama's strategy, using the Yukinguzong trick on you. Hayasaka Ai took out a piece of cardboard and started writing. Including Snowball-sama's sudden resignation behavior last time, it should have been to make the young lady feel a sense of crisis like, I won't be able to see President anymore, trying to make you lose your composure and expose flaws. President, would he think like that? I always feel like President really wanted to resign. Young lady, don't be deceived by the surface image. According to my investigation and understanding of Snowball-sama, all of his actions are very purposeful. Not only that, Snowball-sama is also very good at finding out the preferences of various girls, even someone as thoughtful as the young lady, he can get a glimpse of it, and then prescribe the right medicine, Hayasaka Ai said solemnly. As early as when Snowball Kanade and Shinomiya Kagaya began to come into contact, she had already used the resources at hand to investigate Snowball Kanade's situation. Including how many ex-girlfriends he had and who they were, basically everything had been found out. Although from the bottom of her heart she felt that such a Snowball Kanade was not someone worth entrusting her young lady's life to, seeing Kagaya becoming more and more cheerful day by day, she couldn't bear to break her beautiful dream. So she decided to help Kagaya-sama win over Snowball Kanade, and transform his nature of being loyal only during the period of love into an attitude of being loyal to the young lady forever, making him the young lady's perfect lover. But that being said, what she can do now is also very limited. At most she can constantly solve problems for the young lady. First take down that philandering radish in the student council for her, as for what happens after that anyway, as long as the two of them really start dating, there are many things she can do. For example, threatening with the background of the Shinomiya family of course, she won't let Kagaya-sama notice when she does this, lest she think her love is not pure enough. I can be sure that Snowball-sama is a love expert who understands women's hearts very well, and he will never do meaningless things to waste time. I even think that the young lady's idea of wanting to persuade President to return to the student council is also within Snowball-sama's expectations. Honestly, young lady, my personal suggestion is you should take the initiative to attack directly, not giving Snowball President a chance to detour. Take the initiative, attack directly. What do you mean? Haven't I done enough? No, I mean directly explain your feelings to Snowball President, and say to him, I like you, please go out with me. Hayasaka Ai is indeed the person who knows Shinomiya Kagaya best, and even imitating her voice is so lifelike that Shinomiya Kagaya was immediately immersed in the imagination. I like President, please go out with me. Oh. So Shinomiya, you have always had a crush on me? How cute. Isn't this just going to be laughed at mercilessly by President? How could I do such a thing? No, that kind of scene is unlikely to happen, right? Hayasaka Ai pressed her slightly bulging temples, feeling a severe headache. If her information is correct, as long as the young lady confesses first, Snowball-sama will definitely agree. After all, the person he is pursuing now is her young lady. Excessive ridicule will not help him in any way. Chapter 27. And the most important thing is, after the confession, this innocent maid of hers will no longer need to be called over every day to be some kind of love advisor. Miss, I can assure you that young Master Xia Chuan definitely likes you now, you don't need to consider any other situations. Even so. If I take the initiative to confess, won't I never be able to hold my head up for the rest of my life? But if you don't confess, you won't even have a second to hold your head up. Hayasaka sighed, feeling that her young lady's strong-willed personality was really troublesome. What, holding your head up, or who's on top and who's on bottom, is all nonsense. Grasp it firmly in your hand first. Can't you just leave the adjustments for later? Really, if it were her, the child could already be buying soy sauce. Who cares who's first or last? But the good news is, although Kaguya-sama always looks like a small fry, at least she has admitted that she likes young Master Xia Chuan. Otherwise, if there was no progress after so long, she would really collapse. In other words, as long as you hear young Master Xia Chuan say the words, "I like Kaguya-sama," with his own mouth, you will be able to face your own heart and accept young Master Xia Chuan. Hayasaka Ai rested her chin on one hand and began to think about how to formulate a plan. If the president says that with his own mouth, it's not like I can't consider it. Shinomiya, I like you. President. Shinomiya. President. Miss. Please listen to me seriously. They were discussing a strategy to capture him. How did she suddenly start acting crazy? Ugh, I was so close. Miss, do you still want to hear my plan? Why yes, tell me. In short, we'll do this first, then that. Oh, Kaguya Shinomiya nodded frequently, her eyes shining brightly. She felt that her future with the president was bright. The next day. Shuchian Academy. The time of dismissal. In the last row by the window of class 2 to 3, a sexy girl wearing black pantyhose was lying on the desk, panting slightly. Kasumigakaka Yutaha, the best-selling light novelist under the pen name Kasumi Yutako, is considered by some in the industry to be a talented author capable of handling contemporary traditional literature, but somehow went astray. Regarding such an evaluation, Kasumigakaka herself held this attitude: "What's it to me? Tedious, boring, this world is full of superficial, boring things and people. It is impossible for her to accept the transformation of reality. She has ideals, ambitions, and will only be herself, no matter what. Kasumigakaka, someone is looking for you." Kasumigakaka Yutaha rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. After having a great time with her junior the day before yesterday, her inspiration couldn't be suppressed. She stayed up until midnight yesterday to turn all her thoughts into words, and she was very sleepy at the moment. Anyone who dares to disturb her rest, no matter who it is, she will treat them well. Yukino Shida, Yukino. Kasumigakaka was slightly stunned. She thought it was some reckless male beast who wanted to explain obscene words, but it turned out to be a black-haired female passerby. "It's me, senpai. What's the matter?" Kasumigakaka said indifferently. It was impossible for her to return a smile. Not to mention disturbing her rest, she couldn't be kind to the other party just because she was one of the people who had taken away her treasure. "Regarding Xia Chuan, I want to talk to you, senpai." "My junior? Come with me." The two found a relatively hidden place before starting a formal conversation. "Make it quick, I'm busy." "I won't take up much of your time, senpai." Yukino Shida shook her head. "Regarding Xia Chuan, I want to know what kind of person he is." "What kind of person?" Kasumigakaka was a little surprised, but soon chuckled, hinting at something. "Shouldn't you know my junior's character very well, junior?" Yukino Shida was silent. If she really knew, she wouldn't have come to ask Kasumigakaka. "Senpai, do you remember deceiving me back then? How about using that as an exchange?" "Deceiving you?" Kasumigakaka was slightly stunned, but soon remembered what Yukino Shida was referring to. "I didn't lie to you, I just said, my junior made an excessive request to me and stopped bothering me after being rejected. Perhaps you misunderstood at the time, but you should be able to understand my words now, right?" She is the proud Kasumigakaka, so she disdains using deceptive means to hinder other people's love. At most, it's just verbal seduction. If it really has any influence, it's just because of a lack of trust in her junior. Just like Eriri, the Yukino Shida in front of her, and the former her. Is senpai trying to shirk responsibility? Kasumigakaka frowned, wanting to just leave and ignore her. Forget it, I'll just take it as an act of kindness, ask me quickly if there's anything you want to know, Junior. Okay, Yukino Shida nodded, thought for a while, and decided to change to a way of speaking that Kasumigakaka could accept. She might not be willing to simply reveal information, but if it's related to herself, she will probably can't help but show off, right? When Xia Chuan was pursuing senpai, did he do anything for you? You don't need to say much, just the most impressive thing. Does that have anything to do with what you want to know? Is it difficult? You're really troublesome, Kasumigakaka sighed. It was okay to tell her, after all, it was a very proud thing for her. As the memories of the past flooded into her heart, her eyes gradually became filled with affection. If I had to say, it would be arguing with countless people for me. It doesn't matter if it was purposeful from the beginning. In fact, Kasumigakaka was very clear that her junior didn't like her book Love Metronome as much as she imagined. It was just because he liked her and loved her so much that he was willing to speak up for her. That was enough. After all, how many people can participate in rebuttals online for the person they like at all times, without sleeping or resting for a day and a night? Even if it was ulterior motives, it made her very happy. Yukino Shida nodded. Kasumigakaka's expression couldn't be faked, so things were very clear. Kasumigakaka misled her at the time because she liked Xia Chuan. Out of jealousy or unwillingness, when she came to her, Kasumigakaka misled her, making her feel that Xia Chuan was an incurable scumbag, the kind of womanizer. But in reality, she really didn't care about this. If he was just a womanizer, she wouldn't care at all, because she believed that she could change him. What she cared about was whether he had love for her. Yukino Shida Yukino had never experienced love. Although she can get a glimpse of it from literary works, it is not her own feeling after all. To determine the true intention, she still has to rely on her own heart. She could naturally feel Xia Chuan's special treatment of her, but she didn't know whether that meant liking her. Recognition, or camaraderie. It seems more accurate to say comrades trust, a united front. If that's the case, why is he more willing to believe in Hachiman Hikigaya? Xia Chuan gave her a very strange feeling, like he was pleasing a superior, or trying to gain recognition, more like, craving to be needed and expected. But no matter which one, he put himself in the lowest position, just like she once longed for her mother's approval. Therefore, she couldn't be sure whether Xia Chuan's feelings for her were love or closeness because of the similarity between the two. At the same time, she herself was very confused and unable to determine whether her feelings were sympathy or something else. Therefore, she rejected the other party's confession, "I'm sorry, I'm not ready to date." Because she wasn't ready, she couldn't make a judgment. But after that, Xia Chuan withdrew from the club. She wanted to blame him for leaving without saying goodbye and his cowardly behavior, but when she thought about it carefully, wasn't she the same? Because she was never able to get her mother's approval, she chose to escape and moved out alone. The depression in her heart was difficult to let go of, so she focused all her energy on club activities, as if that would allow her worries to be relieved, but the result was that it affected innocent club members. She didn't want to do that, but she realized she had done something wrong after she came back to her senses. Thoughts returned to the present. Second question, have you ever dated Xia Chuan, senpai? That depends on what the definition of dating is. So, no, Yukino Shida nodded and bowed slightly. Thank you, senpai, that's all I wanted to know, sorry for bothering you. Watching Yukino Shida Yukino's back disappear into the stairwell, Kasumigakaka Yutaha didn't speak for a long time. Only the constantly shaking legs showed the owner's inner unease. You womanizing idiot junior, how many girls have you provoked? Perhaps she could still comfort herself before, thinking that Eriri was nothing to worry about, but now there's another black-haired female passerby who clashes with her attributes. And I don't know how many other sly foxes are hiding in the dark and like her junior, there are too many enemies, right? The only thing to be thankful for is that, including that black-haired female passerby, she hasn't seen anyone who can compete with her in this regard. Kasumigakaka Yutaha pressed her hand on her heart, looking slightly relieved. In a bookstore, at a seat in the coffee area, holding the latest popular light novel and flipping through it page by page, but she couldn't bring herself to read it carefully. Not to mention reading it carefully, she didn't even remember a single sentence. Originally, she wanted to come to the bookstore after school to change her mood, but she didn't expect her mood to get worse. Now, Xia Chuan's mind is full of the image of the angel crying last night. The reason for the tears, he could vaguely feel it. As for the deeper reason, perhaps it was because the angel really cared about him as a friend and didn't want him to evaluate himself like that? Or, was she feeling guilty for her past slip of the tongue? Perhaps it was both, but for Xia Chuan now, he didn't really care how Shiina viewed him. He just hoped to get along with her naturally as an equal friend. So he said, "You also thought I was a good-for-nothing back then, right?" He originally just thought that maybe it could defuse the situation and ease the conflict, but it led things to another extreme. He definitely regretted it, but he was more thinking about how to salvage the friendship. Don't look at Shiina apologizing to him yesterday, as if he was the one in charge, but in fact, he knew very well that the more this was the case, the more he had to take the initiative to contact Shiina. To embrace her, to let her let go, to let her know that he was not hurt by her past words, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to notice that she might have fallen into emotions like autism. So why wasn't his brain so clear last night? Hindsight. But he doesn't want such abilities at all. Xia Chuan, who was caught in self-blame, couldn't find the two sneaky black shadows observing him not far behind him. It was Hikigaya Shinomiya and AI Hayasaka who had been following Xia Chuan all the way. "Hayasaka, are you sure this method will work?" Hikigaya Shinomiya looked a little worried. Chapter 28. Although I was intimidated by Hayasaka AI's serious expression last night, now that I think about it, the method she suggested is actually full of loopholes. Asking if the other person has a girlfriend through casual conversation, and then further probing to find out who they like. If the president says her name, Hikigaya Shinomiya, she would take the opportunity to step forward and act like it was a chance encounter, and then claim that she accidentally heard the fact that the president likes her. And then use this to force the president to admit it. It would be great if things could go so smoothly. But the key is that Hayasaka isn't familiar with the president either. Why would the president confide in her? If it were Fujiwara Chika, who is also a friend of both of them, she might be able to complete such a task, but as for her it's better to trust Hayasaka to do it. It's not that Hikigaya Shinomiya doesn't trust her friend, but she instinctively feels that if that idiot takes action, things might turn out differently. Maybe it would be completely reversed, and she would end up admitting to the president that she likes the president, and she definitely doesn't want that outcome. "Hayasaka, are you sure you can get the president to say those words? I really feel like it's unreliable. Some things really can't be thought about too much, otherwise you'll become more and more worried and uneasy." "Don't worry, miss, I guarantee it with my professional ethics." "But isn't your profession a maid? What does that have to do with love?" "Ahem, anyway, miss, just watch my performance, I guarantee I'll complete the task." Hayasaka AI was too lazy to explain any further. From her young lady's perspective, this matter is indeed difficult to handle, but for her, Hayasaka AI, it's completely easy. It's just a little bit of verbal manipulation, that kind of thing is completely easy for a professional maid. The real difficulty is how to approach young Master Xia Chuan. Being too intimate is definitely not okay, young Master Xia Chuan will definitely reject her, but being too indifferent is also not okay, then she won't even have the qualification to start a topic, so she must grasp the right degree of interaction. "I'm going, Mississippi." "Yeah, good luck Hayasaka," Hikigaya Shinomiya nodded, clenching her fist to cheer on her maid. "Should I go back?" Casually flipping through the paperback book in his hand, Yu Chuanzu became more and more bored, so he prepared to get up and leave. "President?" An unfamiliar voice came from his ear, and Xia Chuanzu subconsciously turned his head to look. A girl with golden shawl-length hair, wearing a Ziyuan school uniform, stood cutely to the side. She tilted her head slightly, staring at him with a smile on her face. School uniform, golden hair angel-sama? However, it wasn't just a complete stranger. If it weren't for that almost directly named president, he wouldn't even offer a subconscious glance to such a passerby. "You are. It's really the president. I'm so lucky. I'm Hasaka from class 4 in the second year." "Hasaka, is there something you need?" Xia Chuanzu asked. He had no impression of ever seeing her before, although the name sounded familiar, he couldn't remember who it was. Probably some background character who admired him, like those who persistently stuffed love letters into his shoe cabinet every day. Although a bit annoying, it's actually easy to deal with. I don't have anything, just saw the president alone, so I came over to say hello. The girl looked shy and bashful, giving people a feeling of being full of thoughts. Her eyes were charming and shy, and her red lips opened with a smile. She could indeed be called a beautiful and youthful girl, but it had nothing to do with him. Yeah, Xia Chuanzu nodded, considering it a response to the other party. It's getting late, I'll go back first, don't wander around outside alone for too long. Responding was politeness, and exhorting was the duty of the student council president, but it was impossible for him to say anything more. Golden-haired girl. Although she still had a smile on her face, she was actually frantically complaining about Xia Chuanzu in her heart. She was such a charming and beautiful girl, and you actually gave her such an indifferent look when she took the initiative to greet you? Too bullying. Forget this conversation. However, it was impossible, because Kagaya-sama was secretly watching them somewhere, and she must not retreat like this and be laughed at by the young lady. This golden-haired girl was naturally Hayasaka AI, who had confidently said that she would definitely complete the task. Pretending to be a chance encounter, inadvertently expressing the thought of being lucky. Followed by a cute smile that was universally appealing to both men and women, it was clearly a flawless combo, but it was blocked by President Xia Chuan one by one. Just how difficult is he to deal with? Hayasaka AI complained frantically in her heart. She naturally knew that Xia Chuanzu, who was in love, was indifferent to other girls, but she really didn't expect that even such ordinary casual conversations, he looked unwilling to continue. There was no way, she had to go straight. Hayasaka AI understood that it was impossible for the other party to have empathy and actively ask her if she needed help. At this moment she could only actively seek help in order to continue the topic. I know this is presumptuous, but I still have to say, President, please help me. Watching the close interaction between Hayasaka AI and Xia Chuanzu, Kagaya Shinomiya felt very conflicted in her heart. On the one hand, she hoped that her maid could successfully elicit the president's words, to find out from his mouth who he liked and whether he really harbored feelings of love for her. On the other hand, she hoped that the president could be immune to Hayasaka AI's beauty trap, and not reveal his inner thoughts so easily in front of unfamiliar people. The former was out of her private desires and as part of her plan. While the latter was out of concern for one thing: if the president really revealed the fact that he liked someone so easily, wouldn't that prove that all the efforts she had made before were in vain? Clearly. It was an answer that could be obtained as long as someone else took the initiative to ask, but she had been beating around the bush for so long and still hadn't managed to get it done. She would definitely not be able to withstand such a blow. And more importantly, although she had a lot of confidence in the president, what if? What if the president fell in love with such an AI? How is that possible? How is that possible? That idiotic Hayasaka, the president would never transfer his affections, right? Absolutely. Really, she should have more trust in the president. Secretly cheering herself up, Kagaya Shinomiya continued to secretly observe Xia Chuanzu and the others, afraid of missing any details. Kagaya Shinomiya, who had never been in love, had completely lost her judgment under Hayasaka AI's verbal offensive these days. She now firmly believed in what Hayasaka said, that the president actually likes the young lady, but is just too embarrassed to confess, and didn't think about other possibilities at all. At most, she was just a little worried that Xia Chuanzu would transfer his affections and fall in love with the pretentious Hayasaka just a little. As for the two people being secretly spied on by her. I'm sorry, President, for making you accompany me for a while. It's nothing, I just happen to have some free time. Xia Chuanzu shook his head, responding very reluctantly. In reality, if the other party hadn't used the forbidden trick of, President, please help me, he would have left directly. Alas, the so-called student council president is sometimes such a helpless existence. That's great, as expected, the president is a gentle person. Xia Chuanzu's eyebrows twitched as he listened, feeling that the other party was mocking him, but he couldn't come up with any evidence. Actually, I've always wanted my own computer, but because I don't understand this kind of thing, I've been hesitant. Hayasaka AI revealed a very troubled expression, and then broke into a smile. But luckily I met the president. I heard that boys know more about this kind of thing, so I was thinking of asking the president to recommend one. You've come to the wrong person, I don't know anything about this. Xia Chuanzu shook his head, answering truthfully. He had been living in this world for almost 18 years, not to mention computer equipment, he rarely even used his phone to go online, and in his previous life, he had studied to death without ever owning his own phone. His family's discipline was very strict, his daily life was filled with a large number of study courses. And he was so busy that he didn't have much time to rest. Not only that, but even what friends he made were restricted by his parents, and he had no freedom. Once, by chance, he heard his classmates talking about some anime and chatting very excitedly, so he thought of going back and learning about it so that he could have common topics with them at school. After that, every weekend and holiday, he would spend his only 1 hour of entertainment time watching anime and following new episodes. At first, of course, it was just to be able to get along with his classmates. Later, gradually, watching the male and female protagonists in the anime living a relaxed and happy daily life, he became a little yearning and began to imagine that he could also have such a life. In short, he really didn't know anything about electronic equipment. So he didn't have the idea of pretending to be something he wasn't. What he didn't understand, he didn't understand. Instead of forcibly agreeing for the sake of face, it was better to honestly admit his shortcomings. Hayasaka AI was stunned, thinking, why don't you follow the routine at all? At this time, a normal boy wouldn't respond like this, right? If you want to refuse her advances, she's just asking for help and hasn't done anything out of line. Besides, even if you really don't know anything, it's impossible not to hide it at all in front of a cute girl. Then it doesn't matter. It's just choosing a computer. I believe in the president's intuition. Sorry, I can't do it, Xia Chuanzu shook his head. Based on my intuition. In short, I can't help you, sorry, I'll go back first. Wait a minute. President. She had expected that the process of capturing him might be difficult, but she really didn't expect it to be so frustrating. Actually, there's another thing I want to ask you to help me with. There was no way, Xia Chuanzu had to turn around and look at her again. What is it? He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Xia Chuanzu always felt that the girl in front of him was a little too persistent, and she didn't give up even after he had refused so many times. I want to ask the president to teach me my homework. Hayasaka AI had a pitiful expression. Not to hide it from the president, but my grades are actually very bad, and no matter how much I study, I can't improve. After the expected topic was ruled out, Hayasaka AI couldn't think of anything else to talk about. Games. She doesn't play them herself. Sports. It's not suitable to talk about them in this situation at all. Love topics. Although it does fit her ultimate mission. The relationship between the two is still very stiff, and rashly bringing it up won't achieve the goal. Therefore, she can only start from the learning that the other party is good at. As someone who can defeat Miss Kagaya in this area, young Master Xia Chuan must be very proud of his learning ability, right? Then use this to satisfy young Master Xia Chuan's desire to be a good teacher. Do it here. Xia Chuanzu hesitated. Is it not okay? Hayasaka AI looked at him expectantly. Okay, after hesitating for a long time, Xia Chuanzu still nodded. The shop assistants next to them had been paying attention to the commotion caused by the two of them for a long time, and it really wasn't a matter if he kept refusing like this. After all, judging from the persistence of the girl in front of him, she definitely wouldn't give up if he didn't agree. Is this the so-called love brain? The desire to attack is indeed very strong. Xia Chuanzu sighed a little, thinking that if any of the girls he had pursued in the past had been like this, he wouldn't still be single. Maybe he could really consider finding a random girl like this to fall in love with? Other things aside, for the time being, at least she should have a little bit of goodwill towards him, right? Or is it really possible that she likes him? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so actively approaching him. Since he can't be with the girl he likes, then find someone who likes him. Maybe the feelings aren't sincere, but he's willing to always shoulder the responsibility until he truly falls in love with the other party. But having said that, he can't be sure what the other party is thinking, so he has to observe it again. Thinking like this, Xia Chuanzu's attitude subconsciously became gentler. Then let's go to the cafe over there. Okay. Hayasaka AI nodded obediently, thinking that the trick of "please teach me to study" was indeed useful, and young Master Xia Chuan's attitude towards her had visibly improved. After the two were seated, Hayasaka AI took out the math problems she had prepared earlier from her bag and pushed them in front of Xia Chuanzu. Xia Chuanzu nodded and began to scan the markings on it. As he had expected, girls like this were indeed not good at subjects like math, after all, this thing you either know it or you don't, there's no way around it. Chapter 29. Regarding this question, your steps are correct, but you used the wrong formula in this part. Snowball Kanade transformed into a teacher, pointing out the mistakes. Actually, there's a simpler way to solve this question, just directly substitute it into this formula. See, like this, the answer comes out directly. Although there are rumors that he is an even stronger genius who can defeat Shinomiya Kagaya in various fields, only he himself knows that this is achieved through tireless effort and a negligible amount of talent. Moreover, it mainly relies on his experience in his previous life of studying and studying, which led him to remember a lot of things, making him very handy in learning. Amazing, Hayasaka AI blinked, feeling somewhat impressed. It's not that she couldn't solve this math problem, she deliberately made a mistake in the first place. However, Snowball Kanade's method of deriving the answer by simply substituting one formula still shocked her. Is that even possible? Mathematics is truly wondrous. What about this question? Before she knew it, Hayasaka AI began to seriously engage. This one is similar, but we need to first find one of its conditions, like this. Snowball Kanade naturally obliged and continued to explain. Oh, I see. Thus, the two of them began to study earnestly, each contributing their thoughts. This dumbfounded Shinomiya Kagaya, who was carefully hiding in the corner. Excuse me? AI. Hayasaka. What on earth are you doing? Hurry up and get information out of the president, don't actually start studying, you idiot. However, she couldn't just rush up and interrupt them, so she could only grit her teeth and watch their bodies get closer because of explaining the problem, vowing in her heart. I must deduct Hayasaka's salary when we get back. Deduct it severely. Before long, just as Shinomiya Kagaya was about to lose control of her jealousy and rush out, the constant stream of compatible aura finally dissipated. Ugh. I'm so tired, is studying always this tiring? This proves that you actually used your brain, which is a good thing, Snowball Kanade nodded. Seeing her sleepy appearance, he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, he acknowledged her attitude. He would be very disappointed if she didn't listen seriously after he put in so much effort. She's a good girl, Snowball Kanade thought. Want to continue? Or take a break? However, when he turned his head, he found the girl lying on the table, looking completely burned out, breathing evenly and quietly saying, "Can't study anymore ZZ." Hayasaka. He gently pushed her, but found that the girl didn't move at all, showing no signs of waking up. She actually fell asleep. Snowball Kanade was stunned. It seems that she usually works very hard, otherwise she wouldn't be so tired that she fell asleep on the spot. But in this kind of place. Snowball Kanade frowned, looked around, then stood up and slowly walked towards the staff. Shinomiya Kagaya, hiding in the corner, quickly hid, afraid of being discovered. Before long, Snowball Kanade came back with a small blanket. He slowly approached and gently draped the blanket over the girl's body, then sat down quietly beside her. He couldn't leave the sleeping girl alone, so he came back. But he wasn't idle, at least there were still many problems on the exercise sheet, so he picked up a pen and started making notes on them one by one. One was a girl who was sound asleep. One was a boy who was seriously writing notes. Both were focused on their own things, and there was no communication throughout. However, even this warm scene was too much for someone to watch. Shinomiya Kagaya, who was so anxious that she wanted to step in and do it for her. That mere Hayasaka, how can she be treated so gently by the president? She also wants to be taken care of by the president like that. To have the president gently drape the small blanket over her, and then she would fall asleep peacefully with the scent from the president, and the president would secretly play a prank on her face, kissing it. In short, she is very envious. Idiot AI. You said you wanted to get information out of the president, but I think you're just lusting after the president's beauty. I trusted you wrongly. What followed was another long and agonizing wait. Shinomiya Kagaya watched her maid secretly glance at Snowball Kanade from time to time with a blank expression, thinking about whether to deduct all of her salary for this month. Ugh, huh. Did I fall asleep? No way, has it been 3 hours? Feeling better? Do you need to rest a little longer? No. I'm already much better. Thank you for your concern, President. Hayasaka AI seemed hesitant. Has the president been sitting here the whole time? Not really. Snowball Kanade hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I was just standing there reading and got a little tired, so I thought I'd come over and sit for a while. Excessive kindness can bring about vigilance. Snowball Kanade had already learned this through past experiences, so he would not repeat the same mistake. I see. Hayasaka Ai nodded lightly, not calling him out, but feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. Liar, you were obviously sitting next to me writing notes the whole time. It's getting late, now that you're awake. Hey, President, the girl suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a very complicated expression. Does the president have someone he likes? Snowball Kanade was stunned, opening his mouth in bewilderment, but unable to say anything. Hayasaka, could she really like him? It's not like he's inexplicably developed some kind of delusion, but based on what just happened. She's cold to him, but not discouraged even if she's constantly being rejected, she still wants to get closer to him combined with this ambiguous atmosphere and admiring gaze. It's really impossible for him not to overthink things. But she's not one of the girls he's familiar with, the familiar heroines are out of the question, but a passerby is okay, is that what it means? Snowball Kanade didn't know what to do anymore. He had obviously prepared himself to live alone, but suddenly encountered a girl who liked him so much. Why are you suddenly asking this? Oh, of course it's because I care a lot. Snowball Kanade fell silent. Confirmed, 100 confirmed, this girl in front of him really does like him, so now the choice is in his hands. Ba esi jio ling san chi biagio. Should he agree? Or cruelly reject her? He doesn't really like her enough, and today is even the first time they've met, but he's slightly developed some good feelings now. Thinking about himself after each failed relationship, he finally made up his mind. He must not let such a good girl get hurt. Hayasaka. Yes. Actually, Snowball Kanade took a deep breath, calming himself down with constant self-hypnosis. A so-called man must have responsibility when necessary. Things like confessions must not be initiated by reserved girls. It's true that making this request suddenly is a bit presumptuous, but I still want to say, can you go out with me? Hayasaka Ai's eyes widened, her pupils constricted, and a huge wave surged in her heart. A confession? Who? Her. She was confessed to by Snowball young master. Not Shinomiya miss but her. Is this for real? That Snowball young master, who is loyal to his lover. To her, a mere maid, a mere attendant maid of the miss, confessed. At this moment, Hayasaka Ai's level of shock was no different from hearing on the television that the world was about to end. She would naturally think that it was a joke, but if every country was releasing such news, then she really wouldn't be able to laugh it off, and would believe it to be true. So that playboy Snowball young master really confessed to her, this disguised maid. No, that's impossible, right? Unless Snowball young master's attitude towards the miss all along was fake. No, not necessarily, after all, Snowball young master has always been opposing the miss, and she has never heard the miss say that Snowball young master has been particularly gentle to her. So the target of capture and pursuit has always been her. The so-called getting close to the miss was just to act as a stepping stone. The more Hayasaka Ai thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible, and she couldn't help but feel that Snowball Kanade was too terrifying, having concealed his true feelings until now, and even doing such a thing. But setting aside her original prejudice against Snowball Kanade, she also felt a little admiration for such a Snowball young master, being able to go to such lengths for her, a mere maid. Hayasaka. Are you okay? Hayasaka. Seeing that Hayasaka Ai hadn't reacted for a while, Snowball Kanade reached out to pat her shoulder. Hayasaka Ai was startled, subconsciously standing up and taking 2 steps back. No, it's not like that. Seeing that Snowball Kanade's face looked very bad, Hayasaka Ai quickly wanted to explain. Hayasaka-san doesn't need to explain, I understand, I misunderstood, I'm sorry for scaring you, I'll go back first. Then he silently packed his things and turned to leave. Hayasaka Ai reached out her hand, as if wanting to stop him, but found that she didn't have the right. After Snowball Kanade completely disappeared from view, Shinomiya Hikigaya, who had been hiding in the corner, finally ran out. What happened, Hayasaka? Why did the president suddenly leave, Hayasaka? What's wrong with you? Mississippi. Regarding the student council re-election, we've made pretty much all the arrangements on our side. We shouldn't have to worry about our own grade level, the rest depends on what happens with the first years. Therefore, I believe it's necessary to take active measures. If we continue to let things go unchecked, it's possible that. That concludes my statement, President. What do you think? President? Snowball Kanade finally came to his senses, realizing that he was currently in a morning meeting with everyone in the student council. Sorry, Shinomiya, I was a little distracted. Snowball Kanade rubbed his temples, looking slightly tired. Regarding the matter of taking measures, I still don't think it's necessary. As second-year seniors, we should show a composed attitude to the juniors. Moreover, I personally believe that my abilities are no less than theirs. Everyone's energy is limited, there's no need to keep worrying about such small things. I have my own plan. Chapter 30. This matter is settled, no need to bring it up in future meetings. Other matters will proceed according to the original procedures. If anything changes, just send me a message. That's all. Let's end the meeting for today. After arranging everything, Snowball gave a slight apology to the student council members. Sorry, everyone, I might be feeling a bit unwell. I want to go rest for a bit, please excuse me. The others didn't speak, just looked at each other, then watched Snowball leave. President, Hikigaya Shinomiya murmured, her eyes filled with worry. Leaving the student council room, Snowball yawned as he walked towards the infirmary. Because of what happened at the bookstore, he had been suffering from insomnia for days. The heavy stone weighing on his heart was making it hard to breathe. His conflict with the angel was already giving him a headache, and then he went and did something like that. When he was focused, it was alright, but once he started to get sleepy or had free time, the scene from that day would constantly replay in his mind, even in his dreams. One of life's three great illusions: she likes me. He made that mistake, mistakenly thinking that a girl who approached him so actively liked him, and was rejected again, harshly. That's 6 losses in a row now, quite the achievement, Snowball chuckled to himself. Heroine or extra, no matter what kind of girl, none of them would like someone like him. Perhaps they had some goodwill towards him, but it wasn't love, just an okay, as friends, well, maybe a hint of respect for the capable. Because he was the student council president, he was naturally trusted and loved by everyone. He finally understood. But the price was a huge embarrassment, plus several days of crazy insomnia. That's why he wanted to come to the infirmary to catch some sleep. Excuse me, is anyone here? He knocked lightly on the door and, receiving no response, opened it and walked in. Students came late, so the teachers in charge naturally wouldn't come early. The infirmary was currently empty. He checked the time and saw that there were about 40 minutes left before the first self-study period. Counting the self-study period he could skip, he could theoretically sleep for almost 2 hours. Lucky. The overall time might not be much, but it would still help him replenish some energy, especially to give his eyes a chance to rest, so he had to sleep. ZZ. Warm, smooth, countless soft things surrounded Snowball. Large, plentiful, and plump white spheres pressed against him, accompanied by an indescribable soft sensation. Marshmallow? A little like it. Clouds in the sky? He had no experience with that, so he couldn't comment, but he could confirm that the close-fitting touch was top-notch, with a warm and glutinous feeling like being in colorful clouds. His eyes opened slightly, and he was met with a void of darkness. His breathing was a little labored, his nostrils seemed to be blocked by something, so he could only gulp for air with his mouth, but the next moment he was caught by a rough texture. Eep! With a cute cry, Snowball finally woke up a little. Pulling his head out of a strange crevice, Snowball fell into thought as he looked at the pink-haired girl in front of him, her face flushed and her posture twisted. Did I wake up the wrong way? So he lay down, preparing to wake up again. Oh, President, wake up, now that you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep. The pink-haired girl covered her chest with one hand, and with the other, she pulled out a foxtail grass from somewhere, tickling Snowball's nose. Finally, he couldn't help but sneeze and fully opened his eyes. Fujiwara secretary, what are you doing here? If there was anyone he didn't want to encounter right now, it was the playful Fujiwara-san. Annoying, bothersome? Naturally not. If he really had to, he would at most dislike her silly, cute appearance. But right now, he really wasn't in the mood to play with her, and his physical condition wouldn't allow it. I'm here to capture the president, you know. Chika Fujiwara reached out and poked So Snowball's cheek, a triumphant smile on her face. Ah, I've been caught, So Snowball said loudly. You won the tag game, so please go back. I'm not going back like that, there's still a punishment to be done, President. Chika Fujiwara shook her head, then giggled and moved So Snowball's head onto her lap. A beautiful girl's lap pillow, suddenly get. Are you sure it's a punishment and not a reward? So Snowball really wanted to ask. But facing the cancer of the earth, whom he couldn't understand at all, if she said it was a punishment, then it might really be true. But it didn't matter, no matter what she was going to do next, he wouldn't lose out too much. First is the Chu 0026A session. First question. Do boys like lap pillows? At least I'm not against it, So Snowball's brows gradually relaxed. If you are being played by life, don't resist, face it positively. This was exactly like his current situation, but the object was Chika Fujiwara. But come to think of it, he originally thought she was going to play some kind of prank on him, and he was prepared for it, but she was actually going to massage him? Could this really be called a punishment? So, how does the guinea pig, renowned to be at the mercy of others president feel? This is the first time I've done this for someone. Please don't add that strange prefix to my title. So Snowball was now certain that this was indeed a punishment game. Giving people titles was really embarrassing, especially when his head was completely in someone else's control, and he couldn't even shake his head. Oh, you dummy president, don't move around, I'll press the wrong place. Feeling the strange sensation from her thighs, Chika Fujiwara's pretty face flushed. She quickly patted the other person's forehead as a warning. Fortunately, there was something blocking the line of sight between the two, otherwise, if So Snowball saw her shy appearance, she would become even stranger. So Snowball immediately became honest, afraid that Chika Fujiwara would accidentally poke his eyes out. Guinea pig president, don't play dead, quickly answer my question, the punishment time isn't over yet. You're the one who changed the topic, So Snowball subconsciously retorted, but then honestly replied. It feels alright, but your skills need to be improved. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit on the forehead again. Stop it. If this continues and bumps grow on my head, the student council president's dignity will be swept away. It's all the president's fault, who told you not to praise me honestly. Chika Fujiwara looked sulky, but her hands were still diligently working. Next is the second question. Isn't this clearly the third question? With a pa sound, a strange feeling of refreshment suddenly arose in Chika Fujiwara's heart. It was like scrubbing someone's back in the bathroom and then slapping them, a strong sense of satisfaction was about to gush out. Why did you hit me again? Why, you're too long-winded, President. Just answer my question. Then ask away. Pa. You mere guinea pig president, don't talk back. Chika Fujiwara said excitedly. She was really getting addicted to patting. She didn't even remember what she wanted to ask, and blurted out directly. Hey, President, let me try it. Her eyes gleaming, Chika Fujiwara's thirst for knowledge had exploded. Not only the president's smooth forehead, but also here, there, she wanted to try the feel of everything. What do you want to try? So Snowball looked horrified, thinking that the real punishment had finally come. He was still careless, he should have been prepared from the beginning. But the soft and smooth lap pillow was really comfortable. And there was a great view to see. He had completely fallen for the honey trap. Lying underneath, he couldn't muster any strength at all. Although he hadn't rested for long and was still very tired, if he didn't get up, it would really be too late. However, just as So Snowball was about to make a move, Chika Fujiwara grabbed his hands and pressed them firmly on the bed. Gwahaha, the president's sinful hands kept reaching for the hem of his clothes, determined to open the forbidden door. Don't come over here. Just as So Snowball was thinking about whether he was going to be played with severely today, the infirmary door suddenly opened. Huh. I actually forgot to lock the door. The young female teacher had just entered and saw the two people, female on top of male, on the bed not far away, their position like they were cosplaying fusion magic, and fell silent. Sorry for intruding, I'll leave now. As she retreated and closed the door, she said in a sighing tone, young people these days are so energetic in the morning, they play even more than we did back then. So Snowball, Shouldn't you be stopping them at a time like this? By the way, what do you mean by coming back every 10 minutes? Are you looking down on him? Get out and come back after at least half an hour. In short, he was very angry, and he didn't feel sleepy at all, but was very energetic. Snowball, are you alright? Miyuki Shirogane came over and greeted him. It's nothing, I feel much better after resting for a while, so Snowball looked up and responded. Since he returned to his position, Shirogane's complexion seemed to have improved a lot, the dark circles under his eyes had disappeared, and his whole temperament had changed greatly. Chapter 31. The Magic of Love, huh? Snowball Kanade thought he had experienced it himself, but that was something he had deliberately changed, so it might be different. Speaking of which, the reason he chose to return to his post, besides wanting to continue being friends with everyone in the student council, was also because he held the idea of wanting to atone. Perhaps it's a bit of an exaggeration to say it that way, but the core idea remains the same. If he were to be the president, Shirogane Miyuki would have a lot more free time, which would be perfect for spending time with the girl he likes. He just didn't know why Shinomiya Hikigaya hadn't actively launched an offensive against Shirogane, and instead often helped him with his affairs. Could it be that he misunderstood? Shinomiya Hikigaya doesn't actually like Shirogane Miyuki. But this contradicts his previous reasoning. Forget it, he shouldn't think about it too much. It's other people's business and there's no need to worry about them too much. Thinking too deeply about everything will only damage his hair. Anyway, he had already created opportunities for them. How things develop after that is none of his business. Let go of the need to help, and respect others' choices. It's good enough for him to be an audience member. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Shirogane Miyuki, just as he was about to get up to go to the restroom, a commotion in the front row caught his attention. Shiina-san, next class is swimming, would you like to join us? As a student in the same class, Snowball Kanade was very popular, but in reality, not many people would come up to greet him, basically only some male friends. But the Angel Sama was different. She was a person with truly angelic affability. Regardless of gender or age, no one could resist her gentle smile, and everyone hoped to be close to her, truly highlighting her appeal to all. That would be a little. Are you worried about being peeked at by the boys? It's okay, we'll protect you. Come on, let's go to class together. Shiina-san refused last time, so please accept our invitation this time. Ugh, seeing the other party's expectant look, Shiina Mahiru's heart wavered. She actually didn't want to go to swimming class and wanted to find a reason to ask for leave as usual, but this time she was surrounded in her seat and couldn't leave at all. I'm actually not very good at swimming. It's okay, we'll teach you, or Shiina-san can just stand aside and smile. Shiina Mahiru. Was she some kind of healing robot? But now that things have been said to this extent, it would be a little tactless if she didn't agree. As a student, you must be able to read the atmosphere. Okay, thank you. That's great. Let's go to the locker room now before it's too late. So, the group escorted the Angel Sama away. Snowball Kanade, who had been silently watching all of this, pondered for a moment, then also left the classroom. In the blink of an eye, it was time for class, and the students in the class had already changed into their swimsuits and gathered in place. The teacher first led the students through a few sets of warm-up exercises before allowing them to move freely and get into the water. Shiina-san, let's go over there. Shiina Mahiru couldn't refuse at all, so she had no choice but to be dragged along. Xiao Shi, keep an eye on that side, Xiao Ling, keep an eye on this side, and absolutely don't let any boys come over. Leave it to us, X2. Shuchoin Academy's swimming lessons are taught in groups. Although they are in the same swimming pool, the boys are all on one side and the girls are all on the other side, with a wall in between. The reason they are so vigilant is because at the beginning of the school year, there were a few boys who sneaked into the girls' hall to peep during swimming class. Although the purpose was just to see the girls' swimsuits and swimming postures, this peeping behavior still affected the girls, and they began to take strict precautions afterward. Shiina Mahiru was naturally one of the protagonists of that incident. As a famous beautiful girl in the academy, many boys wanted to catch a glimpse of her swimsuit appearance. Shiina-san, don't worry, we will protect you. Thank you, Shiina Mahiru nodded lightly, but wondered if they were going a bit too far. Honestly, Shiina Mahiru really couldn't understand why the boys were so interested in her swimsuit appearance, when it was just a very ordinary school swimsuit. But regardless of whether she understood or not, this overly abnormal behavior naturally caused her discomfort, so after that incident, she would choose to ask for leave and skip swimming class every time, but this time she was forced to come along. Could it be that someone will come to peep again this time? What's so good about it? For some reason, Shiina Mahiru thought of the person she cared about very much. Would Kanade be interested too? If it was him, even in private, no, that shouldn't be possible, he probably wouldn't want to see her again now. Shiina Mahiru's eyes were a little dim, and she couldn't muster any interest in swimming, just mechanically responding to the words of the people around her. The girl next to her saw that she was not in a good mood and wanted to ask, but the next moment, she spotted a suspicious figure flashing past in a corner. Over there. Those guys really came after all. Then she called two companions over, preparing to investigate. Shiina-san, continue swimming here, we'll go over there and teach those boys a lesson. Then, be careful. In a dark corner, two heads were stacked on top of each other. Hey, I said, did you get a shot? Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Don't make noise, I'm looking for it, why are you in such a hurry? Two boys wearing only swim trunks sneaked past the teacher's eyes and crossed over to the girl's side. They came for the so-called trust of the organization, and for this purpose they had prepared a full set of Tulsa high-definition camera. The purpose was naturally to record the elegant posture of that angel-sama for them to admire. As for the other girls, what's there to see? They have nothing, they can't compare to their faith angel-sama. To the left. Look again. Okay, I'll take a look. Hey, what are you doing over there? An angry voice suddenly sounded, and the two boys were startled, almost dropping the camera in their hands. The one who came was naturally the trio of girls. The leading girl walked over slowly, with a look of contempt on her face. What dirty and vile thoughts, this time you even prepared a camera. Tisk, hand over the camera quickly. I'm sore. One of the slightly flustered boys was a little scared and subconsciously wanted to apologize and hand over the camera, but was interrupted by the other boy. Are you stupid? Isn't this an admission of guilt? What? You want someone else's camera as soon as you come up, is this robbery? Robbery? The leading girl laughed in anger. You peeping toms still have the nerve to make false accusations. What peeping? Which I saw me peeping. We just got lost and accidentally came here. Lost? With a camera? Are you trying to fool an idiot? Hand over the things quickly, or I'll be rude. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you're going to be rude, then be rude, I'd like to see what you can do to me. She can't do anything to you, what about me? A low voice suddenly sounded, and the few people who were still arguing immediately looked over. Student Council President. President. Snowball Kanade walked over expressionlessly and came to the boy's front. Give me the camera, I'll check it. Yes, the guy who had been arrogant immediately pretended to be a wimp as soon as he saw Snowball Kanade. He might dare to confront the girls who caught them, but he didn't dare to disobey the student council president at all. The two were not on the same level at all. Snowball Kanade took the camera, opened the photo library and flipped through it, but didn't find any strange pictures, so he put it away again. 3 sets of 200-meter round trips for each person. In addition, submit a 100-word reflection to the student council room before this weekend. Any questions? No. Okay, you guys go. But President, this camera. I'll return it to you when you submit your reflections. Anything else? No, nothing. Then hurry up and practice. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't finish before the end of class. Yes. So the two boys ran away as if fleeing. Only then did Snowball Kanade turn to the trio of girls and apologize to them slightly. Sorry, they caused you trouble. As the student council president, he naturally had to make a statement when such people appeared among the students he led. No, President, you've worked hard. Snowball Kanade nodded and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped again. President, can you show us the contents of the camera? Snowball Kanade shook his head. Sorry, I can't do that, I can't expose other people's privacy at will. He had indeed checked it and there was nothing prohibited, but that didn't mean that other private pictures could be viewed by these girls in front of him. Why? I have reason to believe that Snowball President and them. It wasn't that she was making wild accusations, but the timing of Snowball Kanade's appearance was too coincidental, and normally no one would come to this kind of place. Snowball Kanade frowned. Being suspected was fine, anyway, his conscience was clear, but the important thing was how to get rid of the other party's entanglement without damaging his prestige. It was the time of the student council's change of term, and even the slightest disturbance would be infinitely amplified, and it might affect his election. Just as a new storm was about to brew, a gentle voice rang out. "It's okay, I believe in Snowball, President's character and judgment." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found an Angel Sama. It was still the Angel Sama wearing a school swimsuit and dripping wet, her slender but not lacking sexy figure exposed without a doubt. So Snowball Kanade took a few more glances without leaving a trace before retracting his gaze, looking serious. "Ahem, thank you for your recognition, Shiina-san." "Ah, no, I should be the one thanking Snowball-san." The trio of girls next to them looked at the two people's strange interaction pattern, looked at each other, but the next moment they came back to their senses and showed subtle gazes. "Oh, I remembered that I haven't finished my warm-up exercises yet, let's go back." Chapter 32. Yeah, going back, X2. Snowball Kanade U0026 Shiina Mahiru. On a bench for resting, the young man and woman who had re-established contact sat together in silence, keeping a slight distance between them. "How have you been lately?" As soon as Snowball Kanade said this, he regretted it. An aura of a man obsessed with his ex-girlfriend instantly filled the air. The awkward opening dialogue even made him want to die. I'm fine, how about you?" The angel-like girl seemed a little reserved, but at least she replied to him. Me too." Snowball Kanade was taken aback, not expecting the angel to actually respond, so he nodded silently, but soon fell into silence again. "You X2. You go first, X2. "Then I'll go first." Snowball Kanade clenched his fist, cheering himself on in his heart. Maybe at first he really didn't have any other thoughts, just wanted to follow those sneaky boys to check out the situation, but this alone time is a golden opportunity, he must seize it. "Shiina, I want to apologize to you, I'm sorry." No, I should be the one apologizing. "Please let me finish." Snowball Kanade reached out, wanting to hold her hand, but after trying for a long time, he finally retracted it. "That day I shouldn't have said those things to you, I didn't know you cared so much about that matter." He said it. Snowball Kanade breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that a stubborn rock in his heart had finally been chiseled through, turning into a pile of rubble, and the heavy feeling of constraint had dissipated by more than half. "At first, I just hoped you could calm down and ease the atmosphere at the time, so I said those things. I didn't expect anyway. I'm very sorry, I won't say that again in the future." People can't truly empathize with each other. The past him would indeed care about that kind of thing, but now he can calmly accept various evaluations from others, and won't be deeply disturbed by mere words. It's just that Shiina, for some reason, seems to be unable to let it go. Snowball Kanade shook his head, dispelling the strange fantasies in his mind. The top priority is to find a way to continue repairing the relationship, any extra thoughts are useless. "I know I may no longer have the right to ask, but I want to say it no matter what. If possible, I hope you can forgive my slip of the tongue at the time, and please continue to be friends with me in the future." He no longer expects so-called love, but if even the request to be friends is rejected. Snowball Kanade lowered his head, clenching his hands into fists, pressing them tightly against his thighs, his nervous and uneasy appearance like a child who has made a mistake waiting for the judgment of his elders. The next moment, he felt his hand being wrapped in a warm force. "No, I should be the one saying that to Kanade." Snowball Kanade looked up and found Shiina Mahiru looking at him with a very gentle expression. Affectionate, doting, and tolerant, like a true pure white angel, conveying infinite warmth and strength to him. "That matter wasn't Kanade's fault in the first place, I was the one who said the wrong thing." Shiina Mahiru shook her head, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. That was her initial defense against Snowball Kanade to prevent him from deliberately getting close to her, thinking that malicious comments would make him back down, but she didn't expect she even fell in love with him later. Thus, the former defensive measures became a quick knife that hurt people. Therefore, whether it's apologizing or being friends, I should be the one to say it. From Snowball Kanade's perspective, the angel slowly raised his hand and pressed it against her own cheek, gently stroking it. "I'm sorry, Kanade, and please continue to be friends with me." Kanade might not believe it, but for me meeting Kanade is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me in my life. People always truly realize the value of something important when they lose it, this is the so-called nature. However, for some people, that is completely a value judgment made after subconsciously comparing it with other things, not so-called sincere repentance. But for Shiina Mahiru, this is her most genuine thought right now. Kanade is very important to her. This is all the emotion she has accumulated for a year. She likes Kanade, and it's okay even if she can only be by his side as a friend, as long as he often looks at her, she will be satisfied. She likes Kanade, and she will like him no matter what he becomes, because she likes him as a person. The former Kanade is naturally very good, after all. That was the trigger for her to fall in love with him. Even if he is still useless and unable to take care of himself, she is willing to always dote on him, just like he always agrees to her strange requests. The current Kanade is also fine, excellent and eye-catching, and watching him look high-spirited in front of everyone, of course, makes her heart beat faster, but more importantly, that kind of Kanade makes her want to get close to him at any time. Private subtle contact is naturally not enough, she is very greedy, and if possible, she hopes to be close to him at school at all times, even if others misunderstand. Because she will explain with a smile, that is not a misunderstanding. However, such actions will definitely bring a lot of trouble to Kanade, she doesn't want that, she can only fantasize about it a little in her heart. I am a greedy person, not only now, but also in the future, I want to always be by Kanade's side. Is that okay? She made the wrong choice in the past, but she won't be wrong in the future, she will always be by Kanade's side until Kanade no longer needs her. Shiina. Eek. A sudden commotion interrupted the two's conversation. Looking in the direction of the sound, at the corner of the wall, 3 girls were stacked on top of each other, lying crookedly on the ground. Cough, cough, well then you guys continue. The trio naturally knew they had been discovered, but they were still unwilling to give up on seeing the subsequent plot. Ugh. You guys misunderstood. No, it's not what you think. The scene of near confession was witnessed by others, and even the always composed Angel couldn't help but panic, and the shyness on her face couldn't be stopped at all. Oh my, what misunderstanding, we didn't say anything, don't be anxious, Shiina-san. Ugh. I didn't say anything. Quick, let's go back. Cough, cough, class is almost over, you guys chat, I'll go back first. Looking at the way the girls were teasing each other, Snowball Kanade stood up. It's okay to be alone, but staying here now would be too awkward. And more importantly, he absolutely can't stay here and be forced to argue with them at times like this, otherwise it will only make things worse, and it's better to pretend that nothing happened from the beginning. Fortunately, these girls are also very concerned about Shiina, so they shouldn't make things too difficult for her. Even if he leaves, Shiina should be able to handle it easily. Snowball Kanade had a dream. In the dream, he and the angel-like girl wearing a school swimsuit were playing in the pool, and while playing, they accidentally touched each other, and then he boldly leaned over. Is it okay? He asked with a meaningful question. The angel-like girl naturally didn't answer him, maybe she didn't know what he meant, she just kept being too shy to look up, so he leaned over and hugged the angel-like girl in his arms without explanation. And then he woke up. Without the support of the code, the subsequent CG screen could not be loaded at all, but the strange thing is that the output result was successfully exported. So Snowball Kanade silently got up, went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into new clothes. People have desires, especially the most primitive 3 desires. In reality, they can still control their actions through reason, but in dreams, they can't do it at all, and they directly become prisoners. Fortunately, he is a person living alone, and there is no chance to make a fool of himself, and today is the weekend, so there is plenty of time to deal with the aftermath. However, a little shame still remains in his here that had clearly decided to become the other person's best friend for life, but the next day his heart changed in the dream. Or, maybe it's not entirely his fault. It can only be said that the angel-like girl's charm is too moving. Not only the tempting posture she leaned over in the pool hall yesterday, but also the delicate and charming face she had while hugging the stuffed animal and dozing off on the sofa last night. Her sense of defensiveness against him is too little, right? It's completely the two extremes from when they first met in the past. In the past, he would take the initiative to lean over and then the angel-like girl would dislike him and avoid him, but now she is completely looking like. I am very easy to get. But when you really get in touch, you can find a touch of unshakable stubbornness hidden under her docile surface. So he really doesn't understand girls. Shiina is like this, Senior is also very good at changing faces, and there are Shinomiya, Yukino Shida, and the others, each one is mysterious. Even Katou, with whom he always gets along very comfortably, always feels that she is also full of complex little thoughts, and he can't guess at all. Fujiwara is even more out of the question, she has a natural chaotic attribute, it would be a miracle to be able to guess her thoughts. The only time he can take the initiative in the process of getting along is when he is with Eriri. The reason is nothing else, it's just that Tsundere Eriri is really very easy to understand, as long as the iconic tone and words appear. You can understand her true thoughts, but recently it seems that there is also a trend of change, becoming sentimental. Looking at it this way, it is still more relaxing to get along with boys, there are not so many things to worry about, you can talk about anything, for example. When getting along with Hachiman, he is really at his mercy, there is no gap in the communication with Shirogane and Ishigami, even topics about lewd aspects are okay, in short, it is very easy. Beep beep beep, a crisp knock on the door rang, interrupting Snowball Kanade's days. Who could it be so early? With such thoughts in mind, Snowball Kanade rinsed his mouth and hurriedly went to open the door. Shiina. Opening the door, the delicate and lovely angel-like girl appeared in front of him all of a sudden. The protagonist of his fantasy has arrived. Snowball Kanade panicked all of a sudden, thinking that he might even be able to connect with others in a dream. But if that were really the case, Shiina would not have come to visit. Please come in. Excuse me, Shiina nodded, then put on her exclusive slippers and entered the house. The weather has already warmed up a bit recently, Snowball Kanade changed into short sleeves and shirts early on, but the angel-like girl is still dressed for spring, very conservative. It's a bit of a pity, Snowball Kanade thought, what a fortunate thing it would be to see the angel-like girl's summer clothes, especially when she is wearing a skirt. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that his state was a bit wrong, his mind was full of strange fantasies, like that. You sit first, I'll go wash my face. Actually, he had already washed up, but his current state was obviously not suitable for seeing people, so he prepared to calm down. Shiina Mahiru nodded, without saying anything. The host's lack of hospitality does not make her feel uncomfortable, but rather makes her feel more at ease. She is too familiar with this place, so familiar that it is like being in her own home, and there is no feeling of being a guest at all. Recalling Kanade's appearance just now, Shiina Mahiru realized that he probably hadn't eaten breakfast yet and had just gotten up, so such thoughts welled up in her heart. She wanted to make breakfast for Kanade. Helping to make dinner or something can be explained as not being able to stand the other person's unhealthy lifestyle, but coming to a boy's house early in the morning to make him breakfast, it really feels like a newlywed wife. But it's okay if she is really misunderstood like that, she wouldn't mind. Shiina Mahiru's pretty face was flushed, thinking like this, she also started to move. First, she opened the refrigerator to check, but found nothing usable, so she went to the kitchen to check, but found not even a crumb of bread. This kind of life is too simple, right? Could it be that Kanade actually never thought about eating breakfast? Really, this kind of lifestyle is too unhealthy. Sure enough, she must stare at him every day and make sure he eats well. Shiina. Snowball Kanade suddenly appeared in the living room, looking a little hesitant. He looked at Shiina Mahiru, who had just arrived at someone else's house and consciously put on an apron, and his mood was a little subtle. Looking at the angel-like girl's appearance, she should want to make some dishes, although the behavior is easy to understand, but the reason behind it is difficult not to care about. Early in the morning, she appeared at the house of a same-aged opposite sex without saying hello, although it's good that she rang the doorbell properly instead of directly opening the door with a key, but this is also quite strange. Chapter 33. It wouldn't quite fit to say she's a specially hired housekeeper, since Shiina doesn't seek any reward at all. It seems she simply enjoys the feeling of taking care of a good-for-nothing. Which is completely consistent with how she was before, unchanged at all. But now it seems there are signs of this intensifying. It's already evolved into her coming over early in the morning to make breakfast for him. Could it be that all 3 meals from now on will be handled by Shiina? It feels like being taken care of by a beautiful girl. Really, Kanade, how can you not pay attention to eating breakfast? Continuing like this will give you a stomachache. And the state of cleanliness too, it's only been a few days since I last came over, and it's become like this. I didn't even notice yesterday, the kitchen has become so dirty. And the living room too, don't always throw your clothes on the sofa, okay? Clothes that have been worn should be properly taken to be washed. And also, listening to the angel-like girl's complaints, Snowball Kanade didn't dare to utter a word in rebuttal. Originally, he was capable of maintaining cleanliness, but these past few days he's been distracted by various matters, unable to sleep peacefully, let alone eat properly and tidy up the room. The only time he got a good night's sleep was last night, and he even had that kind of dream. Are you listening? Why do you seem so absent-minded? No. I'm listening properly. Okay, then you start cleaning now, and I'll go buy some ingredients. How can that be? Let me go instead. Snowball Kanade quickly stopped her. No way, a guest comes to visit early in the morning, and for her to make breakfast for the host is already outrageous enough, let alone go out to buy ingredients. His conscience simply couldn't handle it. Then you go, and I'll stay here and clean. The angel-like girl thought for a moment and didn't refuse, then started urging Snowball Kanade. Don't dawdle anymore, hurry up and go, be careful on the way. Okay. So many times a day will kill me. JPG. Compared to the homeland he once lived in, breakfast in Japan can be said to be very monotonous. For established families, if there is a diligent wife managing the household, there might be a chance to taste hot white rice and miso soup in the morning, accompanied by thick omelets, plums, and various pickled vegetables as side dishes, creating a heartwarming meal. But in most cases, whether it's office workers or students, the most suitable items are bread and milk. What's that saying? A youthful daily life without running into a girl at the corner while holding bread in your mouth is incomplete. Although it's an overused famous scene, everyone still seems to enjoy it. Ultimately, it's because Japanese people don't have the habit of eating a proper breakfast, but they fantasize about running into a beautiful girl while holding bread in their mouths as usual. When Snowball Kanade first came to this world, he wasn't used to it either, but he gradually got used to it. However, after getting used to it, he regretted it, because he found a food store that specializes in breakfast. To explore its importance, only one sentence is needed to summarize it: its owner is a genuine Chinese person. It's not that it's rare to see people from his homeland in Japan. In fact, many Chinese people have immigrated here, but most of them gather in the Chinatown area of Yokohama, rarely living alone outside of it. But this owner went against the grain and opened a non-Japanese traditional breakfast shop in the Minato ward, which is almost entirely populated by locals. Because of the exquisiteness of his craftsmanship, he formed a dimensional reduction blow to the surrounding food stores that provided breakfast, and took away the local morning market in one fell swoop. The line in front of the door is almost non-stop, basically lasting until noon. Fortunately, today is the weekend, and there are fewer people in line, so Snowball Kanade can finally taste the old delicacies again. Boss, 5 meat buns, 5 servings of shumai, 2 servings of soy milk. The meat buns in this store are actually very big and not expensive. In fact, Snowball Kanade himself can only eat 3 at most, but considering that there is also an angel-like girl present, he bought some more. Even if he can't finish them, he can use them as snacks. Oh, it's little Kanade, welcome, you haven't been here for a long time. Because I've been busy with school lately, Snowball Kanade responded with a smile. Of course, he communicated with the boss in Chinese. It was something engraved in his bones, impossible to forget even if he hadn't used it for a long time, and he would never let go of any opportunity to use it. Hey, can being busy with studying prevent you from eating? The boss waved his hand, obviously not believing it. You're too honest, kid, you don't want to waste time lining up. If you ask me, just come over every morning, take your breakfast and leave, and you can pay whenever you want. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land naturally makes the boss feel very kind, but what makes him even happier is to see a high school student who loves Chinese culture so much in a foreign land. Especially since the other party also knows Chinese. His Mandarin is better than his, and he quotes classics as soon as he opens his mouth, clearly a pure Chinese culture enthusiast. He must take great care of this kind of good kid. That won't do, you're also doing business. If I do this it will mess up the order and affect your reputation. Snowball Kanade shook his head and refused. He didn't know that the boss had misunderstood him, only thinking that the other party was a forthright person, and became enthusiastic and generous when he met someone who suited his taste, such as him who liked to talk to him in Chinese. What are you afraid of? If anyone dares to say anything to you, I won't sell him anything. The boss's tone was resentful. The so-called exclusive supplier is like this, daring to do whatever they want because they have confidence. Thank you Uncle Lee, I appreciate your kindness. After receiving the breakfast and paying the bill, Snowball Kanade said goodbye after a brief greeting. Enthusiasm is enthusiasm. But don't take other people's kindness for granted. Snowball Kanade never thinks that he is anything special that needs others to constantly treat him favorably. If he really has such an idea, then he must first treat the other party favorably to seek an equivalent exchange. Especially in Japan, this idea has almost become his code of conduct. If he keeps agreeing to other people's requests from the beginning without receiving anything in return, he will only be regarded as an easy target. At that time, don't even talk about being treated normally, it would be considered good luck if he wasn't collectively bullied at school. To survive normally in this place, so-called good looks and super strong abilities are not the most important. Only by understanding the atmosphere and making appropriate judgments can he go all the way without worry. Otherwise, even if he is as noble as the emperor's daughter, he will still be severely tortured if he deserves to be. After buying breakfast and replenishing some ingredients, Snowball Kanade went straight home. However, as he walked, he was suddenly attracted by a golden silhouette. It's not entirely golden, the other party is actually wearing a thick green coat and dark blue jeans, with a brown baseball cap on their head, looking like a sneaky thief. The reason for exposing her identity is that iconic little thong and the golden hair fluttering in the wind under the brim of the hat, Eriri Spencer Sawamura. Snowball Kanade had seen this strange dress before, so he could quickly recognize her. At this moment, Miss Eriri was looking like, I'm very suspicious, wandering back and forth in front of a bookstore, looking around but never stepping inside. Snowball Kanade paused for a while in place, and finally couldn't help but say hello. Eriri, what are you doing here? Eek. As if she had been stepped on her tail, Eriri instantly bristled like a frightened cat, taking several steps back. After seeing that the person who came was Snowball Kanade, she breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death, you idiot Kanade. Unconsciously, she even used her usual coquettish tone. Snowball Kanade didn't mind and continued, I was just saying hello normally, it's your sneaky appearance that's too strange, not paying attention to your surroundings. What are you doing here? I remember you would never get up at this time normally. It's all Mom's fault, she insisted on waking me up and telling me to come buy something, Eriri pouted, her face full of reluctance. If she didn't know that her mom was really busy, she would never have agreed to run errands for her. Buy something? Snowball Kanade raised his head, glanced at the bookstore, and looked at the interior decoration, remained silent for a while, and then asked. Could it be that you're buying doujinshi? Why yes, that's right, otherwise I wouldn't dare to go in, Eriri nodded, a little embarrassed. It's not that she feels shy about admitting that she's going to buy doujinshi in front of a boy. After all, the other party is Kanade. Who knows her well? The main reason she feels embarrassed is another reason, as a minor, it's illegal to buy 18 doujinshi in Japan. Even so, it's actually okay to draw it yourself and Eriri has always thought so. But as a doujinshi artist, even if her drawing skills are good, she can't imagine any plot or content out of thin air. She can only enrich herself by constantly absorbing other people's doujinshi knowledge. In the past, she asked her mom to buy doujinshi back for her to study, but unexpectedly, today it's the other way around. Damn it, if she wasn't threatened by her mom, then I won't buy doujinshi for you anymore, she wouldn't have given in so easily. That's right, since I can't do it, let Kanade help me. Go in and buy doujinshi for me. Snowball Kanade was silent for a while, then pointed to his face. Do you think I look like I'm 18 years old? At least more than me, right? Eriri also felt that her request was a bit excessive, and touched her head embarrassedly. Please be considerate of me too, I'll get caught if I'm exposed, right? Snowball Kanade sighed. Although he himself doesn't know what kind of punishment he would get if he was really caught, at least his reputation would definitely not be good. Shocking, the student council president of a well-known high school actually committed such an illegal crime. If similar remarks were spread, his life would explode. Just thinking about it makes him feel unacceptable. Then what should I do? I can't just gamble on luck, right? Or should I just forget it? Although she doesn't think that idiot mom will really ignore her in the future, what if? She doesn't want to use teacher Kashiwagi Eri's career prospects as a bet. Snowball Kanade frowned, a little difficult to decide. Honestly, he should advise her to give up in this situation. It's not like some. I can't live without doujinshi. Male high school student, there's no need to fight at risk, but looking at Eriri's appearance, it seems that there is another hidden reason. How about this, I'll dress up as your older brother and accompany you in, you just choose as much as you want, it's best to show a confident look, and finally hand the doujinshi to me in front of the clerk at the counter, and I'll pay. If he goes in alone, he's also a little scared, but if he accompanies Eriri, it'll be much better. As long as he performs well, he can create an image for the clerk of a brother accompanying his sister to buy 18 doujinshi, although it sounds very demonic, it can at least fool them. It's also thanks to the fact that Japan doesn't have things like ID cards, otherwise he'll be exposed with a simple question. Be brother? Eriri's eyes widened. You don't want to? And no, it's not, and no way. Brother it is then. If I can buy doujinshi. At this moment, her heart was as if it had been hit hard, and her thoughts had long since drifted away. Brother. Kanade is my brother. Hee, rounding it up, that means we're childhood friends who grew up together. I win. Kanade, that clerk, is he peeking at me? Could it be that I've been discovered? Her other small hand was clenched into a fist, held in front of her chest, as if this would make her feel more at ease. Don't be paranoid, it's just your imagination, Snowball Kanade comforted her, then looked back, and happened to meet the eyes of the young clerk, then saw the other party quickly turn his head away, no longer looking in this direction. At most, he just thinks your dress is suspicious, right? His tone was a little hesitant, the clerk's movements were indeed a little strange, but it didn't feel like he was looking at Eriri, but rather, sizing him up. Could it be that he looks even younger than Eriri? Is my dress weird? I think it's pretty normal. If you often watch romance dramas, you'll find that you're actually dressed like a private detective, Snowball Kanade explained in a low voice. In fact, this kind of dress can only appear in romance dramas, and ordinary professional detectives go out in ordinary clothes. Why would they swagger around dressed in a strange way, thinking they're not exposed fast enough? Okay, stop wasting time, hurry up and find the doujinshi you want, I feel like everyone is looking over here. This bookstore seems to be quite famous. Early in the morning there are many otaku dressed in Ida clothes coming out, one by one picking out their favorite spoils of war. But they all come alone, there's no one like Snowball Kanade who comes in pairs, let alone one of them is a cute girl. It can only be said that if looks could kill, he would probably be riddled with holes by now. Okay. Eriri also looked around and noticed that, just as Kanade Snowball had said, some passers-by were frequently glancing their way. Did others think she and Kanade looked like a couple? They had good taste, those people. Her pretty face flushed red, and she hit on Kanade Snowball's other side, using his body to slightly block the view. Not this one, found it. After browsing for a while, Eriri quickly found her target, the doujinshi her mother wanted. As a doujinshi artist, Eriri was just an ordinary humiliation genre enthusiast, reading and drawing works about men and women, but her mother was different. She was a complete fujoshi, who loved reading forbidden love series. Found it? Let me see. No way. Eriri hurriedly hid the doujinshi, refusing to let him see it under any circumstances. Anything else was fine, but she absolutely couldn't let Kanade see this kind of series. What if he accidentally went astray? Absolutely not. Kanade Snowball didn't mind if she didn't want him to see it, then he wouldn't. So, he started browsing himself. Now that I'm here, it wouldn't be too much to pick one, right? If he were in front of other girls, he would pay attention to his image, but he and Eriri were comrades in arms, so it was completely fine to pick doujinshi together. Even reading them together wouldn't be a problem, right? After browsing for a while, his attention was quickly drawn to a cover blonde girl with ample assets was praying with her hands together, and her smooth hair was stained with some crystal liquid. Kanade Snowball immediately reacted. He remembered the dream he had this morning. The angel-like girl in his dream seemed to have made the same gesture. Eriri, who was next to him, leaned over and noticed that Kanade Snowball was staring intently at the doujinshi in front of him, so she also took a look. Blonde, slender figure, hair as long as hers, this was basically her. Eriri's pretty face was flushed. She felt as if she had traveled into the book and become the protagonist on the cover, and standing in front of her was Kanade with a wicked smile, saying to her roughly, "Swallow it." Ah! I'm going to die. Chapter 34. A sense of shame washed over her, completely uncontrollable. What is this garbage? The hair color isn't vibrant enough, the character's face isn't drawn well, and even though her body is so slender, her chest is so huge, this is completely unscientific. Hurry. Stop looking at it. The more she said, the angrier she felt. Although So hadn't said a word, seeing him so engrossed, she was sure he was captivated by the frontal armor before his eyes, right? That kind of thing, she had that kind of thing too. Although it wasn't that big yet, it would definitely grow in the future. Absolutely. She drinks milk every day. In short, her potential is limitless, and the future is promising. Snowball So finally snapped out of it and quickly responded. Well, you should be done buying things, right? Let's hurry up and go. Originally, he wanted to take a copy of his spoils back with him, but he suddenly received an impact and really didn't dare to think too much now. If he impulsively bought this book, he really wouldn't have the face to see Shiina. Eriri's eyes looked very resentful, but she still obediently followed Snowball So. The two came to the counter, and Eriri hid the book in the middle of other normal books and handed them to Snowball So, who took them and handed them to the clerk with a calm expression. The more it is at this time, the more he must show a "I'm very mature" look. It is best to be so mature that people think at a glance he is indeed an adult. A total of 300 yen, do you have a membership? The clerk was a mature-looking young lady, who looked like the same type of person as Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Now she was looking at the two with a subtle expression, as if exploring their relationship. No, just pay directly. Snowball So shook his head and handed over the money directly. After paying the bill, the two were about to walk out of the bookstore when they were suddenly called down again. Please wait a moment. What is the relationship between the two of you? The clerk lady chased up from behind and asked softly. Siblings. Great. After receiving the reply, the clerk lady was overjoyed, and then quickly stuffed a note into Snowball So's hand, and winked at him before leaving. Remember to contact me. Damn it. I thought you found out that he was not 18, but it turned out that you wanted 18 yourself. No wonder that clerk had been staring at him just now. It turned out that she coveted his body. After opening the note again to confirm, it really wrote the other party's contact information. Older ants are the worst. They always think about old cows eating young grass. Just like that black silk fat woman. Snowball So opened his mouth, wanting to explain that senior only 1 year older than him at most, but after looking at Eriri, who was slightly and looked, I'm very fierce, he decided not to mess with her. Mentioning Kasumiga Kaka in front of an angry Eriri. He didn't want to suffer some twin-tail whirlwind slash on the street. It may not hurt, but the sense of shame will explode. So also thinks so, right? Eriri turned to look at Snowball So, who nodded quickly. Yes, Eriri is right, ants are definitely not good. Eriri nodded in relief, then took the book she had just bought from Snowball So's hand and thanked him. Thank you today, So, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. The happy little tiger teeth shimmered under the morning light and Eriri looked happy, seeming to be in a good mood. However, just the second before, she looked like she was about to die of anger. But Snowball So didn't dare to delve into it. Sometimes, that's how you should get along with girls. Don't ask things you shouldn't ask. It's nothing, I didn't help much, and even if I didn't show up, Eriri should be able to fool them. After all, that clerk looked like she was very easy to talk to. Huh. So, don't tell me you took a fancy to her. How is that possible? What are you talking about? Speaking of which, Eriri, have you had breakfast? If you haven't, I have this here. As he spoke, he handed over the breakfast in his hand. The opportunity was rare, so let Eriri taste their Chinese cuisine. It would be even better if he could take the opportunity to make her like it. What is this? Eriri took it, looked up and down, and was a little puzzled. What a strange thing, it feels soft, warm, and the key appearance is very strange. It's called baozi, it's Chinese cuisine, try it and see how it tastes. Snowball So looked at Eriri expectantly. Although he didn't participate in the production, if Eriri liked it, he would also be proud. So Eriri nodded, slowly brought it to her mouth, and gently bit off a small piece. How does it feel? Not as delicious as I imagined. Although the soup is delicious, it feels no different from hot bread dipped in sauce. That's because you didn't eat the meat inside, try another bite. So Eriri nodded and took another small bite. This time she learned to be smart and squeezed the meat from the filling according to Snowball So's guidance and bit it together. How is it? Delicious. This time she completely tasted the difference between baozi and bread. They were not in the same league at all. The hot, juicy liquid moved back and forth in her mouth. The pleasure was about to overflow. The appetite was completely satisfied. It's delicious, right? Snowball So smiled very happily, with a sense of pleasure of successfully selling something. Eriri nodded, but still felt a little regretful. It's delicious, but this white dough feels too thick and can be made smaller. You don't understand, baozi must be big. Snowball So shook his head and educated. Small ones are heretics. Only big ones can enjoy the deliciousness. Eriri puffed her face, completely disagreeing with his statement. Big? Is big necessarily good? You can't even hold it in one hand, and you can't fit it in your mouth at all. What's so good about big? Small ones are also very cute. So she glared at Snowball So fiercely, making the other party look confused. The two chatted for a few more words, and Eriri suddenly opened her mouth. By the way, so, go back first, I have something to do. Then I'll go first, be careful on the road. Snowball So nodded and didn't ask her why. That's how friends are. They experience trivial things together. Separate after being happy, and it's normal to keep some secrets from each other. What they fear most is encountering those guys who interfere with your private space madly under the banner of for your own good. You can hide as far as you can when you encounter this kind of person. I know, I'm not a child. Eriri pouted and nodded, then watched Snowball So disappear at the corner before sneaking back. She was going to go to the bookstore just now and buy the book that So was staring at just as new learning materials. Not curious about the content or anything. I'm back. After changing his shoes and walking into the living room, he saw the angel in the balcony at a glance. The living room has been cleaned, and the originally scattered clothes have been put into the basket. Even the clothes that were just washed last night are neatly on the balcony. Perhaps it was a little hot. Shiina took off her original coat and draped it on the chair. She had just finished the last piece of clothing. And her forehead was. She gently wiped it with the back of her hand, and the image of a virtuous newlywed wife immediately appeared in Snowball So's mind. Thinking of his experience of fooling around outside just now, he inexplicably felt like a heartless cheating, abandoning his virtuous wife at home and looking for a low he was going to be. Welcome back. The angel turned her head, looked at Snowball So who came back from outside, and showed a warm smile on her face. Snowball So nodded, his movements a little stiff. He handed over the breakfast in his hand and said softly. I bought something to eat. Do you want to eat it together? Okay, Shiina Mahiru nodded happily. She didn't know what Snowball So handed over, but she felt that if it was him, she could naturally accept it. This look, is it called baozi? You know. Snowball So was a little surprised. Not only was he shocked that the angel knew its origin, but the key was the sentence, baozi, which was still clear despite being unfamiliar. It was clearly said in Chinese. It instantly refreshed his perception. I don't know much. Shiina Mahiru shook her head, looking very curious about the baozi in her hand. I saw it when I learned cooking before, but I haven't seen the real thing. Then try it. So Shiina gently bit off a piece. Looking at her expression, she seemed to think it was not bad, so Snowball So handed over the and. There are these, this is called, the inside is and meat, very similar to. Is it more delicious than? Shiina Mahiru took it, looked left and right, and was very curious. Probably, Snowball So didn't know how to explain it. Perhaps he used to think it was very ordinary, but now he feels very delicious with a special bonus. So likes to eat it very much. I like it very much. Then I should like it too. The angel suddenly smiled, and her small pecking eating appearance was particularly cute. Snowball So slightly turned his face away, his eyes a little erratic, only feeling that there was a deer frantically in his heart. It would be great if Shiina could like it. Want to play games? Snowball So shook the handle in his hand and asked Shiina Mahiru. After eating, he naturally thought about how to pass the happy weekend. He had not touched games for a long time because he had to study various things. After he was idle a few days ago, he re-entered the. This time, he not only bought the latest game console, but also bought some double games, such as. It is said to be a game that tests the tacit understanding between friends very much. The second generation came out before. He originally wanted to pull Hachiman and Shirogane to play, but he didn't expect the angel to be the first to come. What is it? Shiina Mahiru leaned over and knelt on the double minigames. It seems to be cooking together and then selling it to make money. Snowball so moved to the side and gave her a seat. As long as you meet the scheduled requirements, you can pass the level. Do you want to try it? The angel took the handle and nodded gently. Cooking together and making money has the feeling of opening a private restaurant after the two get married. She doesn't hate such a future. In her opinion, as long as she is with So, she is happy to do anything. That's what she thought originally. Why is the dish burnt? It's only been so long. And these guests are too picky. It's clearly a delicious dish, but they give so little money. Don't come to my house to eat in the future. It's just a game, Snowball so persuaded softly from the side. Although he had told the angel some rules, she still played horribly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, he himself was not a proficient player, at most he was only a little better than the angel. If you don't like it, let's change the game. Snowball so took out another box of and showed it to Shiina. This is Double Trip, also a double game. It is said to be a. Shiina Mahiru nodded, looking like. I'll listen to you. However, not long after changing the angel couldn't help but protest after just watching the prologue. This game is not fun, so, hurry up and change one. But we haven't even started. Intuition. I think it must be meaningless. What a garbage game. It said at the beginning that they had a bad relationship and wanted to divorce. She wouldn't divorce So. She would love him for the rest of her life. Chapter 35. Okay, Xia Chuanzu sighed, now he was completely out of ideas. He only had these two of the more popular two-player games, the rest were single-player types, and he really couldn't think of what to do. He couldn't possibly run out and buy some now. Could he? Maybe he could consider a digital version. But downloading would also take time. Don't worry about me, Zoe can play alone, I'll just watch from the side, the angel suggested proactively, seeming to see Xia Chuanzu's concerns. Originally, she had come to visit without notice, her purpose was simply to spend a relaxing weekend with Zoe. What they did didn't matter at all, the key was being together. Okay, Xia Chuanzu nodded, thinking that girls probably didn't like playing games. Although being able to happily play games with a cute female friend was one of every boy's dreams, it couldn't be forced if it wasn't possible, just being watched from the side was also very satisfying. So he took out another favorite cartridge and switched to a game called Mario Maker 2. As a Nintendo fanboy, its exclusive games were the reason for the existence of its associated product, the game console. The Zelda series. Although replayable, was only suitable for slowly savoring alone, only the multiplayer battle mode like Mario's was the most watchable. It was perfect for showing off his superb skills in front of a girl. Games like Super Smash Bros. Required too much skill, Xia Chuanzu might lose to others, but with Mario, relying on his understanding of various cunning creators. Plus a little bit of luck, it was very likely that he could win, and then show a nonchalant look in front of the admiring angel. One of the ultimate dreams of boys would be directly realized. Mario 2, Start. In the first game, Xia Chuanzu was careful and cautious, and after killing two enemies, he was robbed of the championship by a reckless man. In the second game, Xia Chuanzu went forward bravely but was bypassed by others. The third game was even more uncomfortable, purely a route selection map where he lost to a lucky player. He just couldn't play it. Not to mention those laggy games with bad internet, he didn't win a single victory. Even in very smooth games, he lost all of them. He was so angry that he retired and logged off on the spot. Aren't you playing anymore? Shiina Mahiru asked curiously, she thought the game was quite interesting. I'm not playing, Xia Chuanzu shook his head. The more he played, the more ashamed he felt, he was almost unable to lift his head in front of the angel. He could kill everyone when he was alone, but he would screw up when a girl was watching. The world was hostile to him. He just couldn't play anymore, for fear that his blood pressure would be raised again. Does Shiina want to try? It's okay if you don't know how, I'll teach you. I'll pass. She was a little tempted, but not because she could play the game, but because she could have Zo teach her how to play. If he could teach her hand in hand, it would be best if she could sit in his arms. Ugh. No, I'll pass. In short, she was very shy. Afraid that Zo would see her inner thoughts, the angel shook her head frantically, resolutely refusing. Okay, Xia Chuanzu nodded. If they didn't play games, there was nothing else to do. They couldn't possibly drag the angel to watch anime or follow animation, could they? He really wanted to do that, but Shiina definitely wouldn't like it. Or, shall we go out for a walk? Xia Chuanzu suggested. Girls should all like to go shopping, even Senior and Eriri were no exception. Shiina should also be happy to, right? Go out for a walk, Shiina Mahiru thought for a moment and nodded. Originally, her plan for today was to stay at home with Zo all day, but going out for a walk was also very nice. It felt like going on a date with her boyfriend. I'll go back and change my clothes first. Zo, don't peek. The angel's face was red, looking a little embarrassed. Not only did she have to change her clothes, but she also had to touch up her makeup a little. She couldn't embarrass Zo outside. I won't peek, Xia Chuanzu complained, thinking that the angel was really strange. Sometimes she trusted him very much, able to doze off on his sofa, and sometimes she was very vigilant, always worried that he would invade her territory. Were 32 transformations their specialty? It was weird enough. When he saw Shiina Mahiru again, she had changed into a pure white dress, and was wearing a small sun hat on her head. Under the warm sun, she looked like a real pure white angel, pure and beautiful. Is it weird? The small hands clenched into fists and pressed against her chest showed the unrest in their owner's heart. Of course not. Rather, it's very beautiful. It suits you, Shiina. He didn't know how long he had rehearsed this set of words in private, but it had never come in handy, and today it finally came true. Ugh, thank you. Zo is also very handsome. A blush appeared on the angel's pretty face, her heart filled with joy after being praised by her beloved. Imprinting Zo's handsome image in her mind, coupled with his warm praise, her heart was filled with a constant flurry of dear. Direct balls are too foul. Thank you, Xia Chuanzu seemed a little embarrassed. While waiting for the angel to change her clothes, he also went to change into casual clothes and tidy himself up a little. Being casual and was indeed individual, but if you didn't know how to tidy yourself up when going out with a girl, it wasn't casual anymore, but simply didn't care about the other person's feelings, or even a little rude. Does Shiina have any place she wants to go? Although it was Xia Chuanzu who took the initiative to make the suggestion, he didn't have any good ideas. After all, he usually just stayed at home alone studying or playing games, and didn't have any experience in living a fulfilling life. I'll listen to Zo, anywhere is fine. The angel shook her head. Where they went didn't matter, the key was being with Zo. Then let's go to Kit. Xia Chuanzu thought for a moment and suggested. Kit Shopping Center is right next to Tokyo Station, and it's very convenient to take the train there. The first floor is the Tokyo Station Post Office, which also sells many interesting limited edition postcards and merchandise. Although it's an old shopping mall, it's very popular, it's very big and beautiful inside. And there's also a museum exhibition hall, which is very suitable for friends to play together. If you're tired of playing, you can find a dessert shop or restaurant to sit down and rest for a while before you can set off again. In short, it's very suitable for killing time, and it's easy to find yourself getting dark while shopping. The angel naturally had no objections and nodded happily. They were silent all the way. When they arrived at the mall and casually strolled around for a while, Shiina Mahiru was attracted by a cat cafe called Meow Meow. Do you want to go in and take a look? Xia Chuanzu suggested. The angel hesitated for a while, but finally shook her head. Let's forget it, it's not good to go in with my current outfit. Not only was her hair not tied up, but she was also wearing a white dress, which could easily get dirty. The cats were very cute, but if she got her dress dirty, Zo might dislike her. Then let's come again if we have the chance next time. Xia Chuanzu didn't force it. Although he liked cats very much, if he went in specifically to suck cats, he would feel like he was betraying Xiao Shui. It had been a long time since he had seen her. The two of them strolled around for a while, first visiting the museum, and then buying some desserts to take with them. Those exhibits were very interesting, but it's a pity that we can't take pictures to commemorate them." The angel looked regretful. "There's nothing we can do, it's the exhibition area's regulations," Xia Chuanzu comforted. "If you don't think it's enough, you can come and see it again next time." "Will Zoe accompany me next time too?" "Of course. But I feel like you don't like it very much." Shiina Mahiru hesitated. She was very interested in those introductions of cultural relics, but Zoe looked uninterested. He was just simply willing to accompany her. I'm mainly not very interested in those," Xia Chuanzu replied softly. The angel didn't reply. Although she could foresee Zoe's unhappy appearance, she had no idea how to comfort him. The two of them walked in silence like this, without the same excitement as when they came. Until a corner, an accident occurred that two of them collided with a running little boy. "Wow! I'm sorry." Understanding that he had caused trouble, the little rascal immediately stood up and apologized to the two of them, and his mother, who was behind him, also ran up quickly and apologized to the two of them. "I'm sorry. It's all my child's fault, please forgive me. I will compensate you for all the losses, I'm very sorry." Xia Chuanzu was just about to take over the conversation when Shiina Mahiru spoke first. "It's okay, it's also my own fault, you don't have to worry about it." Then the angel squatted down and touched the little boy's head with tears in his eyes. "You can't run around anymore in the future, it will cause trouble for others." "I know, thank you, big sister." After refusing the other party's compensation, the two found a nearby bench to sit down and rest. Xia Chuanzu then took out a handkerchief and wanted to wipe the stains on the angel's skirt. However, the things that were stained were not easy to clean, but the remains of ice cream. It was summer. And the ice cream melted quickly, and in a short while, it had opened a dyeing workshop on the pure white skirt, colorful and completely unable to be cleaned. "Do you want to go back?" Xia Chuanzu suggested. Although the angel didn't say it, this dress must be her cherished clothes. He had never seen her wear it before. It would be fake to say that she didn't care. He should quickly wear it back and wash it, there might still be hope. "It's okay, it's just a little stain, Zoe, don't make such a fuss." Shiina Mahiru shook her head. Looking at Zoe gently wiping the stains on her skirt, she knew that Zoe didn't dislike her at all. The skirt didn't matter at all, the key was not to disturb their date. "But we can't just walk around wearing it like this," Xia Chuanzu frowned. If it was just a spot, it would be fine, but the current situation was completely patches of stains, and they were irregularly spreading to the hem of the skirt, completely impossible to see people. For girls, neat and beautiful clothes are their second face. Shiina might be forcing herself to worry about his feelings, but he couldn't really completely ignore her thoughts. "I have a way, come with me." Xia Chuanzu pondered for a moment, and soon had an idea. He took Shiina Mahiru's hand and moved without saying a word. "Wow!" The angel was startled, but the warmth of her palm instantly captured her thoughts, so she obediently followed behind Xia Chuanzu. The brim of her hat was gradually lowered, and the shyness in her heart was exposed on her face, not daring to show it to the person in front of her at all. "Zoe, he's so forceful." "Okay, go in quickly," Xia Chuanzu urged. He took Shiina Mahiru to the front of a women's clothing store. It didn't matter if she didn't want to go back like this, as long as she changed her clothes. The dirty skirt that she took off could also be kept and handled by a laundry, and the cost wouldn't be too high. "You go in by yourself, if you need anything, just find the clerk, I'll wait for you outside." After all, it was completely aimed at female customers, and there were also swimsuits and underwear for sale inside. It wasn't appropriate for him, a man, to go in. It was a pity that he didn't see any men's gathering places nearby. Otherwise, he could also exchange dating tips and tricks with them, or hobbies between boys. Shiina Mahiru nodded and responded softly. Xia Chuanzu took out his phone and waited patiently outside, and after a while, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. So fast. Xia Chuanzu was stunned, thinking that it would take a long time for girls to pick clothes, right? However, when he looked up, he found that it was not the angel who was approaching, but two defeated mature strange women. "Little brother, are you alone? If you have time, how about having a cup of tea together?" Chapter 36. Does he look like someone who would do that? Xia Chuanzu was a little puzzled. Normally, a boy standing still outside a women's clothing store must be waiting for his female companion, right? It couldn't be that he looks like the kind of person who hunts women traveling alone. But even though he thought so, he still politely refused. "No, I'm waiting for someone." The next second, his arm was suddenly encircled. Turning his head, he saw that the angel Sama, who should have been picking clothes in a store, had suddenly appeared beside him for some reason, still wearing the dress she had come in. "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go." Before she finished speaking, she pulled his arm and walked away without explanation. Couldn't find a style she liked. Or did she just want to help him out of the situation? It couldn't be that she was jealous, worried that he would be deceived. But no matter what the reason, it did help, and he really couldn't handle that kind of scene. "Is it okay?" What is Zoe referring to? Did I accidentally disturb Zoe's good time? I'm so sorry. Why would you think of such a thing? Xia Chuanzu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He would definitely not agree to that kind of approach, at least that's what he thinks now. "I'm worried about you, is it okay not to change your clothes?" "It's okay." Shiina Mahiru shook her head. Although she was a little concerned. When she considered the possibility that someone might suddenly snatch him away while she was seriously choosing clothes that Zoe would like, she immediately felt that the skirt being dirty was not a problem at all. As the saying goes, after having a sweetheart, a girl's battlefield becomes how to continuously attract his attention. Compared to making everyone think she is beautiful, it is definitely more important to make the person she likes think she is beautiful. If she overthinks strategies and causes the main character to run away, she will have no place to cry. "Zoe, let's go back," Shiina Mahiru suggested, feeling that she was a little unlucky today. She didn't know what to do at home, but it was unfavorable to go out to play. She always felt that nothing good would happen if she continued to stay, so she might as well go back and play games with Zoe. Xia Chuanzu was about to respond, but his attention was diverted by a sudden sweet voice. Xia Chuankun, Ms. Katou, who was always calm and composed, suddenly appeared in front of the two. She tilted her head slightly, her curious eyes seeming to explore the relationship between the two. "Are you two on a date?" Dating generally refers to the act of two people making an appointment to meet, which originally did not contain any special affection, but now it is often used to refer to a man and a woman traveling together. For Xia Chuanzu, this should also be considered a date, but when he looked back at the angel Sama, he found that she had a look of embarrassment. Xia Chuanzu understood what she meant, so he explained. "No, we just happened to run into each other." Shiina Mahiru had always reminded him not to reveal their unique relationship in front of classmates, and he remembered it, so he did so. The movements of the two seemed a little intimate, so Xia Chuanzu told Katou what had just happened, stating that the angel Sama just wanted to help him out of the situation and had no other thoughts. After saying all this, when he looked at Shiina again, he found that she still looked a little uneasy, so Xia Chuanzu understood that she was still a little worried, so he softly comforted. "Don't worry, classmate Katou is not a gossipy person and won't spread it around." The angel Sama looked up at him, didn't speak, but the hand pulling his sleeve used a little more force. It seems that Shiina still needs more reassurance. "Katou, are you free now?" "Yes, I am." Xia Chuanzu nodded, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he invited her to join them, thinking of finding a place to explain some things clearly. Inside a dessert shop. Xia Chuanzu put his hands together, his attitude very sincere. "In short, that's how it is, I hope Katou can hide it for us and not spread it around." With the angel Sama's permission, they brought Katou to this dessert shop, told her the fact that the two were neighbors, and explained their friend relationship of helping each other. Other more complicated things like being rejected after confessing and eating together were not mentioned. A believable lie must have a part that is true. Katou is an understanding and good child, so she probably won't do anything to destroy their relationship. Xia Chuankun is so cunning, he actually tricked me into eating your dessert. Katou scooped a spoonful of dessert into her mouth, carefully tasting its sourness, looking a little absent-minded. If you take someone's things, you'll be soft-handed, and if you eat someone's food, you'll be short-mouthed. Now she can't do anything, but it doesn't matter, she didn't intend to do something that would benefit others in the first place. Because Katou is a good child, and not good at refusing others, Xia Chuanzu teased, but he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He still knew Katou Megumi quite well, knowing that if he asked her for help with all his might, she would definitely agree to his request, and even coaxed her into accepting his bribe. "I'm sorry, Miss Katou, I'll make it up to you later." Shiina Mahiru, who was on the side, looked enviously at the interaction between the two, unable to get a word in. She naturally understood that Zoe was solving problems for the two of them, but that was just her previous thought. Now, it's okay not to explain so actively. Did Katou come out to play alone? Sort of. Originally, I was going to come with Eriri, but she had something to do temporarily and said she couldn't come. That guy, looking at Katou's calm and composed appearance, Xia Chuanzu couldn't help feeling unfair for her. Get a little angry, will you? You've been stood up. But it is precisely because this is Katou that she can tolerate Eriri's awkward true personality and become one of her few friends. If the person being stood up was Kasumigakaka-senpai, she would probably rush to her house and start spraying 5 times a second. Katou, do you have any other plans for later? We're probably going back. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, so naturally everyone will do their own thing. Although he felt that there was nothing wrong with being with Katou. He didn't come out alone today, so he definitely had to take care of Shiina's thoughts beside him. A friend's friend is not my friend. If you don't understand this, it's easy to cause conflicts between the two sides, especially for him as the middleman, he will become an outsider. Regarding the next arrangement, can you listen to my request? Katou put down the spoon in her hand and looked at Shiina Mahiru, who had been silent, as if asking for her opinion. The angel-sama was stunned, then nodded lightly. She didn't expect to be spoken to. What could it be? Xia Chuanzu, who witnessed the whole process, is now very confused. At this moment, he was standing on the periphery of the women's clothing store he had visited before, in the same position as before, even his posture had not changed at all. Just now, after eating the dessert, Katou pulled Shiina and said something, and the two went all the way towards this side. And he was forced to follow, which reminded him of the club activities back then, but at that time it was Eriri pulling Katou to choose clothes, now it was Katou pulling Shiina. Does the angel-sama also need to show her charm? What made Xia Chuanzu even more curious was what Katou said in Shiina's ear. Xia Chuan-kun, aren't you going in? I'll pass. He's a man, he definitely can't go into this kind of store. As if seeing through his concerns, Katou said softly, it's okay, I've already asked the shop assistant, she said it's okay. When choosing clothes, a boy's eyes are definitely more important, right? The angel-sama on the side also nodded frequently, completely not wanting to leave Zoe outside to be approached by bad aunties. Xia Chuanzu was helpless, and glanced at the shop assistant not far away, finding her with a bright smile, so he silently agreed. Don't look at him with no emotion on the surface, but in reality, he is constantly comforting himself in his heart. It's just a specialty store, although there are underwear and swimsuits, as long as you don't look at that side, there is no problem at all, probably. The other female customers are also quite kind, and didn't make a big fuss when they saw him, a boy, coming in, at most they just pointed and whispered something. Xia Chuanzu simply lowered his head and kept playing with his phone, pretending he couldn't hear anything. However, it was still like living a year. Xia Chuan-kun, it's done. Not knowing how long it had been, a clear voice rang out, like the last bell before school on Friday evening, instantly relieving Xia Chuanzu. Looking up, the refreshed angel-sama suddenly appeared in front of him, wearing a black Lolita-style dress. The white pantyhose on her feet had been replaced with semi-hollow black silk at some point. A few black roses were embroidered on her full chest, a small black bonnet on her head, her whole body was wrapped in dark colors, leaving only the symbolic golden hair and a touch of white at the hem of the skirt. Unable to resist the temptation and erosion of darkness, she finally gradually degenerated from a pure white angel into a fallen angel. How could he have such a fantasy? But I have to say, the current Dark Queen Angel-sama is far more shocking than her in pure white. She is the kind of existence that makes people want to crawl under her skirt at first glance. Xia Chuan-kun, your eyes are staring straight. They're still round, and my nose hasn't gotten bigger. His little thoughts were exposed, and Xia Chuanzu quickly retorted. Thank goodness, he was almost seen through his dangerous thoughts. Do you think it looks good? Shiina Mahiru looked nervous, her whole body a little unnatural. This was the first time she had worn such bold and fancy clothes, and she didn't expect that she would really wear them out on a whim, so shy. It looks very good. If full marks are 100, I can give it 200. There is no need to be stingy with free praise, especially the angel-sama in this outfit is really good looking, and he wouldn't be afraid of her being proud if he praised her as 200 cute. Of course, while praising Shiina, he didn't forget to look at Katou, but what he saw was Miss Katou who hadn't changed at all. Xia Chuanzu was stunned, looked at Katou who was blocked by the shy fallen angel, and asked curiously. Isn't Katou going to change her clothes? Does Xia Chuankun want to have two beauties in his arms? Katou tilted her head, her eyes suddenly becoming a little sharp. What is all this about? Xia Chuanzu shook his head, a little dumbfounded. He felt that since Miss Katou joined the club, she could often say some strange lines. Was she also becoming an otaku under the influence of everyone? Just curious. I'll pass. Today this child is the main character. Katou pulled Shiina Mahiru, who was hiding behind her, and said meaningfully. You have to keep an eye on her. I don't know who she was talking to, but it was very useful, and the fallen angel finally raised her head. Although she still couldn't say a word, and her delicate body trembled violently, her hard work was still recognized by the other two. Speaking of which, Shiina, you're not going to wear this out, are you? Xia Chuanzu suddenly realized. The reason they came to buy clothes was because Shina's original clothes were dirty, thinking of directly changing into a set on the spot, but this outfit looks good, but precisely because it is too eye-catching, he doesn't want her to wear it out like this. If they happened to meet someone who couldn't help but chat with Shiina, and the angel Sama happened to fancy the other person. No, based on his understanding of Shiina, that kind of thing would never happen, the fallen angel would definitely reject them harshly, just like he did back then. However, even though he knew that this was the case, Xia Chuanzu's heart still couldn't help but surge with a burst of stinging pain, and the discomfort and dullness in his chest did not decrease at all due to rational thinking, but became more and more real. Ugly possessiveness. Xia Chuankun, if you have something to say, you should say it properly, whether it's praise or something else. At some point, Miss Katou had already appeared beside him, and the angel Sama on the side was also looking at him with concern. After a long silence, Xia Chuanzu slowly uttered a word. Sorry. Then Xia Chuanzu took a deep breath and slowly said to Shiina Mahiru, Shiina, can you change into something else? It's not that I don't think it looks good, it's just that I don't want you to wear it out like this. I know my request is a bit sudden, but still. I still want to say it, along with the guilt in my heart. Yes, of course, Shiina Mahiru nodded hastily, she didn't like wearing such clothes in the first place, so she readily agreed when Zo suggested it. Is everything okay? Katou cast a concerned look. Yes, thank you Katou, Xia Chuanzu forced a smile. Katou Megumi pursed her lips, looked at Xia Chuanzu who seemed to be fine, and sighed in her heart. Chapter 37. Naturally, Xia Chuanzu's sudden emotional downturn didn't escape her eyes. It seems that her previous efforts were not entirely in vain, but Zhou Jun's knot in his heart doesn't seem to be completely untied. Helping others is a joy. JPG. The sage has said, I examine myself 3 times a day, am I not sincere in my interactions with friends? Xia Chuanzu never thought that one day he would need to reflect on this point, nor did he ever think that he was insincere towards his friends, until today when he faced his own heart for the first time making such a willful request to Shiina. That was indeed not a sincere act, but not because the request made was insincere, but because he had such a rude idea. Perhaps Shiina wouldn't think anything of it, but his suggestion was undoubtedly satisfying his own selfish desires. He was completely trying to deprive the other party of their freedom to dress, and even control their behavior. In fact, it was just a novel and flashy outfit that would naturally attract the attention of passers-by, but it wasn't a big deal. However, Xia Chuanzu had such thought she didn't want others to see Angel Sama's cute appearance. Ultimately, he was afraid of her contact with others, afraid that she would have a lover and thus become distant from him, or rather, afraid that she would make friends and divide her attention to him. But as a friend, shouldn't he smile and bless these things? However, he couldn't do it. The thought of Shiina being snatched away by some unknown guy, dividing her concern for him, caused a burst of pain in his heart. Being lovers would be best, of course, but being just friends would also be fine. He wanted to maintain such a close relationship with Shiina. Xia Chuanzu thought a lot, but the thing he thought about the most was this: did he really like Angel-san? She should be his first love, his white moonlight, the person for whom he was willing to constantly change and do things he originally didn't want to do. But was that considered liking? Xia Chuanzu didn't understand, but all indications showed that it should be called liking. He wanted to stay by her side, wanted to gain her attention, wanted to gain her approval, wanted to be with her forever, but why could he be so quickly relieved after being rejected? Wasn't it said that it was difficult to let go of a failed first love for a lifetime? If he really liked her, shouldn't his love be consistent from beginning to end? Then why could he fall in love so quickly when he knew that there were also Senior, Lily, and the others in this world? Could it be that his efforts for love were all false? Or perhaps, even he himself hadn't realized the scumbag nature hidden deep in his heart. Anyone would do, as long as they were willing to accept him. Originally it could only be those familiar girls, but later he found that he couldn't get their approval, so he settled for second best, thinking that other strangers didn't matter. But that wasn't love at all, right? If he liked someone every time he saw them, he would have to truly like them first. But did he really like them? Angel Sama's gentleness, Senior's ardent love, Yingoli's tsundere nature, Yukino's resilience, Kagaya's seriousness, he seemed to like only certain traits in them. Perhaps other people also had them, but because he was more familiar with them and understood them better, he had the confidence to approach and get close. Yes, that wasn't love, just pure goodwill and appreciation. He yearned for their interactions with the original male lead, and looked forward to the way he would feel taking his place. He had flaunted his love for so long, but finally found that everything was empty. The so-called love never existed from the beginning. He was just trying to be a despicable imitator, trying to steal other people's achievements. He couldn't even face his true self. So he was willing to be close even after being rejected, and was willing to be just friends. The only thing he was afraid of was that they would all leave him, leaving him alone again. So that wasn't love. It was dependence. Shiina, Xia Chuanzu suddenly said, looking at Shiina Mahiru sitting beside him. What's wrong? There are some things I want you to listen to carefully. Angel-san didn't reply, but the serious expression on her face was undoubtedly answering him. The first time I saw Shiina, I liked you. I liked Shiina's seriousness, gentleness, and effort. I liked Shiina's strength. I liked everything about Shiina, but not Shiina Mahiru as a person. As if talking about unimportant trivial matters, Xia Chuanzu turned his gaze to the game on the TV and picked up the controller, operating it non-stop. I'm sorry, the Xia Chuanzu who confessed to you back then was not the Xia Chuanzu who truly liked you. He was just dependent on Shiina Mahiru, greedy for her gentleness, wanting to tie her to his side in the name of lover, making her his lifetime approver. He was just a despicable thief, trying to steal Angel Sama's pure feelings. He was not someone worthy of entrusting one's true heart. Your rejection back then was right. The words, game over, appeared on the TV, and the game ended here. I'm sorry, Xia Chuanzu lowered his head. This was already the unknown number of times he had apologized to Angel-san. Perhaps, this would be the last time. What kind of reaction would Shiina have after hearing these words? Would she scold him harshly and slam the door to leave? Or would she remain silent, exposing the truth that he was a scumbag to the public? But no matter which result it was, it didn't matter. That was the punishment he deserved. Xia Chuanzu's heart was now extremely calm, and he even remembered the times he had talked with Katou several times. Katou was indeed an understanding girl, but perhaps even she couldn't have imagined that he had already done extremely willful things. Approaching others with impure motives, creating various personas to gain recognition at all costs, was this not a willful act? Not only to Shiina and Katou, but also to others, he should have disappointed them, right? If they knew the true purpose behind all his actions. No, maybe he overestimated himself too much. Maybe they had already noticed it. After all, he was not an imitation master, and the so-called persona must be full of flaws. Sorry, Shiina, I have been deceiving you all along. You should be angry. I am very angry. Without knowing when, Angel-san picked up a pillow and kept hitting Xia Chuanzu with it. Stupid Zo, stupid, you only told me these things now, you don't trust me at all, do you? Xia Chuanzu really wanted to explain that it wasn't like that, that he had only recently truly realized this. After being rejected by everyone, after still being able to gain everyone's trust and recognition even after being rejected by everyone. But saying this would inevitably have a meaning of concealment, so he silently endured Angel Sama's punishment. Stupid, Zo is stupid. After hitting him for a while, Angel-san simply threw the pillow aside and used a rocket headbutt on Xia Chuanzu, with her fists also constantly greeting him. But rather than saying she was beating and scolding him, it would be more appropriate to say she was flirting. The fists that came over were weak and powerless, and could be easily grasped with a light grip. The pleasant scent of her hair was constantly coming from below, and the chest was not as cold as imagined. Shiina. Zo, have you ever liked me? The voice that came was a bit muffled and unclear. Xia Chuanzu remained silent, and shook his head after a long while. I'm not too sure either. After digging deep into his heart, his previous firmness had vanished, and he could no longer say such things without hesitation. Bad guy, I'm glad I rejected you back then. What? Xia Chuanzu asked. He really didn't hear clearly this time. Stupid, I'm going back. Angel Sama glared at him fiercely and turned to leave. Xia Chuanzu could only watch her leave, without stopping her. He was still hated, he thought. But the next moment, he received a short message from Angel Sama: prepare yourself. Stupid Zo. Time passed, and the dark night turned to dawn. The next day, Shikian Academy Student Council Room. Xia Chuanzu sat in the main seat as usual, handling official business. Next week is the re-election, so there will be more things to do this week. In addition, he has to consider writing down the handover notes, etc. Although he is handy when working on the spot, it is quite troublesome for him to recall the things that need attention and write them down. Therefore, the best way is to give up thinking about those things and only consider how to defeat those competitors. Shinomiya, can you please give me the information of this year's candidates? Xia Chuanzu asked, looking up. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. He didn't really care before, but that doesn't mean he really didn't care at all. It is necessary to temporarily hug the Buddha's feet. Yes, Shinomiya Kagaya responded with a slight upturn of her mouth. She had finally waited for the opportunity. For some reason, the president had been listless last week. And she didn't have the opportunity to contact the president alone. When she asked Hayasaka, she wouldn't say what happened. She really cared about what the two of them said at the bookstore on Monday. She said she would fully support her love, but AI is a liar. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as the plan goes smoothly today, she can take down the president in one fell swoop. Then, not to mention what happened last Monday, she can even ask why the president resigned the Monday before last. This battle is sure to win. President, here you are. Taking the list of candidates that she had prepared long ago, Shinomiya Kagaya slowly walked over and handed it to Xia Chuanzu. Then, she pretended to make an inadvertent mistake and dropped an eraser with someone's name printed on it on the main table. Perfect. The movements were as smooth as if she had rehearsed them 100 times at home. She is worthy of being Shinomiya Kagaya. Next, she will wait for the president to find the eraser and then pick it up to look at it, and then she will show a shy look. So Shinomiya Kagaya picked up a financial report and pretended to review it, but in fact all her attention was focused on Xia Chuanzu's side. Watching him write and draw on the paper non-stop, and then alternately take out the next sheet. Another sheet. She waited until the flowers were about to wither, but she didn't see the president pick up her eraser and take a look. So Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't help but get anxious, thinking that if this continued, she would have to take the initiative to bring it up. The next second, she saw Xia Chuanzu stop his movements, looked at the table, as if he was looking for something. Shinomiya Kagaya immediately held her breath and began to get nervous. Closer, closer. The president's hand is getting closer and closer to the eraser, he got it. Chapter 38. Okay, next is to give the president a shy expression. She had a special training session with Hayasaka last night for this, and she believes she can pull off a perfect shy expression anytime. Anywhere, but why doesn't the president even glance at the small writing on the eraser before using it and throwing it aside? Shouldn't you at least suspect how this eraser appeared here, President? Kagaya Shinomiya finally couldn't sit still. If she waited for the president to take the initiative, even AI would have been in a relationship long ago. Ahem, President, that eraser. A blatant hint. Surely the president won't be indifferent now, right? As long as he sees the name on the eraser. Oh, is it yours? Thanks, let me borrow it for a bit. That's not the point. Borrowing it is fine, just take a look, take a look. But the president already said that, so she couldn't just tell him to throw the eraser back, no choice, she'll have to resort to plan B. Speaking of which, the student council is about to change leadership soon, President Hikigaya Shinomiya said as she stood up and slowly walked towards So Snowball. Yeah, that's why I've been getting busy, So Snowball nodded. Maybe this is our last week together, it's really worth cherishing, Hikigaya Shinomiya said meaningfully, then, as if remembering something, she put on an expression of wanting to be praised. I happen to have a group photo of everyone here, would you like to take a look, President, and keep it as a memento? Transitioning to the part where she pretends to look at the group photo after creating a nostalgic atmosphere, she named this the secret maneuver plan. But the so-called group photo of everyone is not important at all. What she wants the president to see is clearly his own photo. However, the president's solo photos circulating outside are too rare to obtain, so she had to ask Hayasaka to use computer technology to cut the president out of the group photo and make a solo picture. Secretly collecting a handsome photo of a certain boy, doesn't this already show a girl's feelings? Next, she just needs to wait for the president to ask her, with a shy face, if she likes him. It's pretty good. However, So Snowball only looked up for almost a moment before immediately looking down again, so quickly that Hikigaya Shinomiya doubted whether he had even seen the picture on her phone clearly. President, at least look at the picture clearly before making a comment, right? So Snowball had no choice but to take another look, but he immediately turned his head away after just one glance and said softly. Ahem, Shinomiya, I know you're a confident person, but this kind of photo, you should just enjoy it privately, okay? Hikigaya Shinomiya was stunned. Why is this different from what she imagined? Shouldn't he be asking her why she's secretly keeping his personal photos at a time like this? Why is he even advising her to enjoy it privately? Could it be that the president is tacitly approving of her fan-like behavior? He can't possibly have no feelings for her at all. Right? But Hayasaka said before that the president definitely likes her a little. Something's fishy. Thinking that perhaps the problem was with the photo, she turned her phone around to look, only to find that the screen, which should have been displaying the president's personal photo, had turned into her private photo. She was sitting on the bed, facing the camera, with her collar slightly open. In an instant, the noble young lady, originally as cold as ice, turned into a steam princess who could only coo-chee emit steam. Ugh. Shinomiya. Shinomiya, calm down, I actually didn't see clearly, really, I didn't see any. The next moment, the student council room door was opened, and a blonde girl dressed as a maid walked in. Young Master Snowball, hello, I am Miss Hikagaya's exclusive maid, I've come to retrieve Miss Hikigaya. Please don't worry. She quickly took away the already crashed Hikigaya Shinomiya, and bowed to So Snowball before leaving. Sorry for the trouble, I wish you a pleasant day at work, young Master Snowball, goodbye. Hayasaka, he saw everything. In the lounge, Hikigaya Shinomiya cried to AI Hayasaka, who was attending to her. Yes, it's okay, miss, anyway, there's nothing special about your figure. Maybe young Master Snowball doesn't care at all and will forget about it in the next second, Hayasaka replied expressionlessly. Based on her understanding of her young lady, she knows that comforting her is useless at this time. Only shifting to a topic that she cares about can heal her, and the young lady has always been particularly concerned about her figure. Figure, nothing special, Hikigaya Shinomiya murmured, instantly thinking of her good friend, Chika Fujiwara. The experience of almost being suffocated when she slept over with her that day. She's clearly about the same height as her, but weighs so much more, it must be because there's so much useless fat there, whether in front or behind. So she was even more sad, thinking that huge breasts should just disappear from the world. AI Hayasaka rubbed her forehead and tried to comfort her in another way. If you make such a loud noise again, I'm afraid young Master Snowball will think some resentful woman from a secluded mansion has run out and want to come in and take a look. I absolutely don't want that to happen. Hikigaya Shinomiya did react this time. Because it's still acceptable for private photos to be exposed, but if the president sees her crying and sniveling, he'll definitely think she likes him so much. She can't even accept having her pajama photos seen. Hikigaya-san must care a lot about what I think of her. How cute. She absolutely doesn't want to hear the president say that. Hey, Hayasaka, do you have any tools that can make people forget a period of memory? Hikigaya-san, I'm just a regular attendant maid, not some blue fat cat who's afraid of mice, please don't make things difficult for me. AI Hayasaka felt her anger level slowly rising. Frankly speaking, miss, it's just a photo of you wearing pajamas, not your personal experience. There's no need to care so much. Besides, only young Master Snowball has seen it. Maybe it can arouse young Master Snowball's reverie about you. After all, the photos were carefully selected by her, showing the young lady's charm without revealing too much, making them perfect. Although her surface tone was very disdainful, Ai Hayasaka was still carefully observing her young lady. Finding that although she had a face of shame and couldn't see anyone, she didn't seem very angry. She immediately understood that she wasn't very resistant to this matter, just temporarily unable to accept the fact that her secret appearance was seen by her crush. That's good, which made her feel a little more at ease, and wouldn't make her feel ashamed for giving the young lady this kind of idea that would cause her to be humiliated. It's easy for you to say, it's not like you were the one who was seen. Only you, miss, would care. I wouldn't hesitate for even a moment. Hayasaka retorted. After all, she doesn't care that much about young Master Snowball. So what if she was seen? Anyway, it's impossible for her to be as useless as Kagaya-san. Kagaya Shinomiya pouted, her face full of disbelief. Anyway, Hayasaka will only talk about it. Last time she said she would help her get information out of the president, but in the end, nothing happened, and she even took a few days off afterwards. Making her not know how to approach the president. AI is the worst. But although AI is so stupid and so bad, her concern for her is real, and she helped her get over this hurdle in her heart. It's just that she doesn't know what the impact of reality will be. Hayasaka, do you think the president will think of me as that kind of frivolous woman who likes to pose seductively? Please rest assured, miss, young Master Snowball will only think of you as an idiot who can't even operate a smartphone, AI Hayasaka retorted. In fact, Kagaya is indeed an electronic idiot. Young Master Snowball should be very clear about this. The reason why Kagaya changed her long-used flip phone to a smartphone earlier was just to be able to add Snowball's line. Even the series of operations just now were taught to her by Hayasaka, who specifically told her not to click on other places. Hayasaka also knew these things clearly, so she could formulate such a plan, and even predict the reactions the two would make. She also saw that if she didn't use some strong medicine, with her young lady's potential, she was afraid that the two of them wouldn't even establish a real connection by the time they graduated from high school. She had always felt this way since the day she realized that the person young Master Snowball liked was actually her and not Kagaya-san. This idea was even more deeply rooted. Fortunately, she is a dutiful maid who will never run away herself before serving the young lady to obtain love. For Ai Hayasaka, Kagaya Shinomiya is not only the master she sincerely serves and the object she is loyal to, but also like a sister to her. Before Kagaya obtains happiness, she can't let her go at all and can't pursue happiness without permission. But whenever she realizes that the process of helping the young lady pursue young Master Snowball is pushing away the person who likes her and making them like the person she cares about, she feels a stomach ache. Seriously, she doesn't know how long she can last. She didn't know the truth at first, so she could wholeheartedly cooperate with the young lady. After knowing the truth, no matter what she does, she feels a little sorry for young Master Snowball. But she has no other choice. The young lady is the person she cares about, and she must do her best to help the young lady, unless the young lady is always useless and can't capture young Master Snowball, then she will have to take action for the young lady. Hayasaka, are you listening? Ah. Yes, I am. What are your orders, miss? You look a little strange. Are you lacking rest? Kagaya Shinomiya said worriedly, then started talking about the matter at hand. Speaking of which, how did you know what happened just now? I don't remember telling you. Because I saw the picture on your phone when I went in to pick you up, and then deduced it, Ai Hayasaka said expressionlessly. Is that so? Then what about my photo? It was caused by your improper operation. Really? Yes, I am very sure. Kagaya Shinomiya looked a little suspicious, thinking, could it be that she really made a mistake in operation? Could it be that Hayasaka is fooling her? But she trusts Hayasaka 100, believing that Hayasaka will never do anything to hurt her. Never mind, in short, she still has to abandon her cowardly emotions and continue to attack the president. One day, she will make the president confess his love to her with a face full of love. Absolutely. Gihi. Author's words on the shelves. As the title says, author's words on the shelves. I can't imitate the words of the big shots, so this newbie will simply talk about the key parts. First of all, after being put on the shelves, this book will be updated 3 times a day, with a base of 6K to 8K words. This is very important, please look over here. There is no need to open a reward, I have no energy to update fiercely recently, and I am also afraid that you will think that I want to make money and run away, which will affect the subscription of this book. But because it is on the shelves, I have to celebrate a little, so these days I will write as much as I post, and I will not keep any manuscripts, which is a celebration. You can watch and vote for props, of course I am very happy if you are willing to give them to this newbie, you can also keep them for your favorite authors, but it is almost the end of the month, so use them, otherwise it will be a waste hint. Then let's talk about the problems of this book in detail. First of all, there has been a situation since the beginning of the book, everyone is constantly scolding the protagonist, scolding the protagonist's personality, scolding the protagonist's character, etc. The good news is that this newbie author has not been scolded much, the protagonist is the one who is scolded. The bad news is that my blood pressure will also rise after reading it, but this is an expected situation, after all, what I wanted to write from the beginning was not, strong, invincible, the strongest, the dragon-proud sky male lead. You rejected my confession. So you have a way to die. I will beat you hard in this life. It's just that I rejected the confession, it's nothing great, for ordinary people, be sad for a while and then change the goal, for people who care about this aspect. Be sad for a longer time and then come out, or it doesn't matter if you can't come out at all, who doesn't have a few thoughts, there is no need to make it very violent, what if you reject me, I will make you bankrupt in the world. It's just a normal part of interpersonal communication, this is the point, and it's also what I want to write. The male protagonist is an ordinary person, but he is a little bit more special than ordinary people. In the previous life, he was in a high-pressure environment, and all he did was study, his personal freedom and social freedom were restricted by his parents, and he was constantly instilled with negative thoughts. What's the point of you not getting first place? Can you sleep with this grade? High school friends are not good to interact with, if you have time to go out to play, you should do a few more questions at home. Mobile phone, do you still want to play mobile phone? I will help you see the group messages if anything happens, don't use it yourself. So he longs for friends, longs for communication, longs for recognition, and longs for change. The originally incomplete and imperfect life has been alleviated in another world, and even has a trend of becoming better, it should have been like this, but the result was that he chose Shiina Mahiru extremely love deficient, Kasumigakaka Shiwa serious personality defects, likes to be poisonous and black-bellied. Eriri hypocritical, often attacks others unconsciously, Yukino Shida Yukino used to being lonely, also has childhood trauma, Shinomiya Hikigaya caged bird, lacking freedom and lacking love, with such a high level of difficulty. It's not entirely accurate to say that the male lead was attracted to the female leads because of their status. The most crucial factor was seeing qualities similar to his own in them, harboring emotions like, wanting to huddle together for warmth, sympathy, or longing for recognition from someone similar, towards these flawed kindred spirits. That's why he didn't think about pursuing Megumi or Chika Fujiwara. People like them grew up very freely, regardless of their background, family circumstances, or personality. They have no major flaws. They are physically and mentally very healthy. Leaving aside whether they can see if the male lead genuinely likes them, at the very least, if he actually dated them, they could definitely influence the male lead and make him healthy. Then this book would be over laughs. I have always believed that using frameworks and character settings to write the stories you like is the attitude that fanfiction and secondary creation should have, while simply copying the plot is completely meaningless. Chapter 39. I won't say more, the previous text should give you some clues. Saying more would spoil the later plot, so I'll keep you in suspense. In short, I want to write something that, while having romantic elements, isn't all about that and can still offer some food for thought. Maybe my writing skills aren't good enough, I haven't handled or can't handle intense conflicts well, so readers feel like the male lead's personality is inconsistent, changing all the time. I think I've laid a lot of groundwork in various places in the text, but it seems not enough, or I'm writing too fast. Originally, I expected the male lead to remain in a very inferior state for the first 300 words, but after all, this is a web novel with text as the medium. If I really wrote it that way, everyone would have run away before getting there. But I can't rush the progress and insert all kinds of main plots at once. I have to add some daily life or something to lubricate and make the atmosphere less heavy. In short, all the shortcomings you see can be attributed to my lack of writing skills. If you want to scold someone, don't scold the male lead, scold me. I'm too incompetent to express myself clearly. That's about all I want to say about the content of this book. If I have anything else to share with you, I'll put it in the PS. Honestly, this book has been able to persist until now thanks to everyone's support. Thank you very much for your company all the way, and I hope you can continue to support me. I've roughly calculated that, at my rate of 3 updates of 600 words per day. Even if you subscribe to everything, it will only cost about 10 yuan a month, which may not even be enough for a meal, so I hope readers who are able can subscribe to everything to support me. If you think my updates are slow and want to raise the book, that's okay too, as long as you gently click the auto-subscribe button on the book details page to support the author. If you're a token party, it's okay to read chapter by chapter, but be sure to subscribe to the first chapter. Because the first subscription of a book is very important, it affects my recommendation slots and so on. I hope everyone can support me. It's not easy for a newbie to write a book, especially for me, who can be said to have graduated and is still bothered by job hunting. If writing a book can support myself, I would be willing to write full-time, and then I can update more every day. Important things must be said 3 times. Please support the author. Then, thank you for your support, and I hope everyone can continue to support me. Thank you, love you guys. Without Hikigaya Shinomiya's assistance, it is indeed more troublesome for Xia Chuanzu to handle business, and he has to look up various things himself. But it's not all bad, at least he doesn't have to be distracted to think about whether to confess the truth about approaching Hikigaya. Strictly speaking, he didn't show any obvious signs of showing goodwill to Hikigaya. Nor did he confess to her, and it can even be said that confrontation is more appropriate. Judging from Hikaya's attitude towards him, she should regard him as a good competitor. This proves that the so-called love did not exist from the beginning, so don't bother about it anymore. If you rashly tell her these things, it may affect the relationship between the two. Therefore, let's maintain the original attitude, and there is no need to do anything deliberately, just let it be natural. Tapping his finger lightly on the table, Xia Chuanzu frowned and kept thinking. In his hand, he was holding 2 lists of candidates for this election. Ai no Miko, Ishiki Iroha. Both are first-year students. For the election of the student council president, the third-year students default to not participating. They have more important things to do. Such as going to school. The second-year students are afraid of his prestige and the solid network of contacts formed over the years, so naturally they will not easily come up to seek death. Only the first-year students, newborn calves, are not afraid of tigers. Before they have felt his means of domination, they think they might be able to compete with him for the position of student council president. One Ai no Miko, with a support rate of about 15, the other, Ishiki Iroha, with a support rate of about 30. Honestly, Xia Chuanzu didn't expect them to get such high support rates at the beginning. He listened to Hikaya's various suggestions before, but now it seems that he may have to take some measures. Judging from the data of the two, they don't pose any threat to him, but if they merge into one force, it's not impossible. He doesn't understand Ai no Miko and Ishiki Iroha very well. He only knows that they are both members of the protagonist group in the original book, and he knows very little about their information. Maybe they are both tough personalities and don't want to unite with others, but he has to guard against it. As for the reason, because he is very clear about his situation. Even now, there are still many firm, pure academy students in this academy who want to drive him, the mixed academy student council president, off the stage, but unfortunately, the means and abilities of those guys are not enough. But it's different if they unite with other prestigious, pure academy leaders. At that time, it will be a general trend. As long as he shows a little fatigue, those hyenas will bite up like they smell good meat. The protection of the Shinomiya consortium can indeed make some people afraid, but the liquidation cannot cover everyone. Not to mention that judging from the current relationship between Hikigaya Shinomiya and him, the result is completely unpredictable. Therefore, he cannot lose. He can abdicate himself, but only if he is willing. What measures should I take? Beep beep beep, a crisp knock on the door rang. Please come in. Xia Chuanzu thought that Kagaya Shinomiya had recovered and was thinking about whether to discuss it with her, but he saw a girl he had never seen before come in. A little familiar. Hello, senior. My name is Ishiki Iroha, I'm here to visit. Xia Chuanzu never imagined such a scene. During the upcoming election of leaders related to leading everyone, the two candidates secretly contacted each other. Are you sure it won't detonate the headlines of Shuzuyuan tomorrow morning? Shock. At the time of the election, a first-year candidate secretly talked with the former student council president in the student council room. Is it to overcome the following or collude with each other? Please look forward to it. As expected, the news department should already be drafting similar articles. Their sense of smell is more sensitive than a dog's nose. However, this level of gossip will not affect the support rate of the candidates, at most it will attract everyone's attention and make the election atmosphere more enthusiastic. Hello, classmate Ishiki Iroha. Xia Chuanzu put down the white paper in his hand, stuffed it at the bottom of the pile of documents, and looked at the other party with a calm expression. It's not a good thing to be timid before the war. As a senior, he must show a calm attitude. If I remember correctly, you should be one of the candidates for this election. What's the matter with coming to the student council? If you just want to visit and understand the future workplace, it would be too arrogant. It is impossible for such a person to get so much support, but it is impossible to inquire about his private information. There is no need to personally go on the stage for that kind of thing. But it is easy to startle the snake, then the remaining possibility is. Come to visit senior. The other party said so. Huh. Xia Chuanzu was stunned. He couldn't imagine that the other party would be so direct and just say the purpose. Is she not worried at all? So confident, or is there something else in mind? Classmate Ishiki Iroha, I want to remind you that now is a sensitive period. That kind of thing doesn't matter, I personally want to see senior. Ishiki Iroha suddenly jumped to Xia Chuanzu's desk, put her hands behind her back, and looked at him with a smile. Senior, are you free? Can you accompany Iroha for a walk? This kind of positive appearance, this kind of guy who uses the weapon of a youthful girl, is definitely not a good thing. If Kagaya Shinomiya was here, she would definitely be able to force back this little devil with her stern senior sister temperament, but now he is the only one, then the only measure that can be taken is. Sorry, I still have official business to deal with, I don't have time. Then I'll wait for senior here. Iroha will obediently wait until senior finishes his work. As you like, Xia Chuanzu responded and ignored her. Based on his understanding of this kind of lively schoolgirl, she definitely won't be able to wait for long. Don't look at how nice she says it, it is estimated that she will be impatient in a while. So Xia Chuanzu began to busy himself with his own affairs. Time passed quietly, and when Xia Chuanzu came back to his senses, the sky outside was almost dark. He moved his muscles and bones, and then remembered that Ishiki Iroha seemed to be sitting on the sofa waiting for him, so he looked up. The student council room was empty. Then he snorted softly. Sure enough, this kind of girl has no patience to wait so long, not like Kagaya Shinomiya. Senior, are you looking for me? Xia Chuanzu was startled, then turned around and found that the little devil junior had run behind him at some point, tilting her head slightly, looking at him with a sly look. Xia Chuanzu was finally caught. Although he didn't want to have much contact with the enemy, it seems that he doesn't have any good means of rejection, and more importantly, the other parties. Sincerity moved him. Therefore, it doesn't hurt to listen to what she has to say. At least until now, Xia Chuanzu doesn't think that the other party really just wants to talk about some private matters, at most it's half public and half private. The beauty trap is one aspect, and maybe the purpose is to dispel his vigilance. President, hello. President, goodbye. Along the way, Xia Chuanzu responded kindly to those who greeted him. Such actions were naturally seen by Ishiki Iroha next to him. Senior seems to be very popular, Iroha is different, no one has ever greeted me. She followed Xia Chuanzu step by step, always half a step behind, looking like his follower. The result of hard work, Xia Chuanzu replied. However, rather than being popular, it should be more of awe. In the so-called student days, especially in Neon society, academic ability and athletic ability are the most important stepping stones. Even if his social skills are not outstanding, as long as he is willing, he can become. friends. With anyone in the academy. But that's not enough. Just being excellent can't make these rich children and genius students look up to him. In fact, if he hadn't become the student council president and ranked first in the grade tests many times, he would not have entered the eyes of these students at all. The world has always been so cruel, and the law of survival of the fittest has never been completely erased in human society. He is very grateful that he did it and can change his life trajectory because of it. Although he worked so hard for Hikigaya at the beginning, looking at it now, his efforts will also make him satisfied. Not only that, thanks to the care of Katou and others, he has learned the importance of cherishing himself from them. So he cherishes everything even more, cherishes his interpersonal relationships, cherishes friends, and cherishes the opportunity to get along with them, so he will never let the villains hiding in the dark destroy these. As long as you work hard enough, you can become that kind of person too, Xia Chuanzu said gently. His impression of Ishiki Iroha is not bad. Although the other party's purpose in visiting him should be impure, she has not done anything offensive to him so far, but instead looks very respectful to him. At least she is a sensible and well-behaved junior, Xia Chuanzu commented. Oh, Iroha can't do it, thinking about having to greet so many people every day, I can't persist at all, Ishiki Iroha stuck out her tongue and acted cute. Looking at it this way, Senior is really amazing, not only is he the student council president, but he can also maintain the first place in the grade while handling so many official duties, and his athletic ability looks good too. While saying that, she stretched out her hand and poked Xia Chuanzu's shoulder, feeling his muscles. The result of hard work, Xia Chuanzu didn't know how to respond, so he had to repeat it again. Maybe he has some talent, plus a little bit of effort before, to be able to do this. But the price is also obvious, that fever before was, he couldn't stand a little rain, but now it seems that it is more of an outbreak after overwork. Really, I feel like Senior is so perfunctory. How can you keep repeating one sentence? You won't get any high scores in a girl's heart like this. Excessive humility is arrogance. At this time, Senior should emphasize his excellence. Isn't that bragging? Xia Chuanzu thought. He always feels that this junior sister has a kind of mysterious respect-like admiration for him, and she shows it very obviously, just like the blonde girl he saw in the bookstore that day. Cough cough, classmate Ishiki Iroha, what do you want from me? It's getting late, Xia Chuanzu took the initiative to bring it up. Chapter 40. If we keep chatting like this, it feels no different from how I interact with my friends on a daily basis, but he's only meeting this junior for the first time today. Is this the power of a true social butterfly? How terrifying. Can't it just be that I wanted to stroll around campus with my senior? Iroha Ishiki said coquettishly. Fortunately, she didn't go so far as to hug Kanade Snowball's arm right away, or else there would be another hot topic on campus news tomorrow. Kanade Snowball didn't reply, just quietly looked at her. So Iroha Ishiki gave in, mumbled something, and then said softly, actually, I wanted to say to you, Senior. Say. Please teach me how to become the student council president. Her determined look almost made Kanade Snowball think she wanted him to teach her how to play basketball. Kanade Snowball looked at her again, then slowly opened his mouth. The election speech hasn't even taken place yet, isn't it a bit much to directly make a victory declaration? That's not it. What are you thinking, Senior? It's not a victory declaration. It's just in case Senior wants to hand over the presidency to me. That's impossible, give up on that idea early. Senior, don't interrupt. In short, I just want Senior to teach me how to be a good president. It's a precautionary measure. Compared to Senior, I'm definitely unqualified, so I need to learn from Senior, yes, that's it. Iroha Ishiki nodded emphatically, then put on a pitiful expression. Senior wouldn't refuse, would you? It's just teaching, anyway, with Senior's ability, you can definitely defeat me, right? Or does Senior not have confidence in yourself? A very poor provocation, but it did have some effect on Kanade Snowball. Okay, I agree, Kanade Snowball replied expressionlessly. As a second-year veteran, how could he be ridden on by a mere junior? There's no hesitation about this kind of thing, he definitely has to punish her severely. You want to learn how to be a good student council president? Prepare to work 36 hours a day. Of course, He doesn't completely want to take the opportunity to retaliate against her, it's just a coincidence that he's very busy this week, and since the junior is willing, then let her share some of the burden. As for whether he's helping the enemy by agreeing to teach her, it's just improving some personal business skills. Which is useless for becoming the student council president, at most it will help her get familiar with the business faster after becoming the student council president. When the time comes, if she really loses to the other person, no, there's absolutely no way that will happen. Being ridden on by an arrogant junior, this will never happen. The next day was a beautiful, sunny day. Hikigaya Shinomiya's mood, however, was not very good. First, her own poor actions lost her the opportunity to launch an attack on the president, and then there was a foxy junior who popped up out of nowhere and was fawning over the president. She was only away from the president's side for a single evening, and suddenly a junior rival appeared. The world is changing too fast. President, I heard you met with a first-year candidate yesterday. Is there a problem with the public opinion and stuff? In reality, she couldn't wait to dig out all the details of the conversation between the president and the junior yesterday. It spread so quickly. Kanade Snowball was stunned, not expecting the news department to be even faster than he had anticipated, completing it the next day. Don't they ever rest? Even after school, they're still thinking about getting big news. So it wasn't a coincidence. Hikigaya Shinomiya's eyes narrowed, and her expression began to become serious. Do you need me to take care of it? A mere first-year junior, and she dares to compete with them, the seniors, for a man. Seniors have no face. And those paparazzi babies in the news department are really ignorant. They should be reporting her sweet daily life with the president, right? What's so good about reporting a meeting between candidates? It's not interesting at all. And they deliberately took such ambiguous photos, be careful of being kidnapped on the street. Fortunately, she believes in the president, believing that he wouldn't do anything cheating. Thinking about it carefully, the president must want to personally investigate the enemy's information, right? That must be it. The president is really too much. It's just a small matter, just leave it to her, she will definitely complete the task perfectly. No need, just leave it alone, it can also add some heat to the election. Kanade Snowball shook his head slightly. This was a predictable result, but he didn't know how it would affect his approval rating. He also knew a little about the people in the news department. They don't have any clear political stance, they just want to get things that attract attention, doing whatever is interesting. Although they do this, they never get into trouble. Because they are very smart, they never spread rumors or slander, they only say ambiguous things to confuse the line of sight, which can be regarded as using the technique of leaving blank to the extreme. Becoming the protagonist in their pen will of course stand on the cusp of the storm, but it's not all bad. Sometimes traffic represents everything. For those who don't care much about this kind of thing, they will support whoever is more famous, and he will be able to get a part of the approval rating. What's more, Aoha Ishiki's side is a reward. Kanade Snowball also learned from Aoha Ishiki the list of supporters who have recently expressed goodwill to her for no reason. The deal is very cost-effective. He picked up the teacup and took a light sip, and the rich tea fragrance diffused in his mouth, clearing his mind and nourishing his spirit, and even the fatigue caused by continuously processing official duties was cleared away. Speaking of which, it's almost time. What? Do. The same as yesterday. Come in, Kanade Snowball responded. So the door of the student council room opened, and the heroine of the morning's hot news made a grand appearance. It was Aoha Ishiki. Hikigaya Shinomiya, ? Let me introduce you, this is Aoha Ishiki, one of this year's candidates. This week, she will be working with us as an external member of the student council for a period of time. Let's welcome her. Kanade Snowball stood up and announced. So all the other members, including Hikigaya Shinomiya, applauded softly, and the reason why she didn't welcome her was not because she rejected the other party, but because she was stunned. What made her even more confused was that her good girlfriend, Chika Fujiwara, suddenly jumped up and started sticking with her. Aoha-chan, welcome to the student council, as she said, she rubbed her face against her face. Chika-senpai, long time no see. Aoha Ishiki also responded to her kindly, cooperating with her. The beautiful friendship between the girls infected everyone in the student council at once, and everyone showed kind smiles except for Hikigaya Shinomiya. You not only want to steal her important president, but you don't even let go of the unimportant Fujiwara? Too much. Retribution, there must be retribution. Just as Kagaya Shinomiya's face was uncertain, thinking about how to teach this ignorant junior a lesson, the other party suddenly gave up sticking with Chika Fujiwara and trotted towards her. Vice President Shinomiya, I have always admired you. It's great to be able to work with you. I will definitely work hard like you and become President Senpai's right-hand man. So Kagaya Shinomiya was overjoyed all of a sudden. She said I am the president's right-hand man. She also said that I am the appointed vice president. She is saying that I am a match made in heaven with the president. Brain makes up brains. She's a good kid. Now Kagaya Shinomiya was relieved. It turned out that the other party didn't come for the president, but just wanted to enter the student council because she admired her, so she must take good care of this child. Ishiki-san's ability is still good, but she's just not familiar with the business, please take care of her, Kanade Snowball reminded, then turned to Kagaya Shinomiya and asked. Can I trouble you to guide her for a while, Shinomiya? Of course, no problem, leave it to me, President, Kagaya Shinomiya happily agreed. For a long time, she has been fighting alone in the student council. Hayasaka can't come in, Fujiwara is useless, Ishigami is a little afraid of her for some reason. And Shirogane is a love rival, she can't even develop an eyeliner at all. Now it's good, she suddenly sent her a firm ally, how could she not be happy? So she wants to train the other party well, until Ishiki-san becomes a loyal, Kagaya Kanade party. So in the following days, Kagaya Shinomiya patiently taught this new junior, cultivated her feelings. Guided her business ability, and from time to time hinted in front of her that the president is an excellent person, who is a good match for her, a senior who is equally excellent. Expecting that one day Iroha Ishiki will become her loyal follower. That's how it should have been. Ishiki, hand me the file over there. Ishiki-san, the data here needs to be changed. Iroha-chan, let's go have lunch together. Ishiki. Why? Why does everyone like Iroha Ishiki so much? Even the president likes to order her to work, when she used to do those things. Although her purpose was indeed to cultivate Iroha-san into an eyeliner who can get close to everyone, but this is too much, right? It always feels like a feeling of being replaced. Young lady, have you been a little lazy lately? Ai Hayasaka took the towel and looked at Kagaya Shinomiya sitting on the bed with some concern. The young lady with a silly look every day is certainly silly, but Kagaya who doesn't say a word makes her even more worried. Moreover, the current young lady is not the calm and composed look she used to be, but a feeling full of worries. It will be bad to hold it in like this. No, I haven't been in terms of studying. I mean in terms of young Master Kanade, Ai Hayasaka reminded. The evidence is that Kagaya hasn't discussed various things with her for several days, and she has therefore slept a lot. After all, with the level of success of Miss Kagaya, the love tricks she came up with are probably the kind that even elementary school students don't like. Kagaya Shinomiya suddenly fell silent, then raised her head to look at Ai Hayasaka after a while, pitifully saying. Hayasaka, what should I do? Then she told her what had happened recently in detail. Is young lady worried about being replaced by Iroha Ishiki? Ai Hayasaka knew her young lady too well, even if Miss Kagaya didn't say it clearly, she could guess some of the other party's thoughts. Yeah, Kagaya Shinomiya nodded weakly, not only afraid of being replaced, but also afraid that the president would no longer rely on her in the future. You don't have to worry about this, young lady's existence is unique, and young Master Kanade will never abandon you no matter what, Ai Hayasaka comforted her softly. If it were the talented Kagaya-sama of the past, she would not have such an idea at all. With the background of their Shinomiya group, young Master Kanade would not abandon Kagaya Shinomiya no matter what, as long as he still wants to secure his position as student council president. However, the current Kagaya is just a girl troubled by love, and what she thinks about every day is not the adult things like you use me, I control you, but constantly gains and loses in love trivial matters. If you are really worried, you can just ask young Master Kanade in person, Ai Hayasaka suggested, and even picked up her mobile phone, indicating that Kagaya could ask via text message. In Hayasaka's view, whether Kanade Snowball wants to continue to use the prestige of the Shinomiya family or something else, he can't let go of Miss Kagaya so easily, especially since he may take Miss Kagaya as a stepping stone to approach himself. No way. Wouldn't that make the president misunderstand? If the president thinks I like him. So AI Hayasaka threatened her, but if you don't take action, young Master Kanade will really leave you. He will hug other girls and be lovey-dovey, and then young lady can only fantasize about replacing that girl while shedding tears. Of course I know. But, I can't do it. Want her to express her feelings first. She can't do that at all. AI Hayasaka sighed. As expected, the current Miss Hikigaya still can't break through her own obstacles. Then why not start with Aoha Ishiki? Coercion and inducement or something? Of course not. The president asked me to take care of her, how can I let the president down? Chapter 41. Then Miss Hikigaya can also hint to her not to have too much contact with young Master Xia Chuan, or simply explain your feelings to her first. But what if she betrays me? What if she tells the president about those things? I will never tell her those things without complete trust. Hikigaya Shinomiya shook her head again. She hadn't even told Fujiwara Chika, how could she so easily tell her thoughts to someone she had only known for a few days? If that doesn't work, let me go and contact young Master Xia Chuan again to find out the situation. Hayasaka AI was really a little bit headache. Her suggestions were constantly being refuted, and her advice was not being accepted, but she couldn't just watch Hikigaya look so helpless. So, she began to think hatefully in her heart, it's all young Master Xia Chuan's fault. Why suddenly introduce extra personnel for no reason? Such inexplicable behavior, especially since the other party is one of the president candidates. Moreover, judging from the young lady's description, young Master Xia Chuan's attitude towards that Aoha Ishiki seems very unusual. But in terms of ability alone, her own young lady is definitely better. Even in terms of appearance, the other party is not as good as Miss Fujiwara, and a student council only needs one vase at most. Hayasaka AI thought a lot, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't guess Xia Chuan's intentions, as if the other party really just had a temporary idea. However, that was impossible. Young Master Xia Chuan is a firm actionist. It can be seen from the means he used to approach the young lady that he has extremely strong execution ability, and his actions are definitely not without purpose. So, what is the reason? If he likes the young lady, then bringing in the so-called love rival can be explained as creating an external crisis, but isn't Xia Chuan's real target her? Could it be that she misjudged it at the beginning? But what happened that day is still vivid in her mind. Hayasaka AI frowned, feeling that her thinking had entered a dead end, surrounded by solid walls, with no way to go. So, she decided to give up thinking that if it really didn't work, she would risk contacting Xia Chuan again. It seems that this is the only way. Hikigaya Shinomiya hesitated, but finally nodded. If there were other good ways, she would not want Hayasaka to contact the president again. She still remembers clearly what happened last time. She didn't know what the two of them talked about, but after that, the president became strange, and Hayasaka even took a few days off. Could it be that Hayasaka confessed to the president and was rejected? That's possible. After all, the president is so excellent, and Hayasaka may have some thoughts about the president after listening to me mention these things every day. But she trusts Hayasaka, so she is more willing to believe another explanation that Hayasaka accidentally revealed some thoughts while trying to get information from the president. Which made the president mistakenly believe that Hayasaka liked him, and then directly rejected her. Afterwards, little AI couldn't bear the humiliation and was depressed for several days. After all, the president is a gentle person. He will definitely feel guilty for rejecting other girls in person, so it's normal for him to be in a bad mood for those few days. Yes, that's it. Hikigaya Shinomiya nodded heavily, thinking that the president still cared about her after all. He was unceremonious to other girls, even if he was willing to help them, it was only to fulfill the obligations of the student council president. Friday, the last moment before the student council temporarily disbanded. Next Monday is the election time, so rather than saying that this student council is disbanding, it is better to regard it as giving themselves 2 days off. After all, he will not lose. The law of victory has been firmly grasped in Xia Chuan's hands. Although he has been busy with official duties these days and has not gone out to show his face, his subordinates have been making various appearances, major clubs, teachers' offices, student buildings. Wherever there are people, the student council will not let it go, and it is determined to imprint its footprints on it. However, that being said, all that needs to be done is to get acquainted with the freshmen and teachers. He disdains so-called off-the-table tactics. But he is naturally willing to give a little psychological suggestion. The only problem is that it is very embarrassing to distribute leaflets printed with his own headshot, so he simply does not participate in it and lets other student council members complete it. It's also interesting to say that Aoha Ishiki, as an extra member, actually acted with their student council, distributing leaflets of the enemy, while she herself did not take any publicity measures. According to the news from Shinomiya, Aoha Ishiki still has a professional team behind her to take care of her public relations, but recently she doesn't know why she hasn't taken any action. Is she afraid of being caught by him? Xia Chuan-chin was a little puzzled. He had always suspected that the team was composed of anti-Qin party members, with the goal of bringing him down and pushing him off the stage, but it is difficult not to suspect that there is a bigger conspiracy behind it if they don't take action at such a good opportunity. But after thinking about it carefully, even the biggest conspiracy will be broken through in the face of absolute power, so he doesn't think there is anything to be afraid of. In terms of the internet, the overall public opinion direction of the campus forum has been controlled by them. In reality, they have not seen the other party stand up to resist. Completely abandoning themselves, and even the auxiliary candidates have come to his student council and are working for him, as if they are performing. Why did your majesty surrender first? Then what has he been vigilant about for so long? It really feels like when he was preparing to punch with all his strength in a ring match, the other party suddenly raised a white flag, highlighting the fact that he was not allowed to enjoy himself. Is he from France? Well, in short, there is no need to worry about the election. Now what he needs to think about is who to find to give the support speech. Last time, he asked Hikigaya Shinomiya to give the support speech. This time, he will also hand it over to her unless there are any accidents, but he doesn't know if Shinomiya will agree. After all, she seems to be in a bad mood recently. Or should he go to Fujiwara Chika? Tapping the table lightly with his fingers, Xia Chuan-chin began to weigh the pros and cons. If he remembers correctly, Fujiwara should be born into a political family. She must have a lot of experience in this area under the influence of what she has seen and heard, but her personality is so unique that it is difficult to believe that she can handle this matter well. Fortunately, the speaker does not need to be so outstanding, as long as they perform in a satisfactory manner. The more critical thing is to have a certain popularity in leadership, which can also facilitate him to canvass votes. Don't look at Fujiwara Chika often acting like a fool in the student council, but she is still very popular on campus, and her leadership is not bad. At least stronger than Shirogane and Ishigami. Everyone knows that Hikigaya Shinomiya is on his side, so even if Shinomiya does not give a speech on stage, it will not affect the votes of those who support her. With the supporters of Fujiwara Chika and a small group loyal to him, the election will definitely be in his hands. Thinking of this, Xia Chuan-chin no longer hesitated, picked up his phone and prepared to ask Fujiwara Chika to talk. Yeah, hello. What's the matter with the president looking for me? I'm busy researching insects. Then she took out a magnifying glass to pretend. Xia Chuan-chin glanced at her, thinking that she really has a sense of atmosphere, and then beckoned her to sit on the sofa. In short, I'm here to talk about the support speech next week. I hope you can help me become the speaker. When dealing with Fujiwara Chika, go straight to the point if you can, don't beat around the bush. Otherwise it is easy to fall into her conversation rhythm, and she is very good at pulling other people's thinking into her peculiar brain circuit and then defeating them with rich experience, so don't chat too much if you can. Otherwise, what awaits you is a brain-dead ending. Support speech. Fujiwara Chika tilted her head, looking very puzzled. Didn't Hikigaya agree to help the president? Xia Chuan-chin raised his eyebrows, a little curious as to why she would mention Hikigaya Shinomiya, but still answered her truthfully. I didn't ask Shinomiya for help, I came directly to you. So, Fujiwara Chika opened her mouth wide, looking shocked, then smiled, but soon became serious again, 5 fake expressions in 1 second, making Xia Chuan-chin stunned. Did she learn face changing? No, President, you have to go to Hikigaya-chan for this kind of thing. Why? Could it be that Fujiwara you are actually not good at it? That's not the case, I'm super strong. It's just that this kind of thing it's not Hikigaya who can't do it. She's the vice president. There's no rule that the vice president must give the speech, right? I think you're quite suitable, Fujiwara. Oh, President, you don't understand, anyway, you must go to Hikigaya for this kind of thing. Fujiwara Chika hummed softly, and then began to use the special skills of girls. In short, this matter is decided. Also, because the president didn't let me give a support speech, as compensation, you have to treat me to ramen next time. Eat ramen again? Is it that delicious? That's not right, I did not let you help, you clearly refused, okay? And still saying compensation, it's just digging a hole for money. I don't care, this is the privilege of girls. Stupid president, hurry up and contact Hikigaya, I'm going to continue researching insects. Fujiwara Chika stuck out her tongue at him, and then ran away, not giving Xia Chuanqin a chance to persuade her at all. Forget it, let's contact Shinomiya, at least she is far more reliable than Fujiwara Chika. Xia Chuanqin rubbed his temples, feeling a little helpless. With Fujiwara's personality, she shouldn't think this is troublesome, she would push this matter to Hikigaya Shinomiya, which really surprised Xia Chuanqin. So along with it, Xia Chuanqin began to doubt, if he asked Shinomiya for help, would she also refuse him? Could it really be, the enemy is at Hinoji Temple? He sent a few messages to Hikigaya Shinomiya with his phone, but he didn't see a reply for a long time. There was no way, Xia Chuanqin had to go to her class to find her in person. But on the way, he met an unexpected person. Are you Hayasaka AI? Xia Chuanqin was a little unsure. Standing in front of him was a blonde girl dressed as a spicy girl. The other party came up and said that she had something to talk to him about. He naturally wanted to refuse at first, after all. He still had something to find Hikigaya about, but suddenly he thought of someone Hikigaya's maid, Hayasaka AI. It's me, Hayasaka AI nodded. As expected, young Master Xia Chuan knew her. Even if she didn't introduce herself, he could recognize her. What's the matter? Xia Chuanqin asked in confusion. He had known Hikigaya for so long, but it was the first time he had officially met Hayasaka AI. As Hikaya's attendant maid, she should have come to him specifically for Hikaya's affairs, right? But why didn't Hikigaya come to him directly? Shall we talk somewhere else? Okay, so, Xia Chuanqin followed the other party to a more hidden place. Miss Hikigaya, she has not been in a good mood recently. After confirming that Xia Chuanqin could recognize her, Hayasaka AI no longer pretended to be a spicy girl, but became respectful, but the distance was a bit far, not at all like she was going to talk. Xia Chuanqin didn't care, he just thought she was used to being vigilant, but what she said made him very concerned. Not in a good mood. It wasn't that he couldn't find this out, but what was the use of discussing it with him? He couldn't do anything. He could only answer based on experience. Do you want to contact Fujiwara? I heard that girls going shopping together will make their mood better. Hayasaka AI glanced at him, thinking that this guy really knows how to pretend. You are clearly adjusting the young lady. If she didn't know that the other party was currently single, she would really want to find an opportunity to teach this scumbag a lesson, so as not to let him bully her young lady again. Come at her directly if you have anything to say. What's the ability to bully Miss Hikigaya? Young Master Xia Chuan, I hope you can be more frank, and be nicer to the young lady, please. Hayasaka AI lowered her head slightly, her attitude was very respectful and sincere. Be more frank, Xia Chuanqin nodded slightly. His attitude towards Hikigaya was indeed a bit too much. He was always provoking her, challenging her, and liked to use various things to attract her attention. Now it seems that his past actions were completely like a stupid elementary school student who wanted to attract a girl's attention, too childish. Okay, I understand, I will pay attention, he replied. The various things in the past were indeed his problem. He wanted to establish a connection with Hikigaya through those methods, but that was not what he was good at. It was possible that he had done something that hurt Hikigaya. He himself didn't have any awareness, and thought that Hikigaya regarded this as fun, but even the other party's maid couldn't stand it anymore and ran to him, the person involved, to give advice. Now he really feels very ashamed. Sorry, please help me to know, I'd better go myself, Xia Chuanqin said softly, his words showing some guilt. Originally, he had something to discuss with Hikigaya, but now there was another reason. The only thing he found troublesome was that he was afraid that Hikigaya would reject him then. Hayasaka AI was slightly stunned, but she didn't expect Xia Chuanqin to agree so simply. At this time, shouldn't he take the opportunity to make some requests to her? Such as going out on a date or something. This is unscientific. Young Master Xia Chuan, is there nothing else you want to say? As far as Hayasaka AI was concerned, she had long been prepared to make sacrifices, thinking that she would be forced to agree to some excessive conditions or something. When that happened, she would take the opportunity to let Kagaya-sama discover it, or simply use a recording pen or something to record Xia Chuanzu's criminal process. But you're telling her you don't want anything? Then how is she supposed to make the young lady pull back from the brink? Anything else to say? Xia Chuanzu frowned, thought for a long time and didn't feel like he should say anything else, and finally weakly said. Take good care of your young lady. Hayasaka AI. That's it? Did you even need to say that? I'm talking about something more excessive. Something that exposes your desires more. You don't want your young lady to be played with, do you? So be good and... Chapter 42. How could you not say something like that? Are you even still the playboy Casanova with countless romances? Hayasaka AI was very puzzled, even beginning to doubt her own judgment. Could it be that he doesn't have any feelings for her at all? Then why was he able to see through her disguise, and why did he confess to her that day? It's possible that he gave up pursuing her after being rejected, that's actually quite possible. But that would mean that he wouldn't launch any more pursuit offensives against her, and by the same token, he wouldn't pay too much attention to the young lady. That's right, that explains it. It's not about introducing a new rival in love to make the young lady jealous and aware of the crisis, nor is it to draw out her, the real target hidden behind the young lady. He might just simply be interested in that Iroha Ishiki. This is of course a good thing. As long as Xia Chuanzu lets her go, then the young lady won't be toyed with like that every day. It won't work at all. The young lady looking so worried now is the consequence. If young Master Xia stopped paying attention to the young lady, she might be depressed all the time and end up with depression. Could it be that young Master Xia even thought of this? Using her concern for the young lady to force her to take the initiative to approach him. So he didn't give up pursuing her at all, but forced her to take the initiative to come over. How ruthless. This kind of person is definitely not suitable for Kagaya-sama. She can't let the young lady sink any deeper. She must stand up and protect her immediately. It doesn't matter if she has to sacrifice herself for this, as long as she can protect Kagaya. That's right, that's the only way. So Hayasaka AI took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart, and pretended to be calm and asked. Young Master Xia, are you free this weekend? I want to. Sorry, I have things to do this weekend. Hayasaka AI was really at a loss this time. She had already made it so clear, and you actually said you're not free. Playboy, don't go too far. I have plans with friends this weekend. If there's anything, let's talk about it later. Xia Chuanzu shook his head. Honestly, he doesn't have anything to go out with Hayasaka AI for. They're not even friends, so there's no need to agree. If it's for Kagaya's matter, he can patiently talk to her, but other private matters are out of the question. They're not familiar in the first place, are they? Hayasaka AI finally saw that the other party wasn't even willing to be perfunctory, not even giving her a next time for sure opportunity. Then what exactly do you mean? Could it be that she thought about it for so long and didn't get anything right? No wonder Kagaya-sama is so troubled. Who could guess what he's thinking? After saying goodbye to Hayasaka AI, it didn't take much effort to find Shinomiya Kagaya, who was staying in her class and hadn't gone anywhere. Xia Chuanzu stopped a girl outside the door and asked her to help call for someone, then waited patiently outside. Shinomiya-san, the president has something to talk to you about. Instantly, the entire class became lively. President? Is this his first time coming here? Looking for Shinomiya-san, is it something about the student council? I don't think so, otherwise they could just discuss it in the student council room, right? Could it be that? Yes. It must be that. The thin-skinned Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't stand this kind of discussion. Instantly, red frost surged onto her face. She lowered her head and hurried over, then asked in a low voice, President, what's the matter? She knew that Hayasaka had gone to find Xia Chuanzu, saying it was to gather information or something, but she never expected that he would even directly coax the president over. Hayasaka's efficiency is too high, isn't it? Could it be that she told him that she likes the president? And then he came over. Then she thought of the way her classmates were teasing her. See, could it be that? Well, it's a bit of a private matter. Xia Chuanzu nodded slightly. Although it was to ask the other party to help cheer on the speech, it was ultimately his private matter. It wouldn't matter if Kagaya didn't agree, since that time was somewhat forced. Let's find a place to talk. Looking at the noisy environment around him, and noticing that many people were looking over here, Xia Chuanzu made this suggestion. If he was rejected in front of everyone, it would make the morning headlines tomorrow laughable. The former student council vice president refused to help the former student council president cheer on the speech, and it was for this reason. Maybe it would even evolve into some strange development, like discussing a non-existent love triangle or something. He quite likes watching gossip, but he wouldn't be happy if he was the one being gossiped about. Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly became flustered and stammered. "See, can you give me a little time?" Xia Chuanzu nodded, then told her that he would wait for her on the playground. Originally, he wanted to go to the student council room, but he had already returned the key to the grade director, so he simply found an open space. After Xia Chuanzu left, Shinomiya Kagaya returned to her class with floating steps, during which she was constantly questioned by other classmates. "Shinomiya-san, is it that? It must be that, right? It's finally coming, Shinomiya-san, good luck." Suddenly telling me to cheer up or something. The silly young lady's face was rosy, her posture was coy, but she refused to admit it at all. "See, certainly, it's a misunderstanding, the president is looking for me for something else, something." However, that being said, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face at all, and her heart was even more excited. It must be a confession, a confession. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to her classroom to look for her. So she began to think about how she should reply to the president later. "Yes, I am very willing." Wouldn't that seem too unreserved? "Since the president is so strongly requesting it, I will reluctantly agree, be a little nicer. The president might misunderstand that she's pitying him." "Oh well, never mind, I'll think about it later." Thinking like this, Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't help but thank Hayasaka, not knowing what she had done to make the president suddenly get enlightened. Little AI is awesome. The president is going to confess to me. The word "read" quickly popped up over there, followed by a big question mark. The temperature has been a bit high these days, and there aren't many people on the playground except for those club activity members, which is perfect for walking and talking about things. After watching others play soccer for a while, Xia Chuanzu waited for Shinomiya Kagaya. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Shinomiya Kagaya seemed to have put on some makeup. And the overall feeling she gave was completely different from just now. She also exuded something like the aura of a young girl. Although she was originally one, it was somewhat inconsistent with her long-standing image. But that was all right. The key was that there was a dense crowd of people following behind her, not knowing what they were doing here. They wouldn't be here to watch him confess, would they? He wasn't here for that kind of thing. "President, have you been waiting long?" Unexpectedly, when she saw him, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly showed a smiling face, greatly shocking Xia Chuanzu. Where did this cute girl come from? For a moment, Xia Chuanzu wondered if there was a twin sister in this world with a personality completely opposite to Shinomiya Kagaya's. Shinomiya, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but President, didn't you say you had something to talk to me about?" The silly young lady still had a happy look on her face, and even got closer. So close. The delicate and smooth skin, the slender and slightly curled beautiful eyelashes, the pink and moist lips, and the sweet breath spraying on his face, were all within reach, making it impossible for him to calm down. Then I'll just say it directly." Xia Chuanzu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. "I hope you, Shinomiya." Shinomiya Kagaya looked at him patiently. However, Xia Chuanzu couldn't say his request after opening his mouth for a long time. All he could think about was Kagaya's smiling, flowery, and cute appearance. So, entanglement, nervousness, uneasiness, all kinds of complex emotions instantly surged into his heart. Perhaps he was frightened by the students hiding not far away, or maybe it was something else. The heart that was very calm when facing Fujiwara Chika suddenly began to beat violently. What suddenly happened to him? "President?" Shinomiya Kagaya tilted her head slightly, looking at him with some concern. Suddenly, a breeze blew, and several petals from the pagoda tree above her head fell down, landing on Shinomiya Kagaya's head, and also landing in Xia Chuanzu's heart. Pressing his hand on his chest, trying to push back the heart that was about to jump out, Xia Chuanzu finally made up his mind. Shinomiya, I want to ask you to continue being my vice president. Not just cheering on the speech, but also the vice president, or something else. He wanted Kagaya to be by his side, not to leave him. Seeing that Shinomiya Kagaya's expression was not very good, Xiachuanzu quickly said. Indeed, my request is a bit excessive. There's no bet this time either. If you don't want to stay in the student council anymore, it's okay. President. Yes. I'm very happy to. Ah. Whether it's the vice president or something else, my answer is, yes, I am very willing. Kagaya's smile suddenly became gentle again. However, as a reward, hold my hand, okay? Ah. Is president unwilling? No, if it's just holding hands. Xia Chuanzu shook his head, then looked at the crowd of onlookers behind him, finding that they still hadn't left. Might be misunderstood, right? It's okay, I don't mind. Then, just for a moment. So, Shinomiya Kagaya immediately went up to him, slowly grabbed Xia Chuanzu's hand, and interlocked her fingers with his. President's hands are very big. In a certain mansion of the Shinomiya family, a girl wearing pajamas was rolling back and forth on the bed. Ah! I held hands with the president. The same lines were repeated several times, and even the accompanying maid next to her was getting a little impatient listening to it. Chapter 43. Miss Kagaya. I would like to remind you that it is already 11:30 p.m., and it's time for you to rest. But I can't sleep. The airhead young lady suddenly sat up, pouting in a spoiled manner, as if flowers were blooming around her head, instantly filling the room with a pink, girlish aura. Hee, the chairman even held my hand. I wonder what will happen next. Miss, if I may be frank, instead of constantly thinking about these things, why don't you just send a message to Master Kawa and invite him to hang out tomorrow? Hayasaka AI pointed to the phone Kagaya was clutching in her hand, reminding her. Her silly miss has been glued to her phone ever since they got back, saying she's waiting for Master Kawa to take the initiative to message her. What a dream. Just holding hands, and only because Miss took the initiative, and she thinks she can win over that scumbag? Miss, aren't you being too naive? Oh no, that won't do. Inviting the chairman to hang out would be progressing too fast. Hayasaka AI was speechless, thinking, you've already held hands and you think hanging out together is progressing too fast? Do you think holding hands is easier than inviting someone to hang out? As expected of her miss, she's so innocent. What's with that expression? Holding hands is definitely nothing, hanging out together is the hard part, okay? Who knows what might happen? Sounds. But you were just rolling around on the bed because you held someone's hand. Hayasaka AI sighed, feeling at a loss for what to do. Her miss is completely hopeless, completely smitten with that scumbag chairman. If the other party liked Miss Kagaya, it would be fine, she would just keep giving advice and assisting, but after so many attempts to probe, she can't figure out what his attitude is. If he doesn't like Miss Kagaya, why does he keep teasing her, maintaining a close relationship with her, and even running over to flirt with Miss today, even at the risk of being misunderstood? If he does like her, why did he confess to her, the maid, before? Could it be that he really wants to be a two-timing scumbag? But the information she gathered before doesn't suggest that, which is frustrating. Hayasaka AI has a feeling that her Mrs. Road to Love will be exceptionally bumpy. At the same time, Kawasuya, who had been lying on his bed for over an hour, couldn't fall asleep, his mind filled with the scene from this afternoon where Kagaya Shinomiya had taken the initiative to clasp his hands. Shinomiya, could she like him? But shouldn't she like Shirogane Miyuki? Or has he been misunderstanding all along, and Shinomiya actually likes him? Confusion, that's all there is, especially confusion. Kawasuya's brain was really about to overheat, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't believe the possibility that Kagaya Shinomiya actually liked him. He would rather believe that Fujiwara Chika liked him than believe that Kagaya Shinomiya, who always had a cold face and competed with him, liked him. Don't even mention liking him before this afternoon, he even suspected that she didn't have a single good impression of him. How is he supposed to think about this? A cold-faced subordinate who originally hated me to death suddenly shows me a gentle and beautiful smile one day, and the reason behind it is actually because she likes me? This level of fantasy could be written into a light novel. At least Kawasuya is more inclined to believe that she suddenly fell ill, damaged her brain, or was pretending to be attentive for some other purpose. Unless Kagaya Shinomiya is really good at disguising, able to bury her true feelings deep in her heart without revealing them, but her behavior towards the person she likes in the original work isn't like that. Moreover, there is another point that he cares about even more. He seems to no longer like them as he used to. If it were the him from before, he might have confessed to Kagaya without hesitation when she suddenly smiled gently at him and said, "Chairman, is there anything I can do for you?" From the Ice Princess Kagaya. To being able to show a smile, that kind of transformation is enough to prove that Kagaya truly cares about him. Maybe she has a good impression, maybe she really likes him, but in any case, he would definitely go for it. But now he doesn't dare. He doesn't dare to say the words of confession, afraid that after being rejected, he won't even be able to be friends. He also doesn't dare to test his true feelings again, afraid that if she really agrees, he will become even more confused. So he replaced it with other things. He said to her, "Please continue to be my vice chairman," instead of, "I like you, please go out with me." From the surface, he seems to be retreating, not daring to confess, but in reality, this is a more serious performance. Just like what he thought that day, his feelings for Kagaya Shinomiya shouldn't be real love, but something else. The former him would definitely firmly believe that his love was genuine, and even if it wasn't sincere, he would turn it into sincerity by continuing to associate, but now he would think that this is a wrong idea. Maybe he has really grown up, but it is likely that everyone has taught him this truth. Having an insincere love and associating with others is itself a mistake, even if he is not purposeful, but simply does not know his true heart. Fake is fake, even if it comes true, it's just adding some costumes. So he didn't dare to test it anymore, unless one day he could correctly determine his true feelings. And when that day really comes, then he will definitely no longer be humble, afraid of being rejected, but will be able to stand upright in front of his beloved girl, and say loudly and proudly to her, "I like you, please go out with me." Of course, it would be best to agree. He would pick her up and spin her around in place to express his joy. Even if he was rejected, it doesn't matter, he would smile and wish her to find true love. Maybe he would hide in a corner where no one is and cry bitterly afterwards, but that must be his true feelings and not regretting that his long-term efforts have been wasted. Well, sure enough, he really grew up. Even if he is no longer as decisive as before, but becomes worried about gains and losses, but only in this way can he prove that he is considering more and prove that he cares more about emotional matters. Good night. The me of the past. Judging by the standards of a single person, Kawasuya is undoubtedly a textbook answer: regular work and rest, healthy diet, attention to personal hygiene, and will not often bring women back to his home. He is a perfect single male high school student. However, the truth is that if his life doesn't become so healthy, the angel next door will point fingers at his bad performance, and then forcefully intervene in his life, trying to turn him into a waste. He naturally doesn't want to be a waste again, so he has to try to learn to be good. At least, he must do this in front of the angel who has become more and more presumptuous recently and doesn't even say hello when entering his house. "Good morning, Suya." Shiina Mahiru, who was watching TV, ran over immediately when she saw him. "Good morning," Kawasuya responded while yawning. He wouldn't be surprised anymore, even if he saw a charming cook who suddenly appeared in his house and prepared breakfast for him. Even while eating the nutritious breakfast she had carefully prepared, Kawasuya had time to think about even more rude things. Shiina, could she also be a bit tsundere? For example, saying that he should be prepared for something, but in fact, the angel's recent actions are no different from usual. At most, she has evolved from only making dinner for him to occasionally making him breakfast, lunch bento, and cleaning his house. If it's just these things, it can't be said that he needs to be prepared for something. But to be honest, he was really startled at first, and he didn't want to agree so easily, but he couldn't resist Sheena's cute spoiled appearance and angry little emotions, so he had to let her mess around. During this period, some embarrassing things happened, such as when the angel was planning to wash the clothes Kawasuya had placed in the basket, she found a pair of underpants in a strange state, so she was startled. After that, she blushed and scolded Kawasuya severely and ran back to her house, and since then, she has refused to help him wash clothes. Although he didn't mean that in the first place. "Does Suya have any plans for today?" "Yeah, I'm meeting up with a friend," Kawasuya nodded. The angel has really become more and more like a housekeeper recently. If it weren't for some things that he still does himself, he would feel like he was really going to be raised as a waste. "Then be careful on the road, remember to send me a message when you get back." Shiina Mahiru nodded lightly, but didn't ask him for the specific situation. For people she cares about, if she interferes too much in their personal life, it will make them afraid and stay away from her. Does Shiina have no plans for today either? Kawasuya slightly averted his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. The gentle and virtuous angel has too much killing power on him, especially at this time when he just woke up. She is so warm and within reach that it is easy for him to misunderstand that he has fallen in love with her again. I originally wanted to spend it with Suya, but since you have something to do, I'll go find Katou-san. Katou? Kawasuya was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect to hear Katou Megumi's name from Shiina's mouth. Are you two that close? If he remembers correctly, the two people's first meeting was only last weekend, right? In just 1 week, Katou has conquered the angel. As expected of you, Katou, Kawasuya silently admired in his heart. It's okay, we've been chatting online these past few days. The angel's pretty face was red, with a somewhat embarrassed look. Kawasuya didn't understand why she was like this. Isn't it a good thing to make friends? But there are many things he doesn't understand, and he doesn't lack this one, so he continued to eliminate the food in front of him. After eating and tidying up his clothes, Kawasuya went out. I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. After taking the train for a few stops and walking for a while, he soon arrived at the place he had agreed to meet. A cute girl was standing there looking forward to it, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Senior, you're finally here. The little devil junior wearing a white shirt and a brown striped skirt suddenly appeared. It was Aoha Ishiki. Senior is too slow. Aoha was almost falling asleep waiting. I'm not late, you came too early. Kawasuya shook his phone at her, the time on it showing 8:55, still a bit away from the agreed time. Oh, anything about dating, as long as you come later than the girl, it's considered late. So the little devil junior started arguing. Kawasuya keenly noticed something was wrong. Dating? Yes, dating, she replied. I'm going back. So Kawasuya turned around to leave, but was quickly grabbed by the corner of his clothes by Aoha Ishiki. It's a rehearsal, a rehearsal. It's considered research, to let me familiarize myself with the dating process. This time Kawasuya couldn't refuse. But in his heart, he still thought that it would have been better if he had refused, but he really valued the list of supporters. It can only be said that if you want to gain something, you must pay something. Fortunately, he is also familiar with research and the like, and he often did it with his senior and Eriri in the club before. Where are we going? Let me state in advance that I'm not familiar with the stores in this area. Oh, it doesn't matter, I've already made a detailed plan. Senior just needs to follow in Iroha's footsteps. The little devil junior looked confident, but what she said made Kawasuya want to complain. Since you can plan it all out, why don't you just go and implement it with the person you want to date? Why bother pulling him for a research rehearsal first? It's really a bit redundant. But despite what he thought, his body still honestly followed. The first stop for the two was a movie theater. Chapter 44. As a classic choice, it never goes out of style, whether it's a date or anything else. I want to see this. The little devil junior pointed to the poster on the wall. Xia Chuanzu followed her gaze and saw a classic love movie, Titanic. This is too classic, isn't it? But although it's not original, it's still a good choice. Then Senior, you're not thinking of watching another movie, are you? Let me make it clear in advance, absolutely no watching one movie each. No, no matter what, I wouldn't do that, would I? Xia Chuanzu was speechless. What did Isatsuyu take him for? Or rather, could there be such outrageous people in the world? I just wanted to say, then I'll go buy the tickets, . Then Senior, go early and come back early. Oh, right, remember to buy a large bucket of popcorn. Tsuyu likes large ones. Buy it yourself. Many things feel amazing and interesting when you first see them, but after seeing them too many times, you no longer feel moved by them. This is especially obvious in the viewing experience. Titanic is indeed a good work, but its commercial meaning is also very obvious. A poor boy with a little talent accidentally meets a rich young lady and quickly falls in love with her. After experiencing various hardships, they confirm their feelings. It doesn't matter whether the ending is good or bad, but at least such a process can move most viewers, so much so that no one cares about those innocent supporting characters, such as the woman's fiancé. The man's childhood sweetheart, etc. In reality, they should have been the ones to reach the end with the protagonist, but this is not the case in artistic works. So I don't like this movie, Xia Chuanzu said definitively. After walking out of the cinema with Issa Tsayu, he launched a sharp review of the movie. Perhaps influenced by his own personal experience, he can no longer hold this movie in high regard, only feeling that it deceives the audience and excessively praises love. It's not suitable for him anymore. Senior is too much of a straight man, isn't he? At times like this, you should go along with the girl's wishes. Xia Chuanzu ignored her and asked directly, what's the next item? His attitude was as cold as if he was completing a task. Tch Issa Tsayu glared at him lightly. Next let's do some exercise. But it's almost lunchtime, isn't it? Are you sure you want to choose a sports item? Especially after just watching a movie, and a romantic literary film at that, shouldn't they find a place to rest and savor it? It's precisely because we're going to eat. So let's do a little exercise first, so the subsequent food will be more fragrant. Let's go, senior. Hey. So she didn't plan to solicit his opinion at all, right? Xia Chuanzu sighed and followed along anyway. Walking into the gym, after looking around casually, the two finally chose to play table tennis. As a sports item, it's not too tiring, but it's also quite interesting. Provided that the levels of both parties are similar. If senior loses, you have to treat me. Issa Tsayu suggested. By the way, I haven't played table tennis since junior high school, senior, you have to let me win a little. Me too, more or less, Xia Chuanzu glanced at her, thinking that this junior was really despicable, starting by showing weakness, and then saying that she was just rusty if she lost. Okay, let him test her out. That's what he originally thought, and even prepared for a back-and-forth tug-of-war, but he didn't expect the other party to be so bad that he couldn't bear to look at her. She couldn't even catch his ordinary serve. I say, you wouldn't not know how to play at all, would you? Xia Chuanzu's expression was a little subtle. Don't underestimate people, you mere senior. I'm just rusty after not playing for so long. It's my turn to serve, senior, take this. Oh, Xia Chuanzu said perfunctorily, thinking that you couldn't possibly hit a table tennis ball with a splash of 20 meters per second. Oh right, senior, do you have anyone you like take this? No, replying like this, Xia Chuanzu also returned the other party's serve. This time, Issa Tsayu couldn't sit still and immediately put her hands on her hips, puffing out her face to protest. Why aren't you concerned at all, senior? You should at least be stunned for a moment when asked about this kind of thing. Even if you say that, there's nothing to think about, Xia Chuanzu spread his hands. Not to mention the reason why he wasn't very familiar with you, it was also a point that there was no need to lie. He didn't really like, or rather, he couldn't be sure if he liked anyone. But more importantly, isn't chatting while playing ball a normal thing? Damn it, continue. So the little devil junior, unwilling to admit defeat, continued to make a fuss. Like making faces and acting cute while playing ball, but unfortunately it was useless. Only the fluttering skirt when she moved accidentally attracted a little of his attention. But that was it. After looking at it a few more times, he didn't care so much. That makes it 3 o'clock, I won. Damn it, I could only get a few points. The junior's expression looked a little disappointed. This was normal, after all, the match was almost one-sided, and she would even have to treat him later because of it. Xia Chuanzu didn't dare to reply. In fact, he had already held back a lot, otherwise the other party would have had a hard time getting even 1 point. But he didn't dare say that, otherwise it would be too cruel. The other party was just a junior who liked to be arrogant, and he didn't need to go to that extent. Senior's strength is too strong, isn't it? At this level, you can already become a school team player. No, you're just too weak, Xia Chuanzu retorted. With his strength, he would go to participate in the school team. He used to be beaten to a pulp in class, so don't let him go and embarrass himself. Ugh. I don't care, it's clearly Senior's fault, you're so strong but you pretend to be a newbie. Does Senior want Tsayu to treat you that much? Could it be that Senior likes Tsayu? You want to take the opportunity to attract Tsayu's attention, right? That's elementary school behavior, Senior. Even if you do that, Tsayu won't like it, or rather, if Senior cherished and was gentler, Tsayu might agree. At the same time, she kept blinking her eyes and acting cute. That's absolutely impossible, Xia Chuanzu pushed her away, shaking his head at the same time. This junior was probably talking nonsense after losing the game, starting to create a reasonable reason to explain herself. But he wouldn't succumb. For lunch, I'd really like to try Omuris. Kukuku Senior is still too young, Sayu, I said, if Senior loses, you have to treat me, but I didn't say that I have to treat if I lose. Xia Chuanzu raised his eyebrows, thinking that this junior was indeed cunning. So he turned his head, didn't say anything, and just stared at her intently. What are you doing? Even if Senior stares at me like that. Stare. Okay. I'll treat you, ugh. Sayu's allowance, sob. Only then did Xia Chuanzu nod in satisfaction. It wasn't that he didn't know how to quit while he was ahead, but why shouldn't he eat this meal that he won with his strength? At most, he would give way in the afternoon's project and treat this arrogant junior back. Hey, Senior, I don't remember you saying that you wanted to come to this kind of store. Standing in front of a maid cafe, Sayu asked Xia Chuanzu a soul-searching question. Could it be that Senior is also an otaku who likes to watch anime? The junior's eyes seemed a little disgusted, but it didn't reach the level of disgust at most. It was like saying, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Senior. I can't be called an otaku, but some anime are actually quite interesting, Xia Chuanzu shrugged, not refuting much. He didn't have many opportunities to watch them before, but now he has the opportunity but doesn't have the time. He wouldn't think of deliberately hiding the fact that he liked to watch anime, but he wasn't social enough to freely promote his hobbies in this regard. After all, in this society in Neon, dead dog is sometimes not just a simple joke. I've always wanted to go in and visit, but I'm a little embarrassed to go alone, Xia Chuanzu explained to Sayu beside him. It just so happens that I'm with you today, so please help me out. The only ones who can have common topics with him in terms of otaku are Senior, Lily, and the others, but in their case he's really embarrassed to invite them to come together. But it's okay with Issa, anyway, they're not familiar, so it doesn't matter what she thinks. The little devil junior made a disgusted shriek, but she didn't explicitly refuse. In the end, she hesitated and nodded lightly. Let me make it clear in advance, if it's some strange store I'll leave Senior behind and walk away. Don't worry, I've investigated before, this is a serious store, not what you think. Then Sayu's eyes became even more disgusted, as I thought, Senior, you were thinking about that kind of thing, right? Xia Chuanzu was numb. He didn't expect that he would be fished, but at this time, he had to bite the bullet. He couldn't waste the opportunity that he had finally gotten. So he pretended not to hear her and took the lead in stepping into the store. Master Miss, welcome back. As soon as he entered the door, he was infected by the youthful welcome of the maid ladies, and Xia Chuanzu's eyes couldn't help but become subtle. Senior. Your nose has gotten bigger. A green jade finger immediately poked Xia Chuanzu's waist. Looking back, the little devil junior also came in, also pouting her lips to tease him. Where did I come from, Pinocchio? Xia Chuanzu retorted, then the two sat down under the welcome of the maids. Master, this is today's menu, please take a look. As soon as he sat down, a sweet-looking maid lady brought a menu and waited beside him, ready to move at any time. Do you have that love heart Omuris? Xia Chuanzu asked softly. He didn't forget his original intention. If he said he would eat Omuris, he would eat Omuris. It's on the back of the menu, master. So Xia Chuanzu turned the menu over and sure enough saw today's recommendations. Several options were also followed under the dishes, such as love heart magic and other particularly shameful words. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that when the Omuris was served, some ketchup would be squeezed on it and magic would be applied. Cough cough, just follow the most classic set menu, I don't have any other requirements. Now that he's here, he should try it a little. It's just that those words look too shameful, and he can't say them. After ordering, Xia Chuanzu looked at Sayu opposite him and asked her, Issa, what do you want? Chapter 45. I'm already full. The little devilish junior glared at him, then said in a huff. Dating Caillou and still wanting to come to a place like this, you're the worst, senpai. I told you, it's not a date, Xia Chuanku lightly retorted, but it was indeed his fault for wanting to satisfy his curiosity, not expecting that Yoshiki would be so resistant. Sorry, if you feel uncomfortable, we can leave. It's good that senpai knows what's good for him. Yoshiki Kaiyu's expression softened a bit, then after a long silence, she asked again. Does senpai like maids that much? No, it's not like I particularly like them, I'm just curious. But his mind couldn't help but start fantasizing. If Shiina could wear such clothes at home and say to him, Master, welcome home. Senpai. Your nose is getting bigger again. And you say you don't like them. That's why I said it's impossible. Theoretically, when a person is excited, blood circulation accelerates, and inhaling more oxygen will make the nostrils slightly larger, but such changes are too subtle to be noticed. This arrogant junior is definitely trying to trick him. Hurry up and order, don't cause trouble for people. Xia Chuanku began to change the subject. Humph, the little devilish junior snorted lightly, then stood up. I'm going to the restroom, don't you dare peek, you idiot senpai. Who would do that? After Yoshiki Kaiyu left, Xia Chuanku waved to the maid beside him, asking her to prepare the meal first. As for the junior's portion, he'd let her decide when she returned. After waiting for a long time, the little devilish junior still didn't come back, but the omelette rice he ordered was brought up. Master, your love omelette rice, the voice was sickeningly sweet, giving Xia Chuanku goosebumps. Okay, thank you. As soon as he turned around, Xia Chuanku noticed something was wrong. The person who brought him the meal wasn't a maid from the shop at all, but the little devilish junior who had disappeared after going to the restroom. Ah. What? Senpai looks so shocked, doesn't Kaiyu's maid outfit look good? Don't stand there dumbfounded, senpai. At times like this, you should happily ask Kaiyu to take a picture. Ah, okay, Xia Chuanku nodded subconsciously, even taking out his phone. As a result, the little devilish junior immediately put on a disgusted expression. So, senpai is indeed a big pervert, he gets excited as soon as I say he can take a picture. He was getting hard, his fist was getting hard. Xia Chuanku's face was full of black lines, and he really wanted to go up and give this arrogant junior a profound lesson on the forehead, so she would know that the human body can also make a crisp sound like a dong. Senpai, don't be silent. Is it that Kaiyu doesn't look good? No, it's pretty good actually. Yay. I knew senpai was a maid con, I guessed right. You. Wah, I'm so hungry, Kaiyu is running out of energy. The little devilish junior rubbed her stomach, looking a little aggrieved. That's what you get for not eating lunch, you've been playing all day, you'll definitely be hungry if you don't replenish your energy, Xia Chuanku criticized. I really don't understand you, why would you rather spend money on role-playing than order something there? If I eat that embarrassing food, I'll become a useless person who can't eat properly without a girl's help, right? Yoshiki Kaiyu looked at him with righteous indignation. What the hell? You're talking about babies, not otaku, right? Apologize to all the otaku in the world. Aren't you a girl yourself? Xia Chuanku subconsciously retorted. Also, don't underestimate otaku, they are a group of people who can live strong lives even without girls, they are warriors with powerful hearts. Is senpai one too? Ah, I'm not, Xia Chuanku immediately retorted. He wasn't an otaku, he just liked watching anime. Not convincing at all. Yoshiki Kaiyu puffed out her cheeks and looked at him, then became pitiful again. Hey, senpai, do you like sweets? If senpai really wants to eat sweets now, Kaiyu wouldn't mind going with you. Isn't eating sweets before a meal a bad habit? Xia Chuanku glanced at her. He originally wanted to say, no, I don't want to eat at all, but he was afraid of really making her angry, so he seriously replied. After all, it's almost dinner time, can't you wait a little longer? Damn it! Where did you come from, you demon? Your kind and cute junior is already starving and you're telling her to endure it. So, the little devilish junior let out a coquettish cry, then stretched out two fingers and kept poking at Xia Chuanku. Mean senpai, Kaiyu even treated you to lunch. Just kidding, Xia Chuanku easily diffused her attacks with one hand, and even pointed to the dessert shop on the street. There, the dessert shop you're looking for. Yoshiki Kaiyu looked in the direction he pointed, and then her eyes lit up, but she immediately showed a suspicious expression. That's strange, how did senpai know there was a dessert shop here? Could it be that you've been here with other girls before? Brains are a good thing, seeing that the little devilish junior was about to bite him, Xia Chuanku quickly explained. It's the navigation. I looked at the navigation. He had searched on his phone as soon as Hikigaya complained about being hungry. The nearest dessert shop was here, so he brought her over. I'll say it in advance, I haven't been here before, don't blame me if you don't think it's delicious, he started with a disclaimer, and Xia Chuanku had some experience in this area. Oh my, senpai, don't be so unmanly. If it's not delicious, I'll definitely blame it all on senpai. Xia Chuanku glanced at her speechlessly, thinking that she didn't realize how hungry she was at all. As everyone knows, when people are starving, they can eat anything, even if it's not very tasty. He really didn't believe that this little devilish junior could give away the dessert, at most she would frown and eat it while complaining that it was unappetizing. Entering the store, they found a secluded spot to sit down. After receiving the menu from the waiter, Xia Chuanku glanced at it and handed it to Hikigaya. The little devilish junior didn't have any difficulty choosing. She circled and selected her order all at once, then asked Xia Chuanku. I want a galaxy mousse, and a strawberry sundae. What about senpai? Just an espresso. Isn't senpai going to have some sweets? This store also sells ice cream. I'm okay, I'm saving room for dinner, Xia Chuanku shook his head. He had been raised with good habits by the angel, and now he didn't even touch snacks much. But the most important thing was that he didn't really like sweets. No way. Senpai is still thinking about eating dinner later. If I don't eat dinner, what will I eat? You. Xia Chuanku retorted, then picked up the booklet next to him and started reading the food introductions on it. Senpai is so full of himself, the little devilish junior snorted softly, but she didn't bother him anymore, and instead said something to the waiter next to her. Before long, the things they ordered were brought up one after another. Xia Chuanku glanced at them casually and found that there were also some different kinds of wagashi. You ordered so much, can you finish it? Xia Chuanku's eyes were subtle. Although this junior in front of him hadn't eaten lunch, she would definitely be full after eating so much, especially since she also ordered wagashi, a sweet that easily fills you up. Oh my, senpai, don't worry about it, just mind your own business. Xia Chuanku ignored her and instead picked up his perfectly stirred espresso and took a sip. The aroma of nuts filled his mouth, followed by a bitter touch, but after it dissipated, there was a subtle sweetness. Senpai, how's the coffee, is it good? Watching Xia Chuanku's series of leisurely movements, Hikigaya suddenly became interested. Is it good? Xia Chuanku's eyes were subtle, thinking that this arrogant junior wanted to see him make a fool of himself. But looking at her expression, she seemed very ignorant. Cough cough, the taste is actually not bad, it's very sweet, do you want to try it? So, Xia Chuanku extended an invitation to her. And now? Okay, but let me state in advance, senpai, don't get any wrong ideas. Wrong ideas? Xia Chuanku tilted his head, a little confused. Was she saying that he shouldn't be mischievous? But looking at her expression and movements, she didn't seem to have guessed his thoughts. But he definitely couldn't show weakness at this time, otherwise it would be easy for her to suspect him. I didn't think anything, you can rest assured, Xia Chuanku said, and gently pushed the coffee over. The movements were neither fast nor slow, just right. Tea, that's good, Hikigaya nodded lightly, then picked up the espresso and took a small sip. How is it? Xia Chuanku asked expectantly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the other party's expression suddenly change, and her small mouth opened. She spat it all over his face. As everyone knows, girls are made of sugar, spice, and everything nice, let's assume it's honey water. After all, for boys, even ordinary saliva exchange is enough to make them addicted, let alone anything else, so it's okay to use it as a metaphor. But what Xia Chuanku didn't expect was that he would be sprayed with water one day. Oh no, he should say, coffee. I'm sorry, senpai. Kaiju is so sorry. I caused you trouble. Unfortunately, Xia Chuanku didn't have any other thoughts at this moment, and only one word remained in his mind: MB. The degree can be described as general anesthesia, that is, total anesthesia. He just wanted to see Hikigayu's deflated look, watching her swallow the bitter liquid and reveal an unbearable expression, but he didn't expect her to not swallow it at all, but instead spit it all out. And it was sprayed on his face. Not only that, but his chest, shoulders, neck, etc. Basically all the parts exposed above the table were impacted. It can only be said that fortunately he was wearing dark clothes today, and the spilled coffee stains were almost invisible on his dark shirt, so it was okay. As for the neck and face, it would be fine with a little washing. The only thing he couldn't stand was the feeling that he had lifted a stone and smashed it on his own foot. "Senpai, are you okay?" Hikigayu's tone was a little weak. In fact, she did feel responsible. But she also hid a hint of schadenfreude in her heart. Senpai is also at fault. It was Senpai who tricked me into drinking such a bitter thing. It would have been okay if he had told me in advance, but he even tricked me into saying it was sweet. I couldn't help it. Damn Senpai. Actually deceiving an ignorant girl into drinking that kind of thing, guilty. But she thought so, but didn't dare to say it. After all, Xia Chuanku obviously looked like he was in a bad mood at the moment, and if she annoyed him again, she didn't know what would be done to her. After washing his face again and calming down his emotions a little, Xia Chuanku raised his head and looked at Hikigaya and said, "Let's go back." "Eh? Go back, do you mean go home to change clothes?" "Go back to eat, wasting food is shameful," Xia Chuanku replied expressionlessly. Chapter 46. Although I was sprayed with coffee, the espresso was innocent, and since he was going to pay the bill later, I couldn't just go home. Anyway, my clothes were already dirty, and the stain wasn't too obvious, so what's the harm in staying a little longer? You can't possibly dye it again, can you? Okay. Got it, senpai. Because I had mentioned it to the waiter earlier, the things hadn't been cleared away when the two of them returned, except that Aoha Ishiki's strawberry sundae had melted a little, but it wasn't a big deal, since it had nothing to do with him. As an apology, senpai, would you like to try this sundae? Aoha Ishiki suggested ingratiatingly. Kazunari Snowball glanced at her and then shook his head. "You eat it, I don't want it." Maybe this arrogant junior had the idea of wanting to retaliate, but since she could eat it, there was no reason for him not to accept it. However, he wanted to say, "I refuse," to her now. No reason, he just felt good after refusing. "Senpai, really, don't you think Aoha wants you to finish the melted part?" "I didn't think of that, okay. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have thought so carefully." Kazunari Snowball rolled his eyes in his heart. As expected, this guy just won't learn, even if it's an unimportant matter to him. She's still thinking about teasing him. "Hurry up and finish eating, let's go and complete the next thing." "Really? Senpai is actually going to continue going on a date with Aoha with coffee stains on his body? Whose fault do you think it is?" Kazunari Snowball glared at her. "It doesn't matter, anyway, it's getting dark, you can't see it unless you look closely. But Aoha might dislike it. After all. I'm going back." After saying that, he pretended to stand up. Senpai, I'm sorry, Aoha got carried away, please don't go back." The little devil junior put her hands together and apologized to him. "Please continue dating Aoha, at least finish all the scheduled items for today. Then hurry up and eat, don't talk nonsense," Kazunari Snowball said without curiosity. "Yes, sir." So she stopped talking and began to bury herself in her work. After a while, Aoha Ishiki finally wiped out her cake and ice cream, but there were still a few wagashi left on the table, so she rolled her eyes and suggested to Kazunari Snowball, "Senpai, I really can't eat anymore, let's divide them." Kazunari Snowball looked up at the mochi balls and daifuku on the table, hesitating to shake his head. "Didn't Senpai say it himself? Don't waste food, Senpai must set an example. This stuff was clearly ordered by you, okay? I only ordered a coffee." "Alright, since you can't eat it, I'll take care of it." Okay, I'll leave it to Senpai. But before that. Let me taste them first." Then she handed the two wagashi over with her own hands, blinking her innocent little eyes. Just a mere declaration of sovereignty, does she really think he cares? Kazunari Snowball looked at this arrogant junior with a dumbfounded expression. He's seen this kind of plot before, like back then, when classmates borrowed water from others, they would take the first sip themselves, and some with a dark sense of humor would even lick the bottle mouth twice. Really talented. What's even more bizarre is that the person who took the water didn't dislike it, and even repeated the same action, then gave the original owner a, expression, highlighting an arrogance of. Who's afraid of who? Honestly, he used to be quite envious. After all, being able to do that meant that the relationship between the two was really good, and he just happened to lack such good friends who could joke around with each other. So Kazunari Snowball was actually not afraid at all, it was just a bite, it wasn't like it fell on the ground, what's there to not eat? Rather, the more the other party made small moves, the more he wanted to see this arrogant junior embarrassed. So he directly took the wagashi handed over by Aoha Ishiki and took a big bite from where she had bitten, even savoring it carefully in front of her. Aso, he commented. I don't know if he meant the wagashi or something else. Aoha Ishiki, who was originally a little embarrassed, immediately put on an annoyed expression, glared at him fiercely, and whispered. Stupid senpai, the worst. Although such and such things happened, the overall dining process was quite enjoyable, and the food tasted pretty good, which satisfied some of his appetite. The most important thing was that after seeing the little devil junior's embarrassed appearance, his mood couldn't help but improve a little. What's next? Kazunari Snowball asked Aoha Ishiki next to him. The other party was a little excited, still flipping through her phone, which seemed to be recording some notes. Next is the aquarium, it's a few minutes walk in that direction. Aoha Ishiki pointed in a direction, then grabbed Kazunari Snowball's arm and hurried up. Senpai, hurry up, we're running out of time. Running out of time? Are they closing at night? Oh no, not that, Aoha Ishiki shook her head, acting mysterious. Humph, senpai, don't be so curious, Aoha won't reveal it in advance. Just come with me. There was no way, since she said so, Kazunari Snowball had no choice but to obediently speed up his pace. It's good to be faster, the sooner he finishes his work, the sooner he can rest. Although the coffee stain on his body has dried, it's still a bit awkward to leave it alone, so it's good to be able to go back sooner. Before long, the two arrived at the appointed place. The target aquarium is in a park, and you need to buy an all-in-one ticket to enter, but the ticket price is not expensive. Only 700 yen for adults, and only 250 yen for junior high school students, but unfortunately they are past their expiration date and can't take advantage of it. He handed the purchase ticket to Aoha Ishiki, but she inexplicably complained about it. Senpai always becomes inexplicably assertive in this kind of place, just like when you suddenly said you were going to treat me to dessert, it scared Aoha. But this doesn't cost much, there's no need to take it to heart, Kazunari Snowball shook his head. As for treating you, it's because you treated me to lunch, so I'm returning the favor. The reward is a reward, he definitely wants to take it, but if he really accepts it with peace of mind and doesn't respond, that definitely won't work, he's still a little concerned about it. Oh. Although the intention is good, senpai's wording doesn't get a high score from Aoha. At most, it's like 7 or 8 points. 7 or 8 points isn't high. The full score is 100, you know. Kazunari Snowball was speechless, thinking that this junior sister had never followed the routine from beginning to end. It seems that either she likes this kind of appearance, or she is deliberately teasing him, truly worthy of being a little devil type. Okay, senpai, don't be discouraged, quickly enjoy the happy time playing with Aoha. I'm not discouraged, Kazunari Snowball retorted decisively. This is very important, otherwise it would seem like he cares about the other party's evaluation. But even so, he still took a step and followed. The two walked and took pictures together, walking along the exhibition hall surrounded by a sea-blue magical tunnel. Watching the swimming, colorful tropical fish and various marine creatures aimlessly swimming in the water, and their mood couldn't help but relax a little. It doesn't feel as interesting as I imagined. Is that so? I think it's pretty good. That's because senpai hasn't been to this kind of place before, right? Aoha Ishiki complained. She could tell that her senpai just looked calm and indifferent on the surface. But was actually like a child who was taken out to play by his parents for the first time on the weekend, with inexplicable enthusiasm and anticipation for everything. I've seen aquariums that are more luxurious than this, with whale sharks, giant squid, and so on, and their size is at least a circle larger than here. Is that so? How amazing! Kazunari Snowball was a little absent-minded, and in fact, most of his attention was attracted by the scenery inside the glass. The blue sea, the colorful coral reefs, and so on, all of which were more interesting than the arrogant junior sister next to him. Aoha Ishiki glared at him fiercely, but unfortunately, she was completely ignored, so she poked his waist with her finger, and Kazunari Snowball finally came back to his senses. What's wrong? Senpai. When you go out with a girl, you have to pay attention to her. Even if the surrounding scenery is beautiful, you have to show that she is more beautiful than it. Remember that. Kazunari Snowball was stunned, and then apologized with some guilt. Sorry, I do have a problem. He was indeed a little too excited now, seeing these things that he could only see in books, so he completely ignored his companion next to him. The original purpose was to help the other party with research, but it wouldn't work if only he was happy now. And it's just a mere aquarium, you can only see fish and stuff, it's really not interesting, it's just because he hasn't been here before, and if he comes here about 10 times in the future, he should get tired of it too. Thinking this way, Kazunari Snowball finally convinced himself. Well, having said that, I don't know what to do specifically. I can't just keep looking at you and not look at those fish, right? Take pictures, take pictures. Seeing that Kazunari Snowball was willing to listen to her, Aoha Ishiki's face looked a little better, then handed him the phone and asked him to help take pictures. Listen carefully, senpai, when taking pictures, you have to first. It's not taking pictures of these fish and turtles, but taking pictures of Aoha, taking pictures of me. So Kazunari Snowball quickly realized and pointed the camera at Aoha Ishiki. His technique wasn't good, and he only took a few good-looking photos under the careful guidance of the little devil Jr. Is that enough now? Kazunari Snowball asked. He always heard that girls, whether they are traveling, checking in, or eating out, would first take a few selfies. Or have others help them, but he didn't believe it at first, thinking that taking pictures of people was not as important as taking pictures of scenery. The former can be done anytime, anywhere, and the latter can only be done in specific places, so the selfies after the trip are just photos to prove that they have been to this place. But now it seems that it's not the case at all. Compared to leaving evidence to prove that they have been to this place, it is more convincing to use a special background to set off their cuteness. Far from it. But considering that senpai seriously took pictures of Aoha's cute appearance, I'll praise you, senpai is amazing. I feel like I'm being treated like a child, Kazunari Snowball pouted. Okay, Aoha's photos are finished, next is senpai's. Be prepared, senpai. Me too. Of course, senpai doesn't want to come here for nothing, right? Then leave some photos as a souvenir. But I've already taken so many photos. Those of the fish don't count. You have to take pictures of senpai to show the feeling of playing, so senpai, stand still. After listening carefully, Kazunari Snowball also felt that it made sense, so he did as he was told. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see Aoha Ishiki say it was okay, so he became a little impatient. Even taking an artistic photo wouldn't take so long, right? Not yet. How long do you want me to hold this pose? Almost done, senpai, don't be so anxious. Aoha Ishiki shouted at him, then looked around and finally found an ant who looked relatively kind, so she comforted Kazunari Snowball. Senpai, wait, I'll be right back, stand still and don't move. Kazunari Snowball didn't know what she was going to do, but he thought that if she didn't come back in a few minutes, he definitely wouldn't do it. Fortunately, the waiting time was not long, Aoha Ishiki came back quickly, and even brought back a passerby ant. Just as Kazunari Snowball was wondering what happened, Aoha Ishiki suddenly ran to his side, took his arm, and whispered to him. Senpai, we're going to take a group photo next, stand still and don't move, you don't want to trouble others, right? How did it suddenly become a group photo? Didn't you say you wanted to take a picture of him and the background? However, it was too late to refuse, so Kazunari Snowball had to face the camera and smile. So, with the help of a passerby, a couple photo with a fairly harmonious atmosphere was officially produced. Thank you for your help, thank you very much. Taking the phone from the passerby ant, the little devil Jr. was very happy. This isn't just for commemorative purposes, senpai. After visiting the aquarium and watching the dolphin show, time quietly slipped away. This park has quite a few amusement facilities, but in addition to its inherent scenic views, other facilities require payment. The two of them walked along, having enjoyed quite a bit. Chapter 47. Perhaps it was because it was evening, but some things became less interesting. Instead, brightly colored ribbons kept appearing around, adding a lot of romantic color to the night park. Is this the last event? Xia Chuanzhou looked at the huge Ferris wheel for sightseeing, feeling slightly relieved. Today's schedule was packed. From the moment he arrived at the agreed place in the morning. He kept walking and playing. Except for the time spent watching movies and eating, he spent the rest of the time accompanying this little devil junior all over the place. Fortunately, he survived the hottest period. At this moment, the evening breeze gently brushed past, taking away some of his fatigue, and his mood became a little more cheerful. Why do I feel like senpai is particularly unwilling? Issa Tsayu pouted, looking at him with a disgruntled expression. Compared to Xia Chuanzou's listlessness, the little devil junior looked full of energy, with amazing vitality hidden in her small body. Is it so boring to go out with Tsayu? Of course not, overall I think it's quite interesting. Xia Chuanzou shook his head. I'm just a little emotional, like watching an anime that I've been following for a long time suddenly coming to an end. Meaning unclear. However, she didn't pay too much attention to this, and pulled Xia Chuanzou's arm towards the empty Ferris wheel car. Okay, no matter if senpai hates it or whatever, it's almost over, just bear with it for Tsayu's sake. So I said I don't hate it, Xia Chuanzou sighed and sat inside with Issa. The two sat facing each other, sometimes talking. Sometimes turning their eyes to the scenery outside the window, watching the tall trees on the side constantly lower their posture, and finally disappear. A wonderful feeling rose in Xia Chuanzou's heart. Looking down through the glass, the city, which was originally based on dark colors, suddenly seemed to be lit up. Colorful neon lights were visible everywhere, not only in the park under their feet, but also in the commercial buildings and not far away. The entire city was plunged into a brilliant ocean. Xia Chuanzou couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. It wasn't that he hadn't gone out at night, nor had he never been to a noisy commercial street, but he had never looked down on the city from such a high place. Being in it and being detached from it are completely different feelings. Senpai, it's beautiful, right? There are as many people as there are trash. Xia Chuanzou turned his head to look at her, and replied with a slightly helpless expression, if you didn't say such lines, maybe I would agree more. However, even so, the feeling this experience brought him was also great, with a feeling of joy that today was not in vain. Not bad, it seems that senpai completely remembered what Tsayu said. At this time, you should focus your attention on girls. Speaking of which, senpai, do you know? There are many romantic legends about Ferris wheels. The most famous one is, lovers who ride the Ferris wheel together will eventually end up breaking up, but if they can kiss their lover when the Ferris wheel reaches the highest point, they can be together forever. The little devil junior blinked her eyes gently, leaned her body slightly forward, and looked at him with an expectant expression, looking a little cute. It's just a legend, we should advocate science, Xia Chuanzou remained unmoved. From his understanding of her, saying such ambiguous words must be to see his embarrassed look, and of course he wouldn't be fooled. Issa, you need to know that most of the so-called legends and anecdotes are gimmicks created by merchants to attract customers to consume, in fact, those things are baseless and cannot be taken seriously. If he had to say it, instead of having time to create those romantic sentiments, it would be better to invest more care in the other half in life, and usually pay more attention to each other's emotions and thoughts, so that the relationship can last longer. Yes, Tsayu also thinks so, and never thinks those legends are true. Issa Tsayu also kept nodding, with a beautiful smile on her face. Hey, senpai, do you want to break this rumor with Tsayu? The noise from all around had disappeared without a trace, and unknowingly the two had reached the highest point. What do you mean? It means, senpai, do you want to try dating Tsayu? Issa Tsayu blinked her eyes, her flickering eyes full of expectation. Shy? Embarrassed? Maybe she was, but facing such a stubborn senpai, she absolutely couldn't make him realize it unless she attacked directly. Then she didn't know when her thoughts could be realized. Xia Chuanzou was silent. Confession? To him? The object was that little devil junior who always wanted to see his distressed expression. No, how could it not be strange? It had only been a week since they met. Oh, I understand, it's a rehearsal, right? This is the last part of the so-called, confessing to the other party, or something else. I heard that that's more popular recently, truth or dare, right? Because you lost the game. Tsayu likes senpai. No, that's not right, how could it not be strange? Why him? What's so good about him? Rather, there's nothing attractive about him at all, right? Ah, I understand. It's not liking, it's something else. It's respect, it's longing, it's admiration, like those who send love letters to his shoe cabinet. They don't know him at all, but because they've heard some of his stories, they have a feeling of admiration for. That kind of xia chuan zhou. Just like that girl he met in the bookstore that day. Of course that's not okay, they don't know what the real him is like, he's not as good as they think, he's just maintaining that persona so that his social life doesn't collapse. In other words, the person they admire doesn't actually exist. Sorry Issa, you seem to have misunderstood. Xia Chuan Zhou shook his head, a firm look appearing on his face. Misunderstood? Yeah, misunderstood, in all aspects. For some reason, Xia Chuan Zhou thought of the scene when he confessed to his senior sisters before. Back then, he also tried his best to create a very romantic atmosphere, confessing to them at the end of the date, and then being rejected by them. Maybe they saw through his insincerity back then. It's just that he was still in the dark at that time, mistakenly thinking that that kind of emotion was liking, until he woke up later. So, is he going to become them now? Issa, maybe even you haven't realized it yourself, your so-called liking should just be the common affection of youth, what's reflected in me is more like the so-called admiration. Xia Chuan Zhou's tone was gentle, trying not to bring a bad experience to the other party. We've only known each other for less than a week, right? Remember when Issa first met me, she wanted me to teach you how to become the student council president. That's the point, you should just be full of admiration and longing for the student council president, and then grafted that kind of emotion onto me, but that's not actually liking. Although he doesn't know what the specific emotion of liking is like, he thinks it's definitely not like Issa's. As a senior, and someone who has had the same experience, he made that mistake before, so after seeing the junior who was repeating the same mistake, he couldn't sit idly by. Thinking that maybe his personal experience could allow the other party to take fewer detours, and not have to experience that unforgettable transformation process, it would be even better if he could really wake the other party up in an instant. Just like I said, Issa, the emotion you have is not liking, sorry, Xia Chuan Zhou lowered his head. He had done many wrong things, but the thing he regretted the most was approaching those girls and confessing to them without clarifying his inner feelings. He hurt them. Fortunately, it's not too late, and the current ending is pretty good. After a long silence, Issa Tsayu sighed and showed a very helpless expression. Senpai, you should have never been in a relationship, right? That has nothing to do with it, right? Xia Chuan Zhou looked a little embarrassed. Of course it does. Senpai doesn't understand anything. This is of course the case, after all, from the result, he rejected the other party's confession. What admiration, longing, in the end, Senpai just doesn't like Tsayu, right? You analyzed so much on your own, but in reality, Senpai doesn't understand Tsayu at all, right? Humph, you still say that Tsayu's feelings are fake, in that case, I'll prove it to Senpai. Saying that, Issa Tsayu suddenly stood up. Xia Chuanzhou's expression tightened, thinking she was going to do something, but the next moment he realized that the other party just honestly walked over and sat next to him, and then took his arm. His arm was firmly grabbed, and the other party's head also leaned over, resting on his shoulder and unwilling to move away. Of course this level of counterattack is no problem, but it still makes Xia Chuanzhou care. Isn't it a little too close? Senpai, don't talk, this is also part of the interview, today's mission is not over yet, now is Tsayu's time. If it's a deal, there's nothing I can do. Senpai, do you like Tsayu at all? Even a little bit? Ah, that should be. Okay, Tsayu doesn't want to hear it, Senpai, shut up. Senpai. What's wrong again? Be prepared. After getting off the Ferris wheel, he went to dinner with the little devil junior again. Xia Chuanzhou was a little absent-minded the whole time. After the confession, Issa's attitude towards him didn't seem to change much, but he himself felt a little awkward and couldn't look at her with ordinary eyes anymore. Fortunately, the other party didn't embarrass him too much, and wouldn't deliberately stick to him while walking on the road, or tease him or something. Getting on the train and returning to the apartment, after changing into indoor shoes and entering the living room, he saw Shiina Mahiru sitting on the sofa at a glance. I don't know when she came back, or if she had eaten. I'm back, Xia Chuanzhou said. Immediately afterwards, he saw the angel-like Miss suddenly startled, and hurriedly hid her phone behind her. Welcome back. Something's wrong. Xia Chuanzhou noticed the problem at a glance. The usual angel-like miss should be asking him how the fun was at this time, or at least asking him if he was happy or something, but not this time. Very concerned. Want to know what happened? Maybe it's related to today's matter. Xia Chuanzhou had some ideas in his mind, but before talking, he went to change his clothes, washed his hands and face, and changed his mood. Shiina, did you have fun today? Did you do anything with Katou-san? Sitting next to Shiina, watching the program on TV with her, Xia Chuanzhou asked casually. No, I didn't do anything, just wandered around or something, it was pretty fun. Chapter 48. That's what he said, but the angel seemed timid and not very happy. Did Shiina do something to make me angry? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Well, maybe because I understand Shiina pretty well. Like, you can't hide your emotions. Ever since he came into the house, the little expressions on the angel's face hadn't stopped, and her delicate body looked very stiff, not like she was relaxing at home. Of course, maybe he was misjudging, but if he didn't say it, he would always be a little concerned about it. Shiina, don't be nervous, I'm just asking casually, you don't have to say if it's inconvenient. It's not that, it's just that if I say it, I'm not sure if Kanade will be angry, the angel glanced at him weakly. Of course not, you can rest assured about that, Kanade comforted her. He had definitely never lost his temper with Shiina Mahiru, even when he was rejected, he just felt that he hadn't done enough and wasn't suitable. If there was anyone around who could make him angry, at least Shiina shouldn't be able to. When I went out to play with Katou-san, she shared some photos of Kanade with me. Photos, Kanade raised an eyebrow, it shouldn't be anything if it's just looking at photos. May I ask what kind of photos? Swimsuits, drama costumes, etc. Kanade immediately thought it was impossible, how could Katou take such photos of him, but when he thought about it carefully, when he participated in the club activities, he did take various photos as material. But the problem is, you two went out to play, what's the deal with looking at his photos? Can I see them? Kanade asked. The angel hesitated for a while, but nodded lightly and handed over her phone. Kanade swiped through them one by one, and the more he looked, the more unnatural he became. They were indeed photos taken during club activities, and they weren't strange photos, just him wearing specific clothes in specific scenes and making specific movements. At most, they were a little bit embarrassing. Can you delete them? Kanade said you wouldn't be angry. No, I'm really not angry, he just felt like he was going to lose face. Many people should have had this experience, the experiences of bare children being photographed and shown to their friends, or the appearance of being photographed and commemorated during the second year of middle school. At first, they definitely didn't think anything of it, but when they looked back on it later, the embarrassment exploded. Kanade is feeling this way now. It's even more embarrassing than being stripped naked and admired, it's not a physiological unacceptability, but a pure psychological feeling of being unable to bear it. Katou and the parties involved are fine, at least they understand what's going on, but if you show it to Shiina, it's hard not to be considered someone with strange hobbies. These were all taken as material photos at the time, for making games, it's definitely not that I have any strange hobbies, can you understand? Kanade sighed and then asked. So you really can't delete them? Goo, if Kanade doesn't like it, the angel looked very disappointed. Actually, if it were Kanade himself, he would feel very reluctant, after all, if there were a few funny or embarrassing pictures of his friends in his phone, he wouldn't want to delete them, he would definitely keep them as a lifetime souvenir. But Shiina looks really pitiful, the slightly drooping eyelashes, the raised lower lip, the lightly puffed cheeks, all telling her inner reluctance. Just looking at this scene, even Kanade himself would feel a little cruel. Kanade quietly returned the phone, staring at the TV program, pretending not to care. Don't show it to others, okay? Shiina Mahiru was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and gave him a sweet smile. Of course not. Kanade stopped talking, thinking about minimizing his presence as much as possible, and he wouldn't be so embarrassed after Shiina's excitement passed. But what he didn't expect was that the angel actually moved over quietly, sat closer to him, and leaned her head on his shoulder, flipping through the photos on her phone in front of him. She's a fallen angel, right? Too despicable, Miss Shiina. I didn't expect you to have such bad intentions. Nothing was said all night. The happy weekend passed quickly, and it was time for hard work again. On Monday, Kawa Kanade got up early and first went to the agreed place to gather with the former student council members before leaving together to the school auditorium. Along the way, they attracted the attention and pointing of many students, and when they cast their eyes over, the other party immediately fell silent, so they had a feeling of everyone is a villain. In fact, this is indeed the case. The fierce-eyed Shirogane, the gloomy-faced Ishigami, the cold Kagaya Shinomiya, plus the unsmiling Kawa Kanade. If you remove the hippie-smiling mascot Fujiwara Chika, it is not bad to say that it is a combination of delinquents. Then, their group ran into Aoha Ishiki and her behind-the-scenes team, who also came to participate in the election. The service club members. The two teams broke out into a fierce fight. From personal appearance to the core of the members. As long as it could be used to attack, all means were used without exception. This battle was so noisy that even the senior leaders were alarmed and had to intervene to stop it. Historically known as the Shuchian Academy First Disturbance Event. Such a thing is impossible. Meeting, then nodding and greeting, that was all. The two sides didn't even exchange a word, they just met and walked into the waiting room separately. In fact, there were only 10 minutes left before the election started. They didn't have any extra time to do meaningless things. At this moment, the only thing they should do is to make the final mental adjustment before the speech. According to the order of the draw, the first to speak was Aoha Ishiki, then Aino Miko, who was also a first-year student, and finally Kawa Kanade. Thus, he occupied all the right time, right place, and right people. After a while, the official election began. First up was the support speech, and the person sent by Aoha Ishiki's side. Yukino Shida. Unsurprisingly the choice. From the moment he saw their team, Kawa Kanade understood some things. First of all, the most important thing is why Aoha Ishiki became a candidate. Leaving aside the low probability of self-action, the greater possibility is that the other party has provoked a small group in the class or something. So they were jointly recommended as a candidate, hoping that she would fail miserably and become a laughing stock. Unwilling to do so, Aoha Ishiki went to the service club for help. From the fact that Aoha Ishiki pestered him to learn how to be a good student council president. Before, it can be seen that in the face of this almost bullying action, the other party did not choose to apply to the school for withdrawal from the election, but decided to resist and act seriously for the election. But whether it was her own intention or Yukino Shida and the others were planning behind the scenes, in short, things became like this. The only thing that can be confirmed is that their publicity plan in the past few weeks was definitely participated by the service club members. In other words, that idiot Hachiman didn't tell him, his friend, when such a major event happened, which made him suspicious and thought that the group of staunch Pure Academy members were playing tricks behind the scenes. It's decided, after the election is over, he must extort him, at least make him spit out all of this week's pocket money. Yukino Shida's speech ended quickly. In Kawa Kanade's opinion, it was a mediocre performance. Whether it was appeal or anything else, if it was placed in other schools, it would probably be unanimously praised. But this is Shuchian Academy. After that, it was Aino Miko's turn. Her supporter was Obutsu Kobachi. The content of the speech was very ordinary and not worth mentioning. Then it was Kagaya Shinomiya. President, can you give me a blessing? Kagaya Shinomiya, who was supposed to go on stage directly, suddenly looked at him with a hopeful expression, which surprised Kawa Kanade. Of course, good luck, Shinomiya. Yes, I'm very honored. Thus, his supporter Kagaya Shinomiya went on stage. After the previous uneventful speeches, more and more people in the venue became drowsy, and all of this could not affect Kagaya Shinomiya's mentality. Ding! Along with the loud sound of tapping the microphone, the attention of the entire venue was focused on Kagaya Shinomiya. At this moment, she also showed a smile that was usually never seen. Good morning, everyone, I am Kagaya Shinomiya, who is responsible for giving a support speech for President candidate Kawa Kanade. What happened after that was very clear. Kagaya Shinomiya, who already had a large number of supporters, almost formed a dimensionality reduction blow to the first two supporters after seizing everyone's attention. Different from Obutsu Kobachi's empty talk speech, completely suppressing Yukino Shida's high-performance explanation. Kagaya completely displayed the results he had achieved in the past few months in a screen manner. At this point, the victory was set. After all the support speeches were over, it was time for the candidates themselves to speak. Aoha Ishiki is worthy of being someone who can get 30 of the support. Even if her results should have been completed with the assistance of Yukino Shida and the others. She herself is indeed capable. After studying these days, she has learned a lot of the essence, the so-called playing to her strengths and avoiding her weaknesses. Her speech at this moment fully demonstrated her energetic personality. Even after Kagaya Shinomiya's powerful speech to solicit votes, she still attracted a lot of attention and support. Then it was Aino Miko. Contrary to expectations, when everyone's performance was very normal, this first-year junior suddenly became abnormal. She had stage fright. In this auditorium, when facing the gaze of most of the students in this school, she couldn't say a word. She clenched the speech in her hand tightly, but couldn't open her mouth. Even if there was sparse laughter from under the podium, she was still like this, without any action. It still happened. Ishigami, what's going on? Kawa Kanade looked at Ishigami, who suddenly spoke, and asked him. Aino Miko is not used to speaking in front of people. It's always been like this, especially after each election. It's funny, right? The little straight-laced person who is number one in the grade and doesn't know how to adapt. Usually points fingers at others in an arrogant manner, and now her eyesores can also make her look bad like this. Those who usually don't like her will have a hard time not laughing at this moment. I'm certainly a little dissatisfied with her too, but people who work hard are ridiculed. Ishigami's eyes were a little gloomy. The next moment, Kawa Kanade patted him on the shoulder. I understand, leave it to me. Just win the election in a way that doesn't let her be ridiculed, right? Maybe it was because of overflowing sympathy, or maybe it was because he wanted to help because he saw Ishigami caring, or maybe he remembered when his efforts were denied by others. It's just that the number of people the other party faces will be larger, so the damage suffered will be greater. Maybe he misunderstood. Maybe the other party is naturally excellent and didn't use much effort, but just being able to achieve first in the grade every year. In Shuchian Academy, where geniuses gather, shows that the effort she put in is by no means comparable to ordinary people. He himself has a deep understanding of this, not to mention her carefully made leaflets and her efforts during publicity. After all, she is a student in the academy, and he has seen her publicizing in the academy many times, but at that time, he never imagined her as an opponent. At most, he was a little wary of her alliance with Aoha Ishiki. An opponent who is afraid of the battle is by no means a strong enemy, Kawa Kanade believes. Therefore, he can help her out of this predicament. Then it is not simply giving resources to the enemy, but improving his own evaluation and allowing her to complete her speech perfectly, and even, maybe he can pull down Aoha Ishiki's support rate in one fell swoop. So, Kawa Kanade walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone and said in a deep voice. Silence. So, all the noise below disappeared, and everyone looked at him. Everyone, you are all students of Shuchian Academy, proud students of this academy, and you should know what respect is. You can have ideas, you can have opinions, but those words should all be turned into the votes in your hands. Speak with facts, instead of disrupting the speaker's thoughts when the speech has not yet ended. Then, he looked at Aino Miko again. There are 15 minutes left for the speech, but in my opinion, maybe it's a waste of time. He has already created the complete atmosphere, but he can't just let it go, because such a scene will not give the other party more courage and confidence. Forcibly shaving heads, not allowing strange costumes, do you really think such a stupid covenant can get you votes? He wanted to make eye contact with the other party, but this student Aino completely dared not raise her head, not only dared not look at the crowd under the stage, but even couldn't look directly at him. Her eyes always stayed on her feet. So, stupid? Isn't that stupid? Forcing people to shave their heads in this day and age, everyone's going to hate it, right? Or, don't you think so? Of course. Of course I don't. Chapter 49. If you want to refute, look me in the eyes. I want to. What I want to say is. Okay, tell me. Shuchi Kenzaki put down the microphone, showing her a kind look. Speak your mind. Visibly, her expression became firmer, and Shuchi Kenzaki understood that his goal had been achieved. Aiko Aino picked up the microphone on the podium, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "This convention is not stupid at all. Listen up. Confident and unwavering, this was the Aiko Aino of the moment. She could not only express her views in front of the crowd but even turn around and criticize some of Shichi Kanzaki's policies. Completely different from the timid and shy girl she was before, she was beginning to show her charm. The election was over. The courageous Aiko Aino was indeed very charming, and her leadership qualities were enough to move people's hearts, but her overly strict enforcement policies still failed to gain the approval of most people. The same was true for Iroha Ishiki. Her mediocre enforcement policies were not suitable for the vibrant Shichi Academy. After more than 30 minutes of debate between Shichi Kanzaki and her approval rating plummeted and she completely lost her chance to compete. Thus, Shichi Kanzaki unsurprisingly won the victory. But that was really close, Shichi Kanzaki murmured. The announcement on the wall was displaying the number of votes for each candidate. Aiko Aino, who was originally at the bottom, jumped to second place after expressing her views, chasing closely behind Shichi Kanzaki, losing by only a few dozen votes. It was unknown how much credit the Pure Academy Party members deserved, but most people must have supported her because they recognized her efforts. In other words, if the student council led by him hadn't made enough achievements during this time, he probably would have lost to this first-year student. Thinking about it this way, he suddenly felt quite disheartened. To some extent, Aiko Aino's two-person team was far better at winning people's hearts than their two-person team. Okay, it's decided. Since that's the case, he would bring this first-year student into the student council, whether to utilize her abilities or to prevent her from pulling him down in the next re-election. This was a necessary strategy. If she was unwilling, he would exchange it with the condition of fully assisting you to become the student council president in the re-election at the beginning of your second year. At that time, it would just be supporting a junior he was familiar with after he stepped down, and he could also make her owe him a favor. Ishigami, what do you think about inviting Aiko Aino to join the student council? Seriously, President? Are you serious? Of course, judging from her ability alone, she is fully qualified, isn't she? No, that's not the point. Ishigami looked a little timid. Anyway, I hope you won't regret it, President. Shichi Kanzaki was a little puzzled, but he didn't really care. In his opinion, she was just an inflexible and serious junior, so it should be easy to handle, right? As long as he appropriately showed the majesty of a senior and then supplemented it with targeted methods of controlling subordinates. What could go wrong? Then I'll go find her first. Oh, right, Ishigami, remember to report to the student council tomorrow morning, don't be late, Shichi Kanzaki reminded. Although the necessary members had already been decided internally, the process still had to be followed, whether it was the selection of members or anything else. Yes. When he found Aiko Aino, she and Kobachi Osuraji were surrounded by a group of people, chatting and laughing. Shichi Kanzaki didn't bother them and waited patiently for a while. After a while, when the irrelevant people had left, the two of them noticed him and trotted over to greet him. President, hello, is there anything you need? Aiko Aino's tone seemed a little respectful, but Shichi Kanzaki could still hear a hint of unwillingness in it. This was normal, after all, she had just lost the election, so it was impossible not to be disappointed at all. I wouldn't call it guidance. Shichi Kanzaki shook his head and extended his hand to her. I'll make it short, are you willing to join the student council? If you still want to be the student council president, it would be better to learn on the job, right? If you still have that intention. A hint of excitement flashed across Aiko Aino's face, but Kobachi Osuraji shook her head. I'll pass. To be honest, I'm not interested in the student council, I just want to cheer for Aiko. What about you, Aiko? Until now, I haven't been invited to the student council, please allow me to consider it for a moment. If you still have that intention, come to the student council room tomorrow morning, you are very welcome. Shichi Kanzaki gave her a kind smile. Of course, Osuraji too. President. I have some things to do, so I won't disturb you, goodbye. After greeting the two of them, Shichi Kanzaki left this place. The invitation has been sent, and now it depends on what they think. Instead of wasting time persuading them, it's better to do something more meaningful, such as visiting the nurse's office to see the biggest contributor to this election, Hikigaya Shinomiya. From the message sent by Ai Hayasaka, he learned that she had a sudden stomachache. Because of his slightly reckless actions earlier and was now lying in bed in the nurse's office, unable to get up. He had to visit her out of both reason and emotion. According to AI Hayasaka, Kagaya Shinomiya was already asleep, so he gently pushed the door open, thinking of staying by her side and waiting for her to wake up. That's what he thought, but he heard such a conversation. Why hasn't the president come to visit me? I've fallen ill, shouldn't he overcome all difficulties to visit me? Could it be that the president doesn't plan to let me stay in the student council? Hayasaka, but didn't Master Shichi invite you to continue serving as the vice president last time? But that's because the president hasn't realized my true colors yet. Look at my personality, that's how it is. The president probably already knows about my secretly using underhanded tricks against other candidates. Even though the president said it wasn't necessary, I took the liberty of soliciting several clubs and concentrating their votes. Maybe it's also been exposed that the election management committee is actually under my control. Hayasaka, that's really a lot of things you've done. Of course. If I didn't do that, there's no way to be sure how things would turn out. But in the end, I'm just a terrible woman who can only use dirty tricks. Even if someone like that is really removed from the student council, there's nothing that can be done about it, right? This is already beyond the point of nothing that can be done. It's ridiculous. In the end, the voting rights that we finally gathered were so easily given away by the president. Is it because he thinks my efforts are completely meaningless that he made such a move? Right? This is just like a wife working part-time day and night to earn money little by little, and then a good-for-nothing husband squandering all the money on eating, drinking, and having fun. Who exactly is the wife here? Hayasaka, it's okay, after all, Master Shichi even let you give a supporting speech, he will definitely come to invite you. What's the use of verbal promises? Anyway, the president will definitely use a woman like me when he can, and then abandon me when he's done with me, right? Too much. The president is too much. Hayasaka, geez, since you have so much to say, why not go and explain it to him in person? Ah. Kagaya Shinomiya was stunned, and then looked in the direction Hayasaka AI was pointing. Shichi Kenzaki stood there with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, I didn't mean to overhear. In his memory, Kagaya Shinomiya always had a cold and unapproachable appearance, but that wasn't a posture deliberately put on to avoid socializing, but a permanent outward image she had formed over time. As the outstanding eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, she had received a rigorous imperial education from the family since she was a child, which matched her innate personality. Thus, she had developed the idea of naturally looking down on others and thinking about how to exploit them. Since she was a child. Shichi Kenzaki had known this for a long time, whether from understanding her on the screen in the past or through their current interactions. Which had also confirmed the facts. However, what he didn't expect was that Kagaya Shinomiya could actually make such adorable actions in private. Hugging a pillow and constantly hitting the bed, waving her hands up and down, constantly beating the bedding. Rather than the aloof, ice princess Kagaya, perhaps the image of a little girl who likes to act spoiled and throw tantrums better described her current appearance. This kind of Kagaya Shinomiya is really cute. Then, I won't disturb you, Hayasaka AI glanced at Shichi Kenzaki, then respectfully bowed. Master Shichi, I'll leave Miss in your care. Perhaps she had another meaning, or perhaps she just wanted him to comfort the girl in front of him who had accidentally exposed her embarrassing side. In any case, Shichi Kenzaki nodded in agreement. Thus, Hayasaka AI obediently retreated outside the nurse's office, guarding the door, leaving the small space to the two of them. Looking at Kagaya Shinomiya, who had completely wrapped herself in the blanket, Shichi Kenzaki wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. Actually, I didn't hear very clearly. I didn't expect you to be like this in private, Shinomiya. Don't worry, I don't care about your personal state at all. None of the opening remarks he could think of were suitable for this situation. Her appearance clearly showed that she cared very, very much about him. Hearing those words just now. Blaming him for not visiting her, worrying that he would abandon her, fearing that he would find out about her secretly using tricks, and that strange analogy. Honestly, he had never thought that the always rational Kagaya Shinomiya would think so much, but the direction was not at all on rational thinking that weighed the pros and cons, but only on worrying about a terrible imagined future for her. That girlish melancholy was completely embodied in her. Shinomiya, I'm sorry. He wanted to stand, as that would show more sincerity, but his heart would be further away from her, so he changed his position and sat on the edge of her bed. He also reached out his hand, wanting to gently caress her raised back to comfort her, but it eventually landed on the bed sheet. I didn't expect you to care so much. Shochi Kanzaki lowered his head, feeling a sense of guilt. Maybe he misunderstood, maybe Kagaya Shinomiya cared more about him seeing an unknown side of her, but at this moment he only wanted to smooth away her anxiety. I thought I had expressed myself clearly enough, but I didn't expect it to bring you misunderstandings. Of course I won't do anything to abandon you, even if you did those things, but after all, it was for me, right? I won't be ungrateful. Shochi Kanzaki's voice became lighter. Indeed, he did not advocate for those off-the-table tricks outside of the election. But he was not completely unable to accept them. Even if Kagaya Shinomiya did those actions behind his back, he would not hate her because of it. At most, he would feel that he was not capable enough to make her fully trust him. I know, my ability is not enough to make you fully trust me. I am not worthy of your assistance. That's not true. A muffled buzzing sound came from under the blanket. Immediately afterward, a slender hand reached out and covered his hand. President is the most outstanding. It's just that I'm dark and despicable, so I did those things behind President's back. Through the contact of skin, it was easy to feel the uneasiness in Kagaya's heart. No, that's not the case. On the contrary, isn't a network of connections a kind of resource? Wanting to be recognized, not wanting to be disliked. He was all too familiar with such feelings. Shinomiya didn't do anything wrong, on the contrary, I was the one who was overthinking things, wanting to prove myself in front of you and satisfy that boring vanity. Shochi Kanzaki smiled self-deprecatingly. But I understand now, compared to my insignificant vanity, the opportunity to continue getting along with you is what I should grasp the most. I've done many wrong things, whether it was the previous avoidance of resignation or the unauthorized actions just now. But that's because of you. With you here, I can muster the courage. I can't do anything alone, but if you, Shinomiya, are here, I feel like I can do anything, no matter how boring. So, become my vice president, Kagaya Shinomiya. Chapter 50. I need you. The hand being held suddenly moved, gently scratching his palm, then slowly writing, okay. Xia Chuanzu suddenly laughed, laughing very happily. That's great, really great. After Xia Chuanzu left, Zhao Benai, who was waiting outside the door, came in and opened Si Gonghuai's quilt. Then, a girl covering her pretty face, blushing, appeared in front of her eyes, with a few small flowers swaying on her head, fluttering in the wind with the throbbing heart of the master. He. Zhao Benai sighed, thinking that her eldest lady was still so promising. It was neither a confession nor any intimate contact, but just because she was invited to continue serving as the vice president, she was so happy like a fool. Too embarrassing. Miss Hui, is it time to calm down a bit? Zhao Ben he. The president still values me so much. Ah, yes, that's right, Zhao Benai read aloud. The eldest lady in love is indeed stupidly cute, and she doesn't even notice why Xia Chuanshao suddenly appeared here. Not only that, but she was coaxed by the other party with a few words and couldn't find Bei. I can't do without you. Because I have Si Gong, I have the courage. You didn't do anything wrong, on the contrary, I should abandon my self-esteem. Rather than a sincere expression, it is better to say that Xia Chuanshao is conducting language training on her eldest lady, imprinting in her subconscious the thoughts of, the president can't do without me. I want to always be by the president's side. The president is perfect, I want to do work for the president that doesn't belong to him, attempting to completely turn the eldest lady into someone who can't leave him. How despicable, Xia Chuanshao. Moving here is fine, thank you, Shishang, Baiyin. Xia Chuanzu wiped the sweat from his forehead and thanked the two people who were carrying equipment aside. Leave the rest to me and Secretary Fujiwara, you can go back first. Why? Why do I have to stay? This is unfair treatment. Why do I have to continue working alone? I refuse to accept it. I want to apply for labor arbitration. Because you've been slacking off all the time, Xia Chuanzu explained to her with a blank expression. He had noticed from the beginning that this idiot, Fujiwara Qianhua, was deliberately slow when moving things, and used various excuses such as going to the bathroom and being thirsty to avoid tasks. She ran once in the time it took others to run back and forth 3 times, and she even pretended to be working hard in front of him to wipe the non-existent sweat stains. Did she really think he was a fool? Don't even think about slacking off again. I will supervise you all the time. Ugh. President, you black-hearted capitalist, you're going to be hanged for this. Don't worry, I will squeeze out the rest of your value before that, he retorted casually, greeted Shishang and the others, then grabbed Fujiwara Qianhua's wrist and forcibly took her away. The delaying tactic of chatting is also useless, because I will help you move. The target is the auditorium where there is still a lot of equipment. Gu Wu President, enemy of women. Idiot. Violent maniac. Give up, no matter what silly things you say, you can't influence my decision. Fujiwara Qianhua's struggle was a bit intense, and it attracted the attention of many passers-by, but after seeing that the perpetrator was him, the newly born student council president, they immediately changed to a blind eye. In order to express her dissatisfaction, she seemed to really use a lot of strength, but after all, she was still a girl, and she couldn't escape his control. To be honest, he had long been resentful towards this idiot. He was very frightened when she refused to support his speech last time, and then she even thought about extorting a meal from him, plus the previous thing she must severely deter this guy. This one, and that one over there, all have to be moved to the warehouse, not a single one can be missing. Xia Chuanzu folded his arms and just watched Fujiwara Qianhua show him a pleading expression, his eyebrows not moving. Fujiwara Qianhua immediately put on a bitter face, but soon began to please him. Oh, President, I can't move so many things at once, President, come and help me. I know I was wrong, next time I will definitely work hard and never slack off. President, please spare me this time. Xia Chuanzu didn't reply, just continued to stare at her with a blank expression. So Fujiwara Qianhua stomped her feet angrily and started attacking him. Idiot President. Abusing power man. Light novel protagonist. Xia Chuanzu curled his lips, somewhat disdainful. Back then, in order to maintain the senior's novel, he learned a lot of things. And even personally experimented, and fought countless rounds with people on the internet. Fujiwara Qianhua's current aggressiveness can't be said to exist, but it can be said that he doesn't take it seriously at all. It's too weak. If you keep talking, I really won't help you. As soon as the light words were thrown out, Fujiwara Qianhua immediately stopped making trouble and saluted pretentiously. Yes, sir. I knew the president was the best. He. Picking up the heavy speaker, Xia Chuanzu ignored her clowning behavior and instructed. Put those cables away, it's best to roll them into a ball, don't drag them on the ground, it's easy to trip people. With Fujiwara Qianhua's level, even if she could really move something like what he was holding, she would be exhausted, so he didn't expect the other party to finish these things alone, he just wanted to scare her. Don't worry, the president's worries are unnecessary, I'm not an idiot. Why do you think I'm worried? Anger. The president is the big idiot. Huh. Say that again while looking at what I'm holding. I said. President, you look so handsome today. Sparkling, especially when you were performing on the stage. Are you talking about where the stars came from? Still sparkling. As the saying goes, men and women work together. And they are not tired. In fact, that is just the result of showing strength and charm in front of the opposite sex and a large secretion of hormones. If the partner you encounter is someone you will not have special thoughts about at all, then the feeling that should be there will still be there. Unless another special situation occurs. Are you too weak? You're tired after just moving so little, and your face is flushed, you're too lacking in exercise, right? That's not the case. Just because her shoulders were too sore, which caused her to lose focus and expend a little more effort. How could she say such a thing? Because I enjoy life every moment. Anyone who has experienced it knows. If you live seriously, every day will be very tiring. It's like having zero psychological pressure, not worrying about anyone or anything, and in a sense, you're already dead. After all, in modern society, it is impossible for people who live seriously to have zero psychological pressure. This is a special thing that only spiritual zombies can do. Xia Chuanzu glanced at her in surprise, thinking that he had always misunderstood the other party. It turned out that Fujiwara Qianhua only looked carefree on the surface, but she had actually been living seriously all the time. Sure enough, he still underestimated the girls too much. It's cool, right? I saw it on the internet. I wrote it down because I thought it was cool. Xia Chuanzu. Give me back my emotion, you idiot. In order to take care of Fujiwara Qianhua's physical strength, the two basically stopped in place to rest a little after moving something. So when they completed all the goals, the sky outside was completely dark, and the students in the school had basically left. Now it's completely done, thank you for your hard work, Fujiwara. Looking at the neatly arranged and orderly warehouse, Xia Chuanzu nodded in satisfaction. Turning his head to look at Fujiwara Qianhua, just as he was about to comfort her, he saw her slumped in a chair, looking like, I can't do it anymore. It's so hot. It's so hot. She is clearly a stupid character, but she always seems very charming at certain moments. The round but not fat cute pretty face, the delicate facial features, the soul-stirring willow leaf eyebrows and azure eyes, the fair skin. The delicate upturned nose, and the cherry-colored lips that are not dotted with jus, all reveal the charm of a girl. The crystal sweat beads on the slightly open chest are even more radiant under the red glow through the display window, making people want to explore the abyss below. Do you want a handkerchief? Thank you, President. Just as she took the handkerchief, before she even started using it, Fujiwara Qianhua suddenly stood up in fright, and took several steps back, looking at Xia Chuanzu resentfully. President is too close. There's a smell of sweat. She would be smelled. In an instant, the sudden little heartbeat in Xia Chuanzu's heart disappeared without a trace. His brain must be broken if he has strange ideas about this kind of idiot. Have you rested enough? If you have rested enough, hurry up and go out, I will check again and close the door. Looking at Fujiwara Qianhua calmly putting away the handkerchief that belonged to him, and then putting it in her pocket, his eyebrows twitched. Although it's just a handkerchief, it doesn't matter whether you want it back or not, but isn't it a little strange if you take it away without saying hello? You better not take it back to do some strange curse ceremony. Okay, President is really, just loves to urge people, Fujiwara Qianhua pouted, then stood up leisurely and patted the dust off her body. Great! Today is also a day of fulfilling labor. Xia Chuanzu didn't complain about her anymore, and patiently checked the number of equipment against the list. President. There is a good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear first? You say the good news first, Xia Chuanzu said without turning his head. The good news is that I happened to bring my mobile phone, and the mobile phone still has power. Oh, then what's the good news? Idiot President. I'm going to hit you. As she said that, a roll of white paper appeared in Fujiwara Qianhua's hand at some point, and she kept hitting him on the head with it. Aren't you already hitting me? Xia Chuanzu sighed, but he didn't stop her violent behavior. The light pat on the head was not only not painful, but the breeze it brought up had a cooling effect. So what's the bad news? Humph, Fujiwara Qianhua snorted softly, and then slowly said in a dissatisfied tone. The bad news is we are trapped in the warehouse. We can't get out. Only then did Xia Chuanzu turn around and look up and down at the other party's expression. Arms folded, a sulky look, slightly bulging cheeks, pouting and still muttering. Although he couldn't see any worry after being trapped, he didn't see any smugness after the prank succeeded, so it should be true. So Xia Chuanzu put down the pen and paper in his hand and went back to check the warehouse door. It's really closed. After confirming it back and forth several times, and even trying to pry the door with various small objects failed, Xia Chuanzu had to admit the fact that Fujiwara Qianhua were locked in the warehouse. I don't know if it was because of the wind or other passers-by who did good deeds with bad intentions, in short, the two of them were trapped here. Chapter 51. Fortunately, that idiot Fujiwara brought her phone. Now, all I have to do is get her to send a notification and wait for someone to come and rescue us. Fujiwara, can you contact anyone? Anyone at all, please ask them to open the warehouse door. That's what I said, but Fujiwara Chika seemed quite unwilling to cooperate. Kukuku, if the president shouts "Long live Lady Fujiwara" a few times and says a few more nice things to me, I might consider it. Well, I've decided to spend the night here, suit yourself. Xia Chuanzu didn't bother with her at all. He knew this guy was going to play tricks from the start, otherwise, she wouldn't have run over so triumphantly to let him choose what news he wanted to hear. She really is too easy to understand. Damn it, shouldn't you be patient and follow my wishes at this time? President has changed. You big pig trotter. Can't you at least consider the occasion? Don't you, Fujiwara, feel stuffy? It's summer now, the temperature is very high, and the warehouse is even more stuffy and hot. The ubiquitous dust is carrying bacteria and frantically attacking his nasal cavity. You want him to be patient and play around? It's difficult. To be honest, I don't care. Anyway, you can't get out if you don't contact anyone, so stay here with me. Xia Chuanzu spread his hands and continued to count the number of devices. Goo. Seeing that he had no intention of giving in, Fujiwara Chika had no choice but to pick up her phone angrily and start contacting people, but after clicking for a long time, there was no response. President. What is it now? No signal. What? No signal. As she said this, Fujiwara Chika showed the phone screen to Xia Chuanzu. Xia Chuanzu was really speechless now. He didn't expect that what killed the game was not bringing a mobile phone or the mobile phone running out of power, but the mobile phone having no signal. But this is not difficult for him. If there is no signal, find a place with a strong signal to send a message. Give me the phone, I'll try. He took the phone from the other party and tried it in every corner of the warehouse, but he couldn't find a place with a signal. So Xia Chuanzu turned his attention to Fujiwara Chika. What is President going to do? You can't mess around. This kind of dirty place is absolutely not okay. What strange things are you thinking about in your head? Xia Chuanzu rolled his eyes at her, then stretched out his finger and pointed to the window. See, this place, maybe there is a signal. Wait a minute, you step on the chair and hold the phone up a little to see if you can send a message. Why doesn't President try it himself? Could it be that you want to peek from below? Because I don't trust you, so I have to hold the chair for you, you idiot. Xia Chuanzu gritted his teeth a little. I don't usually see this guy caring so much about this kind of thing, but now she's starting to worry about this and that. She's obviously teasing him. Hurry up, stop dawdling, get up there quickly, I'll hold you. Oh, President, don't be so impatient, my mother said that boys can't be too fast. Fujiwara Chika stuck out her tongue, and then rushed up while holding on before Xia Chuanzu glared at her. After the extreme anger, there is endless peace. At this moment, Xia Chuanzu only wants to arrange endless tasks for this idiot after this is over, so that she is so tired that she can't straighten her back. How is it? Is it okay? It's still not working, maybe it needs to be a little higher, I'll try to stand on tiptoe. Don't push yourself too hard, if it really doesn't work, I'll replace you, Xia Chuanzu reminded. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the other party lose his footing and fall from the chair. Xia Chuanzu reacted quickly, and quickly pounced on her and hugged her in his arms, but his back made intimate contact with the floor. This time, he really gritted his teeth, not because he was angry about anything, but because the burning sensation from his back kept stimulating his brain, making it difficult for him to control his physiological reaction. President? Are you okay? Fujiwara Chika, who originally thought she was going to fall hard, closed her eyes and waited for the verdict, but found herself wrapped in a warm embrace. As soon as she opened her eyes, Xia Chuanzu's painful appearance came into her eyes. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Fujiwara Chika was a little bit self-blaming. If she hadn't taken it for granted, she wouldn't have hurt him like this. You. Yes. President, I'm here, tell me. Get up first. Fujiwara Chika subconsciously wanted to complain that Xia Chuanzu thought she was heavy, but she quickly realized the situation between the two of them. She was pressing on Xia Chuanzu. And the other party was lying on his back, and the strong pressure continued to devastate him. So she quickly got up and helped Xia Chuanzu up. Is President okay? Let me see the injury. It's probably nothing. You're still holding on at this time. President is really an ultimate idiot. Turn around quickly, pull up your clothes, and let me see. Xia Chuanzu silently did as he was told and slowly pulled up his clothes. Wow, it's bleeding. On Xia Chuanzu's back, there were several bloodstains, which were caused by strong friction on the ground. Overall, there was no sign of any bruises. It was not known how serious the impact was. It was impossible to tell whether he had suffered any internal injuries based on this moment alone. President, sit here and be good, don't move, I'll go find something that can help you. As she said this, Fujiwara Chika got up and started searching. Not long after, Fujiwara Chika came back with a bottle of iodine and a few cotton swabs, and also holding a large ball of gauze, looking quite decent. It's just a little scratch, just disinfect it, there's no need to bring gauze over, right? President, shut up. Don't question my professionalism. I'm going to wipe off the blood stains for you now, it might be a little painful, President, be good and bear with it. Where did you come from, you child Angie aunt? Xia Chuanzu sighed, feeling like the other party's maternal instincts suddenly overflowed, completely treating him like a child. Fujiwara Chika didn't say anything else, but started to wipe it carefully. After a long time, the bloodstains on Xia Chuanzu's back were cleaned up, and Fujiwara Chika picked up the gauze and started to wrap him up like a dumpling. I said, you don't want to turn me into a mummy, do you? Is it necessary to wrap so many layers? Just in case, just in case. What if you touch the wound when you wash your body if it's not wrapped enough? That's right. President won't be able to take a bath by yourself like this, right? Why don't I go and help President scrub his back tonight? But there's a curfew at home. No need, no need. It's just a scratch. Let alone if anything else would happen if Fujiwara Chika came to his house, he couldn't let her come just because she might discover Shiina Mahiru living next door. He had promised the other party to keep this secret. Fujiwara Chika looked at him with a very resentful look, as if asking. Does President dislike me? However, Xia Chuanzu thought it was an illusion. The other party's eyes should probably be, too bad, I can't play with President like this. The air in the warehouse was a little stuffy, and coupled with the fact that Xia Chuanzu had already taken off his school uniform completely in order to facilitate applying the medicine. Although the upper half of his upper body was wrapped into a zongzi, the exposed abdominal muscles were still exposed. Fujiwara Chika, who had completed her established goal, turned her attention to there. I want to touch it again. I didn't feel it enough last time, this opportunity is once in a lifetime. Especially since President is in a weak period now and can't resist her at all. Just do it. So Fujiwara Chika stretched out her sinful little hand toward Xia Chuanzu. Sometimes it's strange, whether it's summer or any season, girls' hands are mostly cold, and Fujiwara Chika is no exception at this time. As soon as the cold, soft hand pressed on Xia Chuanzu's stomach, it startled him. What are you doing? Oh, President, don't be so shy. Anyway, I've seen everything. Kukuku, President, obediently offer your body and let me use it as a valuable material. Xia Chuanzu looked at this crazy woman with a face full of horror, thinking that this guy had really awakened some strange hobbies. It was like this in the infirmary last time, and now she doesn't hide it at all, it's just. There's a pervert, help. He wanted to shout like that, but he was forced closer step by step, and his whole body was almost against the wall. He. However, at the moment when the other party was about to succeed, a series of crisp footsteps came, and then the warehouse door was opened. Thus, the two people, woman on top of man, disheveled, and dripping with sweat, were completely exposed to the sight of the person who came. Name? Xia Chuanzu. Age? Gender? Male. After a series of super long interrogations, the other party probably felt that they couldn't get any information, so they let out a long breath and smiled at Xia Chuanzu. I understand the whole story. So when are you going to marry into my family? Xia Chuanzu raised his head instantly, wanting to seriously refute the other party, but looking at the old man's smiling appearance and the super big bodyguard standing behind him, he could only weakly reply. That's a bit. You're not going to abandon her after starting with her, are you? After doing that kind of excessive thing to my precious great-granddaughter? No, that's not the case. Xia Chuanzu waved his hands to deny it. It's really a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything to Fujiwara. Which Fujiwara are you talking about? Cough, it's Chika, I didn't do anything strange to Chika-san. Under the other party's sharp eyes like an eagle, a trace of cold sweat flowed down Xia Chuanzu's forehead. At this moment, he was kneeling in front of that Fujiwara Chika's great-grandfather, the former prime minister, begging for forgiveness. The reason for this was because the scene in the warehouse where Fujiwara Chika stripped off his clothes and pressed him down was seen by her family, and then he was invited to her house as a guest. Although it is a political family, the Fujiwara family is indeed warm and hospitable. They talked to him a lot, which benefited him a lot, but the price was also obvious. It was a bit hard on the legs. However, that trace of coolness made him feel the beauty of life in this hot summer, so it can be said that it was a worthwhile trip. You kid, you're not going to abandon her after starting with her, are you? Humph. Admit it, you must have touched and thought about my precious Chika. Xia Chuanzu didn't know what to do anymore. It's really not okay to deny it, and it's not okay to admit it. Chapter 52. He does have that sort of thing, but at most, it's just a few hand chops to the head or cheek pulling with Fujiwara Chika. He hasn't done anything more outrageous. If anything, Fujiwara Chika is always the one bullying him, and recently she's even started lusting after his male beauty. Actually, your precious darling really likes to bother him, and often puts on a lecherous act in front of him. There's no way I can say something like that. I'd be made a fool of. I'd definitely be drowned in Tokyo Bay. I'm saying if, I mean if what if Chika made the first move. So when are you planning to be adopted into the family? Isn't this going in circles again? Damn it. Snowball Kanade's back was starting to sweat, thinking, is my future going to be decided here? Marrying Fujiwara Chika and having children and stuff. One a year. Maybe twins, or even quintuplets, constantly growing until the offspring fill a soccer team. And then being bullied by her every day, having to serve that idiot all the time, and not being able to knock her little head, just letting her be as willful as she wants. Come to think of it, it's kind of acceptable. No, I can't give in. If I give in here, I'll have to face that silly, octopus-headed idiot every day, and I won't be able to resist her anymore. In short, I can't admit defeat. At times like this, I have to explain clearly, even at the risk of being drowned in Tokyo Bay. That, well, Chika-san is indeed a very excellent girl. Very suitable as a partner and whatnot. But no matter what I think, we definitely have to ask for Chika's opinion, right? Oh, so you think it's okay, right? Then the old man's face showed a satisfied smile, and he was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a crisp girl's voice. Grandpa. Looking towards the sound, Fujiwara Chika, who had already taken a bath and changed into a bare pajama, suddenly appeared, her cheeks flushed from the bath. She trotted to the old man's side and acted spoiled. Long time no see. Have you been eating well lately? What's the president doing kneeling here? Hurry up and get up. Oh right. President hasn't had dinner yet, right? Do you want to join us? Grandpa hasn't either, right? Let's go eat together. Snowball Kanade didn't dare to answer, but looked at the old man behind her, only to see him nod slightly, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. If you don't mind. I'll pass, I still have things to deal with, you guys go ahead. It's Toyomine cooking dinner today. My sister's cooking skills are very high, President is in for a treat. Snowball Kanade nodded repeatedly, not daring to look back at all, for fear of meeting intimidating, squinting eyes. Fortunately, that imposing old man wasn't kidding, he really seemed to be busy with his own affairs, and even that super huge bodyguard didn't appear, so Snowball Kanade was able to relax. But soon he fell into another emotion, saw a Fujiwara Chika who seemed to have grown up, walking out of the kitchen wearing only underwear. Ah! Toyomine, what are you doing? Hurry up and put some clothes on. But it's hot, I just finished cooking, let me cool off for a while. Fujiwara Toyomi showed a troubled expression. That's no good. This is no good. Hurry back and put on some clothes. President, quickly close your eyes, don't look around. Yes. How could Snowball Kanade dare to say no? Who knows, a big bodyguard might suddenly pop out and poke his eyes out, his life is important. Thinking like this, he suddenly smelled a pleasant fragrance, and then felt something cold suddenly stick to his face. Is it a knife? Or a gun? Anyway, he won't do anything, please spare him. Poke, poke. Not only was his face attacked, but even his neck and other exposed areas were constantly being attacked. Snowball Kanade thought he was searching for some contraband on his body, and originally didn't dare to move, but suddenly realized that someone seemed to be trying to lift his clothes, so he immediately opened his eyes and stopped him. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Then he saw a cute girl with a similar face to Fujiwara Chika, standing beside him, holding the hem of his clothes, very close. "Why you, what are you doing?" Snowball Kanade shouted, while distancing himself from her, making a vigilant gesture. A ignorant expression, innocent eyes, a slightly tilted head and a suspicious look, clearly a very cute posture, but in Snowball Kanade's eyes, it was no different from a demon. I have to say that the Fujiwara family's genes are strong enough. The three girls of this generation all have very graceful and proud figures. And also have extremely similar cute faces. If it weren't for the different hairstyles and other small details, Snowball Kanade would have mistaken her for Fujiwara Chika. Asking what I'm doing because I'm particularly curious about boys' abs. Don't make such bizarre remarks with a natural expression. Snowball Kanade shouted in his heart. No doubt, this must be Fujiwara Chika's younger sister Fujiwara Moka. I had heard Fujiwara Chika say before that she had an older sister and a younger sister. The girl wearing only underwear just now should be the older sister Fujiwara Toyomi, and then this Fujiwara Moka who seems to be a weirdo is also. I have to say that they are worthy of being the children of the Fujiwara family. Each one is more individual than the other, making people feel tired. I don't see any noble young lady posture in them at all, highlighting a freedom. Fujiwara young lady, listen carefully, no matter how curious you are about boys' abs, you can't suddenly go over and lift his clothes, you'll be regarded as a pervert. Snowball Kanade taught. I heard that the Fujiwara family's family education is quite strict, but why are the three sisters more strange than each other? I didn't see any noble young lady posture in them at all, highlighting a freedom. Isn't it okay even if it's the president? Yes, even if it's me. Snowball Kanade was about to nod, but suddenly realized something was wrong. What did you call me? President? Could it be you know me? Putting aside everything else, at least Snowball Kanade is very sure that this is the first time he has met the other party. But looking at her appearance, it doesn't seem like it's the first time she has met him, and she can even accurately call out his title. Yes, Snowball Senpai. Fujiwara Moka nodded, then leaned in without hesitation, showing goodwill to him. Moka is also a student at Shuchian Academy, a third year in the junior high school, and next year I can be in the same campus as Senpai. Not only does she recognize his face, but she can also say his name, position, and so on. And this child is quite aggressive, and has already started rubbing his arms back and forth, without any feeling of difference between the sexes. Does Senpai have a girlfriend? Do you hate her? Are you going to break up? If you don't mind, do you want one more? Wah, you idiot Moka, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of the president. Scumbag president. Don't abduct someone else's sister in someone else's house. That's too much. I didn't, Snowball Kanade retorted helplessly, but his appearance with his arms sandwiched between people was not convincing at all. But what is certain is that he really didn't do anything. It's all a misunderstanding. So if that bodyguard brother is watching him, please don't accidentally kill him. You idiot Moka, hurry up and let go of the president, he's a terrible scumbag, you'll be eaten clean if you get close to him. Fujiwara Chika said with great seriousness. Snowball Kanade then suddenly looked at Fujiwara Chika, who had taken his other arm. He didn't expect that the other party would think of him that way. No wonder she sometimes doesn't reject closer contact at all. It's clear that you want to experience a relationship between a man and a woman. But unfortunately, he's not a scumbag at all. So your dream is shattered, you stupid octopus head. It's okay to be eaten clean. Fujiwara Moka was still holding his other arm, looking like she was going to use Snowball Kanade as a rope to play tug-of-war with Fujiwara Chika. Girls are the kind of creatures who are proud to have an excellent boyfriend. Sister, don't be nosy. Senpai, don't pay attention to my sister, just look at Moka. No. Fujiwara Chika immediately retorted, also learning from Fujiwara Moka, and even began to scold Snowball Kanade. You idiot president, don't have wishful thinking. You'll be killed by the heavens if you lay your hands on children. Moka is not a child, she's already big. Fujiwara Moka also retorted, then straightened her chest, not knowing what she was doing. Just a junior high school student, don't be arrogant. Fujiwara Chika was not to be outdone. Although she was wearing a bare pajama that couldn't show off her figure, it was not a problem at all because she did have the capital. Ugh. Moka is still in the developmental stage, she will grow taller. And next year I'll be a high school student. But you're still a child. So you can't. In that case, compared to Toyomine, Chikane is also a child, right? Eh. Can I join in? Toyomine, don't come and join in the fun. Sister Senpai looks like he's a little uncomfortable. So Fujiwara Chika looked at Snowball Kanade, but found that he was rolling his eyes and looked like he was about to faint. President. Are you okay? Wow, President, you're finally awake. Opening his eyes, a splendid starry sky came into view, and intermittent breezes constantly brought coolness, and also took away a lot of the knots in his heart when he left. Pillowed on Fujiwara Chika's soft thighs, feeling the gentle breeze she brought, Snowball Kanade couldn't help but want to be in a daze and think about life, but the constantly grumbling stomach still reminded him of one thing. I'm so hungry. People are iron and rice is steel. He hadn't eaten much since noon, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Do you want to eat something? Then I'll feed President. At this moment, the President, who was looking blankly and quietly pillowed on her lap, looked like a little baby. I want to feed him food. Snowball Kanade didn't speak any more, and only uttered a few words after a long time. Fujiwara Chika, you really are an idiot. Fujiwara Chika's proposal was quite tempting, but he felt very ashamed, so he refused her and didn't let her do that. Chapter 53. Thank you for the meal. He respectfully addressed the chef who prepared the dish, not Fujiwara Chika. I'm going back, Kanazawa-so said. Being inexplicably brought to the Fujiwara household and inexplicably labeled as a groom, no one could possibly be very happy. Right? At least, he felt very tired and even thought about staying away from Fujiwara Chika in the future to avoid being misunderstood by her family again. So soon? President, chat with me a bit more. Perhaps because it was the first time a male of her age had visited her private residence, she seemed very excited, asking questions non-stop while he ate. Now that we finally have such an opportunity, let's just stay up all night and have a slumber party. If you want to go crazy, don't drag me into it, Kanazawa-so refused directly. He still had to go to school tomorrow, otherwise, it would be too much to take a day off on the first day of his term as student council president, right? Ugh, Fujiwara Chika pouted, looking a little unhappy. Maybe it was because she was at her house that she became more candid. Normally, this idiot president would never answer every question so readily. She still had so many things she wanted to hear and didn't want him to leave so early. It's so late, why don't you just stay over, President? Fujiwara Chika suggested. Could you please be a little more mindful of my gender? Kanazawa-so sighed helplessly. This idiot was just like that, saying whatever came to her mind without thinking at all. A boy staying at a girl's house will definitely cause gossip, right? And your parents definitely wouldn't agree. And the most crucial point, felt like something bad would happen if he stayed over. Oh, it's okay, no one will know anyway, Fujiwara Chika waved her hand, not caring at all. My parents don't live here, it's just me and Meha. Wasn't that even worse? 3 young girls facing a high school boy in his prime could fill a whole book. Especially after discovering that the bodyguards guarding the front gate had no intention of entering the mansion no matter what. This strange thought became even stronger. He even couldn't help but complain about that old man who used to be the prime minister. He was able to rest assured and let an outsider like him get along with his 3 precious great-granddaughters. Was he not afraid that 3 great-great-granddaughters would suddenly pop out in 10 months or so? Listen, Fujiwara. Is the president talking about me? Or Meha? Fujiwara Chika tilted her head, looking at him questioningly. Chika, listen carefully, Kanazawa-so took a deep breath, grabbed her shoulders, and said, word by word. I am, for the time being, a normal high school boy. Don't underestimate me too much. Fujiwara Chika froze, then her face visibly flushed red, and she stammered, that kind of thing, it's impossible for me to help you even if you tell me. Idiot president. Is she an idiot? Is she an idiot, right? That's not what he meant at all. He didn't need her help at all, he was saying that he might attack her, you idiot. Although attacking an idiot is indeed against the law, shouldn't you have some sense of vigilance? Don't think of him as some harmless herbivore boy. I'm going back, realizing that he couldn't reason with her, Kanazawa-so prepared to leave. But there shouldn't be any trains at this hour, right? Fujiwara Chika reminded him. If you go back, President, you'll have to walk for at least half an hour. It's too dangerous alone. I'm not some girl, there's no such danger, okay? Kanazawa so retorted. It would be more dangerous to stay. Facing the already awakened Fujiwara Chika and her sister, Fujiwara Meha, who was not good in many ways, his purity might not be preserved. President, don't be too arrogant. Look at this. Today, a pervert has appeared in Maihana town. According to eyewitnesses, the person is an adult woman about 8 feet tall who likes to act at night and attacks male high school students. Nearly 20 people have been victimized. Please, citizens, especially male high school students, be careful and do not go out alone at night, as you may be attacked. Are you sure this isn't some fake news you just photoshopped? This is clearly the real world, so why is there even an 8-foot woman? And why are the targets male high school students? Go attack younger children to maintain your urban legend. But even so, it's definitely better not to do that, because male high school students are definitely more resistant than children. In the end, it's still debatable whether this is true or not. And even though they've issued a notice, why have 20 people been victimized? It can't be that those idiots are actively approaching her, right? But after taking the other person's phone and looking at it left and right, he couldn't see any signs of photoshopping. Clicking on the link below really led to the corresponding news column. I was too presumptuous. Please, Lady Chika, be sure to take me in for the night, I am eternally grateful. The 8-foot woman was too terrifying, especially one inclined toward that area. He had to protect his purity no matter what. Then without further ado, President, go take a bath. Tonight, I want to have a heart-to-heart with the President. Not too late, Kanazawa so replied. He had to get up early tomorrow to take office, and all sorts of things were waiting for him to do. He definitely couldn't keep her company. Seriously, he didn't know what Fujiwara Chika was suddenly up to today, becoming so interested in his personal history. He just tried to pursue a few girls in the past, so why was she so curious that she wouldn't even sleep? He could only say that Fujiwara Chika was extraordinary, being too curious about gossip related to romance. As for him, it didn't matter much. He regarded her as a friend, so it was okay to reveal some things, but when he saw Fujiwara Chika's grinning expression, taunting him for failing to pursue them, he couldn't help but get angry and want to pull her face hard to punish her. Rather than taking a bath, it would be more accurate to say that he was just wiping himself down a bit, given that he still had an injury on his back. Although he had indeed sweated a lot today, he didn't plan to take off the gauze wrapped around his upper body, so he just wiped his arms and stomach. But someone didn't think so. Fujiwara Chika, don't you have any sense of shame? Sitting in front of the showerhead, covering a certain area with both hands, Kanazawa so turned around and looked at Fujiwara Chika, who had inexplicably barged into the bathroom, with a dark line on his face. This was the bathroom, how dare she? Oh, of course I do. Although she looked embarrassed, Fujiwara Chika's expression was quite firm. It's just that as a child of the Fujiwara family, I remember the family precept: take responsibility for your mistakes. Isn't the president's back injured? So I'm here to help you treat it. Also to bring a new towel. Because she was going into the bathroom, she didn't wear that nightgown anymore. She just tied her long hair up in a knot and wrapped herself in a bathrobe before coming in, holding a white towel in her hand to give to him. Kanazawa so took it and quickly covered it on his lap, feeling a little better. I don't need your help. Get out quickly. President, don't be willful. You have to be obedient at times like this. If the wound isn't cleaned, it will be very uncomfortable if it gets inflamed and suppurates, so I'm here to help the president wipe his back. It's okay to leave it alone, it'll be fine in a few days at most, Kanazawa so said stubbornly. You can't. Fujiwara Chika immediately retorted. Leaving it alone is basically gambling. Only by changing clothes frequently and keeping it clean can you avoid deep infection. Kanazawa so knew that he couldn't fool her. He didn't expect Fujiwara Chika to even know this kind of knowledge. The so-called leaving it alone refers to dry therapy, which means doing nothing and letting the wound heal naturally by air drying. After the wound scabs, wait for the scab to fall off, and the wound inside will heal. However, this method is only suitable for small wounds and not for deep wounds. Kanazawa so himself didn't know what the wound on his back was like. He couldn't guess based on the feeling from his back, so he prepared to use that method, but in reality, the best solution was definitely to ensure the cleanliness of the wound surface, frequently clean the surrounding bacteria, and maintain hygiene. In the final analysis, it was because the amount of bacteria on the wound surface was far greater than that in the water. And wounds that healed in a moist environment would not scab, and the bacteria would not be suffocated inside, but could be removed at any time. Then be gentle. Leave it to me. Fujiwara Chika patted her chest confidently, then moved a small stool and sat behind Kanazawa so. President, quickly give me the towel, I'll soak it in water first. Can't you change to another one? There are no extra towels like that. Don't tell me the president wants to use mine. Absolutely no way. Helpless, Kanazawa so had to hand over the towel that was originally covering his lap to her, while he sat upright, not daring to move at all. Before long, Fujiwara Chika came back with a warm towel and began to untie the gauze on his body. President, you have to change your clothes frequently, and you have to wash your back often, Fujiwara Chika instructed. There were still many blood stains on the gauze that was taken off, but the amount was not large. The wound on his back also showed a gradual recovery trend. It should heal normally in a few weeks. Ugh. It seemed that Fujiwara Chika's movements were a little too heavy. Feeling the pain from his back, Kanazawa so groaned. Did it hurt? Sorry. It's okay, continue, Kanazawa so shook his head. He wasn't so weak that he couldn't bear this little pain. It was just that he was caught off guard. To Kanazawa so's relief, Fujiwara Chika really didn't do anything this time, just seriously cleaning his back for him. Huff mission accomplished. With a smug hum, Fujiwara Chika stood up. Now that you're done wiping, hurry up and get out, I want to take a bath. You haven't washed your hair yet. President, don't be impatient. Only my back is injured, not my hand. I don't need you to do it. However, Fujiwara Chika dodged slightly and shook her finger at him, saying, you can't, if the president does it himself, he'll definitely pull on the wound, right? I just finished wiping your back. Don't let my efforts go to waste. It has nothing to do with that, it's just a little pain, I can bear it, give me the towel. No way. Give it to me. The two of them, being on edge, probably forgot that they were in the bathroom. Facing Kanazawa so's constantly attacking hand, Fujiwara Chika dodged very easily, but accidentally slipped. Ugh. Just as she was about to fall again, she was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. Are you planning to prank me again? Opening her eyes, Fujiwara Chika saw Kanazawa so's speechless expression. The little heart that was still pounding suddenly calmed down after he said that. President, you big idiot. She cursed him softly, then reached out and pushed him away. She originally wanted to say something more, but saw Kanazawa so looking at her in a daze, his cheeks gradually turning red. What happened? Thinking so, she followed his gaze and saw that the bathrobe wrapped around her body had fallen to the ground at some point. Eek! In an instant, Fujiwara Chika's skin immediately turned an unparalleled pink color. She hugged her chest with both hands. And just as she was about to shout loudly, she realized that she seemed to have forgotten something, and squatted down in shame. Wah! President, turn around quickly. Don't look anymore. Not only did he see a strange big snake, but she herself couldn't get married. Whether it was because the bathroom was too hot or something, steam was constantly rising from her head, making her whole person red and extremely cute. Sorry, Kanazawa so quickly turned around and apologized. Don't look at him seeming quite calm, but in reality, his heart had already started racing wildly, his body was even reacting, and the scarlet color on his face couldn't stop at all. Why, you calm down first, this is all a misunderstanding, an accident. But he said for a long time and didn't hear any movement from behind. A little scared, he glanced back slightly, only to find that Fujiwara Chika had disappeared. At least, leave the towel behind. Chapter 54. After taking a shower and changing into the pajamas provided by Fujiwara, so Snowball went to the living room. Fujiwara Chika wasn't waiting for him outside. She must have been frightened by what had happened earlier and didn't dare to face him, which was a good thing for him. This mansion didn't have many rooms besides the room used as a storage room, there were only the Fujiwara sisters' bedrooms left. Originally, Fujiwara Chika wanted him to sleep on the floor in a room, but he refused, deciding to spend the night on the sofa in the living room. He picked up his phone and casually scrolled through it, finding that many people had sent him messages, mostly congratulating him on his successful re-election, so he replied to them one by one. "Why isn't so home yet? Did something happen?" "I'm fine, I won't be home tonight, I'm staying at a friend's house," so Snowball replied. The next second, he saw that she had read it and sent a relieved cat emoticon. "That's great U003 EU003C, I thought something happened, I was so worried. Sorry for making you worry." After chatting for a while and coaxing Angel-san to sleep, he browsed the news for a while before closing his eyes to rest. Although he was staying at a girl's house, he had similar experiences before, so he wouldn't get carried away by the romantic atmosphere and start thinking about this and that, unable to sleep. Good night. So Snowball seemed to have a dream. In the dream, a familiar girl stretched out her sinful hand towards him, pushed him to the ground, and then started groping him. He wanted to resist. But for some reason, he couldn't move his body at all, and could only wave his hands, trying to stop her. Goo. Accompanied by a soft moan, so Snowball woke up from his dream. His eyes were still a little blurry, and he vaguely felt something heavy pressing on his stomach, making him uncomfortable. Guided by the moonlight, he found a blurry black figure, looking down at him. Please be gentle." So Snowball finally woke up and understood what was pressing on his stomach. A girl. And his hand was pressed on her chest at some point. "Why you, who are you?" So Snowball almost shouted, but his mouth was quickly covered by the other party, making a woo-woo sound. He was terrified and couldn't help but recall the scene when he was chatting with Fujiwara Chika before going to bed. Lady 8 feet, threat, male high school student. Several keywords flashed through his mind, and so Snowball understood that this was definitely a critical period. His chastity might not be preserved. Where are the bodyguards? How could a pervert break in? "Bodyguard, please save me." "Don't move, senpai, Meiha will slip," the girl sitting on him said, leaning down and breathing gently in his ear. "Keep your voice down, senpai, you don't want your sister to find out what we're doing, right?" So Snowball realized who the other party was. It was clearly Fujiwara Chika's terrible sister, Fujiwara Meiha. He didn't expect her to come and attack him at night. So he started to act, wanting to grab her shoulders to prevent her from getting closer, but he heard a clear clink clink sound, and when he looked down slightly, he found that his hands had been connected together by a pair of handcuffs at some point. "Do you like it? I chose this carefully for senpai, it should be quite comfortable to wear." No ghost would think handcuffs are comfortable. He doesn't have that kind of hobby, don't insult him too much. What do you want to do?" So Snowball asked. The living room was unusually quiet, so quiet that he could hear his heart pounding wildly. His brain was running fast, thinking about how to escape this dangerous situation. His hands were locked, he couldn't exert strength in his waist, and he missed the chance to headbutt. He could only rely on verbal communication to seek an opportunity. There was only one person on the other side. As long as he stabilized her, he would have a chance to escape. And then take the opportunity to call Chika for help. No, when it came down to it, Fujiwara might collude with her sister. She had awakened some very bad hobbies recently. In other words, he could only rely on himself now. I think this kind of thing still depends on both parties' wishes, forcing it is not good. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen many pigs run. In this situation, there was only one possibility, seemed to be regarded as Mr. M to be trained. But he himself didn't want to, especially since the other party was Fujiwara's sister, whom he wasn't very familiar with. It was progressing too fast, right? You are still young, you have a lot of time, don't do stupid things. He naturally wanted to persuade her to stop, but as he persuaded, he began to worry. What if he angered her and she insisted on doing it regardless? And speaking of which, why was she so strong? Looking at such a petite girl, she could hold down his hands with one hand. Even if it was because he was wearing handcuffs, it was outrageous, right? I always feel that senpai is too wary of me. Meiha didn't want to do anything bad to senpai. You've already handcuffed me and you say you didn't do anything bad. He didn't even dare to think about what bad things you wanted to do. It's all that idiot sister's fault, she wants to monopolize senpai, good things should be shared with her sister. As expected, that Chika also has a problem. Fortunately, he didn't shout, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to escape tonight. Now, senpai, if you don't mind licking her lips, Fujiwara Meha, sitting on his stomach, put a finger on the corner of her mouth, revealing a very enchanting smile as she stared at him. Why don't you let me? Going to the toilet, going to the toilet. The sudden sound interrupted the conversation between the two, and they both looked over. They saw Fujiwara Chika, wearing bare pajamas, walking towards the bathroom while rubbing her sleepy eyes. Then, after a while, she came out of the bathroom, scratching her stomach as she returned to her room. He wanted to call for help, but he was afraid that the other party would become an accomplice. The half-hearted mood he had originally was replaced by only one thought after seeing Fujiwara Chika like this: she was definitely a genuine idiot. However, he didn't have time to care about her. Fujiwara Meha on him had already started to act, directly unbuttoning his buttons and gently sliding her hand across his chest. The cold touch flashed by, and it actually felt a little comfortable. Let's continue. What are you doing? Late at night. Mansion. One man, two women. Two kneeling, one standing. So why do I have to be like this? I'm clearly the victim. President, shut up. Fujiwara Chika glared at him fiercely, and scolded. If you're unwilling, you should just resist. How can you let Meha do bad things? You're clearly guilty. Then teach him how to resist. So Snowball was numb. Not only was he attacked at night, but he was also misunderstood. Even though he wasn't as wronged as he was. And Meha. How can you do such a thing? As a child of the Fujiwara family, you are too shameless. You have no right to say that. It's all Chikane's fault, always talking about senpai's abs at home. Fujiwara Meha was a little unconvinced, but before she could explain halfway, Fujiwara Chika rushed up and covered her mouth with her hand. Wah, don't talk nonsense. After saying that, she glared at Snowball next to her, and ordered. President, quickly cover your ears, don't listen. Snowball didn't refute, just raised his handcuffed hands to signal her. Cough cough. Fujiwara Chika didn't say anything more, but pushed Fujiwara Meha's back and urged. Alright, Meha, go back to sleep quickly, children need to sleep more to grow taller. I said I'm not small anymore. If you don't listen, I'll send you back to mom and dad, Fujiwara Chika threatened. Fujiwara Meha reluctantly accepted it with a pout, but before leaving, she turned her head and winked at Snowball, as if saying. Senpai, let's continue next time. I hope I never see you again. Snowball slandered in his heart. He understood that the girls of the Fujiwara family were a bit strange. The eldest sister who only wore underwear at home was fine, at least she wouldn't harm society, but the second and third daughters were clearly perverts with terrible hobbies. And from their conversation, it was not difficult to guess that Fujiwara Chika, the idiot, took the lead. Maybe her sister was also harmed by her. In short, he had to be strictly vigilant in the future and never give this idiot a chance to succeed. Originally, there was nothing wrong with just touching his abs, but this guy would clearly get carried away. If she took the opportunity to do something to him, he might really be caught by that old man and forced to marry into the family. Marrying into the family was okay, but it couldn't be forced. It was a matter of a boy's dignity. But speaking of which, if he really married into the family, could he still be considered dignified? President, what are you still kneeling here for? Get up quickly. My legs are numb. Snowball turned his head away, feeling a little ashamed. Puhaha. Fujiwara Chika laughed, then pretended to say. Oh dear, I really can't do anything with you. I didn't expect the usually so serious president to be so funny in private. Whose fault do you think it is? Leaning on the other party's body to stand up, Snowball glared at her fiercely. If it weren't for saving her in the warehouse at the time, he wouldn't have had to suffer this series of torments. Seriously, the mental exhaustion of this day was no less than that of a failed pursuit. Honestly, he even began to suspect that he had been too indulgent towards Fujiwara Chika in the past. As long as some of her requests weren't too excessive, he would basically agree to them, but in return, he got this disrespect. He must punish her severely if he has the chance in the future. By the way, hurry up and unlock my handcuffs, I need to go to the toilet. It was okay if he slept until dawn, but now that he had been disturbed for so long, his physiological needs began to emerge. Fujiwara Chika was stunned, then smiled awkwardly. Oh dear, I forgot about this, I'll go find Meha right away, President, please bear with it for a while. Then hurry up, so Snowball replied. However, after waiting and waiting, Fujiwara Chika slowly came back when he was about to be unable to hold it in anymore. She didn't have anything in her hands. No, you. Ahaha, Meha seems to be asleep, I can't wake her up. Hissed. So Snowball took a deep breath, feeling his forehead start to sweat. Then what do I do? President, try to see if you can handle it yourself. Then teach me. So Snowball said angrily. Not to mention whether he could handle this matter, he couldn't even move his arms now. His hands were stretched straight, only then would his wrists not hurt. Then what should I do? Fujiwara Chika was also a little anxious, not knowing what to do. Stir fry. Let me die from holding it in. After hesitating for a long time, Fujiwara Chika finally said weakly with a red face, "WL, how about I help President? Help me pee." So Snowball gave her a thumbs up, praising. As expected of you. Oh dear, that's not what I meant. It's just follow me. Chapter 55.